about that? Okay. Hi. We're still back, and we've never really stopped, but we continue on with this amazing extravaganza of fun. Yep, because as we do. Okay, that one just totally messed up for some reason, and now I have the incorrect audio, which makes me sound horrible. I'm on the correct camera, which is good. Now. Okay, so here is the item up for bids. Are you ready? Can you name? Wait, it's going to do the wrong doggone thing. Here. No, there it is. Can you name what this guy right here, this little Dyson, it's a Dyson. Don't look at this part. That's not what you want to look at. You want to look at this. How much do you think this beautiful vacuum cleaner retails for? All right. How much do you think this retails for? Since there's two of us playing and I do not know, I just simply looked, grabbed, and swiped. Truthfully, that's what I did. So if you're here, and I hope you are, because otherwise, I'm the only one, because we lost connection. Sorry, all of a sudden the computer went, and then we were lost. But we are truly about to start uncharted territory going into the, 26th hour. Here we go. Look, we'll vacuum off the dust here on the old desk, and yeah, the old Dyson's going to work here. Why not? Yeah, fun. Why not? Make it a little tiny guy. There we go. Little tiny guy. Okay. How much do you think that goes for? What do you think the price of that one is? Why are we not live? Why are we not live? Where are we at? Hey, we're on YouTube with us. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Are we really alive? I don't believe it. I don't believe. Yeah, we are. No, are we? Are we? Yeah. No. Wait. Are we? I don't think we are. I don't think we are. I don't believe we are. Somehow, because there was like people here, and now there's not people here, and that doesn't make sense to me because we should have people here, and they're not. Why aren't they here? Okay, hold on. Yeah, we're here. We're here. Hold on. Mini me. Oh, no. That's the end of that. Wait. No, we can't do that. Wait. Oh, hold on. There's two live streams. Hey, there's two live streams, everybody. Hi, Karen. Good to see you. Karen, you say $3.99 the price of this beautiful Dyson. Neat. Okay. See, okay, so Karen, you say $3.99. Now, I'm trusting that you aren't looking, okay, online at the price. This beautiful yellow Dyson. By the way, we have one kind of like this in our house. We do. And I don't know. I would say Dyson's expensive, right? Typically, it's the ball one. Probably, yeah, expensive. I'm going to say $4.50. $4.50. Okay. Closest one, Karen, closest one, Karen, gets to keep the prize in theory. We're just having fun. Okay. So let's see what the actual retail price of that item really is. The actual retail price of this Dyson beautiful ball vacuum cleaner is $399.99. Karen White wins it. Congratulations, Karen. Yay. Wow. This will be fun, you guys. Yes, it will be. Hi, Jill. I don't know what, again, it dropped the feed, but we're still here. 25 hours, 55 minutes, but we're here. Okay. All right. Here we go. Next. Are you ready? Because we're going to do it all over again. Are you ready? We're going to do this every time. We promise we won't do the same thing every time. But because we can have some fun, why not? Okay, we're going to play a game called The Price Is Right. Theirs is The Price Is Right. Ours is The Price Is Right, which makes it different. And YouTube with Friends will copyright this immediately after this telethon. So if you're ready, studio audience, let's play. Okay. Okay. Today, so far, Karen has won already one item. She has won this handy dandy Dyson desktop vacuum. Look at this. See how well it cleans the desk? Look at that. That is Karen's. So Karen wins the Dyson. Yep. Karen, congratulations. Okay, Karen gets the Dyson. Next item up for bids. If you're ready, let's go ahead and find out exactly what is that item. Let's take a look. We are going for this item. I'm going to kind of do the best I can and go, well, hang on, let me find something that's got a price to it. And I'm not going to look at the price. Just see if there's dollar amounts. And there's dollar amounts. Okay, there's $1 amount. Hold on. I know those. I think they have dollar amounts. Let's see. Here we go. What is this item worth? How much do you think? If I can move it onto the screen, even better. Hold on. How can you not be dancing and having fun? Yeah. I don't know why it's not working. It isn't. What's wrong? Oh my gosh. Next page. Okay. Here we go. This will be fun. You'll like this one. Okay, I'm going to pick this one because I can, I think. No, I can't. Wait. Give me images. Thank you. That's what I should do. I should just do the images. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, this is the item up for bids. Oh, you're going to love this. Us kids from back in the day. I did not see the price. I swear, I did not see the price. Karen, ask Karen. I did not see the price. She'll tell you. I didn't see the price. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Okay. Yeah, see, Jill, you're already dancing, having a good time, right? Because that's what we do. Okay, here is the item up for bid. It's going to be something you'll remember from the old days. You go, oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, yeah. You'll do it. Okay, there's a little clue, and we just lost the connection again. Did we? I think so. Maybe. No, come on. No, we didn't. Okay, good. Phew. Okay. Let's just do this. I think it's going to be too much for the computer. It will be. It's too much for this computer to do. There's too much stuff. Yeah, Jill, go have dinner, please. It's okay. I'm just going to be here because I need to be. That's okay. It's okay. You go on vacation and have fun. And Jill, just before you go, don't leave yet. Remember, please, okay? You're very special. I think the world of you, and I thank you for all you do for me. And it's time to dance! Here we go! Okay! Jill, go do your onions! Okay. Sophomoric jokes when you're dog tired here on YouTube. No problem, Jill. All right. Take care. Friends, we are not going to give up on this because it's too important, okay? There will be people that will come take a look here and there, just to check, to see if we're still here. And I want to make sure we are. Because if we're not, then I think I could have done better. So proud of it. Team Johnson. If I had a Team Camden one, I'd wear that one too. I'd wear that one on the other side. So they'd be like Sherlock Holmes hats, something like that. Karen, are you still here? Hello, Karen. Karen, you already want to vacuum today. My gosh, you should still be here. Anybody know who this is, by the way? Anybody know? Can you name him? Oh, yeah. Looking at this guy. Who is it? Who is this? Oh my gosh. I want to let you folks know that it was my choice to do this. I wanted to be two-faced. Bad joke. Okay, so we're going to do just some stuff to have some fun. And I hope that you understand that my goal here is that we can do some fun stuff. So, Karen, we'll have some fun. You and me, okay? We'll hang out. We'll do some stuff. The goal here is to raise funds here at GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. The whole purpose is that we're going to be here to try and raise money for these guys because their defense is not being paid for, and they have to come up with $20,000, and that just blows my mind. So we're trying to help raise money on GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. If you would be kind enough to help at any time, please feel free and go to this website, give what you can, and then share it. That's the most important thing. Make sure you share this website. If you would, we'd be grateful. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're going to do this. Karen, what would you like to play? You're right, by the way. It is Heat Miser and Snow Miser. Well done. Wow, well played. Yeah, Heat Miser and Snow Miser. That's who it was. Yep. And a great picture, by the way. For Wilco deputies, if you would be kind enough to help. How am I hearing myself? Please feel free to go to this website. Give what you can. Why am I hearing myself in like way old school? Like, why am I that delayed? No, I will not allow it. Okay. Okay. So here's the guys that we're working for here. This is one we've been doing this thing for a long time. That is Deputy Camden on the left side of your screen. On the right side is Deputy Johnson. These two guys are like brothers. And they look like it. Look at that. They just look like it. They look really happy. And they look proud. And they look grateful to have themselves in that photo. What a neat photo. It really is. It's a great photo. And if you're in Williamson County, in the Georgetown area, you're really blessed to have them both. You are. That's why we're here. We're here to raise money for both of them on the GoFundMe page, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. We have just hit, you ready? We've just hit 26 hours in a row. Now, I would like to tell you that I have unlimited energy. No, that's incorrect. I'm really tired. However, I'm reminded of an amazing video that I saw, and it was so inspiring to me. Karen, you probably remember it because you're here. You bless your heart. You're a good friend. Let me try and find it here because I know it is in my collection, but the collection is kind of on one side of the computer. That means I got to find it. Just a second. First, we find the mouse. Thank you. It's always helpful to find the mouse. All right, and how this got on the screen, I do not know. All of a sudden, I had this, well, I still do. Now it's gone. Okay. I have this like MP4 thing up, and I'm going, where the heck is that from? I literally have, oh, there we go. Found it. Never mind. It's way over here. Goodness sakes, I have way too much stuff on this computer. Way too much. Whew. Okay, let me try and find it because it is important. And I do believe that it should be said. This is, and I need to hear this more than anything. I really do need to hear this right now because, for me personally, I need to be reminded. So if you'll be kind enough to allow me to do this, I would be very honored. Okay, gonna move the mic back. There we go. Okay. Don't know why it sounds this way. Sounds pathetic. Hello. There we go. That's better. Okay. Now I sound like me. I sound like me. Okay. Heaven forbid I sound like someone else. Okay. Let me find this because it's really good. It's one of my favorite videos I've ever seen. Really. It's fantastic. It is a great inspirational speech that was given I believe it was in the early teens. Oh, there's the reason why. I'm on delay. I'm watching myself on YouTube. How did that happen? No. Serious. I'm not kidding. It just popped up out of nowhere. Okay. So is that me? Yeah, that's kind of me. Okay. So we'll find me again because it's somewhere in here and it's driving me crazy because I don't want it on there. So Let's take a look. There it is. Okay, good. I can get rid of it. Thank you. All right. So the whole goal here, my friends, is that we're trying to raise some money for these brave deputies. And, I've been here now since what would be 4:30 in the Central Time Zone. All right. So, and that's yesterday, 4:30 yesterday. So we're right now in our 26th straight hour to try and raise money for these gentlemen. Now, we started out at 11. They started out. That needs to stop. I can't do that because it's way too conceited to me. They started out with their fundraiser on GoFundMe that 3 people kindly put together at $11,390. Right now, at this moment, I got to get rid of a lot of stuff. Hey, Lee. Lee's back. Hi, Lee. Good to see you. Yay. Nice. Yay. Oh, man, it's good to see you. So good to see you. I'm so tired. It's good to see you, Lee. It really is. My gosh. Lee, we were just dancing. You want to dance? Here we go. Are you ready? Remember this. It doesn't work without the effect. Come on now. What are you doing? We've got to have the right effect. Okay, it's got to work. If it doesn't work off the bat, it's not going to be funny. Got to play it again. Didn't work. Let's try one more time. Because I believe do or die, we always must try. Here we go. Okay. That's how crazy silly this is done. Okay, so we were playing The Price is Right for one thing, and Carol already won. Karen already won. I keep calling her Carol. Don't get it. Karen, my wife's name is Karen. Why would I get that wrong? Okay, so Karen already won the Dyson desk vac. Really? She did. And the rest of the stuff is making the computer crash, so I got to stop doing that. I got to close out a lot of internet stuff because, okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, we can play a little bit. We get some players. Okay, ready? Here's fun stuff. Okay. Closest price gets to keep the fun prize. It's fun. You'll like it. Okay, so what we're going to do as a gang here, we're a little group, okay? We're going to play this right. We're going to have fun. And what I'm excited about doing here is having some fun with all of y'all. And this is going to be so doggone much fun. It will be. So give me a chance to set it up and we will get it going. So hang on. Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, so we're going to play The Price is Right, YouTube with Friends style. And here's how we do it. I'm going to show you a wonderfully cool product, and your job is to come in as close as you can to the actual retail price. If you can do that, you win the virtual prize. Doesn't mean you win it, but it means you kind of get the points. Okay? How fun is that? Okay. First item up for bid. Are you ready? It is fantastically fun. Hopefully it doesn't crash the computer again, because the last time it did it is this product right there. This is a Sony small AM/FM CD player, complete with factory dust right on the top of it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, closest person that can come to the retail price of this item without... Wait, you can go over. Okay. Think about it. It's a Sony, they call it a boombox. Does this look like a boombox to you? I don't know. Not from our time, it does. Okay, so Sony boombox. Closest person to the retail price of that item right there, okay, gets the item. That's how we'll play. It's going to be fun. We got 4 here, so we can do that. It'll be fun. Okay, Courtney, good to see. Oh my gosh, Courtney's here too. I just noticed Courtney's here. Courtney, hi. Yay. And Cheryl. Cheryl's here too. Cheryl's here too. Oh my gosh, we got a group. We're good. Oh, honey, we're good. Okay. Lee says $29.99. Okay, anybody else? This is for the Sony boombox. Now, keep in mind, let me kind of get a bigger picture of it if I can here. There you go. Okay, well, it's all right. It looks like, okay, so it's got the USB input, one of them, and it has like the little headphone jack input. Okay, So Karen White, $29.99. Lee's got $29.99. Cheryl's got $29.99. Courtney, you gonna play? Think about it without looking. If you can guess what this price is, what the price of the item is. Now, I want to tell you that kind of like The Price is Right, where everything is overpriced, you might find this one overpriced. I'm like, really? I just looked at the price. I'm like, ooh, okay. I don't see how, but okay. Hey. Okay. Anybody else? You play court? You playing? Okay, if you're not playing, the actual retail price, believe it or not, of this item is $99.99. No joke. Oh, wait, Courtney. Oh, $29.99. Okay, perfect. Okay, believe it or not, that little sucker was $99. So that means that Karen and Lee both are correct. We'll give you the prize in virtual reality. What else can we do? Okay, next item up for bid is this really neat thing. It is a circulating room fan, and this time of year, of course, we all need one because these guys are neato, right? This is one of the tall ones with a nice base, and you can adjust the height of it, and you can spin it around on your desk. You do all kinds of things with it. It's a floor fan that basically goes up. So think of it like 4 feet high, okay? So closest person to come to the price of this gets this price too. So now currently Lee and Karen will give you guys both $100. So we'll round it up. $100 on your side of the board. All right. What? That's great. I know, right? $99.99 for that thing? Nope. I'll buy it at Goodwill for $10. Thank you. Or $8.99, half price day. Okay. So any guess? What do you think the retail price of this cool fan is? Again, it's a floor model fan. Let me give you the name brand of what it is. This brand fan is made by Lasco. It's Lasco. Remember, if you want classic items, you always want Lasco because Lasco makes the best fans ever. All right, Karen White, first on the board, $30. Lee says $19.99. And we need two more guesses to see about the fan. Okay, Cheryl, $39.99. Okay. Courtney, and we got a fifth player now. Holy mackerel. Who's the fifth player? Where are you? We'll find you. We're here to raise money for those guys. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for the Williamson County deputies, J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden. I'm going to put their pictures back up on the screen. We'll kind of keep them up here. Hang on. Let me get over here to where it was. Perfect. There they are. And they'll be big on the screen. Then we have to make it smaller because it's too big. And we'll get them small because they're great guys. There we go. Make it almost like a little emoji. Hang on. Do this. Zip. And then go here. And go there. Neat. Okay. There's the guys. Okay. So this is the floor fan, about 4 feet high, made by Lasco. So let me see what your prices are for the floor fan. Karen White, $30. Lee says $19.99. Cheryl Hill, $39.99. Courtney, $49.99. Hi, Kathy. Good to see you. Good to see you. My goodness. Welcome. Welcome to the land of craziness. So the actual retail price. Oh, Kathy, you got to make a bid. You need to make a bid. This is a handy-dandy floor fan. It's made by Lasco, and Lasco makes quality products you can only find at Walmart. Okay. I do too. I like that picture. I do. Okay, so we already have Lee and Karen in the lead. Lee and Karen in the lead with $100 a piece because they got the $100 Sony boom box that's worth like $10. So what we're doing is trying to see who can get closest in the retail price to that cool fan right there. And if you want to play, we'll play. Cool. Good to see you, Kathy. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Okay. So actual retail price of this handy dandy floor fan that goes 4 feet high by Lasco is $31.20. 12 at Home Depot. That makes the winner of the floor fan. Look. Wow. Karen White. Karen, you got $130 on the board. Congratulations. Next on the board for you, ladies that like to be stylish and like to look their best. And I know you do, because I know all of you guys just truly care very much about how they look. As you know, you're beautiful ladies. It's okay. You're good. But we're going to no, there's no buts. You just look good. That's it. Okay. This is a really nifty item. Something that I'm sure all you ladies have not. But here it is anyway. This looks like something creepy. However, this is actually, believe it or not, this is made by Dyson Corporation, the same people that make the vacuums. It is a hairdryer. No joke. That really is a hairdryer. Let me try to move it around so we can get it out by the fan. They can do combat or something. I don't know. Anyway, let me get the floor fan out of here because, Carol, you've won that. So Karen now has a boombox and a fan. Okay. This is a hairdryer. It's made by Dyson. So give you an idea of what it looks like. Put against the green background there, and you have an idea. Okay, this is a pretty expensive item. I'll tell you that. It's very expensive. I was like, huh? Okay. So Kathy says, okay, but I'm not going to Walmart. Right? Okay, so Courtney, $25. Wow, okay, Courtney, it's really expensive. It's crazy expensive. Hey, by the way, Kathy, that makes you the winner of the floor fan. Instead, Karen, I'm sorry, we have to give that to Kathy. So Karen, you're still tied with Lee for the lead, but Karen, because she bid $29.99 and the price of that fan was $31, she's closer a little bit, I think. Let me look, Karen. Hold on, Karen. Let me look. I don't want to rip anybody off of a fan, for goodness sakes. No. Oh, Karen, you said 30 as well. And actually, no, you're right. You're right there because you actually were higher. So Karen, you're still, you're ahead. Still 130. Okay. Courtney says 25. Karen says 299. And Lee says 159. Cheryl Hill says 325. Again, this is made by Dyson. So, it's like one of them supersonic, super duper special hair dryers that has a giant lifesaver in the middle of it, and you got to blow your hair with it. Courtney says 165. All right, I think we have everything. And by the way, Kathy, thank you. It's fun to do fun stuff, which is weird to do, but we have fun. Okay. The actual, I don't want to give it yet. No, Kathy, you haven't played yet. You haven't got it yet. So this is made by Dyson. It's called the Supersonic Hairdryer. Yeah, Dyson Supersonic Hairdryer, black and nickel, just in case you're wondering. Okay, this is made by Dyson. All right, let's see. Jill's here. Hi. Good to see you. Good to see you. You already peeled potatoes? You already had dinner? You're on vacation, Jill. You're on vacation. Go have some vacation fun, would you, please? Not that we don't want you. You know that's not how I feel. I love you. I just want you to have fun. Kathy says 401. Ooh. Oh, we should do it where we don't go over. Should we do that or not? You guys pick. Doesn't matter to me. All right. Jill says, I'll bid $1. The actual retail price of this amazing hairdryer and the person who wins it virtually is, believe it or not, you're gonna be amazed. Now, if we go over it, hang on, let me look at the price. No, that's it. Okay, so if we're not going to go over it, Kathy wins the Dyson right off the bat. Look at her. She's a ringer. She's a ringer. Okay, Kathy's in the lead, 400 points. All right, next item. Next item up for bids. What could the next item possibly be? Okay, next item up for bid is this handy-dandy thing. It is definitely necessary for your home and mine. I know we love ours and we want you to love yours because this is made by Echo. It is an Amazon Echo. Little hockey puck echo. Okay? Let me get it for you. It's like messing up a lot. Okay, stop. That's it. Let's get a crash. Let's just get a crash.
We need to stop all stuff.
Yes, we stopped before it crashed. It already crashed. See, that's why it says we've only been here for 30 minutes. That's incorrect. We've been here since 2:30 yesterday afternoon. However, because the computer crashes from time to time, it starts the count over again. It does. Just one of those things. So, oh, I know how I could do this. Hold on. Let me do it this way. I can make this work. Hold on, please. I can do this. Okay. You'll be blown away at the fun of this. I said it the hockey puck. Let's change it. Let's not make it the hockey puck. However, this is going to be at Amazon. Here it is. We all know. We all love it. Here it is, sitting on the desk. Wait, we have to make it sit on the desk. And there we go. Okay, this is an Amazon Echo 3rd generation smart speaker with Alexa in charcoal. Okay? Okay, so how much do you think this little guy right there goes for? How much? How much do you think that one goes for? So what we'll do is we'll make sure, okay, we'll play like Price is Right. We can't go over. Okay, so from now on, we can't go over price. We can't overprice. We've got to be careful. So this is an Echo 3rd generation smart speaker with Alexa in charcoal. Anybody have an idea? Kathy, have you seen my hair? It's funny. It's funny. Okay, first one. Anybody, any ideas? Any ideas? See, I hear that echoing. It drives me, that rumbling drives me crazy. Oh my gosh, I don't know what's doing it. I have no idea. Oh, okay, goes away. Look at that. Okay. Oh, then I go away. That's not good. Hold on. Does that make it better? A little bit. Okay. Let's see if that works for a little while. Okay, we'll see if it works for a little while. All right. All right, here we go. So this is the Alexa 2nd generation. You can't go over the price of this incredible item. Courtney, $250. Jill, $199.99. Karen, $200. Kathy, $109. Cheryl, $225. And Kathy, my Alexa has it out for me. I get it. You're right. It does. Mine too. Yeah. All I say is Alexa, and it just comes to life. The actual retail price of this item, believe it or not, $69.99. Wah, wah, wah. No one got that one. So that one, we're just going to go ahead and say goodbye. All right. The next item up for bids. We're going to take a look at the mouse first and find it. There it is. Okay. Sorry, it takes a while. This is something that a lot of folks got really into. In fact, you might be into home security, might be into protecting your house, make sure that you're okay, all that kind of stuff. So let's take a look at the next item up for bids. This is something that a lot of folks are doing now, and there are people who like them a lot, really swear by them, and there are some people that will actually go and lick them. Sorry. I was trying to set the joke up, but the darn thing wouldn't move. This is the Ring Smart Doorbell, video doorbell by Ring. Okay. This is, what is this price? This is the 3rd generation. So this is the most current model of that doorbell. How they can keep improving it, I don't know. Whether you like it in HD, look at their pores. So what do you think the price of this video doorbell is? Think about it. What's the price of the video doorbell? So we don't want to go over, but keep in mind, this is the most current model, and it's kind of a home security thing, right? So any idea? Look at this, Jill, but my Google Mini hates me, Kathy. They're all like, pining over it. Okay. Yeah, the door licker says this is priceless. Oh, that was so disgusting. I can't imagine. Nope. Okay. So any bids for the Ring video doorbell 3rd generation? Must have a really long delay. Jill said, Kathy, let them lick my doorknob. No way. Okay. Courtney, $230. Very good guess, Court. You're not far off. Really. That's pretty amazing. Far out, man. Up to that point. What are you going to do? We're just playing for fun. So, Courtney, you're at 230. Kathy is at $99.99. Lee's at 99. Okay. Remember, you can't go over. You don't want to go over. Jill Bemai, $199.99. Cheryl is at $150. And Karen. Boy, look at this. We got a big crowd. I love this. This is great. Welcome back, everybody. This is so cool. The actual retail price of that item, according to Ring, is, and this will blow your mind. The reason why it'll blow your mind is because Jill Bemai got it. She really did. It's $199.99. Exactly. Jill, you get this doorbell. Plus, you get, let's give you an extra $1,000. That's a lot. So there you go. $1,000 worth of, there you go. Jill, have fun with that, okay? Next item up for bids here on the show today is going to be just for fun. This is something that homes are going to now to eliminate cable. Really. It's all to eliminate cable. And the hope that these manufacturers have is that as you upgrade, you're going to naturally upgrade your device as well, okay? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about both of them and give you the opportunity to, give us a price. So this is something that lots of cable cutters are using right now, tons of them. And let me get the mouse to work again. Computer's very slow. Got to be careful. Okay. Here it is. This is Apple TV. It is the 4K version, 64 gigabytes. So it has memory for it. So I don't know why it has memory. Anyway, it's not for like a DVR, but that is what it looks like. Okay. This is great. Jill wasn't right because hers are in Canadian dollars. Yes. That's awesome. That's so funny. Jill said, I knew that answer would be right sometime. Yeah, I just keep answering $199.99. You're right on. You're right on. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is the Apple TV 4K model, and what do you think the price this is? This is, I'll give you a hint. This is the most expensive of the Apple TVs. Okay, so it shows 4K resolution. It's kind of cool. It's pretty special. Okay. Kathy says, oh, I know this money trip. Mm-hmm. Yep. From Jill. It's great. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. We're doing the very best we can to raise money for these two gentlemen because they are so special. They really are. They do so much for other people. Other people come first in their lives. They're like the sons you hope to have. They're the sons you want to have. So please, if you can, give here at GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Easy way to remind it yourself is Legal Defense Fund. Remember, Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Sorry, Wilco deputies. Did I say Wilco? It does. Yeah, Wilco. Sorry. I'm tired. Gosh, I'm tired. Sorry. Let's look at your bids. Anybody? Nope. Kathy says, I need to pay attention. Don't you dare pay attention. My goodness, I'm falling asleep. Jill. It's funny. Okay. Jill, 1,999.99. That would be 1 million in Canadian dollars. Okay. But your money is pretty. Your money's pretty. Ours is not pretty. It's just kind of green. Yeah. Okay. Remember, this is the Apple 4K. All it is literally is a little box that's probably, because let me see. I'm going to guess it's probably 4 inches, maybe by 4 inches. It's a perfect square. And it's maybe an inch and a half high. That's all it is, inch and a half high. So it's a little tiny like that. It's probably takes about the same amount of foot space as an Alexa, like a hockey puck one, almost the same amount of space. So I'm going to tell you that you are all over bid. Yes, I know. I need to. I have to. Yes, either way, Jill's money is good here in this place. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, it is harder than it looks when you never buy anything. That's awesome. Yes, you're right, Cheryl. Bless your heart. By the way, I like your emoji. I've always wanted to tell you that. It's so cool. It really is. Okay, the actual retail price of that item right there, believe it or not, $199.99. Wah, wah, wah. Sorry about that. Let's try again. Hold on, let me go back to this because I had it already once, and I did for you ladies because I knew there'd be ladies here. Hold on. Let me go here because I'm trying to make sure that I, take care of everything. That's my whole goal. I want to make y'all happy, so it's fun. It's nice, right? Okay. So let me, there we go. Okay. Here we go. Perfect. No, wait. Hold on. Really? I didn't know it's possible. Okay, hold on. All right. Here we go. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, good. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Here is going to be the next item. Let me get it so it'll come on over on the computer. Please slide over. I would like you to please help me. Well, this product, please help me. Why is it doing? I don't know. Oh, maybe I should pick images.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, let me find it here. Okay, where is it? There was one that had, oh, here it is. Okay. There? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. This is something you guys don't know, but it'll be interesting to see what you bid. So here we go. This is the next item up for bid. If I can find my mouse, there it is. It's like a struggle. Okay. Here we go. Okay. I know this is the brand I use all the time. Yeah. This is the brand of makeup I love to use. And the reason why, as you can tell, is it has the orange thing on it, the orange end thing. And I like that because orange is my favorite color. So this is CoverGirl mascara. Okay. CoverGirl volume. It looks like it says volume mascara. Okay. How much do you think this goes for? How much? Okay. So I have no idea because that's okay. Now see, Kathy, that changes things, Larry. It's true. It's true. Okay. Lash something volume. No, it's just volume. Okay. So there you go. Can you name how much that item goes for? Anybody? This is not like a super expensive product. It really wasn't. I just kind of grabbed it because there was a price there. But, well, why not? So, any ideas on the volume mascara from CoverGirl? That's the brand I use. Okay. Waterproof. I don't know. What? Waterproof? I don't know. It's just this. Okay. Lee Terry, $6.99. Jill says $5.99. Karen says $5. You guys are very good now. All of a sudden, the prices are just coming out strong. Good. No, it doesn't say it's waterproof. It just says volume on it. I guess. I don't know. It's orange. It's my favorite color. Cheryl says $6.25. I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't know. You think I bear it? I don't know. So hold on. Let me just do this real quick because I think it's wrong. I think the price is wrong. I think you ladies are closer than what this says. Okay, that's why I want to do it. I do. I think you ladies are much closer on this than what. Yeah, you are. Perfect. Okay, because I was going to say, well, that doesn't seem right. But you guys are, wow. Now I got to sift through this. Holy crud, who's closest? Oh, my gosh. Cheryl Hill. Look at this. $6.25. Lee's got $6.99. Jill, $5.99. Karen has $5. Kathy has $4.99. The actual retail price, according to the fine folks at Target Boutique, is $6.19. That means Cheryl Hill wins again. Wow. Pretty good. But you guys were all within like $1. That's amazing. That really is. You guys were all really close. Because see, you had Lee here at $6.99, and you had Kathy down at $4.99. So you guys were like right around it. Good job. Wow. Okay, next one is done that one. Done that one. Getting rid of them. Here we go. This is going to be a lot of fun. I know that you all are very excited to win this because this sets your house apart from your neighbors. And that is what it's all about, according to the hokey pokey, at least. Okay. So here is, let's see. Do you want that one? Yeah, let's do that one. I think it could be easier. This one's easier price wise too. So let's do that. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. There. Okay, let me go so it goes to the other side of the computer screen. And when it gets there, I can put on the screen for you so we can play. All right. The next item up for bids is a computer mouse that actually works. And that's right now priceless to me because I can't find it. There it is. It's like, where is it? And now you're over there, and I need to move you back over here because I can see you better. And now we're going to move this over here. Here's the item up for bids. This is a 55-inch LG OLED television. Why is that cool? Because OLED technology puts the O in LED. How come no one said that one yet? I kind of wonder. Anyway, the OLED is technically the most sensitive picture TV out there. This one's made by LG. It is the BX class, just to let you know. It's not the higher end class. It's called the BX, like in Bravo X-ray. Okay? Let's see what you say. Because I don't see anything. Hold on. Where are you guys at? There you are. Okay. Lee says, I'm glad my tablet is working for YouTube. Technical difficulties. And we're so glad to have you back, Lee. We really missed you. I mean, seriously, we really did miss you. It's like, where's Lee? And then Jill said, I got you. So thanks for sharing that, Jill. We appreciate it. Says she misses Target. Hoping to go. Sorry. Let me go. Hoping to go down there again someday. Yeah. And then what is this here? Sorry. Jill Bamai says $6.99. Sorry, my mind just went blank. Kathy Salazar $21.98.99. This is in 55-inch OLED, which is like it's like the best kind of television, I guess. It's like the special one. Okay, $8.50 from Cheryl Hill. This is the BX class. They also have the CX class, just so you know. There is a CX class. So, you know. What the differences are, one letter. But it's $200 more. Lee says $8.99. And let's see. Okay, so we got, how many people got playing? We got 4. Perfect. Okay, so there's 4 prices. The actual retail price of this thing, oh, Karen, there we go, $9.99. Okay, so the actual retail price, my goodness, Karen White, you did it again. It is actually $1,499. That means, Karen, you win. Good job. Yeah. It's something OLED. It puts the O in LED. Gone. Okay. Next item up for bids. Are you ready? Here we go. We're going to take this off, take the CoverGirl thing off. And my wife's going to come and she can go, why are you looking at mascara? That's going to happen. You watch. Okay. Your next item, because everybody dreams of this. If you go on to The Price is Right, what do you hope for, right? What do you hope for? If you're on The Price is Right, if you're a contestant, okay, what was the one thing you'd be like, yeah, that's it. All right. Typically it's a car, right? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go with this car here in images. Stop it. Oh, brother. Let's see. There we go. Okay. And is it working? Yeah, it did good. Perfect. And move. There we go. Perfect. Okay, the last time of bids in this edition of The Price is Right is the mouse is not here. Here it is. Poor mouse. Moment of silence. Poor mouse. Okay. Where? Really? This is crazy. It's like, there it is. Okay, good. Like, you have to search for like a bug on the screen. I'm like, where is it? Okay, next item for the bid is next item up for bid is something everybody wants when they go on The Price is Right. What is it?
A new car! Yes, it's the 2019 Ford Mustang V6 Fastback. Its sporty looks and its daring style get you zipping from 0 to 60 in 14.7 seconds from Ford.
How much do you think this car is? The person who can get it right without going over wins the virtual car. How's that for fun today, huh? Okay, Kathy says, I don't watch TV unless it's live PD. Yeah, I miss live PD. It'll be back. It'll come back. It will, because it was too popular. That's the way it'll be. I at least I think so. We'll see. We'll find out. Could be wrong. So again, it is a 2019 Ford Mustang V6 Fastback. It's loaded with basically power steering, power brakes, and custom wheels. Jill Bomai says $65,000. Is that Canadian or U.S.? I need to ask. It's important. Sorry. Well, wait. Hold on. Does it matter? Hold on. Let me see if it would matter. Now people are going to go, I think it might make a difference. I better bid this. Let me go back. So I get to the price. See the price. See the price. See the price. Of course, two things are in front of it. Okay, perfect. Gotcha. Okay, so this is a base model V6, no V8. Okay, this is the Ford Mustang. Let's see what your bids are. Jill says 65,000. Cheryl at 26,000. Jill says, wait, is hold on, time out, please. Is it a stick shift? I can't drive that. Okay, so Karen White, 25,000. Lee, we're going to miss you. Thank you so much for coming. Give her some applause, studio audience. We'd love to say goodbye to Lee. Lee, thank you. Hey, thanks for coming. That was really a treat. Lee, we've missed you. Okay, Jill says U.S., U.S. Okay. I guess that means dollars. Kathy Salazar says 26,099 cents. Wow. 26,099 cents. The actual retail price of this vehicle is 26,670. That means Kathy wins the Mustang. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Yeah. How's that for Neo Cool? So that means Kathy is the big winner today that got a car. Well done. Virtual car. Bye-bye, car. We're here to draw your attention to try and give money to the GoFundMe account for the Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. What I'm going to ask y'all to do is use your noodles, because I'm getting sleepy and I don't want to give up. I just can't. It's going to drive me crazy if I do that. We need to find some creative ways to get the word out. How do we do that? Currently in the Central Time Zone, 7:15 or 7:16, and Eastern, it's 8:15. How do we do it? Hashtags are important. Things like Live PD, Live PD Nation make a difference. Also, hashtag Blue Lives Matter. That's one that makes a difference too. Okay? Look at this, Jill. My way to go, Kathy. Enjoy your Ford. We have a Ford truck and we do not enjoy it. LOL. Well, I think Kathy's going to like that Mustang just fine. She'll like it. Yeah. Okay. And don't race Zach in it. Don't. He'll win every time. It just happens that way. And moms don't care because they're happy. Okay, so we're here to raise money, but we need to figure out ways we can do this and be better at it. So, what I'd like to ask is for you guys to do your best to tag folks or things. For example, when you go onto Twitter on your phone, right? You go on your phone. Oh, my pastor's getting a hold of me. He wants the computer for this weekend. Oh no, 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 no. I can't do that. My friend, I'm sorry. I can't this weekend. I have a couple of friends in trouble and they need my help. I wish I could. I've been trying to raise, oops, money. Okay. Raise money for them since 240, no, 230, 230. They need their defense attorney retainer paid, and they don't have the money, period. We're trying to help them by continuing to go live here on YouTube, period. I'm so very, very sorry, period. You'll not like that one. Tough to get a hold of somebody at like 5:15 on a Friday, on a Saturday night. Church is the next day. That's hard to do. I love him. He's a good guy. Just hard to do that. Okay. Kathy says, I taught him how to drive. Good. That's good. Okay. So we need to find out ways we can do this to share this GoFundMe. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies is very important. How can we do it? The best way on Twitter, at least I've found, is to, when you go on Twitter, you search for things that are really important. For example, if you're going to go through things and you're going to search that things are trending, very important, things are trending. And if you just hit the hashtag, you're automatically going to find things that are trending. You may not agree with what's there, but that's what's trending currently on Twitter. Okay. And at the end of the day, you find something that might work. Okay. I don't know if there's any right now. No, I don't think so. I don't think you want Biden pledges allegiance to U.S. Entanglement. Caffeine TV. Maybe caffeine TV. ACNH. Don't know what that one is. Flight Island. Not sure on that. It's okay to not be okay. Interesting. And then it's okay to not be okay. Episode 7. Sorry. Oh my. Juvie. Atalanta. That's interesting spelling. Lockdown house party. Okay. Peter Crouch, Save Our Summer. We Can't Breathe from Russia with Love. Day one. Day one. I can't do it. Sorry. Too hard. Treasure Maker Celica Day. Okay. I don't know if any of those work. Here's the deal. We need to find things that will work. For example, Blue Lives Matter. That's a good one. Another one that's good is if you go hashtag police, hashtag police lives matter, things like that. Live PD Nation work. We've got to get the word out, and we've only got a couple precious hours left before people start going to sleep on the East Coast. Please give. Please give. Okay, there are some shows tonight that you might want to hashtag. For example, one of them is this one. Let me put some on the screen. Okay, all right. Let me put them on the screen. And this is typical. Okay, this is typical for Saturday nights. I don't know if this is going to work this Saturday night, but I can tell you one of them, but I better spell it. Okay. Okay. This is a show that's on MeTV. It's on Saturday nights. Remember the old campy shows that showed like the monster movies? Sven Gulli is one of those shows, okay? Sven Gulli. And it's a fun show. It's neat. It's got like little bits where they do these little creepy things. He comes out of a casket, all that stuff. Anyway, the point is, Sven Gulli is really about making people laugh through old B movies, okay? And thanks, Kathy. You sent it to Fox 7 KVUE Austin and KXN. Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so I think that, there's a good hashtag for y'all to use if you'd like to. Sven Gulli. It's a show that's on MeTV. It's quite popular. And so maybe that will work here in about an hour and a half. Yeah. It starts here 8 p.m. East. Sorry. Yeah. 8 p.m. our time. Excuse me. I gotta go. Okay, guys, I gotta wake up. I'm so sorry. I'm literally falling asleep and I need to get going. I love you guys. I miss you guys. Thank you, Kathy, for doing what you're doing. We need the cavalry. We need some help. But God is with it. God will bless it. Please, please don't give up. Not yet. Not yet. Here's a show with Danny Brown that we did the very first time with him. This is the first Danny Brown show. It goes back to 2018 with Downtown Danny Brown. From February of 2018, here's our show with Danny Brown in a time that I am so embarrassed the way I look because I'm heavy and I just, it looks awful. Anyway, here you go. Hope you enjoy the show. I'll be back as soon as I can. I got to wake up. I'm so sorry, guys. We are approaching hour number 27 in 7 minutes. Okay? Hour 27 in 7 minutes. Thanks. Thanks, Joe. Thank you. And I know you feel the same. I do. Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Kathy. I don't want to let you guys down. I want to make sure we do the best we can. So I'll know if I'll sleep with my head down here on this keyboard or if I turn into an orangutan jumping up and down in a toaster. I don't know. Here's the show with Danny. Here's the show with Danny Brown from February of 2018. Thank you for watching the YouTube with Friends Telethon. T-minus 6 minutes to 27 hours.
Happy Saturday, everybody! Welcome to Live PD West Chat.
This is James Casey. No. Oh, no, see, the man is already saying it on if you didn't hear this. Sorry, guys. Folks, I want to let you know. Made a mistake there because it's mismarked. It says Danny Brown, and it's not Danny Brown. It's actually James Casey. It's this 15-minute version of it. So I need to mark that right now before I ever hit it again. And I'll mark it Casey 15. Now I know it's 15. And we'll go back. This is Downtown Danny Brown here on Leo's Coast to Coast, way back in February of 2018. Enjoy. Mess. I did it again, I think. I did.
It's kind of tough. But,
Hold on. Wait. Let me get back here. Oh, my goodness.
It's kind of tough. But, somebody who's been, has a college degree, somebody who's been in the military and has an honorable discharge.
All right. There we go. Downtown Danny Brown. Thank you for watching, guys. I'm so sorry.
If you didn't hear
I'm just crashing.
folks,
Please forgive me. I will be back. I promise.
Welcome to the 100th full day.
God bless you.
It is Lieutenant Danny Brown. And Danny is on the phone here, and he just said, "Are you all ready to me?" You see, and I just got to say, I hope so. To fill your shoes, sir, to interview you, yes, I hope so.
Gosh,
How are
I
you
was
today?
so fat.
Doing well, sir. I hope everybody is, and all the way out there.
Well, I appreciate it. We got actually, you know, it's funny when you called, the sun came out. Now, I'm not lying to you. It really happened. The sun came out.
I wish I could take credit for it. I'm sure. And I've never been out there, but I've seen a lot. My wife has been out there a few times around Eugene. And,
Oh, yeah.
Just talks about how beautiful it is. She went up there, I think it's at Crater Lake. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Crater Lake is from where I'm at about 150 miles south and just a little bit east. We are from Eugene. We're about 60 miles north. That's where the University of Oregon is. You all did she come for a football game or sporting event there?
No, she's in the IT field, and she was just up there with her company. They were doing some computer work somewhere up there.
Oh, right on.
The pictures are beautiful. I mean, the country's beautiful up there.
Oh, well, thank you, my friend. You know, we like it, but I'll tell you something. I have been to North Carolina. I must admit, never to South Carolina. I've always wanted to go. I was very close once when I took a group of kids to a large church event in Atlanta, and I nearly went up to South Carolina because I've heard so much about it. You guys have a beautiful, beautiful place. You really do. Tell me, if you would, how long have you been with Richland County, Danny? You've been there a while, haven't you?
I've been for a while. I've been for 18 years now. I actually got stationed with the military initially here at Fort Jackson, and fell in love with the local area. Started looking around. Richland County at the time, Sheriff Black had just gotten elected to his first term. Just about the time I was getting out of the military, and the programs he was setting forth, I kind of dug what I was seeing on TV. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to check this out. And ended up meeting my wife. She went to a University of South Carolina right here downtown, and we met. And we've been here, 25 years now, pretty much. Wow.
Well, that's quite a legacy you've had there. That's fantastic. We're talking with Richland County's Danny Brown. Lieutenant Danny Brown, you are one of the popular guys there. There's a lot of activity that goes on within the department there on live PD evenings. And, you know, in honor of the 100th episode, it was truly a gift to get you. And I want you to do me a favor. Would you please let your captain know how much we appreciate what she did to help us get you?
Sure will. And she's doing a tremendous job. She just made captain over our public information office a few months ago, and she's been doing a great job trying to get her head wrapped around that whole job. It can be a beast for a major department like us because we're a big department, and we got a lot going on. So she's doing great.
Wow. Well, we are honored to have you, and please tell her thank you because we're very grateful to have you here. Truly are.
Sure will.
What was your first thought when being asked to take a camera operator with you, strap him into your car, and be part of live PD?
We were actually kind of ready for it because a lot of folks don't know, they may know or not, Mastriani and I and a couple other guys at the county were on Cops about 3 years ago now.
Wow.
Cops TV crews were here with us for about 9 weeks. We filmed with them all summer of 2015, and then our episodes aired the end of 2015. So that kind of gave us a call.
Absolutely. What I believe he has stumbled upon here is a massive discovery.
That's the question.
Oh, no, see, the man is already saying it on if you didn't hear this, folks at Live PD Nation, hello, and welcome to the 100th full day. It is Lieutenant Danny Brown, and Danny is on the phone here, and he just said, "Are you all ready to me?" You see, and I just got to say, I hope so. To fill your shoes, sir, to interview you, yes, I hope so. How are you today?
Doing well, sir. I hope everybody is, and all the way out there.
Well, I appreciate it. We got actually, you know, it's funny when you called, the sun came out. Now, I'm not lying to you. It really happened. The sun came out.
I wish I could take credit for it. I'm sure. And I've never been out there, but I've seen a lot. My wife has been out there a few times around Eugene. And,
Oh, yeah.
Just talks about how beautiful it is. She went up there, I think it's at Crater Lake. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Crater Lake is from where I'm at about 150 miles south and just a little bit east. We are from Eugene. We're about 60 miles north. That's where the University of Oregon is. You all did she come for a football game or sporting event there?
No, she's in the IT field, and she was just up there with her company. They were doing some computer work somewhere up there.
Oh, right on.
The pictures are beautiful. I mean, the country's beautiful up there.
Oh, well, thank you, my friend. You know, we like it, but I'll tell you something. I have been to North Carolina. I must admit, never to South Carolina. I've always wanted to go. I was very close once when I took a group of kids to a large church event in Atlanta, and I nearly went up to South Carolina because I've heard so much about it. You guys have a beautiful, beautiful place. You really do. Tell me, if you would, how long have you been with Richland County, Danny? You've been there a while, haven't you?
I've been for a while. I've been here 18 years now. I actually got stationed with the military initially here at Fort Jackson, and fell in love with the local area. Started looking around. Richland County at the time, Sheriff Black had just gotten elected to his first term. Just about the time I was getting out of the military, and the programs he was setting forth, I kind of dug what I was seeing on TV. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to check this out. And ended up meeting my wife. She went to a University of South Carolina right here downtown, and we met. And we've been here, 25 years now, pretty much.
Wow. Well, that's quite a legacy you've had there. That's fantastic. We're talking with Richland County's Danny Brown. Lieutenant Danny Brown, you are one of the popular guys there. There's a lot of activity that goes on within the department there on live PD evenings. And, you know, in honor of the 100th episode, it was truly a gift to get you. And I want you to do me a favor. Would you please let your captain know how much we appreciate what she did to help us get you?
I sure will. And she's doing a tremendous job. She just made captain over our public information office a few months ago, and she's been doing a great job trying to get her head wrapped around that whole job. It can be a beast for a major department like us because we're a big department, and we got a lot going on. So she's doing great.
Wow. Well, we are honored to have you, and please tell her thank you because we're very grateful to have you here. Truly are.
Sure will.
Danny, what was your first thought when being asked to take a camera operator with you, strap him into your car, and be part of live PD?
We were actually kind of ready for it because a lot of folks don't know, they may know or not, Mastriani and I and a couple other guys at the county were on Cops about 3 years ago now.
Wow.
Cops TV crews were here with us for about 9 weeks. We filmed with them all summer of 2015, and then our episodes aired the end of 2015. So that kind of gave us a called basic training. Cameras with us. So when they did interview us for the show and they started looking at the show, it really was kind of second nature for us because we also had gotten our body cameras going around the same time. So we were totally used to having our camera drop. The problem was
Whoops, hold on. We're kind of losing you a little bit. Hold on, Danny. You there, Danny?
yeah, I'm here.
Sorry about that. Okay, we heard at the point where you said the problem was. We're talking with Richland County, Danny Brown. Go ahead, Danny. Talk a little more about the Cops episode, and then going on to live PD.
Yeah, so we did film with Cops for a while, and that got us used. A few of us, like me and Mastriani, kind of had the benefit of having the TV cameras with us. So being on the live PD really was second nature for us. What we had to adjust to, and I think me and Tapler was on with me the first episode.
Yeah.
Was dealing with the live aspect of it that evening when it was completely live, when you got millions of viewers and you're like, yeah, I got to tell them what just happened. And then I think the biggest hurdle we had to overcome was trying to find a way of fitting them in our cars that we were driving.
Yeah, you one of the best parts, and why I'm so thankful for getting you was because you were there from the beginning. Now tonight's the 100th episode, but you, sir, Danny, you've been there since day one.
Yes, since day one, and I am proud of it. Our team has been there since day one too. And our community action team that we run is so community oriented along with this department. But Tapler, believe it or not, years back before he got promoted to sergeant was on the team with me. We worked this team for a while, And you can see that from the guys and gals that are on the show, how professional they are. And they are just a real quick snapshot of what the rest of this sheriff's department looks like.
Is that right? Well,
That's how we all are. That's how we do business.
That's really cool. Well, I'll tell you, if you have a chance to tell Kevin Lawrence hello from me, he's always been someone special in my heart too. You and him both are pretty special to me. So
That means a lot. Thank you.
give him a fist pump, okay? On the phone here with Lieutenant Danny Brown of Richland County, South Carolina. Danny, overall, what's been your experience now being with Live PD so long? Is it kind of getting recognized in a few more hotels or bars, restaurants, and what's Danny Brown like in Richland County now? Is he kind of a up and coming, moving, shaking guy?
I've always got aspirations. It's the military in me. I've always got trying to reach for that next ladder, not to be famous or anything, but I do want to always progress myself, and that's what I try to teach our guys. Is you got to be reaching. So it's funny you asked that because I had military duty this week. I was up in Nashville, Tennessee, and in my Army uniform. The other day I was in Zaxby's and getting some lunch, and this couple behind me was sitting there looking, and I turned around. I paid for my food. I turned around, and the gentleman looked at me and said, "Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but you look just like this cop that's on this TV show." I said, "Really? What show is that?" And he proceeded to go, and his wife's standing there kind of looking puzzled because I'm in my Army uniform. And I said, "I'll let you off the hook." I said, "It's me." And it was just totally cool. So they want to take a picture. It's that kind of stuff that's neat about the show. It's not to be famous, but the conversations that have been started have been amazing across the country. I think personally there was a huge gap in different groups in the police, conversational wise, years back, 3 years ago, probably 3 or 4 years ago. That gap has closed tremendously just because of this show. It's not because of all what we're doing, but departments across the country are being seen, and now those conversations with groups like Black Lives Matter and all these other groups, we meet with them on a regular basis now and talk about stuff. And that's what was needed a couple years ago, I think.
So you're finding that the show has been beneficial to you in that respect. You've gotten a little bit more, I guess the word is more appreciated in the community, but also I would assume with young people, you've got some clout, don't you?
Oh man, that has been unreal. If nobody was watching Twitter back during Halloween, you're missing out. The kids dressing up as Mastriani, as Kevin Lawrence, and I'm talking about not just dressing up as cops, but going out, getting their name tags made with Mastriani, Lawrence, Tapler, these kind of things. Just amazing. So kids that used to be scared of cops, teenagers, gang members that still don't like cops, but now they're talking to us, whereas before they wouldn't even talk to us. I mean, that kind of aspect has been amazing. If nothing else, the kids in particular, because 10, 15 years from now they're going to be adults, and their impression of us right now is how they're going to carry on and how they're going to teach people when they get up.
Absolutely right. No, I agree with you 100%. And I think the positive role models that you all portray there on the show it's been something you should all be proud of. I mean, I was always taught, go to bed being able to look at yourself in the mirror for what you did that day. And I think all of you can do that with a very big smile, because I think that the compassion, but more than that, the wisdom you show. A lot of people can look at law enforcement as being heavy-handed, or kind of power trip. That's not the way Richland County operates. You can tell it starts at the top from the sheriff all the way down, and you guys, you tend to have a very good set of listening communication tools. No question, you guys ask a lot of questions, but you also seek first to understand what they're doing or saying without jumping to conclusions. You're very good at that in Richland County, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Any situation you go into, if somebody is impaired driving, now granted, there's zero tolerance for it, but we still want to find out what the backstory is. Like, there's a reason why somebody has decided to, steal something or maybe smoke a little bit of weed and drive away. And that's one of the things a lot of folks hit us about on Twitter is, we're understanding. If you see, we don't lock a lot of people up for marijuana. Unfortunately, our state is the way it is. It's extremely strict on the marijuana laws here. Your possession is basically what equates to salt residue on the table. You can charge somebody. We don't, but we try to give a lot of leeway, a lot of understanding when it comes to dealing with situations. And we don't make the laws. It's just our job to enforce them. But at the same time, the human nature aspect has to come into it. You have to have some kind of understanding on each one of those incidents and kind of dig deep and see what's going on with it. Indeed.
Here in Oregon, we legalized it here about 18 months ago, and it's been different. I'll put it that way. It definitely has made things different. I'm sure, especially initially when people crossed over into California before they made it legal, it's just different. I'll put it that way. I thought I'd see a lot more of it than I do, but thankfully I don't. But it is definitely, there's lots of stuff out there about driving under the influence of weed, and that's an intoxicant as well. So to keep making sure they understand that. Just had a question online. Can you take one for me?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Just had a question online. The question was, and this is a good one, how, and we kind of answered this a little bit, but I think maybe they got here a little late. How has Live PD kind of changed your fame in your community? And we kind of touched on that a little bit. Can you go a little further with that maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Most of the guys on our team were pretty well known in our communities anyway, because we go to monthly meetings with all of our neighborhoods and stuff and find out what's going on. The show itself has changed, particular ones of us. Fame, I guess. Nobody wants to be famous. We don't want to be celebrities. We love being cops, but man, if this show, and if you recognize my face in public, come up, take a picture with me. It's going to start a conversation. That conversation has actually led to a lot of other tips and information, and we will give out crime prevention info when we're talking with somebody. We were in Asheville, North Carolina, a couple months ago, just me and my family. Mm-hmm. We're driving up there, and my wife says, I wonder how many people are going to recognize you. I said, I don't know, but I don't think it's going to be a lot, because I'm in sweatshirts, I'm in hoodies, and I got my ball cap on with my shades.
There you go. All right. So now,
I'm not trying to hide for nobody, but it's just nice at times. And here we are in the restaurant. We go into the Japanese restaurant up there in Asheville and sit down. The family behind us, about eight family members, are back there talking, and we start hearing the conversation. Oh. And it's like, I think that's him, Daddy. I think that's him. And the dad's like, I don't know. And I look over, my wife is already smiling. she knows they recognize me. So a couple seconds go by, and they said, excuse me, sir. And I turned around, and the table just erupted because they knew it was me. It was amazing. So we just sat back. We took a few pictures with them and said hey to them.
That's awesome.
It was pretty cool.
Now your family, they just know that's part of the deal, right?
They know it's part of the deal. Yeah. And because to be honest with you, regardless what anybody thinks, shows, fame, moments of glory, or whatever you call it, they only last for so long.
That's right. Yep.
So what we're going to do is we're going to grasp a hold of it while we can right now. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a short-time wave, but we're going to ride the wave like the boss says. Mm-hmm. We're going to ride this wave and use it to benefit our communities and use it to better the relationships with police across the country. So she understands, my son understands, and they know the schedule can get hectic, but she's always behind me 100%. It's been pretty awesome.
Well, that's good. Do you think the show, I just had a question here, has affected positive change in your community?
Oh, the positive has been phenomenal.
Good.
And you see some of these other areas where people get worried about how it's going to make a particular city look, mm-hmm. or how it's going to affect revenue, how it's going to affect tourism, being on a show like this, and we're showing things that are going on that people don't always necessarily, people don't want to see the bad stuff when they're driving to and from work. Mm-hmm. They don't want to believe that stuff goes on. And when they see it on the show, they're like, oh man, how is this going to impact our city? So a few of the departments have pulled out based on the mayor's saying, hey, it's negatively affecting our city. It's not. And what we understand with us is we're stuck in between Atlanta, Charleston, and Charlotte. We're in between three really major cities. Mm-hmm. So we're going to have these kind of things. We're a capital city. but we're not going to hide behind it. We're going to show you how we resolve these community issues on a positive level and make change. And if it means we're showing a few things that happen on Friday, Saturday night, so that people are aware of, hey, maybe I should lock my car so it doesn't get stolen and end up on live PD.
There you go.
Maybe I shouldn't drink and drive tonight because I'm going to end up on live PD.
No kidding.
That keeps a couple more drunk drivers off the road, and it's all worth it, for sure.
That's good. We're talking with Lieutenant Danny Brown of the Richland County Sheriff's Office. Danny, appreciate that. Now, I got to ask you, kind of off the rails here a little bit. Where exactly did Thundercat come from? You've got an interesting Twitter handle. What's the origin here, buddy?
Yeah, so it's kind of a play, and the way I spell it is Thunda. It goes back to my Army days, my active duty days. We were in Bosnia in 1996, and we were playing basketball one day, and a couple of my buddies started calling me Thunder Dan. I don't know why. It just kind of stuck. So they started calling me Thunder Dan. Then it got shorted to Thunder D, and I just kept it. I kept the Thunder part, and the cat part is not like what you would think Thundercats from the old cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very proud to be on this team, this cat team. I got selected to be on the team in 2000, about 6 months after I got hired on. So it's a real big deal for me to be selected on this team. I'm proud of it.
Good.
So I just threw Thundercat on there, and it's kind of the way it went from there. And then 8:30 was my first call sign when I got on the team. So just kind of a play on those couple things.
Well, I want to thank you for your service, not only in the military, but also on live PD to the people of Richland County. Danny, a lot of people, I think it's almost become cliche today to thank a veteran, and I do stand to say thank you for what you've done for our country. You've went into places that, thankfully I've not had to, and I admire you for that, for your bravery and for your courage and for standing up for our country. Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are all proud to do that. I promise you that.
Well, I'll tell you, we didn't talk about this before the show here, but one of the things I think it's interesting in our country, we still talk about on December 7th, it being the anniversary of Pearl Harbor, but can anybody tell you VE Day or VJ Day? Those were the days that we all celebrated, and it's I'm a big World War II person and love the history of it and of the greatest generation. But I think the renaissance of that is now, I think, for the folks that were in the First and Second Gulf War and people who have had to fight in Afghanistan and various areas. It's just, the world is not what we see here. The world is definitely a very different place when you go overseas. And I want to thank you for being brave enough to go into those shoes, my friend. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and we'll do it time and again. And I use those experiences in particular when we're talking to kids. When we're going to school, time we talk to kids, or we go and read books to kids.
Mm-hmm.
I always talk about how important our schools are here, because I've seen parts of the world where the schools, where the kids are working in fields, they're working in markets. They don't go to school, they don't have the opportunities. So it's just a blessing, the time and age that we're living in right now.
Oh, no question at all. Hey, Danny, what in terms of the department in Richland County, have there really been any changes since Live PD came to Richland County? Any changes to the exposure for the department, positive, negative? You kind of been the same, or have you found it to be because it's been more transparent, to be positive in the community?
The positive has outweighed everything. It's just been unreal.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest change has been to our schedules.
We just had that question.
Our schedules are fairly booked. Kevin Lawrence and Mastriani, Loriano, Eddie Perez, all of them, their dance cards are pretty full right now.
Wow.
And to be honest with you, it has not hurt recruiting. It's we really don't have to recruit. We weren't really having to recruit before. Our department kind of had, if you're on the East Coast, you kind of knew about our department. We're very proud of it. We're not better than any other department, but we are proud of what we're doing here. Mm-hmm. It's kind of been the outreach of it. The show is just up that a little bit more, I think. But
Well,
I think the biggest change has been the outreach to the communities has been a little bit quicker. It's allowed us to get to more communities and more people. every month, every day, whatever, and we find out what kind of problems the communities are having. We also use those realms to put out crime prevention info, tips, things like that. So we may reach, 40, 60 communities a month. With Twitter and with this show, if we have something occurring here in Richland County that we want to get out, and it may save somebody in Oregon from getting a car broken into, for instance.
True.
We can tweet it. Me, Chris, Kevin, we'll tweet it. We'll be like, hey, don't leave your cars running. Take the purses inside. That goes out to Chris is sitting at like 76,000 followers right now. When he tweets the crime tip out, 76,000 people instantly see that. That is amazing.
It is. Yep, I agree. And the power of social media, truly, that's why we're doing it the way we are, via Periscope on Twitter. This is Live PD Nation. This is the people that watch the show, and believe it or not, I mean, while you're doing your job there are thousands of these people who are constantly talking back and forth about Mastriani's nickname, Fastriani, for example. Okay, now, that's just kind of what he's called now. So, you guys just have these nicknames, and people, they know them and they talk about them. And, you guys are cold heroes here. You really are. And you mentioned it's a short-lived thing, ride the wave. I agree with that. I totally do, Danny, because I think that anything in life that's really worthwhile gets replaced by something maybe more worthwhile. But in the meantime, we're honored to hold on to the things that we have. And I think that one of the most, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think one of the best things I've seen with your department is the ultimate professionalism from every deputy I've seen on TV. You all still, no matter how impaired, no matter how wrong somebody is, unless they're completely being wrong, I mean, like to the point where they're a danger to themselves, you are always respectful. Yeah. You're always respectful, and you can tell that has to come from Sheriff Lott.
It is, and it's also in the way we train our guys. To be honest with you, when they start out here, they are required to have, if they're going to be a street-level cop, they are coming in with a degree. So it's going to show some initiative on the front end that this person wants this job. So if they've got a college degree, they're coming in, they're dedicated to it. And we go through, it's Sheriff Lott. I mean, he's our leader, but he's also made sure that we have a great training division. We go through training that on a quarterly basis that some of the smaller farmers don't get a chance to do in a year, We do training on hearing impaired folks. If you pull somebody over and they're hearing impaired, and you're thinking they're resisting you, but really they can't hear what you're doing. So they train us how to get over those hurdles. They train us on a lot of dealing with mentally handicapped people. You're going up to somebody and they're having some mental issues or maybe some medicine issues, but we're pretty well trained on dealing with some of this stuff, and the professionalism just needs to come with it.
That's great.
Nothing that we do, nothing that we end up on should ever be taken personal. If we roll up on somebody and they spit in my face, it's not personal. They may have had a bad day. They're going to catch a charge or two for it.
Yeah, I would hope so.
It's not going to, it's not going to be anything taken personal as soon as the handcuffs go on. It's what, from day one, I've always trained my guys. When the handcuffs go on, everything's over. It's not personal. You end it right there. If they're fighting you, whatever, you get the handcuffs on them. Scene secured, de-escalate, and then move on with it. That's what we try to do with every situation.
Very good. We're talking with Lieutenant Danny Brown of Richland County, South Carolina. Danny, in your county right now, what kind of issues tend to be more commonplace in terms of, some places you're going to have issues with meth or with drugs. Some places you have more DUIs. I mean, what tends to be pretty high in your county right now? What are you seeing the most of?
Right now, probably one of our main crime trends, and it's kind of being seen across the country right now. So, is auto break-ins. We have a ton of auto break-ins, and it's based on people just leaving valuables in their cars that shouldn't be in there. Anything from a purse to a laptop to firearms. We've had a lot of car break-ins lately where firearms have been stolen out of there. So now we're responding to a car break-in, and now I've got somebody running up the street that's got a gun. So it's those kind of things that are kind of big in our communities right now. It's the auto break-in. So we've got a big campaign on trying to push the info out through our CAT team to these communities. Said, hey, one, we need you to lock your car doors.
Yeah.
Take everything out. Those cars should be clear inside, like you just bought it from a dealership.
There you go. Yeah.
A lot of these car break-in guys are teenagers. If you leave money or things in there, they're gonna open the door. They're gonna go for it. The biggest drug problem we're having, we're starting to see a rise in our heroin, just like everybody else across the country.
Right.
We don't have a big meth problem in our county. Some of our rural areas do, but heroin's kind of on that upswing, and along with the opiate overdose stuff we've got going. But marijuana, and you got to see, it seems like we're super strict on weed. We're not. We write a lot of tickets for it. If I catch you driving with it, you're doing the same thing as a DUI in our state law.
That's right. That's right.
What we're finding with our marijuana here in the state right now is it's not just marijuana. We found a lot of our marijuana being laced with fentanyl.
Oh.
Liquid X.
Oh. Oh, you're kidding me.
No, it's not just marijuana.
We're getting a kind of a little.
Up to a certain grams here. It's up to 28 grams is personal use, but anything 28 grams or over is considered intent to sell. Yeah.
See, I'll tell you, Danny, and this. Go ahead. I'm sorry, you're cutting out on me here a little bit. I'm just going to say, for me personally, I had been on pain medicine for a long time because I had 10 surgeries in 10 years. And for those of you who don't know, fentanyl is essentially a transdermal form of opioid. And I don't know how people come up with these ideas to do crazy stuff with medications. I mean, folks, if you don't have a prescription, don't go and take somebody else's. And for goodness sakes, don't alter the one you have. I mean, you don't know what it's going to do to you, and whether I don't know who you are or care who you, I do care who you are, but I will say this, somebody else cares who you are too, and your death is going to be a lot more difficult for them than it will be for you, because you're just going to see the lights go out. They're going to live the rest of their lives with the loss of you. So please, you've heard me talk about this before, respect medication and don't take it unless it's prescribed for you, and only take it as it's prescribed for you, period. The end. Would you agree, sir? I hope so. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
Oh.
It kind of hits me at times because we'll be out working on Friday, Saturday night, and Grant, we could be honest with you, weed here is like the 60s all over. I don't know what it is about marijuana back here, but everybody seems to be riding around smoking it. And I talk to them, and you guys don't always get to see it on TV, but we talk to them, and we're like, look, if you're doing it in your house, nobody smells it, it's like alcohol. If you're doing it in your house, it's your business until your neighbors call on us or something like that. If you're out driving around and you're doing it, you have now made it my business and every other cop around the area.
There you go.
So we're going to talk to you about it. Our state, believe it or not, your second offense of just possession in our state is considered basically a high misdemeanor, low felony.
Oh.
It's that strict, and people are surprised. That's why we get hit a lot from California, from Colorado on that, because why are you guys messing with weed? Well, we've got some problems with it right now. I mean, we got guys lacing it with other drugs to get you addicted to it.
There you go.
And the reason why they do that is if they get some really what we call crap marijuana from like Mexico or somewhere, and they lace it, that way when they smoke it, they get super high, then they're going to go back to the same dealer every time.
Yeah.
He's got some value customers. So that's why we're kind of the way we are with it. We write a lot of tickets and just cut them loose. But we're just finding so much more than just weed inside of it when we get it tested.
Wow. We're talking with Richland County, one of their best, and this is Lieutenant Danny Brown. We are honored, very honored to have him here today. Thank you so much. Danny, a quick question. What advice, and this is the last question I have for you before we open it up to everybody in Live PD Nation, 100th episode of Live PD tonight on the Big A&E. Danny, what advice would you give to someone who is looking to get into law enforcement, whether they be a young person or maybe a second career person?
Man, it's worth it. It is totally worth it. I would advise whatever department you're looking at and whatever area you're moving into, jump on their social media accounts, jump on their web pages, jump on their Twitter pages, their Facebook pages. Learn about their department. See if it's kind of going in a direction you really want your career to go into. See if you want to be a part of it. Check it out. A lot of our departments like ours, we do citizens academies. where you can come out and you can spend a few weeks going through classes with the department, and we teach you all about what law enforcement is about, what we do. Check those things out. Go do a ride-along with the department. See if it's something you're interested in.
There you go.
Watch a couple of TV shows that are out there. And check it out. See if you want to go out there and do it. It is well worth it. You're not going to become a millionaire doing it, but man, if you are going into it, though, it's just like we tell anybody that's trying to enter professional sports or anything like that, get your education.
Mm-hmm.
Education will go a long ways no matter what path you choose, because like those guys playing football, baseball, we're not athletes, but to be honest with you, there's going to come a time where we're having to chase somebody. You get injured, and you're not able to be a cop anymore. You got to have something to fall back on. You really do.
Great advice.
Your college is going to go a long ways. But check it out, man. Go out there, have a good time, ride along with the cops. Call us up, talk to us. We'll be glad to help out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's totally worth it, man. I have a blast. Every day I come to work, it's something different. It's so cool.
Danny Brown of Richland County, South Carolina. That's I would think that most of us think he's a pretty cool guy, huh? That's some good stuff. Danny, can you take a few questions from Live PD Nation?
Oh, yeah, I'm on y'all's clock. It is no problem at all. I've got nothing going on.
Well, awesome. Well, I think we'll just have you around for a while then. That's perfect. Danny, thank you very much for that. Hey, how was Memphis yesterday? Did you have you have any ribs yesterday when you were on your way back? Or?
Oh, man. Somebody sent me a message bringing us some ribs, but I didn't get no ribs.
Well, let's just say I tried, okay? I tried. I did my best to try to, finagle a couple of ribs for you. But Nashville's got some good ribs, man. Oh, I'm telling you, all y'all where you're at there, in the South. I mean, you guys have the best food. Oh, man. If you haven't ever been, folks, if okay, I'm here in the Northwest, but I've been to North Carolina, I've been to Georgia, I've not been to South Carolina, and I will, but Lord willing, I will. But I'll tell you, the food there, if you think you have barbecue where you live, wait till you go have real barbecue, because that's the real deal.
Get it.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I got a question here. Whose car do they drive on the show? You're just driving your normal squad car, right? Or is it a different car for that night?
I think somebody's got a hidden agenda behind that question.
No, this isn't who you think it is, I think.
I'm being funny. On live nights, we ended up, because we have to have we got to have room for the camera guy, which is no problem. It's usually just a front seat.
Mm-hmm.
But on live nights, we have to have room for all the transmit gear, along with a producer and a tech guy inside the vehicle. So we got 4 people in the
Woo!
So we end up driving the SUV on live nights just for the room, and transmit antennas are on the top. So if y'all see these white boxes on top of the vehicles, those are the live PD transmitters that go. They actually use cell phone components to transmit the camera stuff and the live feed all the way up to New York.
There you go.
That big SUV, yeah.
You're learning it right here, folks, because of Danny Brown. Well done. Thank you for that. Good question, everybody.
Yeah, and it's that one we drive on live nights. About the boss, that was his previous Chevy Tahoe that he drove. And the reason why I said it might have been a hidden agenda, because I wrecked that car on live night a couple weeks after he gave it to us.
Oh, no. Did you really?
I did. I got kind of the squirrel in the rearview mirror kind of thing. We were driving down the road, and it was a live night. I had a guy come from behind a closed business in a vehicle. His vehicle was completely blacked out, and he was rolling up to the front of a beauty supply place.
Oh, boy.
Beauty supply place was just getting ready to close. Armed robbery time, so.
Oh, boy.
Armed robbery was going down. I went to turn in there. Car came up from behind me and nailed me in the right side of the SUV. So,
Oh, you know what? That was on TV. If I remember right, I remember seeing that. That was on TV. I saw that.
yeah.
And what I appreciate about that, Danny, you handled that very well. You kind of just went, oh gosh, I wrecked the car, but you were professional. You were good. No swearing. You did good. At least not what we saw. You did good, Danny. You did good.
I wanted to.
I bet you did. Well, we have somebody on the phone who is, I think, a little bit excited to talk to you. Do you have a second to talk to this young lady?
I sure do, yes, sir.
All right. Well, we have a call all the way 15 miles from where I'm at and about 2,000 miles from where Danny Brown is at. This is Lieutenant Dan's crazy crew from Twitter. Hello there.
Hi.
There she is, Danny Brown. And you know what? She has questions for you. She actually sent them to me yesterday, and she asked about that. So go ahead. And I understand that Danny's got some stuff for you, too. So here you all go. Go ahead. What's
Hey,
your question?
Lieutenant Dan.
And who is this?
It's Malia. I run your live Lieutenant Dan Crazy Crew account on Twitter.
Yes, you do. And I cannot thank you guys enough. We talk on Twitter. This was our first time talking voice to voice, I guess. Thank you, and thank your husband, too. You guys are rock stars.
Well, I was going to say thank you to you for letting me do it. I mean, it's awesome. I've learned a lot from you. I've learned a lot from everybody, and I met a ton of people, and it's just exciting that I finally get to talk to you.
If you guys are listening or not, following her on Twitter, it's a lot of fun on live nights when I'm off. And I got to tell you, girl, happy birthday.
Uh-oh. Happy birthday to you.
Got a birthday.
Yeah, it's next Thursday.
That's what he said. He said next birthday. Now you got one coming up.
Yeah, I'll be the big 32. Yay.
Well, do you have any other questions or any questions for Lieutenant Dan here? Look, wait, this is odd. Lieutenant Dan, do you have any questions for Lieutenant Dan? It's kind of redundant, but I like it. Go ahead.
Well, one of them already got asked, so I'll do another one. I wanted to ask you, what is it like to work with Mastriani, Kayla, and everybody? I know you guys give each other a hard time on Twitter, which is hilarious, but what is it like to work that closely with them?
You guys see us joke around on Twitter quite a bit, but the way we are on Twitter is the same way we are out here in the real world. We will rag on each other. We will leave funny little gifts in each other's boxes for each other. Kevin and Chris are on our team together, and Chris is probably faster than what you guys think he is on TV. He's unbelievably fast. Kevin's just laid back as he always is. Chris is laid back too, just smooth as can be, and as young as Chris is, for him to be at the point in his career to where he treats everybody the way he does, and he's able to handle those major incidents, it's just amazing. I wouldn't get on a treadmill next to Chris while we're at the gym anymore. It just won't happen. He tends to run 100 miles an hour for a whole hour, and it drives me bonkers. I just can't. I'm pretty fast. I got to tell you, I am pretty fast too, but working around Chris and being in the gym around him, I will not run next to him. It just won't happen. I'm 45 years old. I know better. But they are very cool guys. All the guys that on the show and the girls. I'd say guys because I include the gals in that conversation too. They're all super cool. We get along, and we're like any other family. We're gonna have disagreements. We're gonna have days that we just don't want to joke around, and we all know that, but we will pick each other up and let each other know, hey, maybe you need a couple. We joke around with each other. We take care of each other. And when it comes down, the joking's over when we're working, and we're straight business. But we still try to have a good.
There we go. Wow, that's good stuff. And I think that people see it. Do you agree with that, Lieutenant Dan? Lieutenant Dan Twitter, not Lieutenant Dan the person. It's difficult to do this part. Would you agree you see that come out pretty well on live PD, don't you? I mean, these guys are right there for each other, but you can kind of tell there's kind of a fraternity there between them all. They're definitely a brotherhood. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that, especially when they had to call Lorena when they had to get a interpreter for the I think it was 2 weeks ago when they had have him call in to talk to the three ladies and the gentleman. And it's amazing how right then he is available to get a hold of them. And I can tell it's a big family. They joke around a lot, but also are there for each other when something good happens or something bad happens. So
there
it's
you
awesome
go.
to see that.
There you go. Lieutenant Dan Crew, do you have any other questions of Lieutenant Danny Brown from Richland County?
I just have one more. It's kind of a random question.
Okay.
If you can meet anybody famous, who would it be?
Ooh, I like this.
Ooh, if I can meet anybody famous, wow.
Meet anybody.
Man, that's kind of a trip because the one that I would have said has already happened because Dan Marino has been kind of an idol for me when I was growing up.
That's cool.
Dan Marino, I was actually his security on Fort Jackson when he was here for an event for about 12 hours one day. I was just in hog heaven. Man, that's a pretty good question.
Yeah, it took me a little while to think of that one.
Do what?
She said it took her a little while to think of that one.
That's actually a pretty good one. And you know, it probably wouldn't be anybody that you would think from a celebrity list or something like that. It would, man.
You want to think on that for a few?
Met somebody really good. I met Chipper Jones a couple weeks ago when I was down in Daytona. That was another one that was on my list that just happened out of the blue. But regardless who the president is, I would love to meet a president one day. Just I met Bill Clinton one year, got to shake his hand, talk to him for about 20 minutes probably. But there's something about meeting the president, maybe going to a live PD studio would be kind of cool. I haven't got to see that yet. That'd be kind of neat.
Now see, we're working for officers in Dejas, try and help her get there. You know,
Yeah, she's awesome too. I like her.
I think the Danny Brown to NYC campaign should be started up very quickly now. I think we could maybe work on that for you, my friend. That shouldn't be a problem.
I think the company did, but a couple, what is it, back like 2 months ago, my wife got to go up to New York, and the producers and everybody, Sticks and Tom Morris, all of them, Dan Abrams, they were all super cool. They actually let my wife and her friend come by and check the studio out for a couple minutes before they went on the air. And I don't want to go up there to be on camera. I just want to go up there and see the place and get a steak or something. That's what I want to do.
There you go. Oh, you and I could talk for hours. Go to Morton's or, go to some great steakhouse and just enjoy. That would be nice, huh?
That's for sure. Before she ends up leaving, I got to tell y'all that Twitter fan page she has started up has just been amazing. Showing support they've shown for me, my family, and then just the law enforcement in general has been amazing and is thoroughly appreciated. Because there has been some other ones that hasn't gone so positive, and I just appreciate it.
Did you hear that?
Well, you are very welcome. I'm glad I can do this for you.
Well, you are. I will tell you this too, Lieutenant Dan Crew. You are really special, and I've been blessed to be your friend as well. And there's a reason why you got the phone number to make the phone call today, because you truly are that special. So we're really grateful to have you as friends as well. Thank you for that, dear.
Can I mention one more thing before?
Nope, that's
you
it.
guys are done?
Nope, that's all. Next caller will be. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Of course you can. Yes.
Well, I just want to remind everybody who's watching that Lieutenant Dan is raising money for Children's Cancer Awareness.
There you
He
go.
will be shaving his head at the end of this month, so he is really, really close to his $2,000 goal. So if you guys have extra money, a little bit, doesn't matter, to help him raise the money to fight children's cancer, I know you really, really appreciate it. I will really appreciate it. So I want to say thank you again to all my followers. And to some of those, yes, I'm a chick. Many of you thought I was Lieutenant Dan. I wish, but I'm not that cool. But I just want to say thank you to everybody.
I think you guys are way cooler than me, and just mentioning that is amazing because we try to do some good things out here, and that's been the other cool thing about the Twitter pages and just everything. We're able to get the word out about so much of our stuff that we're doing, which is cool.
Well, Danny, one of the things that, in fact, while we've got Lieutenant Danny's Crew here with us as well from Twitter, we're going to. That was one of the things I kind of want to surprise you at the end of this here. I've done some little bit of research, a little show prep. I'm a little professional sometimes, every now and then. We're going to be for the next 48 hours. This is the biggest weekend for Live PD, probably since about the second season premiere, I would say. And we're going to be spending the next 48 hours raising money, helping raise money for your fund, for cancer research. In fact, I have a brother who, by the grace of God, my friend, he's been fighting cancer since 2011. He has went through, he just finished his 8th cancer surgery, and he's currently cancer-free. He's recovering from that surgery. But kids with cancer, it is, I mean, it's one thing for my brother, he's 65. When you're 6, it's a totally different world, guys. And you know, we're going to do our best this week on our page, you know, to raise some money for Danny's group. And what we'd like to do, Danny, is as soon as we're done with this here with live on Twitter, I'd like to talk with you for a few moments about how we can get that information onto our page so people can give directly to your fund. Is that all right?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. And I've got I got my link I can actually send to you.
Good.
And we can do that. And you were so right. I think all of us throughout the years have been touched one way or another by cancer. But to see the little ones that are suffering with it is just it'll do you in. It's just unreal. In particular with the courage those kids are showing.
Yep.
Just amazing. So if it means that we shave our heads once a year, hey, I'll do it. I'll do it every day if I have to help these guys out.
There you go. There you go. Well, Danny Crew, thank you for calling in. Do you have anything else for him? I know how excited you were to speak to him, and what an honor it is for us to have him, but also grateful that you could be here as well to enjoy the moment.
I can't think of anything now, but I'm sure I'm going to kick myself later because I'll remember a whole bunch of stuff to ask him, but I can just message him and then...
There you go.
Okay. I think I'm everything. I know one more thing. I know my husband was very jealous of you when he saw that you were at NASCAR. That's his big dream to go see them race. So I want to say thank you for all the pictures he posted and stuff. And I want to say thank you, Jim, for letting me share your life, your everything with the RSCD group and stuff. And I say thank you again for just letting me be part of your life. I enjoy it, and I've already had it for over 6 months. So here's to another a bunch of years of just, you know, getting to know each other and showing the world how awesome you guys are. And hopefully at least it'll change one person's mind about how the police are. So I just want to say thank you.
I think it has.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, my dear. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
No, that's good stuff there. You know what? I think that I think what she does, Danny, is I think she speaks for most of us in Live PD Nation by saying how grateful we are to be, you know, we're not trying to be, you know, bugs. You know, we're not trying to bug you. We're not trying to just get in the way every time you turn around. And, you know, we want you to have a good meal in a restaurant. We want you to be able to have a real life and all that stuff. But we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to at least see what it's like, because like in my brother's case, he's mentally disabled, and he didn't have the ability to be a police officer. That's all he wanted to do. I mean, that's all my brother Bob ever wanted to do. So on Friday and Saturday nights, he gets to see what it's like. And I think for a lot of Americans and Canadians, tons of people in Canada watch. My gosh, my friend. Susan Patton, if you're out there watching, we're grateful you are. We know she's a Canuck. So
Canada, it's amazing how many of them up there get it. And we've even got hits from England, from Australia. It's unreal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have made such a difference, and you have, you know, I think, Danny, what's been nice about it is I saw on Fox News Channel yesterday, Sean Larkin was on Fox News Channel talking about all of the police, not just the deaths, but the amount of assaults that have been on police officers just in the first almost 3 months of this year, and it's over 14,000 assaults. And you come to a place like this, and there's all this love, and there's all this positivity towards police. We want you to know that we really do care, and we want you to know that you do mean a lot to us, that blue lives do matter to the people here on Twitter, on Live PD Nation. You guys are revered, and we carry you on a big high pedestal. So keep up the good work, really. Okay?
Yes, sir. It means the world to us to hear that. And you know, and people are doing it already, but if you ever see a cop, firefighter, EMS, soldier, airman, whatever, just thank you. And but that could be the last time you see them. It's just the nature
There you go. Just got one. Team Boomer from Montreal watches faithfully. Love you, dance. There's some love from Montreal, Canada. Any more final questions for Lieutenant Danny Brown of Richland County? We have him just for a couple more minutes. We've got, I know, boy, quite a few Canadian folks do get a hold of us, and they love the heck out of the show. I mean, I know Cops was big, and America's Most Wanted was big. Tom Morris Jr. connected with of course, America's Most Wanted. But you personally, to watch you guys in action, I look at you and actually Chris Mastriani and Kevin Lawrence. I kind of look at the three of you guys being kind of like the three amigos in a little bit, kind of like the Steve Martin movie. You guys just kind of, I could see you guys in like a restaurant somewhere and just having fun throwing chips at each other almost. You three seem to be very, very close.
Yeah, excuse me. We've got a great team, and this team, we've only got about 15 people on our team, so we tend to be, when we're working the entire county, and we're in it, man. We're in downtown Baghdad every day out here working, so it could be fun, or it could be, you could end up in a shooting for your life, and you want to make sure you're guy to guy.
You go to a walking
like
house.
each other that day, if something happens, man, we're coming. We're coming to you. And we have fun. There's no reason to come to work every day and hate your job. If you can't strap that seatbelt on and be like, man, I'm looking forward to today. You don't have to be like, hey, this is gonna be the best day ever. But if you get to that point to where you're strapping that car on and you put that duty belt on, you're like, man, I am tired of this job. It's time to hang it up. But we love to have fun when we're at work, really do. And we love working with people. We will chase you down, and you hop a couple fences on us. You'll get caught. We'll bring you back, and we'll laugh about it. And a lot of times, that's what happens. There's people like, man, that was a good chase. And we'll give them props. They'll give us props, and it's fun. You got to have fun while you're out here.
I think the two of my favorite live PD moments ever was when Chris Mastriani chased the one guy over a bunch of fences and caught him up. He caught up with him, and the guy said at the end, he says, well, I let you catch me. I just got tired. I'm thinking, no, dude, you got owned. That's what happened. But anyway, that was one of my favorite ones. And there was another one, and I remember it like it was yesterday. And I'll tell you, it was Kevin Lawrence being totally authentic. He said the gentleman had made a remark about him being black, about the guy being black, and Kevin said, man, that's right. Yes, I've been black all my life, and I've been black longer than you've been alive, and I don't use that excuse. Just, it was so truthful and so good. It was an authentic moment, and I think that's what makes live PD so special. You guys are caught in a moment of, you're there live. It's happening as it's happening, and people see you in the moment where you have to make a split-second decision. And I want to tell the people of Richland County, South Carolina, how very blessed they are to have the group that they have there, because you guys are truly second to none. We're getting lots of hearts up here for that. Danny, I'm going to cut you loose. I don't want you to have to be with me forever, but I do want to thank you for joining us. Danny Brown, Richland County, South Carolina. Folks, give him love. Give him your donation. We truly, truly, truly mean that. It's for cancer research for children. We're going to try and cure this beast right now and make sure that no child ever has to come home and worry about dying because of cancer ever again. We're going to see what we can do to raise some money. So, Danny, hang on the line with me. Oh, my gosh, we'd love to have you again. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Hang on with me. Twitter, I'll see you shortly. God bless you. And thank you for joining us with Danny Brown. Danny?
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow.
Yep.
Deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance.
Sounds right.
Somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him.
No way.
Don't even try.
That's right.
Here's Larry with this week's guest.
Hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be. We are hitting sound. Are you ready? The speed of sound. It is hour number 28. Coming up. Hang on. We're having fun. We're doing what we can to raise money for two Williamson County deputies, Zach Camden and J.J. Johnson, both super guys with Williamson County, Texas. The whole issue here has to do with getting proper representation for them, being able to pay the old retainer for the attorney fees, that big dollar amount. And then they add zeros onto that. But we need to start. We need to get them going. And right now, we're still short. We've raised a lot of money, folks. We have $1,380 since this all began yesterday. I'll take that. That's good. Want to thank all of you who've given. We're going to make a drive, make a punch through, try and get it going, kick it into gear. Are you ready? Hour number 28 of the telethon to help you these wonderful deputies in Williamson County, Texas is coming up. Hi there, everybody. I'm Larry. Welcome to what's left of the hidden bunker here after 28 hours. We're here to help raise money for two very special deputies. Deputy J.J. Camden. Wow, you can tell I'm getting tired. Deputy J.J. Johnson and Deputy Zach Camden from Williamson County, Texas. The GoFundMe is right there. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. All you need to do is go onto your web browser, type in GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Make sure it's got the S on it. Then you'll be directed to the right page that has, right now, a lot of money. We're very, very pleased and we're very grateful for everyone who has given from their heart. And there are many, many, many people who have done that. And I want to thank you right here, right now. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks for what you've done. That's pretty cool stuff. When people give like that, that's very, very special. So we are entering hour number 28 of this fun time that we are working on here, and we need your help. We do. We want to get your help to help us help them, okay? Jill Bamai in Canada, bless your heart. Jill, thank you from the bottom of mine. Thank you very much. Oh, man, I feel like I just ate something bad. And I haven't eaten yet. I told my pastor that I would help him with the church service thing for Sunday. And he knows I don't want to do it because I don't like moving the equipment. It's expensive, and I don't want to break it. Anyway, that's a wrestling match I'm having right now. But I know that these guys need the money. I know that what we're doing is noble and right. I know it's for the right reason. There's no question about that. And so I have to go with my gut and say, you know what? What is here is here. What we've started, we need to finish. And these guys are counting on it. They are. And not only that, they're praying on it. So welcome to hour number 28 of the YouTube Twitter-a-thon, so to speak, the telethon to raise money for both deputies from Williamson County, Texas. Now, how do we get here? Well, a lot of things have happened. First of all, way back in June, some wonderful people who care very much for both Deputy Johnson and Deputy Camden got together, and they put together a GoFundMe page. Now, before we go too far, I'm going to let you know, when I get really tired, okay, my eyes wander. They do anyway. My eyes always wander, but it gets really bad when I get tired. So I'm going to look kind of weird sometimes to y'all. I'm still looking at the camera, but one eye is going to be like over there, just the way my eyes are. It's unfortunate, but that's the way my eyes are. I need to get that fixed. What they do, it's interesting, by the way, before we go into this here, to do that, what's interesting about that is they do a surgery, essentially, where there is a muscle that's in your eye, and they kind of think of it. Let me see if I can find some. Okay, here, this will work. Okay, this microphone cable. All right. So think of your eye muscle like this cable, right? Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to bump everything too. Let's just make a lot of extra noise. Okay, so think of your muscle like this, right? Okay, so in essence, what they do to bring your eye back to true story, what they do is they take that muscle and they crimp it to make it smaller and they kind of tie it off. And then they wake you up and they say, how's that? Do you see double? Are you seeing double vision? And then they let them know. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. So I've just always thought, okay. Yeah. And that's the other thing too, Joe. You have to wear a patch after it. I'm not really, I don't know. I think that, I was supposed to have it when I was a kid. My mom wanted me to have it, I think, but it just never happened. And so, yeah, it's one of those things. I just want to let you know, like this eye is good right now. Like it's look at the camera, but look at this one. It's way over here. So that's just my disability. Please forgive me. I don't want it to look creepy. I'm not trying to, but my ears are ringing and the mouse choir is singing, but we're going to do our best because these guys truly do need the help. I guarantee it. All right. This all started way back in June when some good-hearted people got together in Texas and in other states, okay? Another state, I should say. Blue-blooded was one of them. Another one was Jessie Sternat. She is from the Georgetown area. And then the other one's Christine Peterson. Bless their hearts, they got together to help these guys out because they knew they needed the help. So what ends up happening is they do the GoFundMe, okay? And there's a group in Texas who essentially do, for lack of a better term, it's kind of like legal insurance. It's called TMPA, all right? Now, TMPA, for whatever reason, did not protect them. Bear with me. I've got a pain patch on my knee. So I'm kind of adjusting that. Anyway, TMPA didn't come through. They literally let the guys hanging with a $20,000 attorney retainer. My gosh. So here are these two guys trying to work a public service job that doesn't pay them a ton of dough. And here they now get stuck with this bill, which I can't believe a peace officer has to pay, but they do in order to protect themselves. So here's the deal. We're looking for you to help. We're looking for you to do two things, actually three. I know it's a lot to ask, but if you can do the first two, we'd be happy. First one is give, please, at GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Second is share that link because you have different friends than we have and different connections. Maybe one of them would be helpful to give. And then from there, if they share and they share and they share, man, it's amazing what can happen when the power of people all work together. You know that? So anyway, this group of people got together in Williamson County, Texas, and they said, look, we're going to make a difference. We want to do this. So you're not getting any help. And then it was found on July the 2nd that it's very possible that these two guys are going to now face two grand juries, not just one. One of them would be in Williamson County. The other one would be in nearby Travis County. What that means essentially is that these guys need legal representation yesterday. Literally. It means yesterday. And I'm feeling guilty as heck because I had committed to helping my church with the equipment. And I don't like doing it only because I don't want it broken. I mean, I can't afford to replace it. So, and it's not that they wouldn't replace it if it broke. They would. But then I'd feel really obligated because they paid for it, right? So anyway, Jill Bamai, hold on, we'll get to those. I want to just finish with this thought with the GoFundMe. So two grand juries now, all right? So as of July the 2nd, they were at $10,730. Now it is at, believe it or not, $12,770. That's pretty cool. Yeah, in this economy, in this life. Yeah, absolutely. Mary Pluff, one of our good buddies. Hi, Mary. Good to see you. Hi there. So we're trying to help raise some funds for both of these brave deputies so we can help them because they don't have the ability to pay these legal fees. We're getting closer and closer, but we're inching and we need to go a little faster. We got to get some momentum speeding up again. So we're asking you if you'd be kind enough to please give at GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. You can give $5, $10, 20, whatever you can comfortably afford. Actually make it uncomfortable, a little uncomfortable. If you do that, you'll get doubly blessed. It always works. Jill Meyer, gold medal moderator, ring it. Yeah, I remembered. Here it is. I'll move this down here so you can see it all. There it is. If you can donate, please just click on that link. If you click on it, it'll take you right to the location on YouTube, on the internet, and you can donate. It's simple. Let me put it up one more time. Thank you, Jill. That's a lot to type. I hope you've cut and pasted it by now. I'm sure you did a long time ago. So that's the YouTube. I'm sorry, I did it again. That's the internet connection for you to give at the GoFundMe. That's the link. Okay. Now, if you give, we'll be very grateful. $100 gets you a free show done here. We'll do whatever topic you want to do for trivia, and we'll do our very best to make sure that you and whoever else you want to make happy will be happy. Okay. If you give $1,000, now that gives you a whole week of shows. Whole week of shows. Who can say they got that? You can. And also be helping out some very special deputies. So with that said, you need to understand that we are working so doggone hard, literally 28 hours of doing this show. Shobamai, it's great. Of course I cut and paste. I could never type it correctly, LOL. Yeah, me too. I'd be like, no, there's one letter. Oh, back, hit the mouse. Anyway, so what these wonderful people, and I mean by these wonderful people, Christine Peterson, Jesse Sternat, and Blue Blooded, what they did was really kind to get help for these two deputies. And the whole purpose of it here is to assist them to pay for legal fees. That's really what it is. So we're begging you, please give, really, because you can make a difference by taking such a load off of these guys. And you can help me actually get to sleep too, okay? I said a long time ago, not a long time ago, a few hours ago, I'd rather fall asleep here on camera than give up, because it means that much to know that I gave everything I had to help these guys, because they give everything they have to help other people. That's true. We're going to hear speaking of Texas, I have a very inspiring speech that was given. This has been, I think, 2011, and it was done at University of Texas in Austin. Great speech. In fact, probably one of my favorite speeches ever in the history of the world. It's actually, I need to find it here just so I have it correct. I think I have it here in my links. So, it's Admiral McRaven, and this was back in 2011. He was at University of Texas, and he was giving a speech to the graduating class. And he talked about the 10 qualities of a successful person. Okay. Mary's asking if it's a Leo's Coast. Yeah, it is, essentially, because we're supporting law enforcement officers, Mary. So yeah, it's Leo's. There's no guest. It's just me. But we're here to try and together work to help, because help is so desperately needed right now. It really is. Now, understand, I've given up a whole day with my brother who has not been feeling great. I feel bad about that. I do. My wife, who's going to be coming home from work here in about 20 minutes, and I'm going to be up here. And sleep. Those three things. I haven't even eaten yet. I haven't eaten. So I ate some cereal last night. But my point is that this is so important for us to give. It really is. We really, truly need to do what we can to help these guys, because they really needed the help yesterday, literally. Okay? So, yep, he's a good favorite, isn't he, Mary? He's an amazing guy. Love Danny Brown. Hard not to love Danny. He's a good guy. So, anyway, what we're going to try and do is explain to you what's going on, why, and how and all that good stuff. And hopefully you'll hang around with us because we'll do what we can to entertain you a little bit, maybe tell a few jokes. They might be funny. You never know. And we'll do the very best we can to try and help you understand the value of what we're doing. But I also don't want to be preachy and repeaty because that just doesn't work either. So what we're going to do is go back to something we tried all night long, which was to go on to YouTube Live and Twitter Live to let them know, hey, we're here and we're still raising money. So it seemed to make a difference when we did that earlier today, and we're going to do the same thing. So I'm going to just put down the GoFundMe account here real quick. This is on Twitter that I'm on right now. So if you are friends with me on Twitter, I'm going to go live on video. So it's going to be kind of the same thing. It's the same show, but it'll freak you out because both are on different delays. So you might hear me saying, hello, and then like a half a second later, hello, and it's going to drive you crazy. Don't do that. Don't put yourself through it. Not worth it. Doing something like this requires an awful lot of thought. An awful lot of thought. And this was done from the heart. It wasn't done with a lot of thought. And I'll be honest, I'm the first one to admit that. It wasn't. It wasn't set up like, okay, hour 28, this is the format. Okay, that's typically how we would do it if we were doing one of these things, which I swore I would never do again. But we are, because people need it. And I just want to just let you know that I'm doing the best I can after 28 hours of doing this, because it does mean a lot to two people who really need it and who are doing an amazing job just by continuing to work. So I do want you guys to know that I do care. I'm sorry that I'm kind of a little disturbed right now because I'm going up and down like a bobblehead, like a bobblehead. But the point is that I'm doing the best I can with what I have to work with, and I'm trying so hard to not make a mistake on either side, here or here. So we're going to go live on Twitter first, and we'll explain what we're doing, what's going on, and why, and hopefully someone will donate. That's the whole point. Okay. All right. Oh boy, I did it wrong. Yep, of course I did. But at least I can cut and paste, right, Jill? Cut and paste. That's our. I think, Jill, you can be paste because paste is better than being cut. Okay. We'll be cut and paste. I'll be cut. You be paste. Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna go live there, and so you can kind of hear a restart a little bit of this, but it's to let people on Twitter know what's going on. Okay. Keep in mind, Saturday night, not a lot of people are doing social media stuff because they're at movies or, well, no, they're not. COVID, sorry. Nope. They're just doing something else. Maybe they're watching Svengoolie. Who knows? I love that show, by the way. Don't knock Svengoolie. Any of you ever seen Svengoolie? You ever seen it? I love Svengoolie. It's on MeTV. Starts in here in the West Coast, about an hour and 15 minutes. So let me put this here and go live. Here we go. Hi, everybody on YouTube and Twitter. It's Larry, and this is hour number 28 of the telethon to raise money for the Defense Fund for Williamson County deputies J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden. Welcome. Okay, so we're here to raise money to help two Williamson County deputies who are in some big trouble. They need legal fees paid. They truly do. And I really want to emphasize how very important it is that they get the help. GoFundMe, then Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. That's what you do. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. I've put it on this link here on Twitter, and I have it always on the link on YouTube. You can find the show on YouTube at YouTube with us. That's the location you'll find it, YouTube with us. But please, 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 please give. We desperately need you to give. Since we started this yesterday, before we began this extravaganza, we've been blessed to be a part of helping to raise $1,380. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So we want to thank you from the bottom of our heart for that, but we have a long way to go. We need to get to $20,000. To do that, we need you to do two things. Please go to the GoFundMe page, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies, plural, and then cut and paste it and share it with as many people as you can, because right now I'm burning out, guys. It's been 28 hours and I'm starting to see things. So I need you guys to help me. If you would, please give whatever you can, 5, 10, 15, whatever it might be. We had someone today give $500. Again, thank you, Margaret C. Bless your heart. Wow. So I want to encourage you, please, to do what you can to dig deep and help two deputies who desperately need your help in order to maintain their careers, maybe their lives. That's how serious this is. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Again, if you'd like to watch the live show on Twitter, we are in hour number 28 right now, and we'd love to have you join us. Go to YouTube with us. That's YouTube with us, and we would love to see you. Okay? Twitter folks, God bless you. Thank you for being here. You're great people, and we appreciate your time. We truly do. Please give. Please, please give and share this fundraiser that is so important for two deputies in the state of Texas who don't have legal representation for doing their job. It's just unbelievable. I mean, how is that possible? So please give. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's it. Hope to see you here on YouTube. We'd be honored if you did. We thank you so much for your time, and we wish you the very best on my dear friends there on Twitter. Okay? God bless you guys. We'll see you soon. Please join us on YouTube with us. That's located on Twitter. I'm on YouTube. Sorry, it's been a long time. It's on YouTube. We'd love to have you join us. YouTube with us. Look for the live show. You can't miss it. We've been going a long time, and we would love to have you. Until then, be good people. God bless you. We will see you soon on Twitter, hopefully at hour 30. See ya. Okay, there you go. Hopefully, sorry. Wait, hopefully, I'm going to finish this. We will see you in about 2 hours, I think. That will be hour 30 by the grace of God. If we're still alive and breathing, we will do that at, that'll be at right about 11:49 Eastern. Now, it's a live PD night. Remember live PD? Yeah, both these guys were on live PD. They both were. Please give. Please, 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 please give, because they need you. They do. We need to stand up for our law enforcement. This is your opportunity, America, to stand up for law enforcement and support them, because we've seen so many people not support them. Please help them. They just we're not getting involved in who did what and all that. We're not. Dennis, good question. You're asking this on Twitter. Where is the link at? The link is officially on my Facebook page. Take a look. You'll find it all over. In fact, it should be the Facebook post that's just before this. So it'll be below this one, Dennis. Good question. So please give what you can. They need it. They desperately need it, because without it, they could be in deep trouble. We can't let that happen to our law enforcement people. Not anymore. Make that stand now. Make it count now. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Twitter folks, love you guys. Miss you. And I'll see you soon. I promise. Do my best to be back in about 2 hours. Until then, be good people, and God bless you. We'll see you soon, Twitter. Thanks, buddies. Bye-bye. Okay, so that is Twitteroni. And now we'll go to the same doggone thing at Facebook. 28 views. Wow, you're right, Joe. Wow, 28 views. Hi, Kathy. Hi. Bless your heart. Thanks, Kathy. Hanging out with our prayer group. See, Kathy and I were talking a little bit during the break, and I was telling her, I was really honest, I'm running out of steam. And, talking a little bit about the issue more with my pastor, and I felt bad about that. I do feel bad. I'm not a person that breaks his, Lord, his word. My word is my bond. I didn't do it this time. I'm at fault. I own it. It's me. I didn't expect to be doing this. Like I said, Friday morning, talked to Zach's mom, Kathy, and everything changed because I knew how serious it was in the information she gave me, I think a couple days before that. And so, yeah, I knew. I knew. So I'm just going to make sure here that this post here on Facebook will have the correct information below this one because if it does, then we're golden and we're good and golden grams and all that stuff. Okay. So I'm going to just do it that way. I'm going to go ahead and put the post so I can just say the same thing. It's below this one. And then they'll say, oh, okay, good. And then I can say, oh, okay, great. And then they can go give. That'd be great. Okay, neat. All right. So let me get that quickly posted onto Facebook, and then we'll go live with them, and then we'll talk a little bit together about things, and we'll do what we can to try and entertain you for a few minutes, share some stories, and hopefully have a little fun in the meantime. That's the hope here on the, is it YouTube with Friends? Not really. Kind of. Yeah. Kind of. Anyway, so we're hoping that you guys will all join us to help. And I know you have, and we're grateful for that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are now going to go live on Facebook to let them know what we're doing. And hopefully there's going to be somebody there or two or three. That'd be cool. That would give. That'd be neato. So let me go live. Are you ready? Here we go. Let me get these stupid emojis. Why does Facebook do this? It's annoying. I don't want to pick one of those things. I feel like a child when I go in there sometimes. No disrespect. Look, I like you, Facebook. I do. But I don't need to see mystery mask. Goodness sakes. Okay. There we go. Let's do that one. I don't want to do that. Okay. Fundraisers. Okay. Neat. Nope. No. Is it on here? Hey, is it on here? Let's see. Hold on. Maybe. Legal. Defense. Fund. Let's see. Just see if it is for, because if it is, if it goes this far, then we'll know, right? Okay. Legal Defense Fund. And it doesn't give us much. Nope. Okay. We'll try it. We're already this far. Might as well finish, right? Okay, for Wilco, let's just end it there. And if nothing pops up, we know. All right? Perfect. We know. Very good. Okay. So let me just go. Stop, please. Don't go any farther. Okay. Hang on. Let's go live on Facebook, and we'll go live with you here on the YouTube. Wait. The Leo's Coast to Coast Show. Hang on. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Energy, bring it. Hi, everybody on Facebook and on YouTube. We are live on both places. We've been going now for nearly 28 and 1/2 hours. How's that? We are here to help raise money for two very special Williamson County deputies, Deputy J.J. Johnson and Deputy Zach Camden. We're doing our very best to raise money for both of those brave gentlemen who literally don't have legal fees paid for through their office. It's they have a company that kind of does that, an insurance company, but they've let them down. So that left them holding a $20,000 bill. It's a lot of money, especially in public service work. I mean, being a teacher or, law enforcement, not a lot of money there to that. I mean, you're not going to make like $100,000 a year and say, okay, here's 10 grand. So what we're doing is we're trying to raise money for both of them. They need $20,000 total, but here's the great news. And I love this part. This is the part where I get excited to share it with you because I know it's really cool. It's a very special time. We are currently at $12,770, everybody, which means that we only need to get another $7,230. That's it, $7,230, and it's finito. Done, over, done. So, if you'd be kind enough, please, to give to this incredible opportunity to help the folks from Williamson County, we would be honored, okay? You can find the live show on YouTube by searching YouTube with Us. go to YouTube and then type in the little search window, YouTube with us. And then if you're here on Facebook, what I'd like you to do is please give. That's the most important thing. Give and share. Give and share. Give and share and give and share. So if you give and you share at GoFundMe, again, the GoFundMe address is on this page right below this Facebook post. Okay? If you go to that, just click on it. You can donate money immediately to help these two deputies with their defense fees because they don't have it taken care of. And it's not their fault that they don't. This is simply politics. It really is. Seems like it's all politics. So please do whatever you can to help them. Maybe give up a coffee this week or a lunch. Maybe, have a sandwich instead of going out to eat. But please, can you help them? Even $5 makes a difference. It really does. Please give at GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Again, on Facebook, it's right below this post. We'll be live, hopefully, as long as we can through the night. Currently 28 and a half hours nearly into this, and we are honored that you would join us. So please join us on YouTube if you want to watch the live show. We'd be honored to have you. Until then, be good people. God bless you. Thank you so much for spending time with us today, Facebook. We do appreciate you. You can see my eyes. I'm exhausted, but this is more important because these guys need it, and somebody has to do it. God bless you. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you hopefully on YouTube, or I'll see you in a couple of hours. Okay, guys? See ya. Bye, everybody. Okay, so there it goes. And like that, it moves into the atmosphere out onto Facebook. Okay, neato. All right, so that's cool. So that's set. That's good. Let me take one quick eyeball at the other page. I think so. We're good. No, wait a minute. No, that's not it. Hold on. Okay, I see where we wait. No, it's got to be there. Sorry, don't mean to be like totally, but I'm trying to make sure that this is right. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit the copy button one more time just to be sure. And I'm going to take a look over at the fine folks here on, yeah, it is. Okay, Facebook's good. Twitter, let's take a look. Because Twitter can give you trouble sometimes. You ever notice your tweets don't show up? You'll look on your page, right, and your tweets don't show up. So you have to go to tweets and replies, and there it is. You're like, how'd this get here? And why isn't it on my main page? Well, I don't know. It's the hidden secrets. It's one of the hidden secrets of YouTube or Twitter. Okay, so there's that. Nope, it did not. Why did it didn't go live? Well, I'm not sure why. I don't see it. So I think what we'll do is we will go live right now with them on Twitter. Twitter, because it didn't save it for some reason. Don't know why. Okay, hang on. What song is that? Oh, come on, feel the noise. Had to think of it for a second. I don't know why. That's where that came from. I'm thinking, what's that song again? I don't know why. Come on, feel the noise by Quiet Riot. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Live on Twitter Rooney. Joe Bamai, Larry, the video didn't make it on Twitter. Yes, we are doing that right now. I realized I'm tired. I messed up. I'll get it fixed. Here we go. On to Twitter. Thanks for checking, Joe. You're the best. I'm actually right there with you. Same thing. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Hi, everybody on Twitter and YouTube. Welcome. It's hour 28 and one half of the Twitter telethon to raise money for Deputy J.J. Johnson at Williamson County, Texas, along with Deputy Zach Camden. Both people do not have legal representation helping them because their little TMPA group kind of bailed on them. Really did. So they need your help. What we're asking is please give at GoFundMe.com Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. I've put that right below this live tweet. It's right there on Twitter. You can't miss it. Please, please, please give. Give what you can, even if especially if it hurts a little bit. I found if you give till you hurt, it kind of blesses you doubly. So would you do that, please? Give over at GoFundMe. You'll be helping two live PD heroes, both Zach Camden and Deputy J.J. Johnson, who need legal representation and can't afford it because their legal insurance essentially kind of bailed on them. So that's where we come in. America, we are going to do what we can to support these two Texas deputies and stand up for once to law enforcement. We're going to finally stand up for them. I mean, not to them, but for them. So we're going to stand up for law enforcement. And your way of doing that would be to go to GoFundMe, give whatever you can, please. By the grace of God, since we started this telethon, the fine folks, both on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube combined, have donated, get this, $1,380. Thank you. That's a lot of money. And so we need more, though, because it's $20,000 that they need. 20 grand. So what we're doing, just so you understand, we're not going to, because this is a great question just came on the screen. I missed what happened to the Wilco deputies. Well, here's the thing. This really, we're not going to get involved in what happened or who's wrong and who's right. It's really about everyone deserves legal representation. Unfortunately, these officers who had insurance, it's not honoring it. They're not honoring it. So they're stuck with a legal retainer of 20 grand, literally. And then, on top of that, there's going to be more payments probably or bill on top of that. It's a lot of money. So we're asking you, out of the kindness of your heart, Live PD Nation, you've supported Live PD folks. You've been there for Live PD. You've created Live PD Nation on Twitter. It started on Twitter. Important note. That's true. That's true. So with that said, we're asking you to please give at the fine GoFundMe page that's listed below. It's a shame what's happening to these guys. It's criminal what's happening to these guys. In America, we need to stand up for law enforcement now. We do. It's time that we stand up as one for our law enforcement and we say, look, enough is enough. We're going to give. We're going to help. We're going to give whatever we can to help these guys, just to make a point to America that, look, if our guys are down, we're going to stand behind them. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to stand behind them as best we can, as long as we can. If that means with our pocketbooks to protect them in court, to keep their good name, we'll do that too. And I do know that this has been painted in the news. Another good comment here on Twitter. This has been painted on the news. And I haven't seen it so much in Austin, but I have seen it outside of Austin, like a black and white thing. It has nothing to do with that. They've made it into a racist issue. It's not that at all. Zero, zip, nothing. It's not. This is about two guys who were doing their job. Actually, one doing their job, and then backup came was the other one, and then now they're both tangled in this mess. Look, we're not here to discuss who's right and who's wrong. We're here to say, please help them. That's it. Please help them. Help them get at least representation. Everyone deserves to be represented in the court of law. If far be it for us as Americans to expect our law enforcement professionals to do that tough job and not have protection. No, because in our world today, there are too many people who are too litigious. They will go after you. They will sue you. They will do anything they can to go after you, especially now after the George Floyd incident, which we all know was absolutely insanely wrong. There's no one in America, I think, that says that's right. Nobody. So please understand that we're doing our very best to help these guys. And that's why I've been going now. We now have turned over to over 28 and a half hours. I've been awake on YouTube doing this Twitter telethon. This YouTube telethon. So we need your help, Live PD Nation. Will you step up? Will you help us? We desperately need you right now. Please, right below this tweet is the link. Please click on that link and give what you can. We desperately need your help. If you donate $100, I will give you a show here on YouTube, a trivia show built around you. You can be on the show. You can do Skype. You can do the whole 9 yards. It's your show. $100. Hit me up. $100. I'll take a look on GoFundMe. You give 100, you're in. That's it. Okay? There you go. So I want you to know that this is so important. Please go below this tweet and please type it in. God bless you. Twitter, I love you guys. We started with you. It's where Live PD began. And by gosh, the show would be on right now if it was not canceled, but it's going to come back. I promise it will. It's going to come back. If you can't share it, if you can't give, share it. It's okay. Take that GoFundMe address and share it. Here's why. If you share it, what you're doing is you're sharing it to somebody that's part of your friendship, right? Your group, and they may say, "Oh, hey, I'll do that," and they'll donate some money. That's why if you can't donate money, please cut and paste the address in your browser and then just cut and paste on your page. Share it. That's it. That'll help. Good time. Okay? So please share it. That would be amazing. That helps big time. Thank you, Joe. Good job. So please share that link if you can't give. If you can give, please give what you can and share the link. And by goodness gracious, we'll do our very best to make sure. If you give 100, you get a show. Okay? That's the way it works. We'll make sure you get it. And it'll be a ball. And you'll have everybody. And by the way, hold on. Tony Cerniglia, 8 minutes ago, $100 right there. Way to go, Tony. Hey. Okay, so if you hit me up, Tony, you let me know you're you, we'll do a show. I will. We'll do it for you. And you'll be on Skype. You can create it. We'll talk about what kind of show you want for trivia. It'll be fun. You'll have a ball. It'll be your show. It'll be on Twitter. It'll be something for you for the rest of your life. You'll be able to share with your family for $100. That's what I'm doing tonight. $100, your show on our channel that will always be yours. It'll be dedicated to you and it will be yours. $100 and it's yours. Okay? There you go. So, Twitter, thank you for watching. Please click at the link below and God bless you. Thank you so much. Tony, hit me up. If you're here, hit me up and let's talk because we need to get your show. And I'll promise I'll keep my word with you. Until next time, God bless you. I'll see you in about 2 hours, God willing. If I can still stay awake, that'll be hour 30 and a half when I come back. Right now at 20 and a half and one eye is closed. So hopefully we'll make it. Until then, God bless you. I love you, Twitter. I love you. You're my favorites. Always have been. We came here to YouTube because it's just a bigger audience to be able to reach people. But I miss you. Please know that. Thanks, Scott. God bless you guys. We'll see you shortly, okay? Live PD fans, hang in there. We're not done yet. They're coming back. Hang in there. Bye, buddy. There we go. Oh, my gosh. Thank you. Another $100. Wow. It's amazing how something that's dead for so long and you do all you can. That's really annoying. Okay. Sorry. Eyes are killing me. It's funny after all that time when you desperately, really need it, right? And you're saying, gosh, we just got to make it work. We're driving nuts. We're going crazy. And then, there you go. Now we only need, get this. Hey, we're getting there. This is cool. We only need $7,130 to make it. $7,130. I like that. That's cool. $7,130. And that will take it because that's good. So what we're going to do, I'm going to do this real quick because it's important. I'm going to share this right now on Twitter. And the reason I'm doing it is because I want them to see it a second time. Because there were a lot of people that were there. And I want to be able to do this and make sure that they see it. So just a moment. Let me go and do this. It's secret. Shh. It's Don't tell me. Why am I whispering? I don't know. It's not like you're here. Okay, hold on. Do this here, and we type in Aunt Jim. Let me see. We got there, and then we're having Verdi student, and there we are. Update your password. Not now. If it's the wrong password, why would I do that? Why would I do that? I don't know now. Okay, let me try this password. I don't know. I just log in. That's all I do, okay? No, I just log in, and it's there, okay? I don't know what else to tell you. I do my best to log. Now it's not working. Okay. This makes me very disappointed. Okay, hold on. Hold on, please. Uno momento, my friends. Let's try this. Oh, this one will work. I know it will. Bingo! There it is. Okay, here we go. And away we go. Hold on. Here we go. Let me just add a little thingy to it, okay? Hold on. Please, helps if you spell it right. Please help to hashtag, that's a dollar sign. Don't work. Live PD heroes. Heroes who need legal won't work here. Legal representation for, let's see, related to doing their job. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to share this again, and hopefully we get somebody else who will give again. That's the whole deal. Even if here's the deal. This is so important. Listen careful. Please listen carefully. If you go to this page, the GoFundMe page, okay? The one that they're working with, right? Okay. And you just share the link from there. You can do it real simple. Okay? Hold on. Like I'm going to tape right now on Facebook. Please help these hashtag live PD heroes. There you go. Heroes. And we'll spell it instead of OD. PD. Live OD. Bad. Okay. That would be the worst history of ever. Okay. Whoops. Okay, hold on. This is sound like I'm pounding on the keyboard. And it's not hitting that hard. It's like a hollow plastic table. And so it sounds really bad. Okay. They need your help with an attorney retainer fee to help. Represent them for, hold on, sorry. For in the line, hello. Okay, there we go. All right, so, boom, done. Facebook, Twitter, finished. It's that quick. Really, I made it cumbersome, really hard, and I pounded the keyboard, and it was awful. And I wouldn't recommend that. Don't do that. Don't do that. $12,870. Another $100. That is so cool. We'll celebrate. Because we should. We should. That's important. Okay, so we're getting closer. Okay, so that means there's $1,480 that's been raised. It's nearly $1,500 since we began. Okay, we are now approaching our number 29 in this telethon to make a difference for both Deputies Johnson and Deputy Camden. Now, the issue at hand here is not whether they were right or wrong. That's for the court to decide, and we'll honor that. But we can't honor them going to court without having help. That's the point. Okay. Now, we have a great speech. It was actually done in Austin, Texas. It was done at the University of Texas, which is in Austin, in case you don't know. Okay. It's in Austin, Texas, and it is done by the former Admiral of the Navy. His name was Admiral McRaven. And it's one of the best speeches I've ever heard in my life. And I'm a guy that loves Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was one of my favorite speakers. He had a way of speaking so clearly and so well. It's like he knew right when to say the certain stuff. He was good. He was so good. Anyway, Dr. King was so special, and he's like my hero, okay? So please understand, when I put somebody on like that high of a pedestal, it's for a reason. It really is. So please understand that this is meant as the highest of all compliments. It really is, okay? This man, the speech he gave was so powerful. It was unbelievable. It really was. This speech that he gave was, I guess, best way to put it, so right. Basic. I mean, basic right. Okay, like the kind of right that you do or you see that you look and you go, well, that makes perfect sense. Why am I not doing that in my life? That kind of thing. And I think the thing that hits me most about this speech when I see it is that it's the way that he delivers it. It's with such grace. He's standing tall, but he's not acting like he's so, I don't know, like he's so full of himself or so proud or so pushy or so arrogant. He's just friendly. He's a nice guy, very friendly, and he comes across with such a good heart. He does. He comes across great in this speech. And if you think I'm stalling, you're right. I'm trying to find it. I have it. I know I do. But my problem is that everything's showing up except for that. And I don't know why. So anyway, my point is, you're going to love the speech. It's a great speech by Admiral McRaven. And I think one of the things that's the most special of it is it's all basic stuff. It really is. It's all basic stuff. So I am searching as we speak for this video. That's all I'm looking for, this video. And I'm hopefully going to find it because I'm not seeing it yet. And that worries me because it's got to be here, right? It has to be. So I am madly searching my computer. And I'm like, where is it? I know I've done it. I've downloaded it 3 times. So it should be here, but I don't see it. But this was the neat thing about this, I didn't realize it till today. This motivational speech was actually given at the University of Texas in 2011, there in Austin. And how timely is that for what we're talking about? I mean, seriously, wait for it. Let me get it on because you'll want to see it if you haven't already seen it. I think this speech truly is one of the best speeches I've ever heard my whole life. And that includes Dr. Martin Luther King and Ted Cruz and all those guys. It really does. It's one of those speeches you hear and you just never forget it because it was given with grace but power. That's the best way to describe the speech. Grace but power. Okay? And because of that, I think the cool part, I thought my wife was playing with my hair for a second there. Sorry. Okay. And I just about knocked over my drink. Neato. So my point is that this whole thing is so darn special that it really is worth one of those looks that you look at and you go, yeah. And then you'll start nodding your head. Yeah. But it's with the power. And I think part of it has to do with how he does it. It's just his delivery is perfect. It's just perfect. He talks about becoming a Navy SEAL. And what he essentially talks about, my friends, is he talks about the process, what you have to go through to be a Navy SEAL. So you go inside and you learn exactly what it takes to be a SEAL and what they have to go through. Man, beyond me, beyond me. Are we still on the Facebook? No, we're not live there anymore, Kathy. No. Do we need to? If we need to, I'll go there. Whatever it takes to get money. Seriously, I'm to the point now. Whatever it takes, let's get this done. So we'll be here as long as we can to help because that's the right thing to do. That's what we need to do. If we forget that or don't lose sight of that, please, if we lose sight of that, please don't let that happen. Please, okay? All right, cool. Let me find this video. I'm trying to find it still because it's such a good, powerful video. It's only about, I think it's like 15 minutes. Is it 15? Wait. Yeah, 15. It's like 16 minutes. So, but I guarantee it, you'll see this and you'll be moved by it. And I think, okay, it's done well. Okay, seriously, the video is done very well with the music. The music set to it's perfect. But the other thing that's interesting about the video is that it's done with such grace and power by this very strong guy who really is a Navy SEAL. Guy has spent his life, occasionally getting the worst of the worst out there. Okay? So please understand, we're going to do our best to find it for you because that's the most important thing we can do right now is to find what you need. And hopefully we bring it to you. And there you go. So I'm at, wow, I'm just looking at all these pictures. I'm going, well, where's the video? Find the video. Where's the video? Okay. So I don't know. Weird. Where'd my video go? It was here. Okay. Hold on. Wait 1 minute. Let me take a look at this one page. Just one site. Let me look. I wonder if it's here. I have a weird feeling. It could be. Hold on. Nope. That was quick. Nope. Nope. Okay, let me look real quick. It's worth seeing. Please understand. It's a great video. And I am literally looking through everything. And I'm looking also at 3 exact copies of it already ready for me to use. But you can't use them. Why? I don't know. They're there. Why can't I use them? Okay, so let's try and find, okay. Copy link address, I guess. I don't know. What do I do here? Find it. Do it. Open it. Play it. Open link in browser. Don't want to do that.
What starts
that's
here?
That's it right there. Okay, can we please just do what we need to do here? I'm sorry, guys. This is embarrassing. I've never had this do this before. It always just works. It always just, I download. It's there. We move on. Period. The end. That's it. Over with. Done. For some reason, not tonight. Don't know why. Okay. So, okay. Let me look. Look. No. All right. Desktop. Yeah. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. Found it by the grace of God. Oh my gosh. By the grace
What
of
starts
God.
here changes the world.
I could do this yet. I want to set it. Kathy, you still there? I think you are. Yeah. Okay. This was done in Austin, Texas, back in 2011. Okay. He's one of the most decorated U.S. commanders in the history of our Navy. I have heard a lot. By the way, he also has a book. Okay. And I know we have a booker reader here in Jill. And Jill, I would like him, if I can, make it worth your while so you can see a little bit of his book. So you know what it is, because I know you're the kind of person, bless your heart, that would love it. You would love it because you're a voracious reader and you'll love to do it. So just a second. No thanks. Don't do that. Okay. So let me get a picture of it here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this over, and then it's going to slide over here. And then I'm going to go and make myself a brand new picture of me right there. Right. Okay. And hopefully yes, we are. Good. Everything's perfect. We're good. We're good. Perfect. Good. All right. Here's the book. This is the book that Admiral McRaven came out with, and it's called Make Your Bed. Seems simple, right? Like I told you, it's simple. This speech is so stinking powerful. It's wonderful. It's just a gift. It's an American treasure. It is. And I think it may not be until after this poor man passes, but I do believe with all my heart that this guy is going to truly have a speech there that's going to be powerful, and people are going to be moved by it generations to come, no question. Here's the book from my buddy Jill and Kathy and everyone else. Here it is, #1 New York Times bestseller, Admiral William McRaven, U.S. Navy retired, Make Your Bed. The little things that can change your life and maybe the world. I'd like to start this because I'm going to make a couple sandwiches. I'm hungry. I'd like to start this by telling you that love to get thumbs up. Please give thumbs up now, because we had on the last feed before it went kaput, 15 gone. We start over again. Make Your Bed. This is good. So that's the book, Jill. It's a great book, it looks like. I bet it's going to be good. It says that this is, doesn't say how many pages. Okay, the explanation. Based on a Navy SEAL's inspiring graduation speech, this #1 New York Times bestseller of powerful life lessons should be read by every leader in America. How's that? Pretty neat. Okay, so here is his speech. This is a fascinating speech, and I really hope you have a chance to not only watch it, but listen to it and share it. Kathy, good one to share with Jordan and with Zach. Okay? Good one. This is a good one to do. So what we'd like to do is present to you a very, very special presentation of Admiral McRaven from the U.S. Navy retired, and his powerful speech. I'm so grateful we finally have it. It should leave you speechless. I hope you enjoy it as much as I do, because I love this guy's speech. Ladies and gentlemen, retired Navy Admiral McRaven.
What starts here changes the world. I have a few suggestions that may help you on your way to a better world. And while these lessons were learned during my time in the military, I can assure you that it matters not whether you ever served a day in uniform. It matters not your gender, your ethnic or religious background, your orientation, or your social status. Our struggles in this world are similar, and the lessons to overcome those struggles and to move forward, changing ourselves and changing the world around us, will apply equally to all. So here are the 10 lessons I learned from basic SEAL training that hopefully will be of value to you as you move forward in life. Every morning in SEAL training, my instructors, who at the time were all Vietnam veterans, would show up in my barracks room, and the first thing they'd do was inspect my bed. If you did it right, the corners would be square, the covers would be pulled tight, the pillow centered just under the headboard, and the extra blanket folded neatly at the foot of the rack. It was a simple task, mundane at best, but every morning we were required to make our bed to perfection. It seemed a little ridiculous at the time, particularly in light of the fact that we were aspiring to be real warriors, tough, battle-hardened SEALs. But the wisdom of this simple act has been proven to me many times over. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made. that you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. So if you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. During SEAL training, the students are all broken down into boat crews. Each crew is 7 students, 3 on each side of a small rubber boat, and 1 coxswain to help guide the dinghy. Every day, your boat crew forms up on the beach and is instructed to get through the surf zone and paddle several miles down the coast. In the winter, the surf off San Diego can get to be 8 to 10 feet high, and it is exceedingly difficult to paddle through the plunging surf unless everyone digs in. Every paddle must be synchronized to the stroke count of the coxswain. Everyone must exert equal effort, or the boat will turn against the wave and be unceremoniously dumped back on the beach. For the boat to make it to its destination, everyone must paddle. You can't change the world alone. You will need some help. And to truly get from your starting point to your destination takes friends, colleagues, the goodwill of strangers, and a strong coxswain to guide you. If you want to change the world, find someone to help you paddle. Over a few weeks of difficult training, my SEAL class, which started with 150 men, was down to just 42. There were now 6 boat crews of 7 men each. I was in the boat with the tall guys, but the best boat crew we had was made up of the little guys, the Munchkin crew, we called them. No one was over 5'5". The Munchkin boat crew had 1 American Indian, 1 African American, 1 Polish American, 1 Greek American, 1 Italian American, and 2 tough kids from the Midwest. They out-paddled, outran, and outswam all the other boat crews. The big men in the other boat crews would always make good-natured fun of the tiny little flippers the Munchkins put on their tiny little feet prior to every swim. But somehow these little guys from every corner of the nation and the world always had the last laugh, swimming faster than everyone and reaching the shore long before the rest of us. SEAL training was a great equalizer. Nothing mattered but your will to succeed, not your color, not your ethnic background, not your education, not your social status. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart, not by the size of their flippers. Several times a week, the instructors would line up the class and do a uniform inspection. It was exceptionally thorough. Your hat had to be perfectly starched, your uniform immaculately pressed, your belt buckle shiny and void of any smudges. But it seemed that no matter how much effort you put into starching your hat or pressing your uniform or polishing your belt buckle, it just wasn't good enough. The instructors would find something wrong. For failing the uniform inspection, the student had to run, fully clothed, into the surf zone, then wet from head to toe, roll around on the beach until every part of your body was covered with sand. The effect was known as a sugar cookie. You stayed in the uniform the rest of the day, cold, wet, and sandy. There were many a student who just couldn't accept the fact that all their efforts were in vain, that no matter how hard they tried to get the uniform right, it went unappreciated. Those students didn't make it through training. Those students didn't understand the purpose of the drill. You were never going to succeed. You were never going to have a perfect uniform. The instructors weren't going to allow it. Sometimes, no matter how well you prepare or how well you perform, you still end up as a sugar cookie. It's just the way life is sometimes. If you want to change the world, get over being a sugar cookie and keep moving forward. Every day during training, you were challenged with multiple physical events: long runs, long swims, obstacle courses, hours of calisthenics, something designed to test your mettle. Every event had standards, times you had to meet. If you failed to meet those times, those standards, your name was posted on a list, and at the end of the day, those on the list were invited to a circus. A circus was 2 hours of additional calisthenics, designed to wear you down, to break your spirit, to force you to quit. No one wanted a circus. A circus meant that for that day, you didn't measure up. A circus meant more fatigue, and more fatigue meant that the following day would be more difficult and more circuses were likely. But at some time during SEAL training, everyone made the circus list. But an interesting thing happened to those who were constantly on the list. Over time, those students who did 2 hours of extra calisthenics got stronger and stronger. The pain of the circuses built inner strength and physical resiliency. Life is filled with circuses. You will fail. You will likely fail often. It will be painful. It will be discouraging. At times, it will test you to your very core. But if you want to change the world, don't be afraid of the circuses. At least twice a week, the trainees were required to run the obstacle course. The obstacle course contained 25 obstacles, including a 10-foot wall, a 30-foot cargo net, a barbed wire crawl, to name a few. But the most challenging obstacle was the slide for life. It had a 3-level, 30-foot tower at one end and a 1-level tower at the other. In between was a 200-foot long rope. You had to climb the 3-tiered tower, and once at the top, you grabbed the rope, swung underneath the rope, and pulled yourself hand over hand until you got to the other end. The record for the obstacle course had stood for years when my class began in 1977. The record seemed unbeatable until one day a student decided to go down the slide for life head first. Instead of swinging his body underneath the rope and inching his way down, he bravely mounted the top of the rope and thrust himself forward. It was a dangerous move, seemingly foolish and fraught with risk. Failure could mean injury and being dropped from the course. Without hesitation, the student slid down the rope perilously fast. Instead of several minutes, it only took him half that time. And by the end of the course, he had broken the record. If you want to change the world, sometimes you have to slide down the obstacles head first. During the land warfare phase of training, the students are flown out to San Clemente Island, which lies off the coast of San Diego. The waters off San Clemente are a breeding ground for the great white sharks. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summons up all your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. As Navy SEALs, one of our jobs is to conduct underwater attacks against enemy shipping. We practice this technique extensively during training. The ship attack mission is where a pair of SEAL divers is dropped off outside an enemy harbor and then swims well over 2 miles underwater, using nothing but a depth gauge and a compass to get to the target. During the entire swim, even well below the surface, there is some light that comes through. It is comforting to know that there is open water above you. But as you approach the ship, which is tied to a pier, the light begins to fade. The steel structure of the ship blocks the moonlight. It blocks the surrounding street lamps. It blocks all ambient light. To be successful in your mission, you have to swim under the ship and find the keel, the center line, and the deepest part of the ship. This is your objective. But the keel is also the darkest part of the ship, where you cannot see your hand in front of your face, where the noise from the ship's machinery is deafening, and where it gets to be easily disoriented, and you can fail. Every SEAL knows that under the keel, at that darkest moment of the mission, is a time when you need to be calm, when you must be calm, when you must be composed, when all your tactical skills, your physical power, and your inner strength must be brought to bear. If you want to change the world, you must be your very best in the darkest moments. The 9th week of training is referred to as Hell Week. It is 6 days of no sleep, constant physical and mental harassment, and one special day at the Mud Flats. The Mud Flats are an area between San Diego and Tijuana where the water runs off and creates the Tijuana sloughs. a swampy patch of terrain where the mud will engulf you. It is on Wednesday of Hell Week that you paddle down to the mud flats and spend the next 15 hours trying to survive this freezing cold, the howling wind, and the incessant pressure to quit from the instructors. As the sun began to set that Wednesday evening, my training class, having committed some egregious infraction of the rules, was ordered into the mud. The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. The song was terribly out of tune, but sung with great enthusiasm. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted, and somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope, the power of one person, a Washington, a Lincoln, King, Mandela, and even a young girl from Pakistan, Malala. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start singing when you're up to your neck in mud. Finally, in SEAL training, there's a bell. A brass bell that hangs in the center of the compound for all the students to see. All you have to do to quit is ring the bell. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to wake up at 5 o'clock. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to be in the freezing cold swims. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to do the runs, the obstacle course, the PT, and you no longer have to endure the hardships of training. All you have to do is ring the bell to get out. If you want to change the world, don't ever ring the bell. It will not be easy. Start each day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life is not fair and that you will fail often. But if you take some risks, step up when the times are the toughest, face down the bullies, lift up the downtrodden, and never ever give up, if you do these things, the next generation and the generations that follow will live in a world far better than the one we have today. And what started here will indeed have changed the world for the better. Thank you very much.
If there's any reason still in your mind why I would rather fall asleep here tonight with my head embarrassingly on this keyboard rather than give up and ring the bell, now you know why. Because that's how I am too. Cut from the same kind of cloth as him. I'm not as brave as him. I didn't do what he did. That's why I don't quit. Okay? That's one of the most powerful speeches ever. I got just enough time to make my sandwiches. Literally, just enough time to make sandwiches. So we're going to go live again on Twitter while we still can. I think I have some mayonnaise on my glasses. I think that's the most powerful speech I've ever heard. I am big into Martin Luther King's speech on the Capitol in the Washington Mall, you know? I have a dream speech. Many people call it that. It's the March on Washington speech officially, but that was my favorite speech until I heard that one. And my whole life about speeches changed. So we're going to go live on Twitter. We're going to see what we can do here because we have just, by the grace of God, reached the 29th hour of this. And we're hoping that people will give because that's why we're here. And I want to tell you, I really don't know how long I can keep going, but I promise you I won't ring the bell. I can't. It's just too hard. So we are at $12,870. $12,870. I'm going to mark that down. $12,870 at 10:47 Eastern. Okay. Hi, everybody. Happy Saturday night to you guys. Hope you like the speech. I hope you like the speech. I love that speech. Okay, here we go. We're going to, in fact, you know what I'm going to do? Would you be offended at all if I showed that speech to the people that are on Twitter? I think it is inspiring, past inspiring. I think it's phenomenal. I think it could help. I believe it would help. Let's try it. Let's try it. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I do too, Jill. And it gives me a chance to eat some protein, which will help wake me up a little bit, which I desperately need because I haven't eaten all day. Here we go. Let's see if we can do this. Hi, everybody, wherever you may be on Twitter. My dear friends on Twitter, hi there. It's Larry from Leo's Coast to Coast, YouTube with Friends, all that stuff. You see the rest mess behind me, literally throwing stuff up there. Hi, Janice. Good to see you. Hey, we're here to try and make a difference for the people of Williamson County, 2 deputies who need money. And I want to explain to you guys why I'm not giving up yet. This is 29 hours straight of doing this show because these 2 guys need legal representation. Please watch this. This is a video. I'm just sharing it with you guys. Okay. Please watch this. This is a video of Admiral McRaven, former Navy Admiral McRaven. He's retired. This is the best speech I've ever heard. And it's the 10 keys to life. Please watch it. It is the best speech you'll ever see. Trust me. Take a look. I'm going to go turn the camera. I'll put you on my screen here. I'll turn the volume up for you so you can see this, okay? This I hope you will enjoy because this is a treat for me to share with you. It really is. It truly is. So let me get this around, all right? Zoom you in a little bit. There we go. You can see my ugly face. There you go. Perfect. Okay. This is Admiral McRaven from the Navy. And obviously, if he's an admiral, he'd be from the Navy, right? That's right. So we're going to show you this. It is Admiral McRaven from the U.S. Navy. Please watch this. It's powerful. It really is. This is about the keys to your life.
What starts here changes the world. I have a few suggestions that may help you on your way to a better world. And while these lessons were learned during my time in the military, I can assure you that it matters not whether you ever served a day in uniform. It matters not your gender, your ethnic or religious background, your orientation, or your social status. Our struggles in this world are similar, and the lessons to overcome those struggles and to move forward, changing ourselves and changing the world around us, will apply equally to all. So here are the 10 lessons I learned from basic SEAL training that hopefully will be of value to you as you move forward in life. Every morning in SEAL training, my instructors, who at the time were all Vietnam veterans, would show up in my barracks room, and the first thing they'd do was inspect my bed. The corners would be square, the covers would be pulled tight, the pillow centered just under the headboard, and the extra blanket folded neatly at the foot of the rack. It was a simple task, mundane at best, but every morning we were required to make our bed to perfection. It seemed a little ridiculous at the time, particularly in light of the fact that we were aspiring to be real warriors, tough, battle-hardened SEALs. But the wisdom of this simple act has been proven to me many times over. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made, that you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. So if you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. During SEAL training, the students are all broken down into boat crews. Each crew is 7 students, 3 on each side of a small rubber boat, and 1 coxswain to help guide the dinghy. Every day, your boat crew forms up on the beach and is instructed to get through the surf zone and paddle several miles down the coast. In the winter, the surf off San Diego can get to be 8 to 10 feet high, and it is exceedingly difficult to paddle through the plunging surf unless everyone digs in. Every paddle must be synchronized to the stroke count of the coxswain. Everyone must exert equal effort, or the boat will turn against the wave and be unceremoniously dumped back on the beach. For the boat to make it to its destination, everyone must paddle. You can't change the world alone. You will need some help. And to truly get from your starting point to your destination takes friends, colleagues, the goodwill of strangers, and a strong coxswain to guide you. If you want to change the world, find someone to help you paddle. Over a few weeks of difficult training, my SEAL class, which started with 150 men, was down to just 42. There were now 6 boat crews of 7 men each. I was in the boat with the tall guys, but the best boat crew we had was made up of the little guys, the Munchkin crew, we called them. No one was over 5'5". The Munchkin boat crew had 1 American Indian, 1 African American, 1 Polish American, 1 Greek American, 1 Italian American, and 2 tough kids from the Midwest. They out-paddled, outran, and outswam all the other boat crews. The big men in the other boat crews would always make good-natured fun of the tiny little flippers the Munchkins put on their tiny little feet prior to every swim. But somehow these little guys from every corner of the nation and the world always had the last laugh, swimming faster than everyone and reaching the shore long before the rest of us. SEAL training was a great equalizer. Nothing mattered but your will to succeed, not your color, not your ethnic background, not your education, not your social status. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart, not by the size of their flippers. Several times a week, the instructors would line up the class and do a uniform inspection. It was exceptionally thorough. Your hat had to be perfectly starched, your uniform immaculately pressed, your belt buckle shiny and void of any smudges. But it seemed that no matter how much effort you put into starching your hat or pressing your uniform or polishing your belt buckle, it just wasn't good enough. The instructors would find something wrong. For failing the uniform inspection, the student had to run, fully clothed, into the surf zone, then wet from head to toe, roll around on the beach until every part of your body was covered with sand. The effect was known as a sugar cookie. You stayed in the uniform the rest of the day, cold, wet, and sandy. There were many a student who just couldn't accept the fact that all their efforts were in vain, that no matter how hard they tried to get the uniform right, it went unappreciated. Those students didn't make it through training. Those students didn't understand the purpose of the drill. You were never going to succeed. You were never going to have a perfect uniform. The instructors weren't going to allow it. Sometimes, no matter how well you prepare or how well you perform, you still end up as a sugar cookie. It's just the way life is sometimes. If you want to change the world, get over being a sugar cookie and keep moving forward. Every day during training, you were challenged with multiple physical events, long runs, long swims, obstacle courses, hours of calisthenics, something designed to test your mettle. Every event had standards, times you had to meet. If you failed to meet those times, those standards, your name was posted on a list, and at the end of the day, those on the list were invited to a circus. A circus was 2 hours of additional calisthenics, designed to wear you down, to break your spirit, to force you to quit. No one wanted a circus. A circus meant that for that day, you didn't measure up. A circus meant more fatigue, and more fatigue meant that the following day would be more difficult, and more circuses were likely. But at some time during SEAL training, everyone made the circus list. But an interesting thing happened to those who were constantly on the list. Over time, those students who did 2 hours of extra calisthenics got stronger and stronger. The pain of the circuses built inner strength and physical resiliency. Life is filled with circuses. You will fail. You will likely fail often. It will be painful. It will be discouraging. At times, it will test you to your very core. But if you want to change the world, don't be afraid of the circuses. At least twice a week, the trainees were required to run the obstacle course. The obstacle course contained 25 obstacles, including a 10-foot wall, a 30-foot cargo net, a barbed wire crawl, to name a few. But the most challenging obstacle was the slide for life. It had a 3-level, 30-foot tower at one end and a 1-level tower at the other. In between was a 200-foot long rope. You had to climb the 3-tiered tower, and once at the top, you grabbed the rope, swung underneath the rope, and pulled yourself hand over hand until you got to the other end. The record for the obstacle course had stood for years when my class began in 1977. The record seemed unbeatable until one day a student decided to go down the slide for life head first. Instead of swinging his body underneath the rope and inching his way down, he bravely mounted the top of the rope and thrust himself forward. It was a dangerous move, seemingly foolish and fraught with risk. Failure could mean injury and being dropped from the course. Without hesitation, the student slid down the rope perilously fast. Instead of several minutes, it only took him half that time. And by the end of the course, he had broken the record. If you want to change the world, sometimes you have to slide down the obstacles head first. During the land warfare phase of training, the students are flown out to San Clemente Island, which lies off the coast of San Diego. The waters off San Clemente are a breeding ground for the great white sharks. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summon up your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. As Navy SEALs, one of our jobs is to conduct underwater attacks against enemy shipping. We practice this technique extensively during training. The ship attack mission is where a pair of SEAL divers is dropped off outside an enemy harbor and then swims well over 2 miles underwater, using nothing but a depth gauge and a compass to get to the target. During the entire swim, even well below the surface, there is some light that comes through. It is comforting to know that there is open water above you. But as you approach the ship, which is tied to a pier, the light begins to fade. The steel structure of the ship blocks the moonlight. It blocks the surrounding street lamps. It blocks all ambient light. To be successful in your mission, you have to swim under the ship and find the keel, the center line, and the deepest part of the ship. This is your objective. But the keel is also the darkest part of the ship, where you cannot see your hand in front of your face, where the noise from the ship's machinery is deafening, and where it gets to be easily disoriented and you can fail. Every SEAL knows that under the keel, at that darkest moment of the mission, is a time when you need to be calm, when you must be calm, when you must be composed, when all your tactical skills, your physical power, and your inner strength must be brought to bear. If you want to change the world, you must be your very best in the darkest moments. The 9th week of training is referred to as Hell Week. It is 6 days of no sleep, constant physical and mental harassment, and one special day at the Mud Flats. The Mud Flats are an area between San Diego and Tijuana where the water runs off and creates the Tijuana Sloughs, a swampy patch of terrain where the mud will engulf you. It is on Wednesday of Hell Week that you paddle down to the Mud Flats and spend the next 15 hours trying to survive the freezing cold, the howling wind, and the incessant pressure to quit from the instructors. As the sun began to set that Wednesday evening, my training class, having committed some egregious infraction of the rules, was ordered into the mud. The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. The song was terribly out of tune, but sung with great enthusiasm. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted. And somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person, a Washington, a Lincoln, King, Mandela, and even a young girl from Pakistan, Malala. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start singing when you're up to your neck in mud. Finally, in SEAL training, there's a bell. A brass bell that hangs in the center of the compound for all the students to see. All you have to do to quit, is ring the bell. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to wake up at 5 o'clock. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to be in the freezing cold swims. Ring the bell, and you no longer have to do the runs, the obstacle course, the PT, and you no longer have to endure the hardships of training. All you have to do is ring the bell to get out. If you want to change the world, don't ever, ever ring the bell. It will not be easy. Start each day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life is not fair and that you will fail often. But if you take some risks, step up when the times are the toughest, face down the bullies, lift up the downtrodden, and never, ever give up. If you do these things, the next generation and the generations that follow will live in a world far better than the one we have today. And what started here will indeed have changed the world for the better. Thank you very much.
That is Admiral McRaven from the U.S. Navy, and it was given, that speech was given in 2011 at the University of Texas, Austin. That was him. That is one of the most powerful speeches I've ever heard in my life, because it really is it's a owner's manual to life in many ways. How to be successful in life. It's pretty easy, right? Not really. It's hard. Life is hard. We all know that. But I'm here still cruising in on 30 hours. I have to do my quick math. 30 hours. And Kathy, thank you. That means a lot. 30 hours closing in. And I want you to know, I'd rather fall asleep with my face on this keyboard than give up. That's the truth. I'd rather make a fool of myself and see much people watching me fall asleep. But I won't give up. I'm not built that way. Deputy Johnson, Deputy Camden, they need somebody to help. I don't want accolades. I've said this the whole time. I don't want friends. I don't want followers. I don't need that. That's not who I am. I am a person who is blessed. I'm just blessed. I'm grateful. I'm happy. I'm at peace with my life. Doesn't mean everything's perfect. It's far from it in many ways, but I'm at peace. And that is the most valuable thing you can have. I'm going to ask you to please do me a favor, give at the GoFundMe page that's listed below this tweet. Give what you can. And know how very special you are. We are Live PD Nation. And that's how we roll. My friends on Twitter, God bless you. Thanks for watching this special share-a-thon, a little bit between what's going on YouTube with the with the YouTube telethon and what we're doing to try and help raise money for a very special pair of brothers who are deputies, but brothers first. Thank you very much for watching. God bless you. Thank you very much. See you soon, Twitter, God willing. There you go. Goodbye, everybody. God bless you. See you soon, hopefully. Okay. Thanks, Kathy. Bless your heart. Last night was really one of those nights, lonely because you're in it and you know the morning is coming. And I've got to be honest with you. There's a big part of me that's wondering, okay, throw in the towel now? Because if I do, get to sleep, that's a good thing. Ooh, that sounds good. But I don't quit. That's not me. Far be it from me to say I've had enough already. Because we really need to help these guys. They need it too much. They do. This is their mother here. In case you're coming in or you do come in, this is Zach's mom. You're welcome. You're welcome. I showed that speech for a reason. And by the way, $5 more came in, and we'll take 5. Take 5. Yeah. Thanks to Anonymous, $5. Pretty cool. I want you to know from my heart, you watch this on replay. You folks. This pop filter. I'm going to kill it in a second here. I'm not going to kill it. One of the things that is so special to me about that speech from Admiral McRaven was the fact that you never give up. Ever. That's how I was raised. That's exactly how I was raised. Perfect match. It's like you said earlier, Kathy, today, with how you've raised Zach. You don't call people by their skin color. I was raised that way. I raised my son that way. You don't do it. You just don't do it. You describe people by their hat, the color of the shirt, whatever. I've never thought of a person as a skin color. That's foolish. They're people. But we've come to a world today where, unfortunately, that's the way it is. And that's too bad. But the fact that really is important here is no matter what, we don't give up. We don't ever give up. Now, I don't know what the number is going to be because this is all in God's hands. I don't know. I know they'll make it. That I know. Because God is a faithful God. And He knows the need. And if we're blessed to help them get part of the way, what a blessing that is to have that ride. Pretty special. And a good feeling of satisfaction too. It's a very special thing. So we are closing in now on 30 hours. Wow. Boy. The longest, in case you're wondering, for me at least, the longest I've ever done something like this, I think was 50 hours, 40 hours, 40 hours. I think it was 40 hours. And that was tough. That was really hard. Especially the second night. Because, you got to do that long night, and the night seems like it goes forever. So, grateful in many ways, truly, to have shared that speech that was given in Austin, Texas, at the University of Texas for the folks that were graduating that year at U of T. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast, hour number 29 and a half here on YouTube. It's an honor to spend this time with you. It's an honor to share this time with you. Thank you very much for being here. It truly, I mean that. We're here to help to just give you information right there on a GoFundMe page that helps two Williamson County, Texas deputies, J.J. Johnson and Deputy Zach Camden. Two great guys. They're brothers. Those two guys are like this. They're tied at the hip. I can't do that. I used to be able to do that really good, right? Like that. I have to have help now. But anyway, they're like, well, hey, I can do it. Yay. There it is. They're like that. Okay? And they are in a situation where they need your help. They need our help. How about that? The police need our help. How many times in the last weeks have you seen times that you see the police being assaulted and it breaks your heart? I can think of a dozen, and I can rattle them off like that. I'm not going to because I don't want to ruin my night nor make you lose your lunch. But my point is that we've seen enough of it, right? It's time. It's time for America to stand up together and support her law enforcement again. Now, it starts with a simple task, just like Admiral McRaven talked about. A simple task. It starts with making a choice to help. Your donation, however much you can give, here at GoFundMe, will give them more money to be able to put towards a lawyer's retainer. Now, I don't know about you, but looking for even $5,000 for me is really hard. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. If we were to stop today, right now, and literally call it done, okay? Even with $5,000, okay? And that's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, it is a lot of money. It takes a while to save that much money. Think how long think how long it takes to save. Anyway, my point is even with that much money, these guys would still be short. They would still be short basically $2,125. So we have to bridge the gap. We have to bridge the gap. We do that by taking that first step. Please Go to GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Please click the link. Then what I'd ask you to do, please, if you'd be so kind, cut and paste it and copy it on your social media platform pages, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever. But post it. Please share and post. That's important because one of your friends, even if you can't donate, say you can't, but your friend can, and you don't know that, you hit on your page, hey, please, if you can, help the police, whatever, and send it. And then they give money. We had someone today give $500. I'm not kidding. We're so grateful for her. Man. And then I felt awful because she comes to be a part of the show that's after that. And part of that show was, we did some work that, kind of points towards people that are too young to have experienced 9/11. And it had a lot of 9/11 photos in it. And it was a little too much for her. 9/11 wasn't easy. And we can't get rid of it because we want to change it. Please give. Please take that step where you begin with giving, then share. Cut, paste, and share. Pretty simple. Put it in your heart and in your mind that you want to do this and you want to help. And it will happen and you will be blessed for it. I promise you, you'll be blessed for it. Just please don't put it on me. That's the only thing I ask you. Please give honor and thanks to Jesse and Christy and Blue Blooded. I don't know what Blue Blooded's name is, but that's what their handle is. The three people that put this GoFundMe page together for deputies Camden and Johnson. Excuse me. And give them the glory for starting this up, but give God the glory for the finish line. Give God the glory for the gifts because that's where they come from. That's all I ask. Don't mention my name, please. My reward's up there with God. Some things matter to people still, world. America, there are some people out there that still really believe in the kindness and goodness of others. But that doesn't make us naive to the fact that there are people who would take advantage of us. Please understand, we just want to be able to present both sides of this whole thing fairly. By doing so, by giving, you're allowing these two deputies to have the ability to retain the most basic needed thing in the United States of America, legal representation. How valuable is that gift? Exceptionally valuable. I think sometimes of the things that mattered in my life at the time, but then they didn't matter. And I'm reminded of the car in the garage, the Challenger. I'm reminded very much of that car. And the reason I'm reminded of it, and please bear with me, I just literally crammed 3.5 sandwiches down my throat because I haven't eaten for a while. The reason why I tell you this story briefly is because sometimes things don't go right. And we don't know why they don't go right. But later we find out why. And it all makes sense then. I'll tell you a brief story. We'll take a break after that. My cousin Jeff and I were like Zachary and JJ. Best buds. We were like that. We grew up together. We protected each other. We helped each other. We went through school, different schools, but we were right there for each other growing up. We knew everything about each other. and about each other, everything. And unfortunately, I lost my best friend, my cousin, back in 2007. He passed away in a motorcycle accident, and it's hurt. But when we were kids, I had purchased a 1970 Dodge Challenger from a guy that's fairly local to where we lived. It was a nice car. Got it. Didn't like the engine. It was only 318. So, of course, you got to put more power. Tim Taylor stuff. And so, put a bigger motor in it, and away we went. Got it on the road and running and all that. And it wasn't long before my cousin and I were trading it back and forth. No kidding. Oh my. And finally he kind of totaled it out, the back quarter panel, pitching it sideways down the bottom of their hill, hitting the guardrail and mailboxes and stuff. So anyway, I'd always wanted a Dodge Challenger again after the new body came out. After that body came out in 2008, and the what do they call those spy photos? The ones that are like when a car is new and you get to spot it behind the fence, so to speak, right? Ever since I saw that car, I wanted it because it was like the one I used to have. I mean, that resembled that car. Mine was more of a root beer brown. It wasn't my first choice of color, but it was okay. My grandmother, bless her heart, she stitched up a pair of seat covers for me because she, one of the seats, the driver's seat had a rip. So she wanted to take care of her grandson. Bless her heart. Anyway, fast forward to 2016. I had been seriously injured at my church I served at. There was a workers' compensation settlement that was reached. I went literally to go to the beach with them. Was told, no, you can't go. You can't go. Sorry. I'm so tired. I'm telling you at the beach, and that's not even the story. That's how tired I am right now. Okay. To the point. We ordered the Dodge Challenger, my brother and I did, on May 29th of 2016. We went to the Dodge dealership. We ordered exactly what we wanted. We wanted orange. First dealership said, nope, orange isn't available. Pick a different color. We picked plum crazy purple. Nope, not available. Pick a different color. Okay, red. Perfect. We'll build it. Okay. 2 weeks later, received a postcard from Dodge. What's on front? 2 Dodge Challengers that are bright orange. Okay. A little bit of energy there to remind myself to try and stay awake. It's just the way I try and focus through things. So we go and we immediately complain to the dealership where we made the car order for the red car when we wanted orange the whole time. And we're told, don't worry about it. You'll love the orange. I mean, you'll love the red. It's a beautiful color. You'll love it. No, it's not what we wanted. Not what we wanted. You knew that. So we went back and we went to a Dodge dealership that was close to our house. We ordered the car a second time. This is about 2.5 weeks after. Bright orange, all the stuff that we wanted, away it went. The order went. I followed that car along with the other car through its production. I really did follow it. I know the day it was painted, the day the motor went in, the day everything was done to that car. I have all of it. Pretty cool. So what happened later after the car was built was it hit the factory transportation system, which in the United States is train. Car goes on their tracks, zooms to Oregon from Brampton, Ontario, where the car was built. They can't get the car off the train. We went to the dealership multiple times with my brother, literally standing on the corner for hours waiting for the delivery truck to show up with their delivery of cars. Car never came. It just never came in time. My financing was about to run out. I knew that. What did I do? I said, look, I want this opportunity to buy something very special. I know we can still survive in our home, but I knew if they reran our credit until the car came off the train, it would not qualify anymore because we now had a mortgage loan too. That would mess up our debt to income. They'd never let it go. So we had a choice to make. We could either buy the car sight unseen, not driven, or we would get out of the deal and go and get a different car. We chose the latter. Okay. Since I was a child, I always wanted an Indy pace car. You know, the cars that was at Indianapolis, and I got it. It's cool. I didn't get the Challenger, but I got the Camaro, one of 54 made. It was car number 48. Cool thing, I actually met, it's no joke, Richard Petty's cousin, and the dude looks just like Richard Petty. I like identically. So Richard Petty's cousin tells me essentially, wow, man, Richard really love your car, with his real southern drawl. And I said, oh, it's very kind. He says, how much you want for it? I said, not for sale. And he said, look, he said, what do you want? And I said, it's not for sale. And, meanwhile, here we are begging Chrysler for days to get the car off the train. They couldn't do it. So I flew out to Chicago, and a bucket list dream was accomplished. I got to get my Indy pace car. I'd wanted to do that since I was 16 years old, and sat in a little Pontiac dealership called Mike Salta Pontiac in Portland, Oregon. That was 1980. It was a 1980 Turbo Trans Am Indy pace car, and today it would look absolutely dorky and out of place. But to me back then, as a 16-year-old, it was cool. Anyway, got the Camaro pace car. Literally, it was a festival car. They didn't make pace cars in 2016. Got it in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, a town called Merrillville. Got to pick the car up, meet the dealership. They were really kind, and then headed back. Had the drive of my life, top down most of the way. Imagine that. How much fun is that? I had experiences that were fantastic. I got to see Dodge City on the way back. I got to go over the Continental Divide. Well, kind of through it because it was outside of Denver. But still, it was a trip of a lifetime. The top down, a special car, only 54 of them made. And I enjoyed it as much as I could. I really did. That's no lie. On January 15th, about 5 months after I had signed the papers to buy that car, we had a devastating house fire in this house. It was started in the garage by a set of faulty wires, and it literally destroyed everything. Everything we had. Everything. Fathom that. Just about everything you own, gone. Not all of it, but just about. So, what I'm trying to tell you here, which is so important, is that that car was completely destroyed and almost unrecognizable by the time they finally ripped the battery cable out from it, because I was screaming at them to please make the car stop. It was like it had a dying battery for me to watch it slowly die. It was awful. They drug the car out that day, and I kid you not, I was in the garage. I'm sweeping up ashes, big pile of ashes. And in the middle of the ashes was a picture of my mother bowling. It's one of the few pictures I have of my mom older in life. I don't have very many of them. Pretty much everything else is gone. And I heard a distinct voice. It was like it was right next to me. It said, out of these ashes, I'll raise you a miracle. I'm like, oh, okay. It was so eerie to me. I called my fiance at the time, Karen, and I said, look, you won't believe this. I heard this voice. It really shocked me. She says, well, what do you mean? What do you mean voice? I said, well, talking about, what it takes to be able to articulate God's voice versus what you want to hear, truthfully. And it was God's voice. I know it was. Out of these ashes, I'll raise you a miracle. What does that mean? We found out 4 days later. We went to the same Dodge dealership where we ordered our car. It was no longer on their inventory list. It was no longer on the Auto Trader. It was gone. It was gone. And we arrived there, my brother and I, and my foster son, because I was a foster dad at the time. And there was the car in the corner. Our car. The one that we ordered after all those months was still there by God's grace. So if that car had arrived on time, I bought it on the spot by the grace of God. Bought it on the spot, drove it home. If that car had arrived on time, think about what that means. It would have been destroyed. That would have come off that train in time. It would have been the Camaro's fate. It would have been melted to the ground. And thank God, thank you, Lord, that it was still safe for the dealers, not at home, and that it was waiting for us to come pick it up in February of that year. I care very much about these two guys. I can't understand why things happen the way they do, but I do know there's a purpose for everything. It may not make sense to us right now, but down the road it will. And for that I can tell you we will do everything humanly possible to help them. But some things aren't meant for us to understand here in this place. We will find out later what we lack here. That's how life and heaven work. Whew. I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for being a part of this. I want to thank you for not giving up. There's an awful lot of people who would give up. I can't ring the bell. I can't. It's not who I am. Neither should Zach or JJ. Because it's not who they are either. I hope that makes sense. All right. Folks, I better walk before I hit the floor. Literally, face first. So I'm going to put a very good meet and greet interview that we did here on Leo's Coast to Coast a while back ago. It was a good one. And I hope I'm not giving you the wrong one. If I do, I'll change it because a few things are not quite marked well here. So I'll do my best to make sure that everything stays as well as can be expected when expected. Okay? Thanks for watching. God bless you. We'll see you shortly. Hopefully, if I can still stand up. We're now at 30 hours. Thank you very, very much for honoring me by being here tonight on YouTube with friends in Leo's Coast to Coast.
Broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be, from coast to coast and sea to shining sea, from University Heights, Ohio, to San Diego, California, from Tallahassee, Florida, all the way up to Point Barrow, Alaska. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, late, but still great. Just a lot of things went wrong when we reset this software. Hello, my friends over in Colorado. Welcome, New Jersey. Hello, my friends in upstate New York. Nevada is here. Hello, Nevada. Hello, Ontario. Saskatchewan, Canada. Hello there to my friends in Washington Washington State. Hello, South Dakota. South Carolina's here. We got a big group of people here ready to meet a very special. Justin Hill from Tallahassee PD. Hello there.
Hello, America.
All right, there they are. All right, studio audience is loving you. Oh boy. Okay, folks, there are two options here to speak with Officer Hill. You can either call the phone number on the screen, might be a small number for you to read on a smartphone, so I'll give it out in a few moments, or you can type your questions. Okay, questions are good. Just type them on the screen, and we will get them to them best we can. Officer Hill, how has your job changed since the world kind of went backwards?
I would say I've been on vacation for the past 13 days up until what's today? Saturday up until Thursday. So I really didn't get to experience the beginning of it, but I returned to work on Thursday, and it was different. The whole staying 6 feet away from people when you're trying to serve them is weird. It's extremely weird, especially when you're an officer who likes to be up close and more intimate with people when you're talking to them. That's just one of the ways it changed. The streets are bare. Stores are closed. Businesses are closing. It's just an odd thing, but it's something that we're just going to have to adjust to. Hopefully, it's just temporary for a short time.
Yep, totally. We'd like to welcome Officer Justin Hill from Tallahassee PD, and we talked this week right before he went back to work. A beautiful talk. This guy is so cool. I'm trying to get him hooked up with Captain Burt and Inspector Soroka because they'd be great friends. He's just such a nice man. Question from Courtney Bradney. She's watching the show from University Heights, Ohio. She wants to know what that poster is to your right, right on the wall.
That is my first art piece from Colette Hardeman.
Wait a minute. Did you paint that yourself?
No. I had that kind of talent. Her name is Colette Hardeman. She's a local painter here in Tallahassee. She's a muralist. She painted that for me. I saw her in the local elementary schools. She painted a mural on the wall, and she stopped me and told me that she would like to paint me. I think she called me or texted me 3 days later or something like that. And she had already started on the painting. So it's my first art piece. It's actually my first piece of anything I want.
That is awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
That is a beautiful painting. Is there any way we can get the camera to kind of pan over there just a little bit? We can see more of it. Yeah. It's beautiful. Yeah. Look at that, studio audience.
Yeah. So I thought it was so cool.
Wow.
She is Colette, Kollet Originals on Twitter, at Colette Originals on Twitter.
Okay, so folks, if you might be interested in getting painting done, hey, there is some way to do it right there. I'm serious.
Sweet lady too. Very
Could
sweet
you
lady.
imagine having a picture done like that? Maybe you always wanted to hit that, that game-winning roam, the big home run, Maybe you're going to score the winning touchdown, whatever,
Yeah.
You never know.
That was because I played football in college, so that was my touchdown that day. That was like a touchdown and an interception all in one.
Very cool. Live with Officer Justin Hill, live PD hero, a real live one there from Tallahassee PD. We missed you last week, everybody. We're grateful to be back on with you, and we'd like you to share this with friends. I'd like to congratulate my father-in-law, Bill Langer, who today passed his ham radio license test. Congratulations, Dad. Yep. He was so nervous about it, and he's got his license now, so he's going to be on the radio and probably be talking my ear off soon. Officer Hill, can you tell us a little bit how things have changed in terms of how you come up to suspects that might be a little bit of an issue going on? You have to keep social distancing in your area.
As far as suspects, if they're a suspect, we still have to do what we have to do. We kind of got to put the whole social distancing thing aside for that moment and still that we're police officers. So we're still going to do what we do in that nature. But as far as some of your basic calls, like domestics, where they're not actually fighting, it's more of a verbal. If it's something that we can handle over the phone, we will do that. Your basic calls, practice social distancing for those. But for things where we have to actually go hands-on, we're going to go hands-on because we still have to do our jobs. And we still have to protect and serve the community.
Very good. Live with Officer Justin Hill from Tallahassee PD. If you'd like to talk to this young man, I'm telling you, he is awesome. I mean, he's really a very nice man. Phone number to call in, 503-420-4062. That's 503-420-4062. Officer Hill, how long have you been in law enforcement?
This is my 60th year, so not too long, but long enough.
There you go. Well, studio audience is impressed with that. Officer George Shak from Fremont, California asks, if you are to be a fan of one Goosebumps book to be your absolute favorite, which one would it be? Oh, my goodness gracious. How do you think those things up, George? I got to ask you that.
You know, I was more a fan of Are You Afraid of the Dark on Nickelodeon, actually. But one Goosebumps book I could remember was probably the one with the wasn't there one with a puppet or something?
You know what? I never read them to my child. Never did. Yeah. Wow.
I guess that one with the puppet. I can't remember the name though. But like I said, I was more of an Are You Afraid of the Dark guy.
There you go. Tell us about the student loan news. I think this is important. Everybody needs to hear this. Talk to us about this.
So it's been a while now. I paid my student loans off back in 2017. Summer 2017. But it was a huge feat for me because I think it was my second year in law enforcement where I decided that I was going to start making some huge sacrifices and start paying off my debt. I worked a lot of off duties, still working a lot of off duties, overtime when I could, and all my money just went to debt, mainly my student loans. And I got them paid off in 2017, I believe, and it's such a great feeling. I encourage so many other young officers to do the same. I'm an FTO training officer, so whenever I have a recruit in my car, I take time to preach to them about pay your debt off, because when you can pay your debt off, you can do that. This job becomes way more fun because you're just coming to work every day and you get to do it without the stress.
Amen to that. Well said. That's well said. I've got to ask you as well. We've got lots of people asking questions. Officer Hill, have you ever been to Port St. Joe?
I have been to Port St. Joe. I just can't remember going to Port St. Joe. I think it was when I was much younger, probably a smaller child.
Okay. Thanks for the question. Appreciate it. Jill Bamai, our gold medal moderator, asks, Officer Hill, what's your favorite part about being in law enforcement?
The interaction, being able to talk to people. I love talking to people. I really love talking to people. I mean, it's just being able to go out in the community and interact with people and hear what they have to say and being able to input my knowledge, whether it's wisdom or just knowledge in general, and sometimes learning from people that you come in contact with each and every day. And I love talking to kids. One of the main reasons why I became a police officer, other than the fact that I've wanted to be one since I was a child myself, is being able to be a good role model, a good representation of what a man is supposed to look like and what a man is supposed to do for children, especially in low-income areas, because they need it. They need the leadership. They need to see somebody in leadership and who's just doing it the right way. At least I try to do it the right way.
Wow. I don't know if something like that has been better said on this program. I think it's wonderful because I think you're an inspiration to a lot of people. I do. I think you inspire many more people than you know of by just being
Larry,
who you are.
That's the goal, Larry. That is definitely the goal. But not only to inspire, but to be inspired by so many people too.
Good. Well, you are doing a wonderful job of that, and we are very honored to have you again on the show. Thank you, Officer Hill.
Sure.
Yeah. Jill Bamai, domestic violence calls there.
We all thought that we would, and I can't say that we have or we haven't. I personally haven't noticed an increase, What I do notice an increase of is alarms. We're getting a lot of alarm calls. I think I've gone
Sure.
to more alarms in the past 2 days than I have in my entire career. I don't know
Really?
why that is. Because a
Wow.
lot of the businesses, they close early and stuff like that.
Yes.
Maybe that has something to do with it. But we're getting a lot of alarm calls. The domestic violence calls don't stop, though. We still go
No.
to them. So,
Well, and I think with the college there closed, I think that
yeah.
also makes a difference.
That's
U of
how
F
I.
is closed, so
Yep.
um, there's less chance for fighting,
Right.
drinking, all of that stuff. So
I
yeah,
mean, yesterday
that
was a
makes
ghost town. For a Friday night in Tallahassee, it was a ghost town. It was just so strange. It was very apocalyptic.
sense. I'm 57 almost.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen anything like this. I'm
Meaning,
taking photographs of things that are abnormal.
that's a good idea. I think I'm going to do that today on my shift.
Yeah, like the signs that say closed, opening
Uh-huh.
again soon,
Yeah.
or how quiet the streets are. I mean,
Right.
it's a different world right
Eerie,
now.
man.
Yeah,
Yep, it is.
different world. Um, I'm sorry, great question here by Brennan. I like this one, Brennan. Officer Hill, have you considered being in the canine group?
I've thought about it. Um, don't get me wrong, I love animals, but I gotta be honest with myself. I don't know if I could deal with an animal in my house long term. I love being able to be with Evo and
Yeah.
pet the dogs and play with them and stuff like that and have them jump on me. But I don't know if I want that all the time, you know?
Send them home. You're kind of like a grandfather.
Yeah, you
Okay,
know,
they can
because I
they
don't
can
have any
go home
kids, but I
now.
got nieces and nephews, and I can always send them back, you know?
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, great question, Brennan. Thank you so much. Jill Bamai, he's been in law enforcement almost 6 years. She does want to know what influenced you to be a law enforcement professional.
I think as a black male, I had my mother and my father. A lot of black children, they don't get to have their mom and their dad. And that's just me being honest. And I had my mom and my dad. They were divorced, but they both were in my life. My dad had us every other weekend. So there were some things that I was privy to in reference to just being brought up the right way that a lot of the kids that I went to school with um, weren't privy to. So I got a chance to see kind of like both sides of the tracks,
Mhm.
you know. So as a police officer, that gives me a stage.
Yes.
Whether someone wants to listen to me or not, guess what? They have to listen to me.
Amen.
So I just have to make sure that when I'm on that stage in that one particular moment that I'm speaking life into that person,
Mhm.
you know, and just giving them an opportunity to hear something good and giving them opportunity, as I said before, of seeing a guy that looks like them, um, living a lifestyle that's positive. And hopefully it sinks in. It doesn't all the time, but hopefully it sinks in and they can implement it in their own lives, in their young lives. And hopefully they remember me 10 years from now when they're 15, when I'm talking to them. Maybe when they turn 25, they'll never forget me.
Wow. That's beautiful. So it sounds like you have a passion for working with school age children.
I do. We have the opportunity here in Tallahassee to do work school details, elementary school details, because of Florida statute saying that all schools have to have law enforcement. So our sheriff's department here in Tallahassee or in Leon County, they don't have enough staffing to staff the elementary schools like they do the middle schools and high schools. So the police department is taking it upon ourselves to staff those elementary schools as best we can, and I work them as much as I can.
That is fantastic. I had to pause for a moment because I could see you being such a positive role model for children and
Mm-hmm.
how kids would look up to you because
Sitting in the front office or sitting in my car when I'm doing these details, I go to the lunchroom during lunch and I slap some of them upside the back of the head, laugh and giggle with them, and they enjoy it. Because a lot of these kids, these are the same kids' houses that we go to when we work our regular shifts.
Yeah.
So when I go to a domestic call, this has happened plenty of times. I go to a domestic call, any type of call. Before I can get a chance to knock on that door, there's kids riding their bikes down the street calling my name. And
Oh,
and that's huge
yes, it
because
is.
I remember the police officers that patrolled these streets when I was a kid.
Yep.
I'm 34 years old now. So I know that if I remember them, I know these kids are gonna remember me, and
Yeah, they will. Yep.
that's all that matters.
Especially with a big positive role model that is always there for them and they
Right.
know they can talk to them. That's very good.
Yep.
Great question from our super duper moderator in Ontario, Canada as well. She asks, Carrie says, who has been the greatest influence in your life?
Probably my mom and my dad. It might be kind of cliche, but truly, my mom and my dad.
Nope.
You know, I had sports heroes. You know, Deion Sanders and my cousin Corey Fuller. He played for Florida State. He played 10 years in the NFL. But truly, my mother and my father, they were good examples. They weren't perfect, you know, but they were great examples of at least trying to live life the right way.
Very good. Wow. Very nice. I have a question from Jack Barra. Jack, I'd like to welcome you to the show. We do this every Saturday, 2 p.m. East. Hi, I know you're in Florida, and I have this question too. So I'm going to put it back on the screen. This is a great question. How many times have you seen a gator or a snake in your time being an officer? And if so, do they bother you if you leave them alone?
Oh yeah, they don't bother you. As long as you leave them alone, they don't bother you. Even an alligator. An alligator will literally just sit there. As long as you don't bother it, it won't bother you. But
really,
as far as snakes, I'm not a snake guy. You know, it's funny because when they dispatch me to snake calls, the first thing I do is, police 503 dispatch. Can I get another unit en route? So I always have somebody to back me up. And it's funny because sometimes the dispatch, you can hear them giggling on the other side of the radio. Because I'm not a snake guy. I'm just honest. I don't like snakes.
Let me tell you, nope, don't even deal with it. In fact, Inspector Soroka said he would actually call in for help for someone else to take care of it.
There you go. That's the way to do
it. So anyway, you know, that's a great memorable call you've been on.
Most memorable. Oh, there's so many. Some good and some bad. Jesus.
That's a hard one, isn't it?
It's hard because, you know, you interact with so many people.
Yeah, you know, let me reword the question a little bit so it's a lot easier. Can you give us maybe a story or some kind of an issue where it was very memorable for you?
Other than the naked guy that everybody saw on live PD, very memorable. I'm trying to stay away from the negative ones because honestly, you remember the negative ones, the bad ones, before you remember the positive ones.
Yep.
Very memorable. That's still hard, Larry. But I will say that my favorite calls to go to are ones where I can interact with the kids. I know I keep talking about kids, but it's just the ones when I get to talk to kids, whether I'm on a domestic call and I get the opportunity for like 5 minutes to speak to the kids to kind of calm them down and stuff like that, because they're just kind of distraught because the police are in their home. And then I can see them cheer up and give them a sticker or something like that before I leave the home.
Oh, you've got stickers. Oh man, if you got stickers, you're the hero right there, man. Especially the young ones.
I just don't get it.
I don't either.
They just love those stickers.
I know.
It's like they're gold.
Yep. Kate Marshall. Hi, Kate. Happy Saturday, kiddo. Being in law enforcement, how has this pandemic changed your job? Do you still have to take calls, or are you staying home like others are?
Oh, we definitely still have to take calls. We are taking calls. It's just what type of calls do we handle in person and what calls do we handle over the phone? That's the difference. As I said earlier, if it's something that can be handled over the phone, we'll do that over the phone. Our sergeant will pipe up over the radio and pretty much tell us, hey, see if you can handle it over the phone. And if you can't, then go. For instance, yesterday, I went to a landlord-tenant dispute where a young girl subleased her apartment under the table to another young girl. The young girl wasn't paying the rent type of thing.
That's when you and I were talking on the phone, on Skype. You were there then. Was that when it was?
No, it wasn't that time. That was something different. That was something different. But stuff like that, as long as they're no longer fighting and they're separated, we'll call the complainant and explain to them that simply that you can't kick them out. You know? So Florida law protects people in where they live. You can't just throw people on the street. You have to do the proper eviction.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we are grateful to have you on. We really are. Officer Justin Hill from Tallahassee Police. Phone number to call in if you'd like to say howdy doody. His number 503-420-4062. Again, 503-420-4062. Or just keep them coming on the screen. Fine. Brad Pridgeon says, semi-serious question. Are the mosquitoes practicing social distancing?
No, not at all. Some places, I went to my dad's house last week, and I came back with like 8 mosquito bites. Good God.
Ooh.
I'm the kind of person that's like, I'm not allergic to them, but like I get those knots. Those
Yeah, me
fat
too.
knots.
Me too. Yep. Mary Pluff. Hello, Officer Hill. Please stay safe.
Thank you, Mary. I'll do my best.
Isn't that sweet? My goodness. Wow. All right. Mary Pluff, thanks for being such a sweetheart. Jill Bamai, our gold medal moderator, asks, what's the funniest call that you can remember that you can share with us today on the show? And be careful, this is a PG show, my friend. Okay.
The naked calls. I'm telling you, the naked calls and the drunk people. Oh, there was one. We hate when we drop the camera guys off too soon. But when the show is over, the show is over.
Yeah.
So there was one call I went on where this lady and her boyfriend, she was tired of a drunk boyfriend, so she was trying to get him out of her car before they went home. She was just trying to put him out. So I get there, and I just instruct her to go because she don't want him in the car. He has to get out. He is just drunk as all get out, right? And he's peed on himself.
Oh.
And but he was so charismatic and so funny. So as I'm sitting there with 2 other officers, we're kind of flanking him, and I'm standing in front of him. He starts singing this song in a very drunken voice. It's like one of those old school Motown kind of songs. I know the song. I'm a Motown guy.
Yeah, I am too. Too.
So he started singing it, and then I kind of started singing it with him. I mean,
nice.
We got time.
That's
I got a couple
awesome,
hours.
man.
It's not like he's going to jail. We're just gonna take him to the hospital so he can sober up. So I started singing it with him, and then it was for like 3 seconds. He sobered up, and he was like,
kidding! Wow.
Oh, it was like 3 seconds, and he was like, "Man, give me some." So I gave him an elbow. We took him to the hospital so he could sober up.
Motown guy, huh? All right.
Yeah.
I am too. Big playlist. My wife says I'm very eclectic, but I really kind of move over towards ego. Well, it's pretty cool because we do get like those children do at the schools. Mm-hmm. We do make an impression, and that's really important. Yep. All right. Mary Pluff, bless your heart. Officer Hill, what is one thing you like and one thing that you dislike about your job?
Paperwork is one thing I dislike. I'm not gonna lie. Nobody likes paperwork, but we have to do it. And as I've already said, one thing I like, just the interaction, the time that I get to spend with people, whether it's positive or negative. I just love talking to people. I love people talking to me.
You're very good at that. You're a gifted communicator because you communicate with your eyes. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, your eyes and your smile, you communicate very well with that. Some people can be in a good mood, but be very rigid. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And they're rigid, but they're not upset about anything. You're more laid back. You're more chill. And I think that people see that and they can relax a little around you, which is really rare when law enforcement comes into the picture of their lives because they could be having the worst day of their life right then, Yep. So it's very important. Jill Bamai asks, what are some of your hobbies? What do you like to do for fun?
I love being at my parents' house, just going to visit them on my days off. That's actually a hobby. It's truly a hobby. Doing work with my dad. Last week, even though I was on vacation, I took 2 days to work with my dad. One of those days was actually pressure washing my own house, so I don't know if that counts. But I helped him out. He had a client. He was digging some dirt out of a client's backyard to lay sod because the dirt was too high. So if it rained, all the water would wash down the patio. So we spent 3 hours shoveling dirt out by hand because her backyard was too small to fit a tractor. But
no.
You know what? That time I get to spend with my dad working, because that's what I did a lot before I became a police officer. It kind of allows me to escape, even though it's hard work, it's still kind of relaxing to me, if that makes sense.
Oh, it's a beautiful answer, man. It's beautiful. I mean, you still love mom and dad.
Oh yeah,
You know,
till I die.
gosh, you are such a great guy. I want to bottle you up and I'll give it away. I don't need to make a profit on it. I'll just give it away. It'll be fine. And no one needs to worry about it because it's going to be free. Nicole Crum, she asks if you could choose anyone from a different state that's on live PD, who would you like to ride along with?
Danny Brown and Officer Ross. I won't lie. I try not to watch live PD too much because I don't want to get the big head. You know, it's kind of weird seeing yourself on TV.
Sure.
But those two definitely, just because they cool cops, man. Cool
Officer,
cops.
I can tell you because I've had Lieutenant Brown on 3 times on the show.
Mm-hmm.
He is a very, very nice man. He is one of the kindest people you ever meet. And Officer Ross reminds me a lot of you. He's very, very funny. He's a funny guy. He's a prankster, believe it or not.
I like cops who can do the job, be serious about it, but at the same time understand that it's a way to do it and still have fun.
Do you know who you remind me of, who we've had on the show before?
Who's that?
You're going to laugh, but you remind me, because of your temperament, along of Sergeant Garrow Brown from Richland County. Yep. He got a hold of us on his show from his rental car when he was in Florida on vacation.
Oh, really?
This man was the most genteel, humble guy we've ever had on this show. He is one of the favorite people I've ever met on this show. He's truly special. You would love him. You guys get along very well. Yep. All right, let me get back to these questions here. Okay, here it comes. It always comes every show. Here it is. Taser or pepper spray?
If there was a C for neither, that's what I would choose. But I guess I would choose pepper spray. And people think I'm crazy because the last one.
Really?
I wish y'all could see my taser video, man. I wish y'all could see it. It's like one of the most. It's like a death scream that I gave. I promise you, it was horrible. It's the worst 5 seconds of my entire life, and I tell people all the time, don't get tased.
Oh man. Well, and see, you have to in law enforcement because when you go before a judge, you have to be able to answer the question from the defense attorney. Yeah, I've been tased. I know what it feels like.
And it hurts.
And do you know what? You're the first person that's ever answered pepper spray.
Yeah, I could do a pepper spray because I didn't reactivate either. Like some people don't get in the shower and it'll reactivate because it leaks down into the eyes or whatever, the fumes or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. But I'd rather do the pepper spray. Wow. Pepper spray and milk, man. Give me some milk afterwards and I'll be all right.
You'll be all right. Yep. Yeah. Milk is the silent killer of heat. It is. That's awesome. Hey, folks, you know what? We got our very first pepper spray choice guy. That's pretty cool,
It's something
right?
crazy one, huh? I must be crazy.
No, you're not. No, it's just one of those things, man. Just one of those things. Good question, Carrie. Thank you for that one. Very good. Jill Bamai says, do you have a favorite canine in your department?
Evo.
Gotta go with Evo.
That's easy. Or I could say, with Tallahassee canine, or I could say Bane with LCSO since he bit me in the foot.
Yeah. True. Jill Bamai says, I think you are the first officer to choose pepper spray on this show. And Jill, you, even though we're not playing any kind of trivia game, you're absolutely correct, my friend. Yep, that's a true story. He is the very first one. So that goes to show you different people have different reactions to certain things. And his was much worse with a taser. There you go. Mary Pluff, what's that? I'm sorry?
I said I feel strongly about that too.
Mary Pluff, she asks, how many canines do you have there at the Tallahassee PD?
I'm going to lie. It's probably like 6, I want to say. And don't ask me to name them. I don't know them all. I think it might be 6.
Okay, that's funny. Oh my goodness. Yep. And Kate Marshall, bless your heart, he said that he'd consider being in the canine unit, but he really doesn't want the dog so much living in his house. He's kind of cool with playing with them and letting them go home, you know? So, Nicole
Yep.
Crumb, he's one tough guy for sure. I'd rather take my chances with the taser.
That's normal because most people, that's what they would choose, the taser, because it's only 5 seconds and
Yeah.
the pain goes away. But it was the worst 5 seconds of my life.
Yeah. And that makes all the difference in the world, man. It does. Jill Bamai, I remember your foot getting bit, LOL. Did you have to replace your shoe?
No, I still have that shoe. I still wear those shoes because they're comfortable. I just
Good
keep
for
shining
you.
them up.
See, a comfortable pair of shoes. You can go to the shoe repair place, put a new heel on it, all that stuff, but you
Yep.
like them because they're comfortable.
Yep.
I've told
Some of
my
the kids
wife
like it
that
at the
for
schools
years.
too.
What's that?
Some of the kids who actually watch the show,
Mm-hmm.
they'll ask me about that, and I'll show them my shoe because you can see the bite mark. They love to see it.
There you go. That's funny. Wow. Well, it's neat though that not only did you have that on national television, but you have a story to tell as well. That's a
Yep.
it's an important story. Jill Bamai, what are your future law enforcement aspirations? Would you like to be in the SWAT team, detective? What are your goals?
I'm weighing it right now. I've been considering being a negotiator for our attack team. A lot of people have been coming to me asking me to do it. I don't know why, but they
You
have.
should do that. Absolutely.
Thinking
Yep,
about doing
I
that.
agree with them.
But as far as like promotional stuff like that, maybe I know I probably will want to be at least a sergeant before I retire. Um, but I kind of the way I look at my job is and what I want to do going forward is I just try to be the best employee, the best coworker, and just be diligent about doing my work. Because I figure if I'm a great employee, if I'm a great coworker, then I probably be able to do whatever I want to in the future. And as long as I take care of satisfy the being in different divisions within the department so that I can qualify to be a sergeant one day. Just
Well,
being a great employee and being a great coworker, I can do whatever I want to do, honestly.
and that college degree helps so much.
Yep. Yep.
Helps so much. We're really proud of you. I'll tell you that. We really are, my friend. Yep. So when it's a couple days off, let's say I have a couple days off,
Mm-hmm.
where do you like to go? You live in a beautiful part of our country. Where do you like to go to just hang out? Do you like to go, if you're with your parents, do you guys like to go
Mm-hmm.
fishing? Do you guys like to go, swimming? Do you like to go do something else? What do you like to do maybe in your off time when you're just kind of just trying to just unwind and have a good, relaxing time?
So I like going to the park. We have Cascades Park here in Tallahassee. It's like city of Tallahassee's baby. But it's a nice park though. I can go out there and I can jog, I can walk, and just enjoy the sun. But I'm fortunate that both of my parents, they both live in the country. They live on the outskirts of Tallahassee. My mom lives in Cairo, Georgia, and my dad lives in McCullough, Florida.
Wow.
So it's beautiful country in both of those places. My mom, she's building a house now on some water out in the country on some big ponds. So I
Wow.
just love being out there, doing work outside, watching nature.
Well, there's going to come a time when your
Mm-hmm.
mom and dad are going to watch this video. I'm sure of it.
Mm-hmm.
I want both of you to know you guys did an amazing job raising this young man. You really did. Yeah. This guy is really humble, and that's rare. That's so rare in this world today. I'm just blown away. I really am. Wow. Okay. Typically applied for, right?
Mm-hmm. You apply for them. When you apply, it's like applying for any job that's outside of the department. The goal is as your career, as the years go by, you have been in different divisions within the department. After 2 years, you can go to any division you want to as long as you qualify and as long as they want you, you know. And it kind of goes back to what I said earlier. As long as you've been a good employee and a good coworker, you can pretty much do whatever you want to do within the department as long as you have satisfied the requirements. You can't expect to be promoted if you haven't done anything within that department other than be a patrol officer.
Yeah.
So one of the first things I did was become an FTO. Got the opportunity to teach and instruct new officers as they come in. It's one of the ultimate signs of leadership, ultimate ways you can lead, right? So that's the first thing that I've done, and I'm doing that now. going on
And
2 years.
for the people that might not know what that means, FTO means Field Training Officer. So Officer Hill helps new officers get acclimated to the job. That's what he
Yep.
does. And I bet he does an amazing job at it. Yep.
At least
I
I
bet
try
so.
to.
I bet you do. Officer George Ishak, Fremont, California. I'd take pepper spray as well. Taser's
There you
just a
go.
death sentence, in my honest opinion.
There you go. See, I'm not the only crazy one.
No, you're not crazy. It's all right. It's all right, brother. What about that?
Well, when I go to calls now, people already know, and they're always looking for the camera, and there's no camera now. But I'm from Tallahassee, raised. So people knew me. Some people didn't. Some of those people that didn't know me, now they know me. Get paintings, you know, thanks to Colette.
That's great.
But it's changed in the sense that now I get to do more of what I like to do with people that I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to do it with. And I'm talking about the interaction with people.
Yeah.
So I get to interact with more people now. People aren't as maybe afraid, if that's the right word, to come up to me and talk to me because of what they've seen on Live PD. They've seen how I interact with people. They know my personality. So they don't feel as, scared to come and talk to me. And I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, because you don't have an intimidating presence. You're more of a kind, gentle guy. And I think that draws especially young people because they know you're safe because you're a police officer and you don't raise your voice to them. That doesn't scare them, obviously. I think you do a wonderful job. I really do. I think you're a very unique officer. And I believe a negotiator would be a huge job for you, and you would do exceptional at it. You really would.
I will say this uniform, it's like a wall. It's a barrier for a lot of people. But once you take the time to get to know people and talk to people, the uniform kind of disappears. And they forget that you're a police officer. Once that happens, then anything can happen. And, I mean, you can build relationships once you break down that barrier.
There you go. My friends, we have been talking with Officer Justin Hill of Tallahassee PD, and you've got one last chance to call in to say hello to him. I'm sure he'd love to hear your voice. 503-420-4062. That's 503-420-4062. Now, Officer Hill, with schools closed in Florida now due to COVID-19, what do you do now to interact with young people while still practicing that social distancing issue?
There's really no interaction, which is so sad. I mean, we've had this question a couple of times. How have things changed? I guess I failed to mention that you don't get to interact with people as much.
Yeah,
you just don't.
Yeah.
That's just completely taken away from you.
Yeah.
And as a police officer, or as just a human in general, that's just not normal.
No.
So I don't get that. I don't get that interaction with kids right now.
Wow. Well, we are very grateful to have you, my friend. We've got a call coming in for you. Hi, you're on Leo's Coast to Coast with Officer Justin Hill. Who's this and where are you calling from?
Officer Hill?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we're on a delay here, okay? So what I need you to do is listen just on the phone, okay, my dear? And he'll be able to answer your questions, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You got a funny laugh. Keep it up. Officer Hill.
Yes, I'm like really in love with him.
Like really in love with him. Now, are you in Florida?
No, I'm in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
And I watch him on live TV, but he is so handsome.
Oh, he's got that special something, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. I want to go on a date with him. Can you ask him for me?
Okay, let me see what I can do. Officer Hill. Hang on a second. Just a second. Hang on, young lady. Don't go nowhere, all right? Don't go anywhere. Hang on. I want you to stay here. We got to set the mood. Hold on. Officer Hill. There's a young lady on the phone, all right?
Yeah.
And this young lady, she really thinks the world of you, okay? She really cares for you, all right? she might be in love with you. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it only takes a minute to fall in love. That's what Tavares said. So do you think it could work out? She is giggling so hard on the other end, Officer Hill. It's unbelievable. You get a kick out of that. Well, you know, he is flattered. He really is. Do you have any questions for him, my dear?
See if I come to Florida, we can go to dinner. That was my question.
Oh, bless you. His eyes are just as big as quarters right now, dear. I'll tell you what. His Twitter address, you just hit him up on Twitter, okay? You send him a hello.
Tell him he need to start writing me back. Tell him to follow me so we can inbox.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, dear. Take care and have a good weekend. Be safe out there.
You too.
Thanks.
All right, you too.
God bless you. Bye-bye. Wow. Well, that's the first time I've ever done that on the show. But, you know, hey, anything can happen here on Leo's Coast to Coast.
Playing Cupid now.
You know, I guess I am. I guess I should start, you know, hanging a shingle out in front of the door. Yep.
Am I blushing?
Okay. What's that?
Am I blushing?
You a little bit. Yep. Okay.
I really like that, and I really appreciate that. I'm glad that the show has done that for her. And hopefully, it's done that for America in general, because people have had this view of what policing is and who police officers are. But the show has done a great job, I think, of presenting us in a different light. Human.
That's right. Brendan King is in Arizona, laughing his rear end off at this thing, playing Cupid here. So, you know, actually, what I was going to tell you, what I was actually looking for a little bit of Barry White, but that would be a little too much. I said, well, no, he likes Motown. We'll play some Tavares. Okay. All right. Do you have, oh, you know what? Here's a good one. Mary Pluff. Are you ever embarrassed, Officer Hill?
Am I ever embarrassed? I was just embarrassed then.
There you go. He was embarrassed right then.
But other than that, I don't think too much, no. You know?
Yeah.
Like
your eyes were as big as quarters, man. That was huge. You got to watch the replay, man. It's awesome. It's just, your reaction was absolutely stunning. Oh, my goodness. So we're going to wrap this up with Officer Justin Hill from Tallahassee, because I told him an hour. This is an hour for him, because he's been wading through 10 minutes of me trying to stifle these doggone bugs in the computer.
I've enjoyed it.
Oh, you know what? Would you let Officer Denmark know that
I will.
time? Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. She's a sweetheart. I think the world of her. She's so kind. And all I need to do is get a hold of her and ask. She's always so kind. And today, and I mean this with all my heart, today, she gave us a home run. She really did. Yep.
I'll tell her. I'll make sure I tell her.
Yep. Officer Hill, what would you like to tell the people of Live PD Nation? And keep in mind, there are some people who are not practicing the social distancing thing, or they just don't think it matters. And there are some people that are in lockdown states don't want to stay home because they want to go out and do stuff, right?
Yep.
What would you tell people right now?
I think what people need to realize is it's not that we're just living in abnormal times. It's that people are losing jobs. People aren't able to pay their bills because they're losing jobs. People are dying. I don't know if those people who are, not taking it seriously, or if it's just they don't think the death numbers are large enough for them to care, but they should be, because people are losing family members over something that can be prevented, in the short-term future. Just stay inside. It's not worth it. I want to get my life back to normal. That's what I want to do. I want to be able to go to work and be able to talk to people, interact with people. But if we're just going to sit here and be hard and not simply make sacrifices that benefit everybody simply because you're selfish, it just says a lot about you.
No words in the history of this program have ever been more accurate than that right there. I mean that very much. Then it becomes about you, and it's selfish.
Right.
All right, so young people especially, do you realize that over 50% of the COVID-19 cases in New York City, are people under 40? Yep.
Didn't know that. And that's scary. That's scary.
What you don't realize is you're going to go and you might get it from one of your friends and then go see your grandparents. Exactly. But folks, you've got to make the sacrifice. Our forefathers did that. We have tens of thousands of great men who have died on the battlefield to give you the freedoms you have right now. But right now, our country needs you to stay home.
Yep.
And that's the honest truth. So please do that. Anything else, Officer Hill? It's just been such a joy. This is one of my favorite shows ever. And I mean that this is like number 73, I believe. So we're truly happy about that. I mean, this is an amazing program with you. Loved
Glad
it.
you enjoyed it, because I really did enjoy it.
So happy, man. So happy. Anything else you'd like to tell the folks of Live PD Nation?
Just
one of the best shows we've ever had right there. Officer Justin Hill from the Tallahassee Police Department. I would say Tallahassee's very blessed to have him. That's for sure. Very much. Yep. Hang in there with me. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody real quick and give you a chance to as well. Folks, we're coming back at 7 p.m. East tonight to play Cartoon Trivia with you. Cartoon Trivia. One of the Live PD guys may show up again, and you might get a prize for winning. So join us at 7 p.m. in the East, that's 4 p.m. Pacific, to meet with cartoons. Remember Saturday mornings? We bring them back to life today. And join us for it at 7 p.m., right?
Meet public.
There you go. Something like that. So please join us 7 p.m. Eastern right here on this channel. We'll be back to play some cartoon trivia. Last night, a man from Colorado won a gift that's being sent by Captain Bill Burt. So you never know who's going to show up. Good luck to you, okay? We will see you at 7 then. Until then, be good people. May God richly bless you. Listen to your leaders and please pray for them. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye now. Don't forget to ride.
Oh, no, see, the man is already saying it on if you didn't hear...
You didn't lose me. I said, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that everything's okay with my wife, who's going to bed. And, yeah. Hi, everybody. Hey, how are you? We are now approaching 31 hours by God's grace. I'd like to specially thank somebody who's here you don't see. And she's here tonight, and a lot of people don't maybe not know who she is. She is Zach Camden's mom. She's here right now. And, you know, I asked her, I said, look, you know, you get some sleep. Get some sleep. And she said, no. Boys always work third shift, and I spent my night in prayer. I'm not a sleeper. God bless you. Really, thank you. I mean that with all my heart. Thank you. This is 31 hours almost that we're doing this here. And we're honored. We're grateful. Okay. Why we're here? We're going to go on to Twitter, and we're going to say hi there as well. I'd like to let you folks know that we did have another gift that was given, $5 by Anonymous, and that is so stinking cool too. Woohoo! We celebrate every dollar here. We do. We celebrate every dollar because that's one less dollar that needs to be raised. Hang on a sec. Oh, hello. Hello, face. So there you go. That is $5 less that needs to be raised, which is really cool. And we're grateful. We're grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Whoever gave that, thank you very much. I'm going to give you the opportunity to. Yeah, me either. Thank you, Siri. Thanks, very nice for helping me understand you don't understand. Okay, so I'm going to go and do something real quick so I don't fall asleep, which is to make sure that um, it's not so hot in here. Just a second. That will make me sleepy. Just a second. Okay, you come help. Okay, you can come help me. All right, buddy. Hang on. Hold on. I got you. I got you. You're safe. Okay. Sorry about that. Need to make sure we don't get too warm. This is Jasper. This is my little buddy. Jasper is my radio dog. He's the guy that hangs out in here, and what he does is he keeps me company in here. He loves to do that, and he's a daddy's boy. Is what he is. He's my boy. So we kind of hang out together, and he just loves his dad. So we're hanging out together, and we're beating the microphone pop screen, and hey, but as long as he's happy and he's here to keep me going too, hey, I'm all for that. How are you tonight? Happy Saturday evening, July the 11th, still here in the Pacific time zone. Hey, July 12th. Oh, sorry, buddy. July the 12th in the East and soon to be the Central time zone. So almost happy Sunday, you guys. Yeah. So we're trying to raise some money here tonight for a GoFundMe page that was set up back in June, I believe it was. I don't see anything older really than like June 18th. So, or 16th, I mean, June 16th. And that's when essentially three friends came together, someone that chooses to be called Blue Blooded, and then someone named Christine, and then someone named Jesse got together to put together a page on GoFundMe to help both deputies Zach Camden and J.J. Johnston, I almost said Johnston, of Williamson County, Texas. They cared enough about those guys knowing what was going on and knowing they needed help. Okay, so let's retrace the steps just a little bit. On June 16th, 2020, there's a group. Hang on, buddy. I'll put you down. There we go. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, that's my boy. All right. There is a group in Texas called TMPA, which essentially is a group that's supposed to help protect law enforcement from lawsuits, things like that, from being sued in case somebody does something that they shouldn't be doing and they need some legal representation. Now, unfortunately, for whatever reason, this group did not stand behind these two deputies. I don't know why that is, but they didn't. And that left both of them in a situation essentially where they're scrambling. Now, these two are like brothers. Keep in mind, they're like cut from the same cloth brothers. You talk to JJ. Now, I haven't spoken with Zach yet. I have spoken with JJ, and JJ said, man, this is my brother. We've been through everything together, and there's nothing that we wouldn't do for each other. And, he has such a love for Zach. He does. I want you to see a picture of what these two guys look like. And I need to take a look around here because there's lots of pictures on my computer. Hang on. So I'm going to take a look and find the one I'm looking for because I'm finding everything but the one I'm looking for. Isn't that the way it usually is, right? Like you look for your wallet or you look for your keys, right? And it's never where you left them. Somebody took them. Like the dryer sock, okay? There is a giant pile of socks somewhere in the world for all of those extra socks that have been eaten by the dryer. It's true. Okay. It's going to pop up real big, but we'll, shorten it up. All right. There they are. That is on one side, the left, on your screen left, okay? That is Zach. That's Zach Camden. To his right, J.J. Johnson. There's J.J. Johnson right there. Now, I've known J.J. about a year and a half. And what I really would like to do is, if I can, zoom, well, it's going to be hard to do it, zoom in on their badge here. But I want you to, here, I'm going to do something real quick. There they are. There's two guys, okay? There they are. And these are two guys we're raising money for right here. These two guys. Notice anything about them? If there's ever been a pair of guys that flip the narrative of what the heck is going on in America, those are the guys right there. Just saying. Just saying. Not saying it to be hateful, saying because it's obviously true. It's very true. JJ is one of the kindest people in the world. If you knew JJ, you would know him as a kind, caring person who puts other people first. He's always done that. Ever since I've known him, he's always done that. Now, I'm going to show you something real quick that most people don't know. This is a neat little thing, and I want to be able to share it with you because, hey, it's our time together. And I see there's someone else in the room here. I'm not sure who it is. I'm looking on the chat. I see there's two. I see Kathy, which is Zach's mom, and that's Kathy. That's Zach's mom right there. The one that's on the left, that's Zach's mom. And anyway, excuse me. I'm going to show you something real quick. Okay. Now, Kathy's seen this. She knows what this is. And Zach has seen this, obviously. Oh, my goodness. And if I could type better, I'd sure as heck be smart. Oh, my goodness. All right. There we go. Let's take a look. Whoops. And even then, I misspell it. Let's see. Probably still will do it. Good. All right. It will. So we're going to take a look at something. I'll show you something that is super important for you to see. That really describes not only these guys, but this department, the office they work for. It's a very special place. It's a good place. It's one of the best sheriff's offices I've ever seen. And I have seen just about every one of them on live PD. Truly. Not everyone, but just about. And in being able to say that, I can tell you unabashedly that, there's a reason why these guys, I mean, these brothers right here, are very proud of what they do because they work for a good sheriff. They work for a wonderful community and a community that cares about them. And here's the thing. I believe, as I've told Zach's mom, that if more people in Williamson County, Texas knew what was going on here, they would have come. And they would have finished this. It would be done already. But let's take a look. Here's the badge. Look carefully. This is the badge that both Zach and JJ wear. Okay? Take a good close look at it. We're going to give you a chance. I'm going to bring it up a little bit. Don't want to get rid of JJ's face. But take a look. Look at the bottom of it here. Okay? The bottom, which is, okay, right in here. Best of the best. That's a very big claim. Think about that. That's a very big claim. Best of the best. To wear that badge is truly a badge of honor because you're wearing something that is so special, that is so unique, that you have to be that guy. You have to be. And when I look at both of these guys, they both have the same look on their face. They both a look of pride look of just buddies, just great friends. And I have to tell you something. There's nothing fake about this photo. Nothing. And I'm going to share one more thing with you that I believe fully. Okay, I really do. After hearing the story from Zach's mom and going through all this, right, being a part of all this, excuse me, I believe there is a reason why they went through this together, because together they could get through it. Now that doesn't make it easy, and that doesn't make it real simple, but they'll need each other to lean on each other through this time. And since both share in this pain, both hold each other up. It's pretty cool when you think about it. In that respect, it really does make a difference. I mean that. That's very special. Now, this is truly one of the most beautiful badges I have ever seen in terms of the work. Okay. I showed you like a kind of a cartoon drawing, not really a cartoon drawing. It's more of a artist sketch, artist rendition, however you want to put it. That's kind of how it is. But let me show you what that badge really looks like. Excuse me. And the reason I'm showing you this is because I'd like you guys to see how much work goes into making this badge and how intricate it really is. Let's take a good look at this badge that both of these guys wear. The badge that we're asking all of you to help protect tonight. Look at that. Look at that badge. Isn't that beautiful? Look at it. Now, being a person that had some experience with foundry work, I can tell you a lot of work went into making that piece of metal right there. A lot. You have the colors, of course. You have the intricate design. You have all the, all of the dots that are on the outer part of the star. This is a piece of art. And these guys wear such an amazing piece of art to work every day. It's amazing. To me, this is just absolutely stunning. Right in the middle. Blessed are the peacemakers. Isn't that cool? And then below that, best of the best. You can't forge that kind of stuff, right? You can't. You just can't do it. You can't forge that. You can't forge a smile. Hang on. Sorry. I'm going to struggle with this because my screen, the way it sits, so you can see me here, camera's right there. And then the screen goes way that way. Literally, the camera's on the far left edge of the screen. So for me to get to all the photos, it's a challenge. So I'm going to move this out a little bit, which is going to change our camera angle just a skosh, but it'll help me see things better. And that's going to be important as we make it through this night, because by the grace of God, we'll be up as long as we can. And when God decides it's time to turn the lights out, that'll happen too. The point I'm trying to make here, just one second. Pardon me. The point I'm trying to make is that these people who do this job are special to begin with. They have to be. They have to be willing to do against what a human natural reaction is. Think about that. They have to train their bodies to do the exact opposite of what you and I would do. We hear gunfire, we're running, right? Some guys running with a giant butcher knife going, I'm going to kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. We're running. These guys don't. They stand their ground, or they have to take care of business. It's what they do. It's what they get paid for. They're paid to protect you. And right now, what I see here is I see an awful lot of Americans who are saying, yeah, we're with them. We're with them. We're not going to let them fall. I must have heard one comment quite a bit today from people, and that was, we got your six. Now, for the police, that's really important because it means I've got your back. As you know, you guys already know that. But the main point here is to say that to a law enforcement officer means essentially that, hey, I've got you. I will protect you. You will be protected. You'll be safe. I'll take care of it. These men go into trouble. They run towards danger. They will come running as fast as they can by car to come help you. They will drive as hard as they can to get to where you are. They will do whatever they can to help you. They will stand right in front of a bullet. Yep. They will come running as fast as they can to take the bullet that was meant for you. Now, Mom, Kathy, I don't want to scare you. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just saying that's the way they're built. They're built the exact opposite of how we're brought up. It's like, don't touch that. It's hot. They go, tss. Yep, sure is. They do it. They do what scares us to do. They go the extra mile. They work weekends, holidays, birthdays, Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving. They rarely get days off, and oftentimes they'll work for a long time without any break. Okay? There's a big problem. The police are out there. Remember Vic Ferrari earlier today talked about 9/11, said that the shifts are about 16 to 18-hour days. That's what they put in there. That's what these guys do too. When there's a problem, that's what they do. And there's something you have to admire about people like them, because they don't even know you. But whether you care about them or you disrespect them, they will put their body in front of yours as a shield to protect you. That, to me, is one of the most beautiful things somebody could do for another human being. Let me go back to the first slide that we started this entire extravaganza out with. John 15:13. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Who said it? Jesus. That's what they do for each other. That's what they do for you. Whether you agree with them, whether you don't agree with them, whether you support them or you don't, whether you curse them out, whether you scream at them, whether you lie to them, hide from them, or try to buffalo them, they will still take that bullet for you every time. And there's something about the nobility of that you have to admire. Truly. I mean, I put something on a show recently that I did, and it's not on this channel. It's on a different channel. And I had said something that just the good Lord gave me, because I'm not that brilliant. And the words were pretty obvious. It was, let me see. Let me try and remember how it went. It was really kind of neat how the good Lord gave it to me. It was kind of a little bit like Paul Harvey's A Farmer. If you ever heard Paul Harvey's The Life of a Farmer, it's kind of was like that given to me, but it was about police officers. They rarely get double days off. They usually work holidays. They miss their kids' birthdays often. They have to do things that they don't want to have to do. When times get tough, meaning there are issues like we have right now, they work extra hours, and that's what they do because that's how they're built. It's what they're supposed to do. They do it gladly because they want to. They do it because they care. They do it because they want to make a difference with their lives by not just talking about it and not hiding behind a computer keyboard like some kind of creepy dude. They do it right there out in the open for all of us, not all of us, but some of us, to have our cell phones out and stand there and do this and watch their every move, just waiting for them to make a mistake. And what you don't realize is in a lot of these videos you see, like especially on YouTube, you'll see these ones that they're very disrespectful towards officers. You don't realize that right before they hit play, the guy who's holding the camera shouts a curse word at the officer and waits for the officer's response. That happens often. Did you know that? A lot of these guys right here, like these two, they face that. When they go out in public, that's what they face. And now it's gotten worse. And I don't know how or why a person would have the drive to be a police officer today. They're not supported by their government, seems like, meaning the people that are in politics. I don't mean like the chief or the sheriff or any of that. They're all brothers. They're all sisters. They're all one family. I'm talking about the elected officials. That's where the problems lie. Usually every time. Look at Seattle. There's a great example. So these two guys are the ones we're trying to raise money for. Two good-looking young guys who really deserve to have fair representation in court. That's all we're asking. So we're asking you to give what you can, whether that be 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, whatever you can give. We would be blessed and honored to know you did it. If you want to be known as Anonymous, Synonymous, Mickey Mouseamus, or Platypotamus, you can be anything you want to, as long as you donate money. Pretty cool. And if you can't donate, share. Share the legal defense fund for Wilco deputies GoFundMe page. That would be great. Okay? That's what we'd love you to do. Okay, so we're going to go live on Twitter because we need to say hi to the gang there and let them know we're still doing this by the grace of our Lord. And it's hour number 31. And that to me is just absolutely staggering because literally within a half hour ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, there was nothing. There was nothing. I was dead. I was over. It's over. Done. And here we are. Here we are. Okay. Let me go live here. All right. Hang on. And here we go. Hi, everybody, wherever you may be, from coast to coast to sea to shining sea. It's me, Larry. Hi. 31 hours now. 31 fantastic hours in the books here to help these wonderful deputies that are from Williamson County, Texas. Now, we're talking about the Legal Defense Fund for Zach Camden and for J.J. Johnson, both of them. They both share the same issue in terms of need to be represented, and they both need your help. So please go to GoFundMe. You'll find it below this tweet. Search down, look for the picture of the Williamson County SUV with the sirens going, the lights going, right? The light bar. Go ahead and click on that and then give what you can. 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever it is. We want to thank Anonymous for their $5 donation. That was awesome. We love it. We'll celebrate everything. Heck yeah. Hey, that's $5 less. That's $5 less. And that's really a blessing and a gift, and we're grateful. Okay. I don't know really how many people are going to give tonight. I know last night it was dead crickets, but then it picked up as soon as the morning hours hit, probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock, right about in that time frame. But see, at that point, you've got most of the country awake, right? By, say, 9. No, not really 9. 10. Let's say 10 East, okay? By that point, you got folks in the West who are just kind of waking up, right? And you got folks in the East that are already working hard. Yeah, That's what they do. And, you know, it's interesting to see these guys because, no matter what, they have to be on their A game. Easy to Monday morning quarterback them, easy to second guess them, easy to think this is what I would have done, easy to think they shouldn't have done that. All those things are great in hindsight, but unless you're there and unless you have to deal with the situation in that split second, how can you really speak on it? It's impossible to because these guys have to make that call, and to say that they're going to invaluably make it right or wrong is wrong by definition, because if it's not one, it has to be the other. If it's not the other, then it can't be either. So what I'm trying to say to you is we have put together, I mean, truly zero that much. We've done nothing. Now, the group that did this fundraiser, Jesse and Christine and this gentleman who has a Twitter handle that I don't quite understand, and it's something I guess I need to learn. But I have to look at it here, and I've got a computer that's kind of very slow. There we go. It was really kind of dying. Anyway, the pardon me. Thank you. All right. Oh, sorry. Okay. Better. Better. Okay. So, Blue Blooded, who helped set this up for JJ and Zach, Deputy Johnson and Deputy Camden, set this up back on June 16th. That's when he did it. That's when everything was started, right? Or she, not sure who. I'm assuming it's probably, maybe it's him. I know it's him. Just kidding. All right. So these two guys together, working hard, trying to do what they can to help keep Williamson County safe. And we're not going to get involved in the issue here that is causing this legal issue. That's not what we're here for. We're simply here to say that there deserves to be a right that they should be able to get their own attorney, that they should be able to afford it. And unfortunately, these guys, they get this thing called TMPA in Texas, and in this case, it didn't protect them. Kind of a political issue going on. So what happens? They have to be kind of the old end around, if you remember football, the old end around. Okay. One of those games, tricks. Okay. It's like a big deception. And you're seeing all this chaos all over all sides of the field, right? Right and left. There's just, they're grinding and pushing and trying to shove each other. And right through the middle marches one person. Okay. The point is, we have to keep our eyes on the prize. We're not here to argue what happened there. We weren't there. We don't know. We don't know. You don't know. No one knows. They do. And obviously, the person who was there knew. But again, the issue, when I say knew, and I didn't mean to say knows, knew. Okay. This is not about me. This is not about you. This is about them having a fair chance to have a fair trial with legal representation to ensure that it's kept fair and that their rights are protected. There is nothing wrong with doing that. Nothing. Okay? So the point I'm trying to make is that we're here just to make sure that these guys get a chance to have a fair trial. That's it. A fair trial. Is that too much to ask? And that's where we need you. That's where we need you. We need you to step up, give whatever you can. At the GoFundMe page that's listed on the page here on on YouTube, and then on Twitter, the one that's listed below this tweet. 2 down, I believe now. So please go down there and give what you can. America needs to stand up for her law enforcement now. I'm going to talk next hour about different areas in our country and what's happened to, police officers without trying to make it too political. Seriously, it's not about that. It really is about police news more than anything. So that's coming up let's see. It's 9:55. So the 11 o'clock Pacific Tower. Okay, so that'd be 11 o'clock Pacific. That'd be 2 a.m. Eastern. During that hour, we're going to talk about different things happening around the country. And again, not to be politicized. It's simply what's going on. And what we want to do is point to the fact that, this defund the police narrative is silly. It doesn't make sense and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. However, it's a great first step towards anarchy. And that's something we can't afford to have happen. We can't. It just can't happen on our watch. So if you folks are kind enough to try that GoFundMe and help us out, because I'm hoping we'll get some people that will donate, that would be a blessing and a gift. I don't know how many people will do it in the middle of the night. Last night, very few did. But I believe in miracles. If you can help, please do. Take a look on GoFundMe or click the link that you find out below this tweet. Until next time, God bless you guys. Thank you for watching, and thank you for loving these guys from Williamson County, Texas. Let's please get them a safe place to be, okay? Meaning with a lawyer in court. Thanks, guys. See you soon. God bless you. Bye-bye. Okay, so there's Twitter, and now we will do Facebook. Facebook. Wait, that was Facebook. Sorry, that was Facebook. Okay. They should put a logo up, right? We want to demand now a logo be put up. Why not? For us old people who don't know. And you get to a certain age where they just look at you and they go, oh, it's okay. He's old. He doesn't know. Okay. Thanks. It's nice. Nice to be thought of that way. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just an invalid. Hang on. I'm just an old man trying to get my way through college. And so we're going to be here tonight having some fun, making you laugh, hopefully giggle or few or two, and then maybe even teach you a few things. Who knows? You might even have fun. Join us tonight, YouTube with us here on YouTube. You can find the show. Cool stuff. We'll be here all night long. Try the veal. Tip your waitress. Be here all night. Hi, everybody, wherever you may be on Twitter and around from sea to shining sea. It's Larry. It's an honor to see you. Hi, happy Sunday in the East, Saturday in the West still. We're blessed and honored to see you tonight. We're doing a special show, a special, I guess, gift of love. That's the best way to put it. This is an act of love to help two very special deputies from Williamson County, Texas. Two guys who just care so much about each other. They're like brothers. They truly are. They're like brothers. Okay. That would be J.J. Johnson and Zach Camden from Williamson County, Texas. Now, these two guys need your help because there is a rough bunch of road they're running through right now where they had a little issue on the job. And unfortunately, the legal protection company that they had contracted with did not protect them. They need you to help them, please, to be able to get through this terrible time with good representation. So would you be kind of pleased to take a look a few tweets below where you'll see the connection where you can connect onto the GoFundMe page that's been set up for both Deputy Johnson and Deputy Camden. They're both in the same thing. You don't have to give to each one. They're both connected. They're interconnected. So it's simple. Make one donation. You're helping both. Two for the price of one. Remember that the old double mint? No, it was certs. Two mints in one. Anyway, go. So what we're asking you to do, please, out of the kindness of your heart, could you please help? Can you spare $5 or $10? Can you spare 20? Can you spare 5? It doesn't matter. Whatever you can spare that you could give to help two law enforcement professionals who are young with families and have lives just like we do, really, and have feelings like we have, And we're asking you, please, to help support them on GoFundMe. It'll be below here, a couple of spots, okay? Please feel free and share as much as you can of your money to help these guys with their legal retention fees. That's really what this is about, to make sure they have a fair set of rules at that courtroom, that they have a lawyer because the other side's got a lawyer. Both sides have lawyers. It's fair. But they haven't been able to afford their lawyer retainer fee yet. That's the whole problem. That's why we're here. That's why I've been going now. This is now turning the clock over to the 30, what is that? My goodness gracious, is that 30 hours, 31 hours, 31 hours. So with that said, I think it's 31. I don't remember now. 2:30, 10:30, whatever. 4 hours minus 36, 32, going to 32 hours. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is we need your help. Twitter, you've always been great to Live PD Nation. Live PD Nation was born and raised on Twitter. Its birth was on Twitter. It was. So would you please help these great two Live PD guys, because they could use your help. They really could. Give to GoFundMe. It's listed right below this tweet. You can't miss it. And then if you've got a really good memory, unlike me, you'll see it's GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Let me repeat that because I mashed it up. GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. That's it. Just give there what you can to help these guys out. And you could be not only saving a life, you could be saving careers here as well. Because in this political climate, you better have a lawyer. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right. Love to tell you I've got all kinds of guests lined up, but I don't. So you're stuck with me and talking and hanging out and keeping you company. So join us if you're able to on YouTube. YouTube with Us is the channel name. Please join us. We'd be honored to have you there. Before you do that, please click on the button down below here for, trying to think here what I was trying to say. Please make sure and click on the GoFundMe page, which is a couple of tweets below this one. The one you're looking for says GoFundMe legal defense fee. Sorry, wow. We are tired. GoFundMe legal defense fund for Wilco deputies. Again, GoFundMe legal defense fund for Wilco deputies. That's it. We'll see you soon. Hopefully next hour we'll do our very best. Until then, God bless you, Twitter. Love you. Miss you. And every time we come, you're there. Bless you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for watching. It means a lot. If you can't, by the way, first say something. If you can't donate any money, would you please share the GoFundMe page with your group of people that you're connected with? Because it's quite possible that maybe you have some friends that maybe the other person doesn't. And because of that, you're able to reach that certain someone that can make a big difference, like Margaret did today by giving $500. Wow. That's a lot of money, man. So please, you never know how powerful it is when you cut and paste something very special like that. So what's going to happen anyway, we'll talk about that another day. So please give GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. We'll see you soon on Leo's Coast to Coast here on YouTube. Find it on YouTube with Us right here on YouTube. Twitter. See you soon. God bless you. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful Saturday night. Maybe see you in about an hour, okay? It'll be, hour 33 then. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much. Please give. I want to go to sleep. Thanks, guys. Bye. All right. Good stuff. Fun. Good stuff to do. So that's it. So we've got two very brave guys who have two very special jobs, who are two brothers. Yeah. And their mom. Love them deputies. Aren't they special? They're pretty cool. They are. I love this comment. I like the whole doggone thing. So, yeah, that's beautiful. Well, so anyway, we're going to go ahead and because my mind is wandering and then it starts to get really sleepy. Best thing I can do is to either quickly change the name, into a game, or do something that forces my mind to go someplace else quickly, like a quick change. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you 3 questions. The 3 questions are ready? What's your favorite food? If you could have any food, you're on a desert island, what would you like first? What would you be really excited to have? Okay, your favorite food. Number 2, what is one of your favorite things to do? Something you like to do in your off time that helps you relax, take it easy, right? Favorite thing to do. Number 3, okay, about how many hours of sleep do you typically get per night? Maybe he's going somewhere with this. Who knows? You never know. You never know. He might be onto something. Kathy, go to bed. It's late. You need to go to bed. Poor thing. You poor thing. Bless her heart. That's the mom. That's Zach's mom right there. Right there. Kathy Salazar, Zach's mom. And she's a pretty special mom. Really is. She's a wonderful lady. And it's really been an honor to get to know her this week. It really has been. Kathy, I'll miss that time. It was fun. It was nice to get to know you and nice to know about Zach growing up, what he was like, what he didn't like, how he felt about things, how he worked hard for things, how much he was in the FFA, things like that. One thing I never did ask is, did you ever give him a puppy? I bet you did. I bet you did. So I bet he had a puppy, and I bet he had, let's see, he would have some, I bet you have a dog, right? Thinking that. Yeah, a dog. Okay. We're going to take a break here shortly as we ease into the evening hours. It is now 1:08 in the east. That is 12:08 in the central, where these two guys are sleeping, hopefully, and 11:08 here. I'm sorry, in the Mountain Time Zone, 10:08 here in the Pacific Time Zone. Happy Saturday to you all. Oh, there you go. Okay, so again, questions. Favorite food, okay. Favorite thing to do. Yeah, hobby. What do you like to do? Make you happy. What makes you joyful? What is it that just thinking about it brings a smile? It's cool. It's cool to have that kind of a life. And is that more like a private type of life thing, or is it more public? Meaning, do you enjoy it publicly? For example, with my ham radio, I like to do this here. I've tried to do it once away from here. I was scared to do it because it's like, this is the nicest radio I've ever had in my life, and I am not going to break this thing. So I just was very careful with it. But, favorite thing to do. And what does that look like? What do you do? Is it private? Is it something like reading a book? Do you like to read, by yourself in quiet? Have a nice mug of tea or coffee or whatever, and just sit there and read. Okay. Or do you like to play sports? Do you like to listen to music? Do you like to learn things still? Is your mind still a sponge? Those things. Pretty cool. Pretty cool to think about. We today had a wonderful guest on our Leo's Coast to Coast show, edition 2, I guess you could call it, whatever. Well, anyway, here's what I think is so cool about America. America is a land where your own right to your own opinion is not chastised to the point that your own life is legally in jeopardy. Let me repeat that. America is so great. It's the only land where your own opinion is not going to be held in jeopardy of your opinion and what you do with it. For example, there were two girls recently who came out with, you remember the, was it Proud to be an American? Remember? Proud to be an American where I know at least I'm free. Okay. Two girls singing it together, and they're like just filthy mouth, And I watched them, and they're literally about this deputy's age, night and day. So you can't broad stroke the young generation. You can't, because that's wrong, first of all, because they're not all that way. But second of all, there are exceptions to every rule. Okay? But as I watched in horror, looking at these two girls doing this, I thought, okay, what a shame. What a shame that these two young ladies are so miserable in a free land where they're able to share their opinions, even though they're toxic, really bad, to other people. Hey, power is the only thing that matters. And who has the power? It's, the high up person, right? We are going to go as long as we can here to make a difference for them because they need the help. I'm honored that you've come. I'm honored that you're here. I'm grateful beyond measure that you would even spend a little time here tonight because I know there's a lot of fun things to do on a Saturday night, more than being here. But I want to thank you for being here because it does mean a great deal. It really does. Okay. I will see you guys in roughly a half hour, maybe 40. Well, let's go 45 minutes. 45 minutes, I say. 45 minutes. Kind of with that accent. Gotta say it with like an accent. It's more like that, 45 minutes, I say 45 minutes, kind of like this here.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Right? I say, boy, I say.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Do you hear Mel Blanc's voice, how it just is so mechanically rhythmic? It's amazing. Let's hear it again.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Now, we could do a song about that, right? The chorus would be,
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Over and over again, about people who simply don't appreciate this country. Again, it would be called,
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Yeah. People who don't pay taxes, haven't contributed to our country and its wealth, and do nothing but complain about the place they live. And that's a shame. America is the land of opportunity where you're only limited by your own mind. We'll see you shortly. We'll get back to the show, raising money for deputies Johnson and Camden as we roll into Sunday in the Pacific time zone on the YouTube With Us channel. See you shortly. Here's a special presentation. Tom Morris Jr. live with us the very first time on Leo's Coast to Coast.
We're going to part with Mr. Tom Morris Jr. And I think the right way to do it is to go with some of his favorite music. Okay? Tom Morris Jr. loves hip hop, so a little Drake to start him out. Tom, how are you today, my friend?
I'm good, Larry. How you doing?
Oh, I'm very blessed and grateful to have you. I'll tell you that. There's a lot of people that are excited to be a part of this, so thank you for taking the time on a day off to spend some time with us today.
Happy Good Friday to you and the whole Live TV Nation.
Well, happy Good Friday to you as well, my friend. A great sacrifice happened today, and we're grateful for that sacrifice for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, Tom, just to start out here, I want to thank Jonathan Westman, Coastal Style, for allowing information that you have. Folks, if you haven't had a chance to see the great article, it's in Coastal Style magazine, and it really bios Tom's life, and it has some wonderful information. I would encourage all of you to take a look at that article and really find out about Tom, because it really goes deep into his history and his passion. So a lot of this came from John Westman's article. So we'll start out. Tom, you had an interest in law enforcement all the way back when you were quite young. Tell us about that interest in law enforcement and what you did.
Well, I grew up, watching cop shows and Dragnet and all these different shows, the FBI with Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. And, I Spy with Bill Cosby and Robert Culp. And I wanted to be a federal agent or a CIA agent, but I decided to apply to the FBI when I was a senior in high school. And I wrote a letter to the FBI saying, hey, I'd like to become an FBI agent. And I got a signed letter back. This is 1975. And I get a letter back from signed by J. Edgar Hoover. And said, we appreciate your interest in the FBI. You have to be a college graduate to be an agent. And that was fine. I was going to college anyway. So I decided to major in my second passion, which was writing and journalism. So I majored in journalism and went off to college and graduated and ended up going into journalism as opposed to trying to become an FBI agent after I graduated. So I ended up, by the year out of college, I was in White House Press Corps covering the Reagan administration by 1981 as a young journalist.
Wow. And you did quite a bit of work. You are a good example, Tom, of working your way up, because, you started out by being a courier, didn't you?
I did. I got hired. I got my first job in D.C. When I got to D.C. in the summer of '80, it was with a company called American Media Services, and what we were doing was recording speeches from all the different political organizations, Democratic and Republican networks, having big ballroom speeches, and we would record those speeches and mass duplicate them on tape machines and slap labels on them and sell them to the people as they came out. So after that, I went into the National Press Building one day and just started at the top floor and walked in and out of every single office. I don't care if it was the Russian news agency or the Israeli television or Polish radio, whatever. I just went in and out every door. I'm Tom Morris. Here's my resume. I have a degree in mass communications. I want to work in television, radio, print, whatever it is. And by the time I got to the 9th floor, I walked into the Bureau of Independent Network News, and they had just fired the courier a few minutes before I walked in. So the Bureau said, well, I don't have any editorial desk jobs right now, but I do need a courier. So I was like, fine. So I take the courier job. I start running to Capitol Hill in the White House and picking up the videotapes from the crews in the field, bringing them back to the National Press Building, the Bureau. And during my time when I'd be hanging out at these press conferences, up in the Senate at a hearing, waiting for the tapes to be delivered to me so I can take them back, I would learn how to do sound from the sound. And after about 6 months, I became a soundman. So I started doing audio with camera crew, me and a cameraman and reporter, and we're out there covering national news. And after that, I learned how to do camera, and I started shooting as well. And then we started doing other non-news work for shows like That's Incredible, press junkets. I worked on press junkets for movies like Superman, Witches of Eastwick, Young Doctors in Love, Against All Odds with Jeff Bridges. Worked on a lot of different things in the mid-'80s, from 81 to 85. Wow. I was doing press corps stuff, press corps, Capitol Hill, but I was also doing entertainment stuff for these movies.
Wow. Holy cow. So your plate was full at that point. My goodness. And then you worked your way up to being live on camera then, weren't you?
Well, yeah. But there were some detours along the way before I got to that, because in 86, I left television and became an economic development specialist, which was something I kind of learned on the job out in Georges County, Maryland. And I was working with, I learned how to provide technical assistance to businesses. I did that for 2 years, and then I got kind of restless and wanted to go overseas and live out my sort of Ernest Hemingway-esque, dreams of adventure and romance and danger and all this sort of stuff. So I saw an ad in the Washington Post on Sunday that said, Embassy Task Group oversees security.
Wow.
And the one word in the whole thing was overseas. That's all. I just like, overseas. Okay, so I went over to Roslyn, Virginia, had an interview, and basically, after the embassy in Moscow was found to have been bugged from top to bottom by the Russian contractors who built it in, I think it was around 86 or 85, they found out the embassy had been bugged. And they passed the Omnibus Anti-Terrorism Act of 86. And part of that mandated that all of the embassies and consulates around the world, new construction or existing, had to be upgraded or protected through all the construction phases, and they needed to train a special group of people to do this. And they were basically looking for ex-military people, ex-retired police officers. That's what they were hiring.
Okay.
The majority of people were coming out of the military. A lot of them were coming out of special forces, guys that had gone in Green Berets in the very first wave in 1960, late 1959, 1960.
Okay.
And now it's 1987. These guys are coming out, and they're looking for their next adventure, so a lot of them were coming into this program. And I went through 4 interviews, 2 ex-Marine colonel and another ex-Marine general or somebody, and 2 other civilians, and
My goodness.
Admiral Elmo Zumwalt was presiding over this whole project and this whole contract. And they just kept asking me, so, well, you've never been in the military or the police. I said, no. I said, but you're going to train me to do this job, like you're going to train everybody else sitting in that lobby to do it, right? I said, yeah. I said, so it doesn't matter what I did before I didn't do it.
Wow. Nice words. You just got it there.
Okay. They let me in, and when I got my top secret clearance, funny story, we went through about 6 months of training, and I actually used to drive Elmo Zumwalt to meetings at the CIA.
No kidding.
While I was waiting for my top secret clearance, so I could be deployed. And so I had picked out different places in the world I wanted to go, South America, whatever. Well, the day my top secret clearance came through, and they said, okay, you're going to Mogadishu, Somalia. I'm like, where is that? Like, where's that? I quickly looked at a map, like, oh, that's just a little back searching right quick.
Yeah.
Second poorest country in the world.
Whew.
Not what I had in mind, but anyway, so I got sent there because they had an 8-man team there, and they were building a huge embassy compound there. It was big. It had a 9-hole golf course. It was going to be the biggest embassy compound on the continent of Africa.
Wow.
And one of the guys in the 8-man team that was already there got caught smoking weed on the roof of the embassy.
What?
So, yeah. This really happened. That's how I ended up with this issue, because one guy got caught smoking weed on the roof of the embassy.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
So I had to go replace him.
Wow.
So I go and I get there, and I get to Mogadishu in March of '88, and the Civil War breaks out like just a few weeks later.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Throughout that year, at the end of the year, I said, you know what? I'm not renewing my contract for a second year. This is not looking good here. I'm going home. And that's what I did.
Good for you. Wow. Well, thanks for serving our country. And wow, what a story going to, you were the first, actually, just to clarify, you were the first non-military, non-law enforcement person to have a clearance like that, weren't you, Tom?
Well, to be put into that program.
Yeah.
To be put into that particular program.
Yeah. Wow. Congratulations. God has opened some doors for you, my friend. Congratulations on that. We just had a question on screen, and the question was, when Dan Abrams says on the screen, Special Washington, D.C. police officer, what does that mean?
Okay. A special police officer in Washington, D.C., they also have them in Maryland. They have different variations in different states as well. And SPO in Washington is you go through training. You don't go through the full MPD Police Academy training, but you go through specific training, and you're certified in SPO. You are sworn in by the Metropolitan Police Department, but instead of patrolling the whole city, you're assigned to a specific place. It might be a specific public housing project. It might be a government building, but you're assigned to a specific area, and that is your beat, that's your jurisdiction.
Mhm.
And you have all the full powers of a Metropolitan Police officer within that jurisdiction.
I see. Okay, well, there you go. So, Brenda in Portland, Oregon, there is your answer for your question for Tom Morris Jr. We're live with Tom Morris Jr. right now, the incomparable genteel man from Live PD. Tom, tell us about, I really want to get in your time with America's Most Wanted. You had an incredible success story and success rate of finding fugitives. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience with the show, your feelings about it, and how it came to be that you actually got the gig?
Well, the way I got the gig was just as extraordinary as what would happen over the 18 years that would follow, because I had a friend who's a professional golf photographer who lived in Bethesda, Maryland, and my wife and I were visiting him one day in the spring of 1993, and when we got ready to leave, my wife remarked about the neighbor's landscaping across the street, and she said, "Oh yeah, that guy is the executive producer of America's Most Wanted." And I out of TV for a few years then, because after I came back from Somalia, I continued working high-level security for the government at the Department of Energy in nuclear security.
Mm-hmm.
So I really was out of TV from pretty much 85 until 93 when I came back to America's Most Wanted.
Okay.
And so he said that guy is the executive producer of America's Most Wanted. I was like, man, I love that show. I would love to work for them. And I just so happened to have my resume in the car and gave it to him. And Chris had breakfast with Lance Heflin the very next day. Excuse me. And 3 weeks later, they called me, and I came in, and they gave me a murder case. It was a fugitive named Irving, nicknamed Razor. Irving Razor Jones. He had murdered his wife and her brother in Brooklyn, East New York, Brooklyn. And my job was to research the case, talk to the police, get all the facts I could get the photos of the guy, the victim, go interview the victim's family, go to New York and do all of that, come back, write a case file. All of this I'd never done before, okay?
Okay.
So,
yeah, wow.
So I figured it all out, told the story, brought it back. We turned it into a reenactment script. We reenacted the whole thing, shot it in Brooklyn, and caught Irving Razor Jones within a couple of days of the broadcast.
Wow.
So
wow.
Got my first capture, my first story, went on to the next case, and the next, and the next, and the next, and just really just by the grace of God, and the help of the American public, most of the fugitives I was profiling were getting caught.
Wow.
So just kept going from there, and 3 years in, I was asked one day by the producer, he said, you know, I think you'd be good on camera. I said, okay. And so he gave me a murder case to do and report on it as a correspondent, and I did. And did another one. And basically, I was really fortunate in that most people that end up on television in prime time work their way up on camera from local news to network news to something like that. I didn't do that. I was just in a position where they looked at me and said, how would you like to be on TV on American One?
Wow. Wow.
And that's how I ended up being on TV. I think I was 40 years old when I made my debut on TV.
My goodness. And there you were with a connection with John Walsh, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're still friends to this day. We were all on this mission together, you know. It was just, it was a tight-knit group of people on the show, our staff. We went through a lot together with these victims, shed a lot of tears with them, and it was a mission and a ministry for me.
Tell us more about that. Now, your father was a minister. Grandfather was a fisherman, so you've got kind of a background. You love the sea, but you also had a dad that was in ministry. So your dad told you that the America's Most Wanted thing was, in its way, a ministry, wasn't it?
Yeah, he told John Walsh the same thing when he did too. And but my father's father was also a Baptist minister.
My goodness.
And my brother is also a minister. My brother is the chaplain of the UVA football and basketball teams.
Wow, that's wonderful. Wow, that's wonderful. And, you know, one of the things, by the way, we're talking with Tom Morris Jr. from Live PD right now. We're blessed to have him on Good Friday. One of the good things about this, Tom, I think, is that you have had the opportunity to have a background in
Christianity that's very, very deep. And I think maybe some of that passion is what drives you to find these fugitives and these people, I would say.
Definitely. I mean, you know, you want to see justice done for people, and when you know the pollen is high here today. It's been killing me.
Sorry, bud.
But you want to see justice done for people who have been denied it because the fugitives that killed their loved one or raped their loved one or took all their life savings in a con scam got away, and you want to be able to help them have their day in court and at least get some closure. So America's Most Wanted was just an amazing 18, 19 years of life, being able to help people through the medium of television.
Wow. Well, Tom Morris Jr. with us here live. We're going to be giving out a phone number shortly for you to call in. You can personally ask Tom some questions. In your career so far, spanning both Live PD and America's Most Wanted, Tom, what's been the most, probably hard to pick the most, but can you go over maybe some of the most satisfying things that have happened?
Well, the one recurring thing during my AMW years was it was just nothing better than being able to call a victim and say, look, I have some good news. We caught the person that killed your loved one. I mean, that's just, I can't really tell you how powerful to hear that person's reaction on the other end of the phone and the gratitude and the surprise and shock. And that was just, for me, one of the best parts of doing it, knowing that this person was off the street once and for good.
Well, that's fantastic. And you had an incredible success rate with AMW, didn't you?
I did. I had about a 98% capture rate during my 18 years. They gave me a nickname at AMW, the Electronic Manhunter, because I was using television to catch people.
I would say that's accurate. I would indeed. You know, now we had a question earlier on the screen about what you do and carried from America's Most Wanted to Live PD, and I would say it's probably your Wanted segment, isn't it? And also your segments where you're looking for people. Wouldn't that be probably accurate?
It is. As soon as I came over to Live PD, and Kara Kurtz, who was one of my colleagues from AMW, she's one of the executive producers and helped develop and create Live PD along with Big Fish Entertainment and Dan Cesario. And she brought me in for an audition, I guess about 6 or 7 episodes into Live PD, and that's how I ended up on the show. And you know, we had that same background being with AMW for so many years, Kara and I, and I immediately said, hey, you know, I would love to be able to profile some fugitives. Kara was like, yeah, you know, let's profile some fugitives. And we started doing that almost as soon as I came on Live PD. And last fall, I hosted the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's Hero Award.
Congratulations.
And
Congratulations.
during that,
Wow.
during that ceremony that night, I actually extended from the stage to the National Center on behalf of Live PD staff that we would like to profile missing children, working in conjunction with Nick and John Walsh and Angeline Hart and some of my AMW colleagues who are now at the National Center. And that was in October. We immediately started, and we recovered the very first girl in December, right before Christmas, with the help of Live PD viewers.
And we just got another one this week.
Mariah Martinez. Larry, I could not be happier. You know, when I first saw the picture of her face, you know, she was a cute little girl, and she, you know, you knew she'd been through a lot, being kidnapped by her mom, and, you know, we didn't know what had happened to her. Her mother had been in custody since January, refusing to say what happened to the third child, Mariah.
Wow.
And that's never comforting.
No.
Investigators, you know, you're wondering, is that child alive or not?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
And I was really praying that she would be alive. And by the grace of God, she is. And one of our Live PD viewers knew where she was, made that call. And she's going to be okay.
That's fantastic. We're with Tom Morris Jr. from Live PD and from America's Most Wanted and from. This man has done so much in his career. Tom, we're grateful you're here, and we're blessed to have you on Good Friday. Thank you for being here again. What goals do you still have, Tom? You've been around a long time. You got to still have some goals. I know God's blessed you with so many gifts. Tell us what goals you might still have in your life.
You know, I really do leave my goals at this point in life up to, I just leave it up to God's direction on my life, really. I mean, that's how I felt after AMW ended. America's Most Wanted ended. I've been with one show from the age of 36 to 54. I really didn't think I would ever get another opportunity to be on another show full time. As the years went by, you know.
Sure.
And when it finally came around, I was just like, well, guess this is what God's wants me to do now.
Indeed. I want to tell you, we just had Sergeant David Moreno join in on the crew that's listening. Yeah, just joined in. So, Tom Morris Jr., David Moreno's right there. Sergeant Moreno, welcome. We're glad you're here.
What's up, Moreno?
there you go. Hey, Tom, you've answered a lot of the questions we have so far. We'll give out the phone number shortly for everybody to call in to ask Tom their questions. Just a few more. Tom, when did you realize that Live PD was going to be the big hit it is? Now, we're talking about huge numbers, especially in that 18 to 49 segment demographic. When did it start hitting you that, hey, this is a big deal?
Within about a month of being on the show, when it hit 1 million viewers, I knew right then that we were on to something. And I also knew that the appetite, I also saw people that were finding me on Twitter going, hey, aren't you the guy from Merciless One? Or, man, we used to follow you and watch you, you know, for, you know, all those years, and here you are again. You know what I mean? It was almost like a homecoming for a lot of the, you know, the AMW fans that were now coming over to Live PD, because it's the same type of people that are interested in law enforcement, that are interested in justice, interested in catching fugitives, finding missing children, seeing how police work, what they do, why they do what they do, and so forth. So it was right then and there in January 2017. I said, you know what? I actually told somebody, I said, I think by July we will hit 2 million viewers.
Really?
And we hit 2 million viewers in July.
Really? Wow. Wow. And for a cable show now, Tom, that's a miracle. People are dancing in the production part, you know, and the direction part. I'm sure Big Fish was just thinking, holy cow, we've done it.
Oh, yeah, because, you know, 1 million viewers on cable is substantial. 2 million, you're getting into your Pawn Stars and Duck Dynasty territory. You know, those cable shows that have become iconic with long-term huge following. So, you know, we knew when we got to that and we saw just how devoted the fans were. I remember, I think I uttered the word Live Nation on the show and tweeted it out one night, and that just suddenly became a thing. And it kind of became the umbrella of the entire fan base and the entire viewership. And so it's just a very cool thing, man. The whole thing is just so cool, man.
Well, we are very, very grateful you've done that. And, you know, Tom, you've coined a couple of words that really stick out. One of them, of course, is Live PD Nation. And by the way, that Twitter page has got thousands and thousands and thousands of people on it. The second one I remember is Riding Dirty. Now, that has really become a big deal, too. Tell us more about that, okay?
Well, I didn't coin Riding Dirty, but I initiated it into the lexicon of Live PD commentary. That way. So, because I'll never forget, it was either my first or second night on the show, and this guy got busted with weed or whatever in his car, and you know, I said, you know, something to the effect of, you know, it reminds me of, I quoted this rapper, Flow Rider.
Okay.
That Flow Rider song, Riding Dirty, and immediately people started tweeting in, Tom, you got the rappers mixed up. It's actually Camden there that did Riding Dirty. So Dan Abrams says to me, he says, hey, Tom, people are tweeting in here, you got your rappers mixed up. I'm like, I said, okay, Dan. And me and Dan are just getting to know each other, too. I mean, this is the first and second episode with so I said, okay, Dan, when we come back to the studio, I'll correct I'll take that hip hop L, okay? So let's just clear it up. So they came back to me and I said, hey, Live PD Nation, you guys told me I got my rappers mixed up. It was actually Chameleon and Much, and we just went from there.
So Dan Abrams actually had it right?
Well, they told Dan was reading it on Twitter.
Okay. I was going to say.
Master Control. I think somebody called him from Master Control and told him in his ear, that's Chameleon there, not Flow Rider, So, but it was fun, it was cool.
That's great. Oh, that's great. We're with Live PD analyst Tom Morris Jr. and that's a great story about the beginning of Riding Dirty. That's good. Folks, we're going to just about be ready here for your calls. Give us a second here. Tom, you are so good at going on Twitter and showing us your life. I mean, I've been blessed to see you on the train on your way into New York, out of New York, into Penn Station. I mean, I've never been to New York, so for me it's nice because I get to actually see some of New York City. You also show, all kinds of stuff. You're blowing snow off of your sidewalks. You're making chili. You're sitting by the crackling fire. I mean, you're so accessible to people, and you love to share that. What else do you like to do in your free time, Tom?
I play a lot of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the firing range. Read. Play music.
Okay.
So you got primary pursuits. Do stuff around the house.
All right, but we are back with Tom Morris. A little technical difficulty. I apologize for that. Tom was talking about his other pursuits, things like music and firing range and all kinds of stuff that he does. What a joy it is also, Tom. I've got to tell you something. This is a true story, okay? When you Twitter feed, and you'll remember, because you've got an incredible memory, because I've been told, or at least I've read, that you can remember almost every fugitive on America's Most Wanted, what happened, everything. You had went to your church once, and you had, it looked like a guest choir there, and you showed this little boy dancing in the aisle, and it was Oh Happy Day. I've got to tell you, I've listened to that probably 10 times because it's so well done. Thank you for bringing your church stuff into this. As a retired youth pastor, that means a lot to me. And was that sung well? Holy cow, man. Oh.
You know what's cool about Twitter and this technology? Like when I began on Live PD, I had a Twitter account since 2012, and I had a total of 120 followers. Because I didn't use it, I didn't pay attention to it. Every now and then I'd do a radio interview or something, and they'd throw out my Twitter name, and I'd get a few more people, but I didn't have any following. And now it's close to 70,000. And as I began to understand the power of it and how you can project things you want to project out into your followers, I always felt that, why not try to spread the good news from my worship experience to anyone who wants to see it through my Twitter feed.
Yep.
Why not do that? So I kind of just like being able to share it in that way, and if it helps anyone out there even think about changing their life for the better, then that's beautiful to me.
I think it is too, Tom, and I'm encouraged when I see things like that because it's rare, very rare for somebody that's in the media, especially in a job that reaches so many people, for you to be able to share that part of your life. Thanks, man. Really, thank you, because it's a true testimony, and it's really, really special. So thanks for sharing that. Hey, we've got a birthday girl in here. Becky Knox, happy birthday. I know you're going to be asking Tom a question here shortly, so happy birthday, Becky. Tom, what does it look like on a typical day when you arrive at A&E Network in New York? Tell us about that.
Well, I walk in the lobby, and I'm greeted by the security staff in the lobby, and I'm always glad to see them. They're always glad to see me. And I go upstairs to our floor, and we have a pre-production meeting. We have a production meeting before the show, and we go over the lineups and who's going to be on the show that night in the various jurisdictions. And we may have some pre-production stuff we need to do, and just a bunch of things we start doing, getting makeup ready for the 8 o'clock promo we do, getting makeup for that, and pick out our kind of stuff we do, and then we have dinner. We have dinner catered in around 6:30. So we, 5:30 or something like that. So we eat dinner. The whole show, we all eat dinner together, and so that's pretty much what we do.
That's really cool. Now, and I've noticed you've changed shirts between segments sometimes too, haven't you?
Well, sometimes, every now and then, I'll be wearing something at the 8 o'clock promo, and then I'll change to a different shirt for the 9 o'clock show. I haven't done that too often, but I'm surprised you noticed that. But I have actually done that a couple of times.
I've noticed that. Hey, would you talk about any of the live PD events that really have just stuck out for you?
Oh my God!
There's so many.
Where do you begin? I mean, obviously Chris Mastriani's struggle with the man with the 2-year-old child in his arms is one of the most profound things we've ever seen on the show. One of the most scary and hair-raising. The gang unit guys in Tulsa who were wrestling with the guy on the ground who had the gun and would not let go and was trying to shoot them. Those are those really compelling, gripping, terrifying moments that we see on the show sometimes that are just real and so fraught with danger. And then there's the absolutely hysterical things we see, like Daisy Duke's guy last Saturday night. Everybody, the guy with his little teeny thong Daisy Dukes. I mean, where else are you going to see that? I mean, it was like, or the guy, Vincent the Ham guy. The guy answers the door to talk to the police eating a whole Danish ham. I mean, this show just is, Larry, I kid you not, every Friday and Saturday night, I am just as excited to see what America's going to show me tonight as you are sitting at home on your sofa.
Well, I like the term crazy dukes. You came up with that so fast. And it was really true, man. It
was crazy.
It was.
The best line in there was, well, there were a lot of good lines in that exchange with the officers. But the best one was right at the very onset when the officers pull up. And the officer says, "What are we doing here, sir?" Like, what are we doing here? And then later on when he says, "Just my shorts, like they're normal shorts."
Exactly.
It's just my shorts. No, those are not normal shorts, dude. And he was so straight in that. I mean, he seemed like he could have been an accountant or something, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then he asked him what's in the bag, and he said, "My pants."
Yeah, exactly. And he was going to the store, Larry. That's the other thing. Imagine had he made it and walked into a store like that.
Yeah.
Imagine?
There are some things I say that you just cannot unsee, and that was one of those times. I remember that. I remember the Utah State Patrol where they pulled the gentleman in the car. The lady was still in the car, and
that one?
Yep.
Yeah, that one where the one where she squatted in the road there?
Yeah, on the interstate.
Yep.
That, you can't unsee things, man. And for some reason, Live PD catches these things right when they happen, and that, to me, is something else. It really is, Tom. You guys, the way you handle it, and I think you personally, and I can hear it in your voice, you try really hard not to put down anybody. But you really do. But it's sometimes you gotta laugh because there's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, and you're gonna watch Twitter light up, and we watch Twitter light up when these bizarre things come on too, and just watch people start posting these creative memes and little clips from other things that relate to it, and I'm always amazed at just how quick the audience jumps on these little things and just starts posting stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're with Tom Morris Jr. from Live PD. We are honored to have him, blessed here on Good Friday. Folks, the phone number to call in, and Tom, you can hear it ring because it is a regular phone.
All right.
Phone number to call.
I'm on a regular phone, man.
Well, okay, so we're all on regular phones here, which is cool. Now, I want to tell you. What's that?
We're keeping it old school.
We are. We're doing this organic. That's the way we roll today. So I want to tell you, Tom he's got some allergy problems today. I do as well. It's that time of year. So if you hear him clearing his throat or anything, it's just because of allergies. He's got the time off this week from Live PD, and he's generously given us some time, and we're so thankful for that. Folks, the phone number to call in to talk to Tom Morris is 503-420-4062. All right? That's 503-420-4062. If it's busy, it means somebody else is on the phone. So, Tom, we're looking forward to getting some Live PD questions, all right? We are grateful to have you, my friend. You know, there's one person I have not seen yet to call in, and that was a lady who, see, it's already ringing. That was a lady who I'll give you a question for in just a second. Again, the phone number 503-420-4062. And we have our first caller. Now, I'm going to ask you to please give us your name and where you're calling from. Oh, got a little delay here. Hold on. Turn your. Please do me a favor. Turn your volume down on your speaker for the interview. You're live with Tom Morris Jr. Who's this? Yep, you're here.
Hello?
Yes, you're here. You're live with Tom Morris Jr. What's your question?
Hi, I'm Jeff, and I am in Georgia. Okay, so my question is, what piece of advice can you give to use young people who want to pursue a career in law enforcement?
My first piece of advice would be to take a good assessment of who you are, what your strengths and weaknesses are, and also spend some time, if you can, get into a Police Explorer program. If you're a teenager, get into a Police Explorer program and learn firsthand about police work, and that will help you decide whether or not it's really for you. If you decide you really think that that's your calling in life, then pursue it. I would say go get at least 2 years of college, because a lot of police departments require at least 2 years of college now, and I would recommend go ahead and get a 4-year degree, because that's going to serve you well regardless of whether you become a police officer or not. And after that, apply to the department you want to join, and if you want to go federal, and just pursue your career.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
There you go. All right, that is Jeff from Georgia. Thank you very much for calling us. The phone number to call in to Tom Morris Jr., 503-420-4062. Tom, that's Jeff from Georgia. He is a young man who truly has a passion for law enforcement, and has the Twitter account Live PD Watch Party. So that's where you can find him. All right. We're gonna. Yep, he's a shout out there from Georgia. So there you go. Tom, we always get this question from Lieutenant Dan's crazy crew. If you could meet anyone at all, who would it be, Tom?
Jesus.
You are my man. You are my man. You know, that's it, brother. That's it. Hey, you know, interesting that you'd say that, because that's my answer too. Now, Dave Moreno last week had a great one. He said, you know, my parents. I've met them, but it's my parents. And he said, why? Because he came out of Tijuana, and they came over to San Diego to give him a better life. He went to college. Out of college, he went right to the Utah State Patrol. Great story. So there you go. Thank you for that one. All right, we got another call coming through. This one's coming through, looks like from a caller here from your neck of the woods. So hang on a second, Tom.
All right.
Hi, everybody. You are live with Tom Morris Jr. Can I get your name and where you're calling from, please?
Hi, everybody. You are live with Tom Morris.
I think we got some delete. Folks, make sure and turn down your screen on your phone or your...
Becky from Maine.
Becky from Maine. Hi there. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're live with Tom Morris Jr., Becky. What would you like to say?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Becky.
Well, I don't actually have a question. I wanted to tell a little bit about why I chose the Leo hero that I did. Sergeant here in York. I've known him for 22 years, and I chose him as my Leo hero because I really believe that if it wasn't for him, I would probably be doing drugs and drinking.
Wow.
And in trouble with the law. You know, I went through DARE, but he followed me up to the high school after I left middle school, and he was there for 2 years, and he stuck it by me, and whenever I needed him, he was always there, and he ended up being there the day I graduated high school. And, you know, he kind of was there for moral support, and I really believe had he not been there through all of it, I think I'd probably, you know, be the unfortunate ones that are, you know, have OD'd or stuck on drugs. So he's the one I ended up nominating as my Leo hero.
Wow.
That's awesome.
What a great story, Tom. Any comments on that for Becky on her birthday?
No, I'm just, well, first of all, happy birthday, Becky, and I'm just so glad that you had someone. You know, we all need an angel in our life, and, you know, you never know who that person's going to be or where they're going to come from, but when you find your angel, you just thank God for it and be blessed.
I actually called him at the station earlier today. I was, able to tell him why, and he's like, we all need positive feedback, but he said next time I go on a call for an overdose or something else, I'll keep it in the back of my mind that, if it wasn't for me, you'd probably be in the boat that these people are in. I said, as long as it helps, keep it in your mind, because it certainly helped me.
Well, there you go. Wow, good stuff. Becky, we thank you so much for your call. Happy birthday, my friend, okay?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
All right. That is Becky from Maine. Your phone number to call to speak with Tom Morris Jr. yourself on Good Friday, 503-420-4062. Tom, we're grateful to have you. So will you be going to service tonight with it being Good Friday?
No, I'm probably not going to go tonight.
Going to celebrate Easter.
Huh?
Going to celebrate a big Easter day.
We are on Sunday, yes.
You bet.
For sure.
You bet. That's real cool. It's neat to watch you. I watched you last weekend in Soho. Tell us more about that. You love to do that. You love to go and include everybody along on your travels. Now, you had your son was there, and he was talking about females. And you kept saying,
that's my two grandsons.
Oh, the grandsons are saying that. Oh no, you're saying, oh no, don't do that. It was a great family moment, Tom.
Yeah, I love them. They're great. Shane and Mike, they are great. But they're boys, and having raised two other boys to manhood, my sons. I always tell people, look, there's nothing dumber than a boy except two boys. Okay.
And that was what you said. That was really
there's nothing dumber than a boy except two. I love you, but they'll just say some of the craziest things sometimes, and and then we were all boys. I mean, I was a boy. One boy. I tell you the true story about me as a kid. It was the dumbest thing I ever did. Okay. I walked up to a hornet's nest and whacked it with a baseball bat when I was 5 years old.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
And it didn't work out well for me, Larry.
No. I would say it probably. How many stings did you get? Do you know?
Enough to land me in the hospital in Richmond.
Oh man. Oh.
Yeah, it was bad, dude. I mean, I found out I can't run faster than a swarm of hornets either.
I don't think any of us can. Well, since we're sharing honesty, when I was 3, I rode my tricycle 2 blocks to a Dodge dealership because I liked the bright colors of the car. And a guy in a 54 Ford shows up and he says, "Why are you here?" And I said, "I wanted to see the bright colored cars." He says, "Oh, do you live close by?" I said, "Yeah, I live down that street over there." And he says, "Well, let's give you a ride home." My grandmother. Now, here's the deal. My grandmother was watching me, and these guys show up and they pull up to the house. And they've got me, they pull me out of the car, pull my tricycle out of the trunk. There's a look that grandmothers have that you never ever, you don't need to hear them, you see it and man, I was so in trouble for that. That was that was the earliest memory I have, and God bless her, she's in heaven now, I hope. And oh man, I was one scared kid. So anyway, hornet's nest, Tom. Oh boy, you learn the best lessons though. Those are the ones that are the hardest learned, but the best memories.
I don't know if I put that in the best memories.
No. I shouldn't say that. I should say I should cross it.
Multiple times. It wasn't one of the best memories, but it was memorable.
I would say what I always used to tell my youth group kids was the things that are the hardest in life are the things that we learn the best. So I probably should rephrase that just a skosh there. I'm going to ask you a question. It's not on the question sheet, but it's an interesting one. And this is something I want Nation to hear this, because every kid I ever asked this question to, Tom, always answered it the same way. All right? If you could have a money tree in your backyard that gave you 10s and 20s and 50s, all legal tender, and you had the choice to have the money tree, but you would be blind for the rest of your life, which would you choose?
I choose sight.
And every kid, I'm talking hundreds of kids, answered that question the exact same way. So folks, you already have a priceless gift from the Lord. Be grateful for it, not thinking about the next dollar or whatever. I know money's always tight, but be grateful for the gifts you already have, because truly you've been already blessed so greatly. So remember that, okay? Really important. So, Tom, tell us here real quick, if you would. This is something that's really important. Do you have anything that you'd like to say to Live PD Nation? Something you'd like them to know from you? You say so much on Twitter already, but is there anything else you'd like to share with them?
Well, I think that we are, all of us on the show, and there's about 100 people. It takes a lot of people to make the show. And all of us we're all in, it's like the family I developed over the years with America's Most Wanted. A lot of TV shows, you don't have real close-knit relationships that aren't just professional. But with this, we're all kind of interlocked together in a family sort of way with Live PD, just like we were with AMW. I was blessed back then to have a TV family that was really like family, and I have that again now. And then the Live PD Nation, you are part of that family, and a very important part, because without you, we're not on TV. When we see that they're driving the trending on Twitter, they're saying, hey, we're trending at number 11. Let's get to number 1. And it's 9:45 at 10 o'clock, and we can watch that. The Live PD Nation is so invested in. It's almost like it's a football game, and our team is against the other team, and the other teams are all the other people in the Twitterverse that are also tweeting about something unrelated to Live PD, and all the other TV shows that are on during the same hours. Wow. And it's almost like we're that team, and we're in the studio in New York and out in the field in the police cars, and you're at home in your sofas and your dens, and you're laying in bed watching the show and tweeting and saying, hey, let's keep supporting this show. And that's just, it's a magical thing. I mean, I just want everybody out there to know how much we as the staff of Live PD appreciate you, our viewers.
Amen. Amen. Hey, we're with Tom Morris Jr. from Live PD. You've got a final few moments to call in. Now, first of all, please turn the volume down on your electronic device you're watching the interview on, because you'll be talking to Tom live. The phone number to call is 503-420-4062. That's 503-420-4062 if you'd like to talk to Tom Morris Jr. And, Tom, who do you got in the Final Four?
Well, Larry, as I said earlier, my brother, the chaplain of UVA football and basketball, and obviously the Morris family was heavily invested in the success of UVA.
All right.
Which we watched go up in flames at the hands of University of Maryland, Baltimore campus, which, even though I live in Maryland, I didn't even know they had a basketball team until they upset my beloved Wahoos. So anyway, at this point, I'm just looking forward to seeing real good quality competitive basketball right on through a championship game.
There you go.
And I'd say Loyola would be my sentimental favorite.
Sure, yeah, they would be. I mean, they're truly a Cinderella there. So that would be amazing to see them come out. That would be truly probably the most watched Final Four ever, because of the Cinderella story that they are. So I agree with you there. I truly do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, after the first 8 pilot episodes, you and Dan Abrams got together. You guys have excellent chemistry, Tom. You really do. What's it like to work with Dan Abrams?
First of all, Dan Abrams is a consummate professional broadcaster, journalist. He's a really, really genuinely nice guy. He doesn't have any TV star ego or anything. He's just really a down-to-earth guy. He's a brilliant guy, and he's the right person to host Live PD. I'm in the right chair for me and what my skill set is, and he's in the right spot for him being the host of this show. And he's fun to work with. I was on Dan's show as a guest on his MSNBC show years ago when I was with America's Most Wanted at least once, and that was the only other encounter I'd ever had with him until the fall of 2016, but it's been fun, and some people say that I've loosened Dan up some as we came together as a team. we have a lot of fun together, and it's sort of a very natural interplay between us and Styx.
Yeah, it's funny because Live PD Watch Party just said, "How is Styx?" And is he a great friend? I would say so. He gave you a nice watch.
Oh yeah, I mean honestly, we're like three brothers, Dan, Styx, and myself. It's just I'm just really, really blessed to be working with those two guys in the studio, and we have a lot of fun together, and we're just in it to win it together, man.
Good. Well, we're in the final moments with our live interview with Tom Morris Jr., the veteran crime reporter, also an amazing man, truly an amazing man, and we are grateful and blessed to have him. Last final call-in. Here's your last call-in. Are you ready? Are you ready, Nation? You ready? Call-in number is 503-420-4062. Make sure you turn down the volume of your electronic device so you'll know you will be live with Tom. Again, 503-420-4062. Tom, do you have 18 more seasons left in you?
I'm not going to tell you where that would put me on the. I'd be an octogenarian. I can tell you that. I'd be up there, dude. I don't know. The makeup artist would really be challenged at that point. But as God wills, so shall it be, man. I'm just gonna keep going as long as I can and do the best I can and enjoy the ride.
That's exactly right. Now, Becky Knox, you've asked a few times about the children's segments on Live PD. I want you to know we've already been over that earlier, and since you came in a little bit late, go back and you'll be able to find out. He'll answer that and talk about how much that means to him. Tom, we are grateful. God bless you, man. I mean, seriously, you took the day that you're off, and you took it to spend time with the Live PD Nation. And you know what, brother? We appreciate you. Thank you for what you did today.
Thank you, Larry, for having me, and thank you, Live PD Nation. Seriously, I really love you all.
Oh, there you go. We appreciate it. That's the interview with Tom Morris Jr. We're working on Sergeant Denver Leverett. Hang in there, Nation. We'll see what we can do. God bless you all. Remember, it's Good Friday. This is a very important day. It's a day that our Lord suffered and was killed immersively. So please, take a little moment and pray today. All right? Thank you for joining us for the interview, Live Nation. We'll see you soon, okay? God bless you all.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be from coast to coast to see the shining sea. We are, my friends, very close. I mean, really close. At 31 hours, I thought it was over. 33 hours and counting. Hello, America, wherever you may be. We are still live by the grace of God, trying to get defense money for Zach Camden and J.J. Johnson. And we are so very grateful that the good Lord has kept us awake through that last bout of being pretty pooped. Are you ready? We're at $13,000! Hi, everybody. Happy Sunday to you folks that are in the mountain, the central, and the east. Happy Saturday still for us here in the Pacific. Welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast. extended version. This is like if it was a baseball game, okay, this would be extra innings. It would be extra. Yeah, it'd be one of those. So, how are you today? Sunday on the pretty much the rocky side and Saturday still on the western edge. Hello there. It's nice to see you. My name is Larry. It's an honor to see all of you here right now in the middle of the night number 2. By the grace of God, I want to thank Kathy. Where do you begin? I want to, this is going to be a short segment. I need to let you know, truly, it's going to be a short segment. I'm going to thank Kathy Salazar for her kindness. Not only did she help me catch a third wind, but she also donated about an hour ago $125 that put the boys at 13,000 even. Hey, that's cool, right? That is so cool. So that means we now have clipped over to 6,000, well, 7,000. My math isn't good when I'm tired. Sorry, $7,000 left. Everything plus now is 6,000 something. So it's gone down. We're good. Somebody quick donate $5. Okay, hold on. We're going hold on. Oh man, don't do that. Ow, man, I just dropped one thing. One thing just kind of slid and everything went ka-thunk, literally. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go live here onto Twitter first because Twitter just has more people on it right now. And Jill Bameyer, gold medal moderator, who is usually right about a lot of stuff, she's right again because she was saying Twitter's really on fire tonight. She's right. It is. So we'll try and get the old whirly bird together here that makes the squeaky noise. Yeah. And we'll get going. So short segment. This will be a short one. I need to walk, and my dogs, bless their hearts. I love my 2 pups, Miley and Jasper. Yeah, they're my buddies. And when you take them for a walk is not a walk. It's a stand. That's what they do. It's a stand. I mean, yeah, it's possible. Dogs do stands, and they do it. It's no matter how much I will take them out, and they will beg, borrow, and steal for that walk. We get out there, they go one house away, and pop, they're standing. And they're like, well, this is fine. Wait a minute. What are we doing? And they'll stand there. You can't keep walking. You start to go back home, they'll stand. And then they'll start going back the way you just came. Like, the walk is going to continue now. I'm like, what are you doing, you two? We're not making any progress here, for gosh sakes. Remind of a dog. I don't get it. Okay. So anyway, I was out there trying to walk and literally trying to walk them. That's funny. That's a story of its own. So really, it's great to see you guys. It really is. It's fantastic. It is a very special day because my real hope was that somehow, some way, and for it to be Zach's mom that did it makes me feel bad because it's Zach's mom that did it. But the fact that we're here is important. I really hoped we would hit 13,000 by midnight our time. We hit midnight at about 10:45. Thanks to Kathy Salazar. Wow. Huge. My wife actually called me to tell me. She said, guess what? I said, what's that? She said, did you see? I said, did I see what? Well, did you see that it's at 13,000? I said, real? What? The phone's breaking up. What? Playing the old man thing. Huh? Yeah. Huh? Kind of like what we played earlier, like this one right here.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Yeah. The song we're going to make a song with that. It is. It's going to have the chorus of
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
That. So there you go. All right. We're going to go live onto Twitter and say howdy do. Tell them we're at 13K and say, hey, we are going into uncharted territory now. I know this is going to be okay. I do. I just believe it. Faith. That's what it is. I'm not smart. I'm not. I don't claim to be. Somebody says I'm stupid. Yep. Okay. Next subject. But I'll be a true blue friend. That's for sure. All right, let's go live here to Twitter. Here we go. All right, the Twitspies. Hi, Twitter. Hello, YouTube. The YouTube telethon continues. Believe it or not, I am just stunned. We are at 33 and 1/2 hours straight. 33 and a half hours. I want to thank my dear friend Lee Terry, who has come really to kind of get me going, along with Kathy Salazar. Both just kind of got going and said, hey, Larry, you okay? You okay? And here they both are. Bless you both. Thank you so much. Hi, Twitter. Hey, guess what? We are now at $13,000. Yeah, 13 grand for the Legal Defense Fund for the Wilco deputies J.J. Johnson and Deputy Zach Camden. Now, this is important because we're now getting close. Okay, now we're getting there. We're about $7,000 apart. Every dollar you give now, we get that number now to 6,000 something. So we need somebody to donate, even $5, $5. That gets us, that 7 number goes away. It's been here for too doggone long. Okay, now let's get rid of that 7 and make it a 6. So $5, $10, whatever. Let's please, if you can give, we would be so grateful if you could give at GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Again, that's GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Give there, please, if you would, and share it too. Share it with your friends. I know it's the middle of the night. I get it. I know in the East right now, it's, hey, it's 2:17 in the morning. I know in the West, it's not quite midnight. However, by George, we've hit 13 grand. By the grace of God, we hit 13 grand. And I'm astounded. Wow. It's huge. It's a big number. And folks, it's going to continue. I want to thank Kathy and Lee for both just jumping in and doing just what friends do, which is to help each other get back up, because I was done. I was done. I was burnt toast. It was over. It was smelly, and the smoke alarms had been going off, and it was completely over. They were calling the fat lady. Yep, the show was over. And it took one message. It took, oh my gosh, look at it. Lee Terry update. Here we go. $6,985. We've broken that 6 grand. There we go. We're in the sixes. Yes. That's so cool. Yay. Yeah, that's so cool. I'm so happy. That just makes me so happy because, these guys are good guys. They're good guys. Thank you, Anonymous, for $15. Thank you. Thank you so much. Look, we're just doing this to make a difference, to try and help a couple of deputies who are good men to have legal representation. We'll let the courts decide who's guilty and not guilty, but we'll make it a fair fight because that's what it should be. That's what it should be. So we're asking America to step up and help law enforcement. Novel idea, right? We're actually asking America to help step up and help law enforcement. So you folks on Twitter, if you want to help, you can do so. We'd be honored for you to join us. Twitter, we love you. We started there way back in 2018. I remember it was early April. It was the first Saturday in April that we brought Leo's Coast to Coast to Twitter. Very first time. And some of these shows you're hearing, like the one we just played with Tom Morris Jr., that's the first one we ever had with Tom. And that was the most lighthearted of all of them, is where he talked about the Daisy Dukes on the guy and the guy eating the ham in Florida and all that. The great stories. That was on Good Friday of 2018. Tom being Tom. He is the most genteel, kind person. And that's where Tom and I became friends. He's just a really good guy. Tom Morris Jr. you see on television is the real Tom Morris Jr. you meet. He's not like one persona and another. There's some people that are like that. Tom's not that way. He's just really a really genteel guy. That's the best way to describe Tom. Genteel. Yes. So $13,015 is the current dollar amount. We are grateful to be at that number. If you're on Twitter, we would love for you to help join this extravaganza by donating at GoFundMe. You'll find it at GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Easy way to remember is it's kind of phonetical a little bit. It's kind of phonetical. Okay, phonetical, bad word. No, not the right word. Here, we almost got to go back to Foghorn Leghorn.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
There, okay. So, it's like phonetical. Okay. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Yeah. So, GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Go there if you would. Please donate what you can. Give whatever you can. And then if you'd be kind enough, please cut and paste that exact phrase, that you should use in your search engine, on Google or Yahoo or on Safari or on Mozilla, whatever you use. And then just put it onto your, Instagram, your Facebook, your Twitter, your whatever page. Do it there so you can share it with people that they can find it. And even if you can't donate, but you can share that with your friends, what a huge deal that makes, because you may have a friend or a buddy that might be able to help out, and that person can donate some money to help these guys not worry about having to have legal fees. That's the whole problem. We don't need them worried about legal fees. They should never have to worry about that. That's what this insurance was supposed to be for. So we want to take that away from them. So America is coming to the rescue for 2 Texas deputies tonight. Pretty cool. And I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all of you. Please join us on Twitter right now. If you're on YouTube, we're also on Twitter. But on Twitter, folks, if you want to see the telethon, we're about to crack into the 32nd hour here in about 8 minutes, and we will roll the clock over to 32 hours into the telethon. It's a long time to be awake doing a live show, but we're still here because they still need our help. And so we're asking you. I know it's the middle of the night. Go, if you would, please. Either if you'd please go to GoFundMe and put in there the Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies, okay? And then share it with your friends. And if you can't give, that's okay, but at least you're sharing it, and that's what's most important. And then if you can, give, that's great, but at least share. That's a big deal, okay? Happy Sunday to most of the country. Happy Saturday to us here in the Pacific time zone. Love the shirt, Larry. Yes, it says Team Johnson. That's from Jesse Lee in Georgetown. Pretty cool. So I want to thank you guys on Twitter for watching. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be back by the grace of God soon to usher in a new day in the Pacific time zone here on Twitter. Until then, God bless you. Please make sure and go over to GoFundMe. Give what you can. If you can't give, please at least share the fundraiser on your social media platforms, okay? You matter, and you make a big difference by doing that. You can help these deputies. Thank you so much. God bless you. We'll see you guys soon on Twitter, okay? Love you guys. Thanks. Bye, guys. Okay, so that is such a treat. I love Twitter. I miss Twitter. I do. Twitter's special to me. It is. Twitter was always good to us. It always was. It was a starting place for the show, for YouTube for Leo's Coast to Coast. And it was just always good. They were always good to us there. We were very grateful and blessed. So now we'll go to Facebook, do the same thing. So bear with me. We'll do a replay of that. But the whole idea is to keep it fresh for both sides, because some people see it on Facebook. Some people won't go to YouTube, but, you get the idea. Okay. So the whole idea here is to try to get as many people to know about this as possible. So we're going to go live on Facebook real quick and get this done. Hi, everybody on Facebook. Welcome. It is me, Larry. We are now me, Larry, you, Facebook. I'm sorry. Hey, we're 32 and a half hours into the telethon on YouTube. Pretty neat. Hey, big news too. Big news. We are now over the $13,000 mark. So by the grace of God. Praise God. Thank you so much, Jesus. We are now in Numbers starting with 6. That's where you begin. We'd like to ask you to please help. If you can, go to GoFundMe. GoFundMe is where we're doing the fundraiser, and you can find it down on my Facebook page. If you have a hard time writing this down, please don't put any pressure on yourself. Just go down a little bit on my page. You'll find it. It is GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Now, what does Wilco mean, right? I want you to know, because if you're giving money, you should know. Wilco is basically a shortened term for Williamson County, WIL for Williamson, and then Co County. Okay, that's what it means. So it's safe. I've donated there. I know Inspector Craig Soroka has donated there. I know that a ton of people have donated. Obviously, you get to over $13,000. I hope a lot of people donated there. My goodness, someone's very rich. So, if you'd be kind enough, please go to GoFundMe to Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Give what you can, and if you can't give, it's okay. Just share it then. You may have a buddy or a friend that might be able to help, and that's wonderful. Do you know that's just as priceless as giving? So if you'd be kind enough, please, to just give whatever you can, either with money or by giving your time to share. What you're doing is making the life of two brave deputies that work so hard and try so hard to protect people, even though they have this heavy heart. There you go. Okay? There you go, Lee Terry. Thank you, Lee, for doing that. Bless your heart. Hey, Lee. Double duty. Lee's a switch hitter. Lee is on YouTube up here and Twitter. I'm sorry, Facebook down here. She's double duty. Thanks, Lee. That's nice. So you just have to click on that. Yeah, Lee's little thing there. Just click on that. It'll take you right to GoFundMe. Thanks, Lee. That's very cool. Very cool. So I want to thank Kathy Salazar for what she's done to help get this done. I'd like to praise the good Lord for what he's done as well, because this has truly been a miracle. It's been miraculous to see this happen. And it gives me kind of goosebumps. It really does, because it's special. And I want to encourage you that if you can't give at GoFundMe, at least share. That's a good thing, because maybe, like I said, a buddy will be able to do it. And that person can maybe share it, and another buddy can do it, and pretty soon it just goes on from there. The main thing is we're here, we're trying, and we'll continue to keep trying to help these guys just to make sure they have legal representation. Every law enforcement officer deserves that, and that's all we're trying to do, to make sure that we can pay for that, because they don't get paid enough money to pay for that themselves. Please give what you can. GoFundMe.com. It is, again, GoFundMe.com. The name of the fundraiser is Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. It's very well laid out. It really is. Done by 3 friends from Deputy Johnson and from Deputy Camden. And what they've done is they've essentially set this up, and with checks and balances too. So if for example, if things got to the point where there was like money left over, a refund, refunds, that's what they're doing. They're not going to just keep the money and say, well, thank you very much. Have a nice day. Try the veal. Make sure and please tip your waitress. No, they're not going to do that. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to make sure, they've already made it very clear. They're very transparent there. They really are. The folks who put this together are wonderful people. And bless their hearts for what they did. I'm astounded at the work they did. I looked, I was like, wow, they're really organized. This is really a very good fundraiser. And I've seen a lot of them, and I've been asked to donate to many. And this one's really good. Okay, it's done with 3 people. 3 people, and those 3 people are, there's first, you got to understand, this is not the real name, okay? The real name, I don't know. But the person's name is Blue Blooded. That is their handle. So there you go. And then there's another person that's involved named Jesse, and a third person named Christine. Those 3 people are friends who got together to say, you know what, we need to make a difference, because these 2 guys are pretty special, and they deserve the right that every American has, and that's to defend themselves. So please give, if you'd be kind enough to, at GoFundMe.com, Legal Defense Fund for Williamson, sorry, for Wilco deputies. Again, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. We'd be honored if you do that. And please share it. That's really important as well. Thank you so much. Facebook, we'll see you soon. Wow, guess what? We just turned, yeah, we just did. My gosh, I just look at the clock. I'm like, yeah, we really just did that. Wow. We are now, what is that? Let's see, it's, yeah, we are now 31 hours into this. 30, no, not 31. Wait, no, 36 must be 33 hours into this. Yeah, 33 hours into the show here of this incredible telethon to try and raise money so two wonderfully kind deputies can have a fair shot. That's it. Period. So they can have a fair chance in the trial. And thank you, America, for giving like you have. Facebook, we'll see you soon. Hopefully next hour. We'll see how we can put that together. We are 33 hours in. Let's see how far we can go. I'll tell you, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, I was toast. Thank you to Kathy, Lee, and the good Lord above, because I was done. Thanks for watching. Facebook, God bless you. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye, everybody. Okay, so YouTube folks, this is cool. So much has happened. Let me catch up on your stuff. Hold on. Let me catch up on what you all said here. It's hard because it's down there is the phone and up here is y'all. Yeah. Neato. Yeah, God is so good. Kathy, yes, that's what happens when you don't use that much money. Yes, you did a good job. Bless your heart. That's so nice. Just one person, their story. Yeah, it's really true. You know, it's praise God, Lee. Praise God. Seriously, this is so a God thing. It really is. No plan, no more, nothing. We just came, and that was it. It's like God was gonna do. So cool. Oh man, poor Lee. Your tablet and your phone both. That's a tough thing to go through. I hate that, and it's expensive. It's not like these things are cheap. My gosh, they're not cheap. Oh man. So thank you, Lee, for helping out. I really appreciate that. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go short here because I need to walk soon, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to. I'll be where I was about 2 hours ago, an hour and a half ago. I'll be exhausted. So I need to move because I love my dogs. I do. My dogs are wonderful, but they will not walk. They don't. They stand. So you get them out there, they stand, and then you say, oh, you want to go home? Fine. Turn around the other way. And they're kind of looking at you like, you know, and they start walking the way you were walking in the first place. And you want to say, what are you doing? For goodness sakes. Yeah, exactly. Need some foghorn leghorn again.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
There you go. Okay. So it's just fun. I like how mechanical it sounds. It sounds very, you know, or you could do this one. Now again, remember, okay, Lee, you're good at this. Lee's good at this. Okay, Lee, you know who this is. Go ahead. Who's this? Remember?
I'm a chicken hawk, and you're my victim. Are you gonna come quiet, or do I have to muss you up?
Okay, so Lee is sharp, Kathy. She's really sharp, and she can tell you if you were to ask, okay, who's Chicken Hawk talking to? She'll be able to tell you. Mm-hmm. Yep. So there you go. All right. So we are very honored to have all of you here. Thank you very much for your kindness, and thank you for being here. And I'm sorry, guys, but if I don't move, I'm going to be in deep trouble, and I don't want to get there again because that was a bad place to be. So I'm going to get moving for about 45 minutes and really get my blood flowing so I can get going through the dark hours here as much as possible. Plan another walk about 2:30, which is about 3 hours away, and then try and get all the way into about 4:30. So about every couple of hours. And, you know, it might even go every hour just because literally it's too hard for me to sit now. It's just way too hard. Yes, they could be, but not police canines. No, absolutely not. Nope. They would just look and stand. Are you indicating? No. What does that mean? Anyway, okay. There you go. So, we'll be back shortly. I want to play one of the older ones. This is a really good one. Lee, have you ever heard the James Casey one? The old one with James Casey? This was the only one we did with Trooper Casey, and it was really cool. It's it's not cool because of this, but it's interesting because he talks about his shooting that happened to him, and he was the victim of two of them, and he came back after the first one, but the second one, I would have been done after the first one. I couldn't have come back. I wouldn't have been strong enough. He was. So he did. He came back, and then he got shot a second time, and that was the end. That was the end. So I want to tell you guys, if y'all want to get some sleep, please, I understand. Please, you can. Please, I understand. It's okay. I I just can't thank you enough for being there, because it's a lot doggone more fun when you got a couple of buddies with you and it's going through the middle of the night than it is like it was last night when it was pretty lonely. So thanks. Yeah, this is a good show. Lee, you'll like this. This is really good. This is Trooper James Casey from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. And it's a great, great interview. It's kind of split into two. Just to give you an idea, we had problems back then too with the equipment. We did. We did. Actually, as I recall, what happened that day with Trooper Casey was my phone rang. Yeah, my phone rang. I think my aunt called me, and she would do that on Saturdays typically. And yeah, right there's Trooper Casey, and here's Aunt Nancy. Hi, honey. How the heck are you? I'm just fine.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Couldn't be better. Thank you. So, yeah, it's one of those things. So, it was a great show with Trooper Casey, but it got bumped into two parts. And he was so kind with his time. We could never get him back on a second time. This is the only time we got him, and it's such a good show. So I hope you enjoy it. This is Trooper James Casey live on Leo's Coast to Coast. This was way, way back. This would be about June, July of 2018. In the old days when we did them with the phone, and you looked at me and I looked like heck. So you can always tell the old ones. If I'm bald or nearly bald, it was sometime at the end of February 2018, because that's when I helped Danny Brown with the last time I did one of these things. No joke. Yeah. It was for a St. Baldrick's Foundation thing. And so that one I prepared for, though. This one, we just jumped into it. So I'll be awake 48 hours here as of 6 a.m. our time, which is 5 hours, 6 hours away. So 6.5, I guess. So grateful, thankful to the Lord above for letting me be awake still. Thank you, God, so much. Please pray with me for a moment. Dear God, it's the middle of the night. It's quiet. But we've been blessed, me especially. I mean, people who are just checking on me, from Karen to Kathy and Lee, just here. Thank you. Thanks for that. It's been hard to stay awake at this point because I'm just close my eyes, not a good idea. So Lord, thank you. Please watch over them both. Please protect them. We ask you, please watch over all those folks too in law enforcement, all the people who are sick with COVID-19 around our world, not just here in our country. Please also, Lord, give our leaders wisdom beyond party lines. That would be great. We ask this in the most powerful name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thanks, guys, for praying with me. I appreciate it very, very much. Happy Sunday to y'all. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in just a little bit. This is a great show with Trooper James Casey from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Listen carefully to the story he tells about when he was shot, and he wasn't just shot. It wasn't like he, like sometimes you get winged, you get clipped in the arm or the leg or something like that. No. He got shot in the face. So it's an amazing show with an amazing man that has so much courage. You'll love it. You'll love it. So please enjoy this. This is Trooper James Casey from the Arizona Department of Public Safety, now retired, but then and now one of our biggest law enforcement.
It's kind of tough. But, somebody who's been, has a college degree, somebody who's been in the military and has an honorable discharge, you know, I mean, there's an established, you know, you have established background. And then the other huge thing nowadays, I guess it's always been, but nowadays especially, is drug use. You got to stay away from drugs, you know, because some of them, especially in Arizona, some drugs, meth, I believe, which is considered a dangerous drug, LSD, acid, you know, you take one or two times of that, and you're eliminated for life. So, not saying, you know, I mean, obviously somebody who's looking to get in law enforcement shouldn't be smoking meth in the first place, but I'm just saying, you know, like when they go to college or something, and if they're ever offered, just no, you know, no.
Absolutely. So stay away from drugs, get an education, go in the military, get an honorable discharge, so forth and so on. That's good advice. Good advice. We're talking with Trooper James Casey from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. We're very grateful to have him today. If you'd like to call and speak with him, he'd love to talk to you. Phone number to call is right there on the screen. It's 503-420-4062. It's 503-420-4062. Trooper Casey, I'm going to touch on a subject that is not finished yet. Okay? It's not finished yet. However, it is very important because, I mean, I think a lot of people know that you were shot in the face with a .357 Magnum. I think a lot of people know that you went through an awful lot with all of that. I understand it was a traffic stop for deeply tinted windows, and all of a sudden you were shot in the face. Tell us about that, if you could, the things you can tell us, and about the road back, the recovery back. That's the piece here that really gets me because, I mean, you are a very blessed man, and I know you know that. I'm just saying that you are so blessed to be alive, being shot in the face with a gun of that caliber, but also, you know, you came back. I mean, it didn't scare you away from the job. You came back and did it. Could you talk about the recovery and why you came back?
Sure. You want me to talk first about the stop and then go into the recovery?
Yeah, tell us what you can about the stop, and then tell us about the, you know, what you went through, all of the things, because it's an incredible story.
Sure. The stop, it was October 8th of 2014, and it was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I stopped a car for a window tint violation, which would be an equipment violation. And there was 5 people in the car, 3 females and 2 males. And through the course of my investigation, I mean, a lot of it was experience, you know, my experience of being on the streets for as long as I had been, working patrol, and then also detective. I can't really get into too much of it because it will go into the criminal case, and I don't want to jeopardize that, but I can just tell you that from looking inside the car, it did not look right to me, and it later proved to be. Once the case goes through, I'll be able to talk a lot more about it. I'll be able to talk all about it, and I'll understand. But it didn't look right for me, and my hunches paid off, and it was correct. Anyhow, the females all had identification. The males did not.
I see.
And the males gave me. The males were Ramon Bueno, the guy who shot me, and Danny Vargas was the other one. They gave me false names. One was deceased, and one was no record found.
Oh my!
And, you know, any adult in Arizona, when you come up with type it on the computer, and it comes no record found. That's a false name because any adult's got an ID card.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So when I went back to my car, I had called for backup, and I had 2 of my buddies showed up, and I explained to them I got 5 in the car. The 2 males had given me false names, so I went back to the driver's side, and that's where Bueno was sitting behind the driver's seat in the rear, and I got talking with him, and you know, I was basically telling him the name he gave me is false. And just from looking him over, I could tell he had done prison time because he had prison tattoos. And so I started asking him for his DOC, Department of Corrections number. And I asked him a couple of times, and on I believe it was the second time, or maybe third, when I asked him, I heard a loud explosion, and I got spun about 3/4 away. And I just remember the last thing I remember seeing was the look of my buddy who was standing at the back of the car, and he had a look of terror on his face. And then the next thing I remember is they were rolling me over, and
Wow.
you know, they were telling me, "Hey, you just got shot."
Oh.
So he shot Ramon Bueno, shot me with a .357. Now, as far as the recovery, I got very lucky in the fact that when the bullet hit, it hit directly on my left cheekbone. So when the bullet hit my left cheekbone, it shattered. The bullet and my cheekbone shattered. That night, I was in 2 surgeries over 9 hours. I know the doctor that I talked to, I actually became good friends with because I saw him so many times. But he told me that one of the bullets, and I still have a picture, one of the bullets severed my maxillary artery, and on the picture you can see it just is, it's just at the edge of the carotid artery. So as he said, had that gone just, and I'm talking fractions of I don't even know what kind of measurement it would be, not even an inch, but just beyond, just so small. Had it gone just that much, the inch further, I would have bled out on scene, so it severed my carotid artery.
Wow.
Wow. He told me they had a hard time controlling the bleed from the maxillary artery, so I was close to a blood transfusion, but I didn't need one. They were able to control it. So I know that day, or that night, I was in the hospital for about a week, and I know it was, my face was just, it was, so when I left the hospital after a week, the surgery started when, about a week after, when I was out, I remember I was watching football on Sunday night, and my left eye started feeling somebody was trying to push it out of my head. What happened was I had bullet fragments in both eyes, and they were starting to make their way towards the cornea. So had I not caught that, I probably would have gone blind, especially my left eye, because I think they pulled about 4 or 5 fragments out of that eye.
Wow.
And then, all in all, it was about 15 to 17 procedures. They had to rebuild my whole left nose, nasal area. Let's see what else. And then when part of the bullet when it broke off the bone, it blew out the top left part of my teeth. And it put a hole in my jaw, or the roof of my mouth, the palate. And it was large enough that a golf ball could fit through it, and you could see the bottom of my orbital bone. And that was the worst surgery. That was by far the worst surgery, because they had to, because the thing is on the left side of my face, I have titanium plate. I don't have bone. So they couldn't drill dentures in. So that's why I had to have like a denture plate, because there's just no way they could put it to fix those teeth. But they had to graft skin from the right to the left, and it took 155 stitches to close. And it was an outpatient surgery. I wasn't in the hospital, so I couldn't sip water for 4 days afterwards. It was, oh my God, that hurt so bad.
No way. No. Hold on a second. We're on the phone here with Trooper James Casey. Now, hold on a second. This was an outpatient surgery?
Yeah. That was. Yeah, they would have grabbed the skin. Oh my God. I told Dr. Burrow was my oral maxillofacial surgeon that did that. I told him afterwards, I said, if I need this ever again, it's going to be an inpatient. There's no way. I'll pay out of pocket. There's no way I would do that. Because it was, like I said, it hurt to sip water. It hurt so bad. You think about you get wisdom teeth out, you get a couple of stitches. You know how bad that hurts.
Sure.
That's not. And then add 155 stitches to that. It was brutal. That was the worst.
Oh, brother, I can't imagine that. Oh, wow. So there was a long period of time as well. We're on the phone, by the way, folks, with Trooper James Casey from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. James, you had a long period where you couldn't even eat solid foods, didn't you?
3 months, correct. Yeah, I would. I had more Pedialyte and Ensure than you could shake a stick at. Yeah, because I couldn't. The thing is, with the hole in my mouth, and then with having basically no left side of my nose, I had to. I couldn't eat because, for one, they didn't want food getting up in that area, and two, even when I would drink the Pedialyte or the Ensure, I had to tilt my head because it would start running down the left side of my nose. Sorry, the right side of my nose because the left was gone. Just because of that hole. So.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it was.
So how long were you off work at that point? How long were you?
Oh, I was out of work for I believe it was about a year and a half.
My goodness.
Just shy of a year and a half. Yeah, it was a lot of recovery, a lot of surgery.
How many do you remember? I mean, because you have had so many, obviously, to rebuild something so significant. Do you know how many surgeries you've had total to get yourself to where you are now?
Yeah, 15.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. We were on the phone. Go ahead.
If you see, like a lot of times, not a lot of times, but all the time. If on the show, I've had people ask me a lot. I have that scar that's on my forehead that goes right down. Okay, that was excuse me, Dr. Bennett, great doctor, great plastic surgeon. What happened was so he basically did a facelift on my forehead and had to bring like a stock that came out down through my left eye, and I had to, and it looked like a cylinder, and he attached it to my nose. And I had to wear that and that was, I believe that was like 5 or 6 surgeries all in a total. But I had to wear that for 90 days, and what it was doing is it created a blood supply to the left side of my nose. Left side of my face. Like I said, I have titanium. I don't have bones, so there's no blood going in there. So I had to do that to create a blood supply. The reason he did that is because from that, he constructed a left nostril, and he used the back of my ear to create. The left side of my nose, and then he used the back of my ear to create the nostril. So it's great work, But yeah, it was a long recovery, a lot of surgery.
I'm sitting with my mouth wide open, and not because I'm hungry. Wow, my goodness, man. So you really went through an awful lot. You couldn't eat solid foods for a long time. You went through 15 surgeries. I mean, you went through hell. Okay, honest.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
pretty much.
Hell on earth is what you faced. Now, my question is,
you know what, though? But you know what, though? I know that, and I've heard that, but and I do agree, it was painful. But you know what? I always said it could have been. Obviously, it could have been worse. I could have been paralyzed. I could have lost my vision.
Yep.
So
good way to think.
That's what I guess. I always kept thinking it could have been worse. So that's where my mindset was. It could have been worse.
And that's a good attitude, because if you hold on to that through life, you'll find the glass is usually half full, and you think positive thoughts. I believe you.
And the thing is, for me, that's different, because being a street cop, I'm always the glass is half empty type.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for that. So.
Well, what I like about this is the perseverance that you had to continue. But what I really want to know is, so what made you come back after all that? I mean, you went through heck, basically. You get all these surgeries done and go through all this pain, all this physical therapy, all this rehabilitation, all this, and then you came back. Why?
Well, I did for 2 reasons. One is, obviously, like I said, I didn't lose any of my faculties, so I was, that was the big one, obviously. But as I said in many interviews done, and I've told many people, I grew up very competitive, my brother and I, in sports, and I did not like losing, and I did not want him to beat me. And, I wanted to go back, and I wanted him to know, that, you tried, you lost, and you failed. So, I went back.
I wish I had more people here to clap with me right now because I am truly inspired, man. I am truly inspired by what you said. And I think more people need to hear that. If you, when you get tired of, being in the work you're doing now with the office, you should go into public speaking because you'd be a great motivational speaker with what you've been through. You're you're a person that looks at things not cynically, but looks at things from a perspective saying, okay, could have been worse, but there was no way I was going to let that guy beat me. No way. And that's really cool, man. I mean, that's old school stuff. So, man, I dig that. We can end the interview right now. That's fine. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just kidding. That's a great story. What speaking of like, things now, everybody has heroes growing up, right? Who did you look up to when you were a kid? Who were some of your heroes?
I would have to say, we're so into sports, so I was always like old school Astros or Oilers.
Okay.
Like Nolan Ryan. I mean, that's he's a legend as an Astro.
Can I tell you something?
Oilers. I always Earl Campbell. The Yellow Rose or the Yellow Rose. Tyler Rose.
Dan Pastorini.
Warren Moon.
Yep.
He was a great quarterback. And then I can't leave out my Rockets. When Olajuwon, Drexler, when they won the championship those 2 years.
Yep.
So in sports, I was definitely sports. They
That's
were.
cool.
Sports were a big part of growing up for me.
That's pretty cool stuff. It really is. Little story for you. I get to share a little story with you. I was at Nolan Ryan's last game. I was at the Kingdom. I was at the Kingdom the night that he blew his arm out, and the place went absolutely dead silent. I mean, it was like, it was so eerie how you have all those people, and it's quiet, and then as they bring him off the field, I mean, they roared, and to the point. I mean, this guy's injured, right? He comes back out and does the curtain call because the people are, they're all clapping so much. No, I've got an autographed Nolan Ryan baseball about 25 feet from me. He's one of my heroes, as well as Cal Ripken Jr. because of his old school play.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one. I'll give you a little history or a little trivia on that for me.
Yeah.
The first ever game my parents took me and my brother, and this was kind of cool on that. The first ever game my parents took me and my brother, Ken Forsch threw a no-hitter against the Atlanta Braves. That was like years ago.
Wow.
So in my baseball, I've been to 3 no-hitters. I was at the Ken Forsch no-hitter when he beat the Braves. I was at the one Mike Scott threw against the Giants when they clinched the division. And then I was at the one when Nolan Ryan beat the Dodgers and no-hit them. So I've seen Nolan Ryan no-hitter too.
Well, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to board a flight to Phoenix, and we're going to see a D-backs game, okay? And because you're lucky for no-hitters, I've never seen one. And I really, truly, I'm a big baseball guy. I mean, I love baseball. So for me, I'm a big baseball guy. And gosh, man, it's so rare to see no-hitter. And you've seen 3 of them. My goodness gracious. Holy cow. What are some of the hobbies you like to do when you're off duty? I mean, what kind of things you do to unwind?
I usually, when I'm off, I usually will, I try to every day go, we have, there's canals and there's bikes, so it's usually 20 miles. So I try to every day bike my, the 20 miles on the canal, plus I can work on a tan. Especially working graveyard shifts. I don't want to look like a ghost. you know, and then I go to the gym and lift weights 3 days a week.
Okay.
So, you know, and the big thing I've done, and I'm really proud of myself, is, and I don't think I'd ever do this, but I have tried to eliminate soda. I got really bad about drinking a lot of soda, especially sugary drinks. So I limit it to 1 or 2 at most a day now. And I was just yesterday, since January when I started that, I've almost lost 20 pounds just eliminating soda.
Congratulations.
I was drinking no, thanks. I was drinking like 7 or 8 a day. And I know, you know, and you know, I guess when you're a teenager, I mean, you shouldn't do it at all, but I guess, you know, when you're a teenager, it doesn't really affect you. But, you know, when you get my age, I mean, that's not good. You know, my doctor was always on me about, you got to quit soda. And so I finally did.
Oh,
you know?
Congratulations, my friend. That's good stuff.
Thanks.
You know, I went to what is it? The Powerade stuff, like the Gatorade stuff. You know, I kind of went over that direction, but I do applaud you because that's hard, especially if you're on a lot of caffeine. You get the caffeine headaches. Once you get through all that, you're fine. But wow, you know, your story about the recovery, it's amazing to me, your level of just grit. Now, there's a wonderful person here who came on, Kay Westerhausen, said, "We miss you so much on Live PD." I think that's something you could respond to. You know, she says, "Oh my gosh, I'm a diet soda junkie, LOL." So, okay, there's some sick of people saying that, but you know, there's so.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, they miss you. They miss you.
I'm glad you brought that up about my recovery because there was one time, and it was back last summer. And I know Live PD has picked up a lot of new viewers, and some of them don't remember us from season 1. So, you know, but this is, when they see, like, replays, and this is one of the ones I always, and they kind of went along the bullying line that I was really, and I have to say, I was actually impressed, I was happy because Dan Abrams retweeted. So one night one afternoon, it was a Friday night, and we were live, and I think it was a car chase. As a matter of fact, I know it was a car chase. I wasn't chasing it, but I was paralleling it in case the person bailed out. Well, as a result, one of the side effects of being shot is, on the left side of my face, is I have a severe nerve damage. So, like, I don't feel some parts of by the left side of my nose. So what happens is, occasionally, it's usually every 6 to 8 weeks, it's weird, it will start itching for no reason. And the doctors have deemed it like phantom limb syndrome. There's nothing I can do. I've had shots, I've had lasers. There's nothing I can do. The nerves are they never regenerate, and they just. So I itch, and I've learned to rub because if I itch, I'll tear my face apart. So I've learned to rub.
Oh boy.
Anyhow, yeah. So one night, after that call, and I remember we were going there, and I must have been working my face over good, and, you know, and it's something that I don't consciously think of because this happens, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Sure.
Anyhow, I got my phone, I picked up my phone, and it was going off, and people were like, "Oh man, you're getting, you know, lambasted on Twitter." And I looked, and there were people saying, like, "Oh, I was a former cocaine addict, and, you know, they need to go drug test him immediately." And, you know, and I have to say, most stuff does not bother me, you know, but for somebody to say that to me, I was mad. And, you know, and I actually responded. I said, "Hey, I'm not on cocaine, and I don't take drugs. It's the result of being shot." And Dan Abrams actually retweeted that out, and I thought that was really cool of him to do. Because,
absolutely. You know, it was the right thing to do.
I can see, absolutely, and I can see where people, you know, and I guess that's where I really saw where social media, and you could see where the bullying could really. Because, you know, I could see at least 3 or 4 people adding on to that. And I was just thinking to myself, and I know, you know, we're all aware in social media, there's keyboard tough guys everywhere. So,
You know, my friend, we could talk for hours right now. We could. But, you know, you've got a dog in the background that loves you and family and all that. And, Yeah, I agree. You know, social media is interesting because it's very helpful, I think, to get news and information out. You know, if there's something important going on, man, it goes like that fast, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, if one person says that this person is bad or whatever, then 2 or 3 people say that person is bad too. Now it's a big conspiracy. That person is bad. And it's like, you don't even know the person. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hilarious to me how social media, it can be so, I guess, so personal. And I don't think people understand. Let me tell you a quick story. And this was in my youth ministry career, right? I'd ask my kids, and this is, you know, hundreds of kids that I taught, would you rather be kicked in the shin with a steel-toed cowboy boot by a muscle-bound athlete, or would you rather be told something really hurtful? Every kid answered the question the same way. They'd rather be kicked in the shin. And the reason why is because the pain goes away. But a really hurtful word stays with you for a long time. And, you know, I think that people, there's a certain, and you know, anonymity. You know, they're anonymous. They're hiding behind a computer. It's easy to do this, whatever. That happens, I think, and it's unfortunate it happens. But you know what I think is interesting is that there's a lot of good there too. There's so many good people, and you know, like you know, you are a wonderful guy, and you know, I think that you know, you're a see you later, my friend. God bless you, but I'm just sick of people is leaving. So. She's sick of us. But anyway, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's good people too. And for example, David Moreno said something so wonderful on Monday after you hung up. He said, you know, I look back and I think of this. I wouldn't have any of these friendships without Live PD. I wouldn't know these people.
True.
And he was so honored. I mean, truly happy about that, you know. That's the kind of friends you...
Well, it's cool. Yeah, it's true. It's true. David's right. He's great. I mean, I posted a picture, and because I never would have met... I met the Lucas Law Firm, Donovan and Mary Kay Lucas from Utah Highway Patrol. They were in Arizona, Chandler last summer, and I met them. So that was really cool. We got to talk and,
That's
you know,
great.
Meet each other. So,
wow.
You know, it's... Oh, and then getting back to your question, I'm sorry, because I know I
That's all right.
Anybody that knows me, I'll start with one thing, and then by the time it's all said and done, I'll be on 15 other things.
I'll get you back on it. It's okay, buddy. You're all right. Keep going.
You have to rein me in.
That's all right.
The reason we're not on live PD anymore, that question you asked was that was amazing, and I know I read a lot of it on Twitter about why did A&E? It's not A&E that decided that. It was our department, the Arizona DPS. That was a decision made by them. And as I've said to others, why it was made, I don't know. Those were made by my bosses, and I generally don't make it a habit to question my boss's decisions. You know, maybe some people do. I prefer not to because I'd rather stay on their good side than their bad. So
Exactly right, man. Yeah, exactly. So Utah does the same thing. I mean, Slidell is now going to be doing that. I mean, it happens. People come and go. But you know, departments have come and go as well. And, you know, I think what people need to remember is you guys were there before Live PD was there. And you had a job to do before Live PD was there. And your job is your primary focus. That's what you're supposed to do. Not entertain people on a Friday, Saturday. I mean, it's about doing your job.
Yeah. And you know, it's funny you say that because I get that a lot now when I'm, you know, especially in uniform, but even out of uniform, I'll have people, they'll approach me and be like, what's it like being a celebrity? And I'm like, I'm not a celebrity, I'm a cop. You know, and social media, you know, I mean, do I like the notoriety? You know, absolutely.
Sure.
You know, and it's, you know, and it's funny because, as I've said to people before, I enjoy it because it's kind of it's really, and I don't remember who said it before, a celebrity, actual celebrity, not me, but they said it's really, it's funny because with it, as I've told people, I think part of it too is you have to get the right person, because sometimes like people will approach me and can be at my absolute worst day. You know, like I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to, but you know, they approach me and I see they're happy. They're like, hey, you know, they're very friendly with me.
Sure.
And I'll change my persona. You know, instead of being mad or, you know, I don't take it out of them, because I realize it's like, you know, these people are happy and I think it's cool. So I've taken thousands of selfies. I've shook hands. You know, never had an autograph. I saw that on Twitter. Somebody asked me about getting autographs, and I've never given an autograph.
Well, yeah, you do actually. In every citation you write. I mean, think about that.
I'm not a big ticket writer. I'm just kidding. I'm not a big ticket writer.
Let me tell you a story.
I'm looking for the worst.
I'll tell you a funny story. Danny Brown, actually, you know, I don't think it was Danny, told me the story that somebody actually asked him to do that so he'd have his autograph. I mean, now think about that. That's crazy. Anyway, I cut you off. I'm sorry about that. Go right ahead, Jim. Tell us what you're doing.
I was just saying, I'm not a big writer either. I usually, like I said, on the midnight shift, the graveyard shift, I'm looking for the worst of the worst, you know, or DUIs. I'm not looking to write speeding tickets on midnight shift. There's more criminal activity than, you know, ticket-worthy things.
Yeah. Well, you know, now when you came back to the department, you changed roles, though, right?
I did. I was in Special Investigations SIU for about a year, and then I just didn't. I thought it was going to be a lot like when I was a city cop or a city detective, where it was more criminal activity. But they do SIU does do criminal activity, but a lot of it focuses too on. They'll also do a lot of administrative stuff for smaller agencies or state agencies. Like they'll do their internal affairs. You know, it's a smaller agency, and basically, it just wasn't really what I wanted. I wanted more criminal, and that wasn't really. So I did the year, and then I asked to get out, and I did. Like I said, I did about 6 weeks, I believe, 4 to 6 weeks in investigate backgrounds while I was waiting to get back on the patrol, and then I got back into patrol.
Good for you. Good for you. You know, I love that because, you know, you came back to where you started. You know what I mean? I mean, we got tons of hearts flowing on the page right now because you came back to where your roots were. And what I love about that is the dude that shot you, okay, that's the slap right there. You know what, dude? You lost because I'm back. I'm not only back at work, but I'm back on the streets. And I'm putting people away. And I think, you know what, that's wonderful what you're doing because you're an inspiration to an awful lot of people. And I think because of that, the cool thing is that people hear your story. And I'm telling you seriously, man, knowing from doing a lot of public speaking stuff, you got a career in the future if you want it. That's for sure. Hey, you're welcome.
But let me just say this. I do appreciate that. The one thing I have to say when you said I went back to patrol, the one thing, and I think this is the one biggest thing that I would tell any patrol officer about to get into a detective unit, a drug unit, gang unit, all that. I got these words of advice, and I always live by them. And unfortunately, a lot of officers don't. Is one of the old school detectives back in Pittsfield, when I got promoted up into the detective bureau, he said to me, "Don't ever forget where you came from," meaning patrol. And unfortunately, that's not. You know, a lot of men and a lot of people that get into detective or into a special assignment, they forget they weren't, you know, that all of a sudden patrol's not the cool thing anymore. They're the greatest things in sliced bread. And I always remember, you're a patrol officer first, you know, so that's what I always tell the newer ones who are getting promoted. Don't forget where you came from.
Wow.
You know?
Wow.
So.
You know, and that's something, you know, it's interesting you bring that up, Trooper, Casey, because that's what I raised my son that way. I do. In fact, I have a sign. In fact, it's funny. Golly, man, you and Moreno, gosh, you guys have a lot in common. I have a sign that it's it's like one of those decorative signs in your house, and it's like only about maybe an inch high, maybe an inch and a half high, and it says, "Don't ever forget where you came from." And it's so important because where you came from is who you are. I mean, that's kind of like, the environment that the people you stay with is going to be the environment and the person you're going to be. Your top 5 people you hang out with the most is going to be the attitude you most likely carry. I mean, those are just normal personality issues. But what I like about you is that you went through literally all these surgeries, all this recovery, all this pain, and you came back. And you came back because you were competitive enough to say, look, I nearly lost my life. I'm lucky to have my eyesight. Now, I read the article. I read about your shooting, and your ears were ringing for how long? I mean, ringing bad, not just like our ears ring. Sometimes your ears were really ringing. How long was that going on for you?
When I was out from being shot?
Yep.
Well, I mean, I was out for, like I said, I was out for 18 months, but I mean, I still.
Oh, no. The question I asked you, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. I read an article about your shooting and about, what happened to you, and it talked about your, how much your ears were ringing, and for how, it was quite a long time.
My left ear, I suffered some pretty significant hearing loss on my left ear. It still rings. As I said before, it's calmed down because they said it would. And it's calmed down, but it'll always ring for the rest of my life. Tinnitus, I believe they call it.
Yes, tinnitus. Yep, tinnitus. Yep.
But
wow.
if you ever remember, like when I was growing up, going to a concert, and and the next day when you're in high school and you can barely hear because your ears are ringing, it's so loud. The night before in the concert, that's what my left ear was like.
Wow.
For probably 6 months. Yeah.
Oh.
I had a real hard time, and it was tough because at the time, my youngest son, Brandon, his voice hadn't changed; it hadn't gotten deeper. So I had a really, really hard time. I mean, I'd almost have to lean. Yeah, I'd have to lean in and hear him because it was so high pitched. I could not hear what he was saying.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness!
And theoretically, and to make a joke, I'm supposed to wear hearing aids, because of my hearing, but I just feel they make me age worse. They make me age more than I already am, so I don't wear them. And as I joke about, I ask, sometimes I have to ask, I'll say like, what? Like I didn't understand what they said. Not that I wasn't paying attention, I just don't understand. And I figure if they say, never mind, it wasn't important to begin with. So I didn't miss anything.
Hey, you just saved some time, right? Look, you got 3 or 4 minutes left of your life that you didn't have before if you had had that conversation. See, you're fun. You know what? I've enjoyed this. This has been a real treat for me. You're a wonderful man, a great storyteller, and you've got just a great story. I don't know how you can top what you've been through, but do you still have any goals in life? Like, goals you'd like to accomplish? Anything, even if it's small, like getting a 65 Peugeot. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what kind of goals do you have, Trooper Casey?
I guess my kids to be successful would be the number one goal. I guess retirement in one piece would be the second, and then I think everybody's goal to win the lottery. That way, if I won it, I guess that accomplishes both my other goals.
That's true. That's very true. Great story. Wow, great story. Now, Arizona, you got 2 different seasons here, right? You got snowbird season, you got the monsoons and the hot summertime. What are there really any differences between the two in terms of traffic and things that you deal with on the roads?
Not so much me, because I work night shift.
Right, that makes sense.
Snowbirds are, they're in bed by the time I come on. I do notice during the winter, and you know what's funny is where you notice it more is in the grocery stores or at the pharmacy. Because it'll be, where during the summertime, I can walk up, let's say if I need to get a prescription filled, I can walk up and there'll be like one or two people, where during the winter months when the snowbirds are here, you walk up and there'll be 5 or 6 people waiting.
Sure.
And they're usually elderly.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
But hey, I don't, to be honest with you, I don't blame them. I've said that. That's one thing I definitely, retiring, I don't mind the winter months here are great, but the summer I'd like to go somewhere else, when I'm able to retire.
What's funny is that a lot of people don't realize that about Arizona. They don't realize that your summer is our winter. I mean, for the northern states, your summer is our winter. That's when you stay indoors. That's when you don't go outside.
Yeah.
You pretty much stay indoors.
Well, I do. I'm in the pool.
But yeah. You know what I'm saying, though. I mean, you're not out riding your bike or whatever so much when it's 115 outside. I mean, it's just and then the monsoons hit. It makes things worse. It's humid, but if there's anybody out there who's never been to Arizona, and I've got to tell you, I've been to quite a few states in my life. I've been blessed to, and I want to make sure that's word is said. I've been blessed to go to them. Arizona has got to be one of the most beautiful states. I could retire in Arizona with no problem. And I know that my knees would feel better and my back would probably feel better because it's a dry climate. It's phenomenal. It is a beautiful, beautiful place. And if you think Arizona is just desert, no way. I mean, it is so diverse. You go up to Flagstaff and you'll believe you are in the mountains of Colorado. It is just phenomenal, the difference. So, it is a beautiful, beautiful state. Could you tell us, Trooper Casey, what kind of crimes are you seeing more often now that are on the rise there in the areas that you patrol?
I would say drugs are always it's tough because that's kind of for me that's for being like highway patrol or state police, it's a tough thing because the city cop would be or like county if they cover the unincorporated areas of the city, they would be able to answer that better because they're going to deal more with property crimes and stuff like that. Domestics.
All right.
Yeah, for us it's I guess to answer that from a highway patrol perspective, wrong way drivers, DUI wrong way drivers have been a menace out here. We just had one, I think, at the beginning of this week, heading out towards where we were just talking Maricopa. Actually, it was Rick Road, so it was Maricopa County, but it was heading out towards Maricopa. A lady went wrong way, but I don't know I don't think they had the toxicology back if there was any impairment involved. I wasn't there, so I can't answer that. But she wound up going head on and killing a mother of 2 small children and injuring the kids and the father. So.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah. So those are DUIs, and and see, here's the thing that's funny. Not funny like but funny when I especially younger DUI arrestees that I've talked to in the past. Because I'll get the you ruined my life, and it's like, well, I didn't ruin anything. I mean, I didn't pour the drinks down your throat. You did. I didn't.
That's right.
I'm just dealing with it. And what they don't realize is, and I try to explain this to them, is in Arizona, if you get DUI and you hit somebody with a car or a pedestrian, you kill them, it's second-degree murder. It's not, you get punished heavily, and you should. And what I try to explain to them, and especially in Phoenix, the areas we work, you get, and I say this, and people think it's like I'm making a joke, but I'm not. Let's say, you're DUI and you're driving, and a tweaker, someone high on meth, and hasn't slept in 2 weeks or 10 days, and they think people are chasing them because they're paranoid, they're delusional from the drug use, and they run out, and I've had that happen to me in patrol cars, where you're driving and all of a sudden someone will run across the street for no reason, and then, by the time you gather yourself, they're long gone. And I try to tell these people, if you hit and kill that person, that's second-degree murder.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You have, and so I try to educate them.
Wow.
You hit somebody in a car and injure them, it's aggravated assault. You're doing prison time. You're doing prison time, and that's what I tell them. So yeah, DUIs, wrong way driving, drugs will always be meth, heroin.
Yep. No, I understand. It sounds to me like you're pretty much the same as everybody else. I mean, that seems to be the same strand that carries, everywhere, from talking to Corey King in Kentucky, who's not on live PD, all the way to you and Deputy McElwain and Deputy Brukowitz. I mean, all of you guys. I'm sorry, I said Deputy Lieutenant Brukowitz. They all say the same thing. It's drugs, and it's how it's laced with fentanyl or something else, and how things are being done. But you guys have a different world down there, because you're also dealing with a lot of people that are entering the country illegally, and you're dealing with street gangs, drug cartels, and your hands are full sometimes. I mean, I can't say enough about the Arizona Department of Public Safety, how much you guys do to protect your citizens. It is a yeoman's share, sir, and I want to thank you for your time and service in that.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Hey, can you tell us real quick about Trooper Casey? We're on the phone here with Trooper James Casey, about any community service stuff you like doing or your department really gets behind.
Yeah. Well, as far as I don't, as far as my department, I don't know, because we have a unit. It was the PIO, Public Information, but they call it the PAU. I don't know. There's another. They renamed it, but they do that kind of the community stuff. I'm not. I'm not in that unit, so I don't know what they do. So I would not be speaking educated about what they do. As far as what I do. I have coached youth sports, baseball, football. I have tutored and I've mentored high school and college students before. I have done, public speaking stuff for when I'm asked to do it. I've read to elementary school kids.
Good for you, buddy.
Pretty much, anytime, and that even just so much as in something that's not even recognized. Well, two things. One, Twitter. I've had people send me direct message, and obviously I can't respond to all of them because sometimes it's just overwhelming. But the ones that I've read, sometimes I've read some people that have had issues, and they've asked me for just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And and they come back. And then the other one too is I've had other officers who have been shot. And I've had family members or them themselves actually reach out to me and ask me questions about what I went through, what to expect. So that has been the best part of it.
Wow.
And that's one thing. I had to say that is one thing, live PD, that I really, really, really enjoyed about it was the amount of officers and or family members who have reached out to me from it, that they have or their loved ones have been shot, and they ask me what to expect, what kind of road to recovery. And it's funny because it's not funny, but the overwhelming thing is they all want to get back as quick as possible, and I tell them I was the same way. You want to get back, but you just got to pump the brakes and just let nature take its course. You'll get back.
Yep, exactly right. And a lot of times people don't like to be patient, like me. Okay, so I'm just being honest.
I'm the same way. I want to buy this deep pass to the lines at the amusement park. I don't want to wait in lines.
There you go. There you go. Exactly right. Hey, there's a question that we've been blessed to ask every officer we've had, and we're at that point now. I'm skipping to some questions because I don't want to keep you forever here.
Go ahead.
Is there anyone in particular that you would like to meet, living or dead? Who would it be? We're with Trooper James Casey of the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
Anybody?
Living or dead? They could spend an hour with.
Man, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I've never really
Thought of that one?
thought about that.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
that would be.
That is from Lieutenant Dan's Crazy Crew. That is from Danny Brown's Twitter fan club there here on Twitter, and that was something she had sent in. I thought it was just a great question, and we've asked everybody that question. So you're now part of the fraternity.
I guess I would like to, and I can't think of any offhand, but like a pro athlete, or I did meet at one time at Billings, Montana Airport. I met Vince Neil, lead singer of Motley Crue.
Did you really?
So, that was kind of cool. Yeah. Just to hear the stories where that would, that would be, that would be pretty cool. Or, I did talk to him for a little bit, but it was, just to hear those guys, like an athlete, a rock star. I think that would be cool just to hear what their lifestyle was like.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine? I mean, that's, you're talking about people. That's me too. While we play a little more Dr. Feelgood for you here,
Yeah.
By the way, now, folks, as you know on the show, we always ask the people we interview what they would like to start the show with. Now, in your case, it was Dr. Feelgood, okay? I got to tell you, I'm glad you picked it because I love the song. It's got an excellent intro. It's perfect to I'm an old radio guy, okay? So it's got great posts in it, and you can hit them, and the vocals are 56, just in case you're wondering, okay? You might not be, but because I'm an old radio guy, on the video that I did, 56 seconds in, but you got to subtract 24 from that. So basically, I'm at 32 seconds into it for the vocals. Thank you for picking that song, dude. That's an excellent song. And I've always liked it.
Yeah, when you asked me, I had to tell you, when you asked me, I don't remember. No, I think I said, because somebody asked me once, like during a pursuit, what song would be. Somebody sent me that what song, and I was thinking, "Kickstart My Heart." But then I was like, and when you asked me that, I listened to it, and I was like, that's not a good intro song because it's just too fast right at the beginning. So I went through a few songs, and then when I was like, Dr. Feelgood would be good because the intro's nice, So thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a great.
I gave it some thought, is what I'm saying.
Great song. I Corporal Craig Mile, who's on the show for Greene County, he actually has relatives who played with Johnny Cash. Okay, so a lot of his family is in entertainment. So, it was interesting to talk to him about his selections, too. I always love to ask about the music. And, since you just mentioned Vince Neil, there we are. We got to play it again. So, or talk about it. Trooper Casey, it has been truly an honor. It's been a gift. It's been a blessing. I thank you for your time. I'd like to ask you one final thing. Is there anything you would like Live PD Nation to know? Because while there's not a ton of people that are in the interview right now, it's a Saturday afternoon. People are doing yard work. They're at the store. They're shopping. It's their day off. I get it. But there are hundreds of people who are going to see this interview, all right? What would you like them to be left with from you?
Okay, this is going to be the... I'll start a movement. We're going to... especially after the trial, to get back. They said they're going to bring me back for my other show, so we'll start that. So one more time in the studio. It'll be my swan song, because I don't see us coming back. Or in DPS, I just don't see it. So I think especially after the trial, because, this is what I've always said, I think it would be good to go back into the studio, explain everything about that. Because right now I can speak to academy classes, and there is stuff that I think people could learn, officers especially could learn on that. And, and that way it kind of, my thought is I let everybody into my life with that thing. I believe I'm the only officer on that show that's ever been shot. Not that I wear that as a badge of honor, but, and I think it would be come full circle to close it all out, especially to say, he's doing X number of years, this is what happened, and, then just sit back and enjoy it, watch the show.
You know, I got to tell you, I think that the people of Live PD Nation would love that. They would love that, but they would like it to be more than just one show. I think they want the whole weekend with you. You know, I know, you know what I'm saying? I know you got robbed on the one because of the blackout, but you know, you're a fascinating person to talk to. You've got great stories. You're intelligent. You're funny. I mean, you got the whole package. You're welcome. And I think the thing that's really cool is you're very inspiring. That's something that's a rare quality in our world today. Someone who's very inspiring based on their life experience, not based on their ability to read well or inflect their voice, but based on what they know. Okay, and that's you. So I'm really impressed, and you're very welcome. If there's anybody that wants to call in real quick to talk with Trooper Casey, say hello. Number's 503-420-4062. It's been on the screen now for the whole interview. However, I know there's lots of people out that are doing their Saturday things before Live PD tonight. Again, one of the things I want to make sure you all understand here, we've been talking to Trooper James Casey from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. It's not Live PD or A&E that basically pulled the plug on Arizona being on. It's not there that said Trooper Casey can't be on the show. It's not it.
Not at all.
This was the folks in Arizona looking at the situation and saying, look, you know what? We need to focus on our police work. And that's it. And you know what?
Let me say, I don't know. Like I said before, because I know people said, well, they told, I don't know. That was a decision made, like I said earlier, that was a decision made by the bosses.
Yep. Okay.
I don't.
And you don't argue with the bosses. You want to keep your job.
I would be lying to say I was disappointed. I mean, yeah, of course, I love doing the show. It was fun. And as I said before, and I've said to many people, the one thing that I loved about that show is it showed people that we're just human too. Plus the other thing too is I also tell people I use that show when I go and speak to academy classes to kind of especially some of those young stallions that want to go out there and light the world on fire. I tell them to pull the reins back. You don't always have to hammer everybody. Especially for us on highway code, a traffic stop. You're not going to get a raise if you write. They call it 5-packing, where if you get 5 violations, that our tickets you can put up to 5 violations, and and I tell people you're not going to get any more money. You're not going to get a commendation if you write a bunch of tickets, and sometimes you have to stop and think about. And this is what I tell them. Sometimes you have to stop and think about, that family or those. There's people that deserve tickets. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you know it. I know it. We all know it. But there's sometimes you see. There's families that, you write, 3-4 citation or offenses to them and, $1,500. I mean, $1,500 to them could be like writing me a $15,000 ticket. That's more than, and that's what I try to tell them. Just pull the reins back, kind of look at the whole situation. And that's what I liked about the show, because it shows, especially the other officers too, in the same way. You don't have to, we're all people, and you don't have to hammer everybody you come across. There's no need for that.
When you enjoyed it, I think that, that was enough for me just to say, I'll just spill the beans and tell you, because I think that they'd like to get some people together for this and make sure the folks of Arizona, get a chance to, I believe, properly honor you, probably take a whole bunch of selfies with you and, have you sign a few things. So, good for you.
Yeah,
good for
I would love to do that. If you would, if you direct message me that when we're done, so I can write on the calendar. That'd be great.
Yep, I will.
Yeah, because I would talk to him, because that would be something where, and this is just by my nature, I'll talk to him first, because I would never want to go over and step on their toes, and you know what I mean. But if they invited me, sure, I would gladly do that with it. But I would just never show. I'd never want to step on anybody's toes.
Well, I'll tell you what, that would be fantastic. I'll make sure that I get you that information. Well, Live PD Nation, you're very welcome. And no, thank you for taking a Saturday out to give a guy in Oregon a phone call to talk about live PD on Twitter. You know, I mean, that's kind of the world we're in right now, and I'm grateful that you did it. I really am, and I hope you had a good time.
I did. Appreciate that.
Good. Well, we had a wonderful time with you as well. Trooper James Casey from the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and I'll tell you what, there are lots of people who are saying they miss you and they love you.
I miss them too.
There you go.
The feeling's mutual. The feeling's mutual.
There you go, folks. So it is a mutual feeling of being missed. So we will be back next week. Should be somebody from Pasco. I haven't got the for sure okie dokie yet, but we will for sure let you folks know about that. And then it's off to Hawaii for Bob's special trip. So Trooper Casey, thank you again. God bless you. We appreciate it. And you folks on Twitter, goodbye, everybody.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance.
There's an entrance?
Somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
It's the middle of the night. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching. We are now over 34 straight hours of a YouTube telethon to raise money for two Williamson County, Texas deputies who need some legal counsel. And they need legal counsel now, not tomorrow. Well, technically tomorrow. That's when they're open. Okay. You caught me there. Hi, everybody. We are red hot and rolling. Over $13,000 for Zach Camden and J.J. Johnson from Williamson County, Texas. And we are blessed, grateful, and yippee-yi-yay today. It's Sunday, July 12th, 2020 in the United States of America. And we are grateful to be with you because it's going to be a very special day. Let's get it running. All right, everybody. Yes, sir. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the hidden bunker somewhere, maybe in Oregon. Not quite sure. Hi, welcome. It's time for fun, frivolity, and things in the middle of the night that go knock, I guess. Hi, we're at $13,015 that is raised currently for the folks from Williamson County, Texas, namely on the left, on that, well, actually, if you're looking straight at your screen, okay, left one is Zach Camden, young man, nice looking kid. He started out 19 years old as a volunteer fire department guy. And so he's a volunteer fireman, and then he goes into work at the prison, right? So he's a corrections officer, and things just didn't work out. It's okay, one of those things. And so then he goes and gets deputized. He's a deputy sheriff there in Williamson County, Texas. His best buddy right next to him on his left is J.J. Johnson from Williamson County, Texas. And we're here to try and do our best to help them raise some legal fees so that they can be taken care of fairly in a court of law. So that's what this is all about. Hi, everybody. So the issue here is we want to be sure to make sure it's fair and it's fair for everybody. That's the whole point. You know, everybody wants fair, right? We always talk about fair. What's fair? I don't know. Depends on your opinion, right? It always depends on your opinion what fair is. There's a better picture. Fair, what's fair? So fair is both sides having an equal opportunity to speak and an equal opportunity to be heard, right? That's fair. Okay. When you are in court, it's one thing to be able to speak and speak correctly and know what to ask, when to ask, how to ask it. And, you know, these guys have a tough job enough protecting citizens in Williamson County, Texas, and, worrying about their own lives and their own families, that they don't need to worry about this stuff too. So I think that's really, really important that we do what we can as Americans. This is a great opportunity for us as Americans to stand up and say, okay, look, we've had enough bottles, cans, bricks, sticks, projectiles, fireworks, vomit, urine, feces thrown at our police officers. It's time we stand up behind them and we support them. We're going to do this here. We're going to do it right here, right now. Starting right here, right now, with these two guys right here that should have had some protection. They should have had some sort of protection legally from this, and they did. But what happened was the protection just failed them. It happens. I mean, I don't like it. I don't think it's very good. I certainly didn't plan on being up 34 hours on Twitter by this point. Heck, I'll be up 48 hours here in about 5 hours and 13 minutes. How about that? And by then we'll be speaking in tongues, various Latin dialects, and possibly a few Martian. Who knows? You never know. Okay. So this all started back in June 23rd, 2020. And it was started by a group of friends. This is what's cool about it. It's all organic. The whole thing from day one was organic to help these two. It started local with some friends that got together and said, look, we want to make a difference. We want to help them out because they can't possibly pay this. It's too much money. $20,000 legal retainer. And a retainer is just the beginning. That's to retain the attorney. From there, it goes from there. Okay, does that make sense? So you got the retainer and then, yeah, you get it. So it's kind of like an estimate for your car, but worse. An estimate for your car is like the body shop writes up stuff that's broken and then they find more stuff that's broken after they rip it apart, right? A retainer is more like, okay, I think we're going to charge you this up front, and then later on, we're going to talk about some even more big expenses. And that's unfortunate because we don't want that. We want to protect these guys. And so what our hope is that this retainer will be enough to help them throughout. That's our hope. And I know that's the hope of the writers of this GoFundMe campaign. I know that's the hope of everyone involved that wants to protect them. I know that that's what is owed, and they're doing what they can to protect them as deputies. And they should be. Why wouldn't they be? I mean, who would ever want to do law enforcement without legal protection? We're going to talk about that today. We are. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm not going to get too political, I promise. I won't. But I am going to talk about what's happening in America right now. For example, July 4th, 300 Los Angeles Police Department officers were sick the same day. And, well, some people call it the blue flu, meaning that police officers going off shift on one day to make a point. Hey, this is what it's like if you want to defund the police. Okay. All right. I think we've seen that right with Seattle, but okay. Now in New York City, it is a mass exodus in New York City. They're literally lining up outside of the HR, essentially the HR department for NYPD for early retirement. And they actually said 443%, something like that. It's huge. The number is gigantic from right now, this last week compared to last year for the same week. It's just insane. The number is just outrageous in terms of how many people are saying, okay, I'm done. And the number one reason in New York City why it's saying, I've really read on this, because I'm concerned. I mean, law enforcement to me is so special, and the NYPD is kind of like the gold standard. I mean, look at 9/11. Look at those guys. How incredibly brave they were. That's the gold standard, in my opinion. Now, people may not agree. They may say that NYPD is this, that, or the other thing, but that's my opinion. I have a right, just like you. So when I see all these people with this incredible amount of experience, you can't replace that. You can't. And once the ball starts rolling, it goes from there. Now, if you add, you don't pay. These guys have to worry about being sued. Who's going to want to do this job soon? So something needs to change. It really does, because people like these two shouldn't be involved with a problem like this. They should just deal with their work and then move on, because they, number one, don't get paid a fortune to do the job, and number two, they shouldn't have to worry about being sued for doing their job. That's the main point. Okay. Now, we can have an argument at a different time, right, wrong, or indifferent, but I wasn't there. You weren't there. So it's an argument I can't have with you because I wasn't present. So, and I hate the argument of, well, I heard, okay. That's kind of like when they say, well, you know what they say. Who's they? Like earlier this week, Don Lemon stepped in and he said, Jesus Christ admittedly wasn't perfect. Admittedly? To who? Okay. Things can be misconstrued so quickly. And this is one of those things that we can't misconstrue because we're asking for people to give money. It's so important. So I want you to know how truthful these folks are who are asking for the money to give help for these two brave deputies, okay? Back on the 16th of June, blue-blooded, it's kind of weird. I'm going to call him BB from now on, BB, because it's just weird. Blue-blooded. And Mount Rushmore got together and they talked about Big Sky. It's weird. Okay, blue-blooded, fine. First comment here says, please forgive the multiple messages. We're sending out information as we receive it. Now, I like that. This is the one, I got to tell you, I love this because what they're doing, you'd much rather be flooded with too much information than not enough, right? I mean, if you're going to give your money, don't you want to know what's happening, right? That's important. So they're giving you more information than maybe you might get normally or maybe you might expect. So the first sentence, please forgive the multiple messages. We're sending out information as we receive it. So they're keeping people informed. That's a big deal when you're giving to any sort of fundraiser. Are they informing? Are they keeping you up to date? That's big. Okay. So the issue really is a rather minor one. It's not really, it's material, but it's not huge. Okay. It'd be more like a technicality more than a material issue. $72 for legal fees versus $200. Okay. All right. We get it. That's just a correction essentially. Then on the 16th after that, Christine Peterson, one of the other of the three of the group that put together this GoFundMe, says deputies Camden and Johnson would like to extend their heartfelt gratitude to everyone who is showing support. I'd like to let everyone know that we are updating immediately as soon as we hear from TMPA, and so far that has reflected several changes. Now, TMPA is essentially the insurance company, the legal firm it's kind of like a legal insurance. Look at it that way. If you've ever had a job that has legal protection, okay, it's like that. Same thing. If you get sued or something happens, these people come alongside you and help you. But the problem was there was an issue with coverage. I don't know. I just, insurance, the way, and I've been in a lot, unfortunately, a ton of cases for insurance claims in my life because I was a licensed appraiser here in Oregon for automobiles. Ton of work. And if you have insurance the day of this happening, if you don't have insurance anymore, it's irrelevant. The fact that you were covered at that date, that's the most important. That's what matters. Okay. Now, I don't know anything other than that. I can just tell you what this says. So TMPA is this group that basically is kind of like legal insurance. Okay. Think of it that way. Okay. So Deputy Johnson has appealed TMPA's decision to deny him any legal representation, though it is not likely he'll win that appeal. Deputy Camden, as of this hour, this is on June 16th, so about a month ago. Deputy Camden, as of this hour, will be responsible for over half the cost of his defense. Half the cost of his defense. Wow. Which could go up or change to nothing. If anything changes at all with representation of either deputy, there will immediately be another update, both with the goal and an explanation. Again, information, important information that you should know if you're giving money somewhere. This is very, very good. This is something you want if you're going to donate because, hey, you want safety with your money, right? It's your money. Hang on. So if you're going to give your money to somebody, whatever it's for, if you're going to give, say, for example, you give your money to, let's say to little Billy down the street to mow your lawn. It's a weird metaphor, but we'll go with it. Little Billy has his instructions. He's going to mow your lawn, right? Okay, so Billy does your lawn mow. He does your whole lawn, except he doesn't do the edges around, like, kind of around the sidewalk, kind of scraggly grass there. Are you going to say something to little Billy, or are you going to expect, you go out there and fix it yourself? Okay, if you're paying for it, depending upon little Billy's age, let's say Billy is 16, you're probably going to say something. If Billy's 8, you're probably going to go out there and cut it yourself, right? Okay. In this case, TMPA is a company that must be regulated in the state of Texas. They'd have to be, at least through, I'm assuming, the Department of Insurance, to cover some type of insurance for peace officers, okay? Now, this is a lot of money, is what I'm trying to say, with Deputy Camden, if he's looking at half or over half, as this update says on June 16th by Christine Peterson. But again, if anything changes with the representation of either deputy, there will immediately be another update, both with the goal and an explanation. In the slim event that TMPA decides to honor their original oath, keep in mind, original oath is, we got you. Okay? You're okay. We've got this. We're your safety net. That's what they're supposed to be. But unfortunately, they didn't. TMPA did not honor that. So that left these two deputies hanging without any sort of legal help. They had to go and get it, find out what it was going to cost, and then find out, okay, this is the retainer. And I don't know, I wasn't there when they shopped for this. I don't know exactly how that all worked, but I do know that they, clearly are smart guys, and, they know the importance of a good defense. So this is what the end of this says, which is so important, by Christine Peterson on the 16th. In the slim event that TMPA decides to honor their original oath to these two deputies and fully fund their defense, refunds will be issued immediately. That's huge. That is so huge with a GoFundMe deal. Because what they're doing by saying this initially, okay, is we're going to be updating you, like they did here already twice, once by BB and once by Christine Peterson. So both of them did what they did, right? They update. And then Christine Peterson goes the extra mile and says, hey, your money's safe. And if they decide, meaning TMPA, this legal insurance company, that they've decided, hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and we're going to take care of this for you. We've looked into it, made a mistake. Sorry, guys, it's covered. Like we told you before, you're good. Well, then what they're going to do is they're going to issue refunds. And that's simple to do through GoFundMe. They essentially reverse the charges on all of the accounts that were given to these guys, and the money goes back to the people who donated. Pretty simple. But the fact that it's in writing gives you a lot. It really does. June 18th, then, Christine Peterson updates again. She says, thank you to everyone who's donated and shared. She also says, update, nothing has changed. Again, good to know what's going on. Okay? Your money is safe. And she continues that she does share the information about the donations with the guys and how much it means to them. And thank you from them. Already have the thank you from JJ and Zach's mom. And possibly maybe hear from Zach here today. We'll see. Not sure. I don't know for sure. June 23rd, Christine Peterson, again, team member for this group of 3. They were the kind people who put this all together. They did so much work. I mean, I was thinking about this tonight, and I want to share this with you. Look, we came here when we came to do. Hi, Kathy. When we came to do this work to help, we just came to help. Okay, just please understand. I've done this every segment, and I will continue to say it. Just a moment, please. That is going to drive me nuts. I get used to it, but we'll get there. Whew. Okay. Here's the scoop. Okay. Okay, this is not, and this can never be about me. Please do not make it about me. It can't be. Please don't. Please give the glory to God. Please. I want this to be between God and I. I really do. It's important to me. If someone were to call me to talk to me about it, to ask me my opinion or, I don't know, questions about what we're doing, I would immediately move them over to the GoFundMe page that Christine and Jesse and BB are doing because that's the right thing to do. They did all the work. Look, we came in on Friday morning. I looked. It was $11,390. That's where it was at. $11,390. And that's a lot of money, guys. That's a tremendous amount. To give you an idea, we have been live now over 34 hours. Okay. 34 hours, 34 and a half now. And I mean, look how long it's taken. We haven't even been able to raise $2,000. They already had $11,390. That's an amazing amount of money. It really is. So both, BB and Christine and Jesse did a phenomenal job getting this so well funded already. What's happened is the coronavirus, along with, to be quite honest, a change in the political climate. Those two things collided, and it's kind of a horrible set of circumstances that these guys just don't deserve. No one deserves it. I mean, we don't deserve this. Okay. And Zach's mom eloquently said today, as she talked about her feelings about all this, and she was really good. His mom, Kathy, she was so good today. She was perfect with what she had to say. She has a right to be concerned. She has a right to feel worried. She's his mom. I mean, that's what moms do. And I think it's important to honor that. You've got to honor that bond, okay? You can think things and that's okay, whatever, if you've got thoughts about something, but, that's really your problem then. It comes down to, that's his mom. All right? And bless her heart, she's the one who gave the extra money. They got over $13,000 tonight. Congratulations. Thank you for doing that, Kathy. Thank you. Yeah. And I think it's so important to point that out because here's a mom that loves both of these boys. This isn't just Zach. She doesn't consider just Zach her son. She considers both JJ and Zach her kids. She does. And you're welcome. Bless your heart. She's awake. Look, it's what? She's in the Central Time Zone. It's 3:04 in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. She's awake. Why? Because, to be honest, I think it's because she just was, seeing me crash and worried about me crashing and was being sweet. She was being kind. She wanted to do whatever she could to help. And I thought that was just the sweetest thing to do that. Okay. I thought it was really nice. Not enough people do that. Lee did it tonight too. Lee's here. This is really cool. Lee Terry, Middle Tennessee. She's in, way on the other side of the country. But Lee's here. And this is such an important thing to talk about because this group at GoFundMe, they are being transparent. They're telling you updates. They're telling you that if something changes with TMPA, which is the legal, mumbo jumbo house, sorry, the TMPA group. Anyway, if something changes and they decide flip a coin, heads, yes, we represent, then the money goes back to everybody. So they're being totally transparent. That's what you want in a fundraiser. What you don't want is well, Uncle Bill's got a problem and looks like his goiter's in trouble, and you're gonna have to give him money because his goiter. So give us money for Uncle Bill's goiter, and we'll appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. You know, it's not like that. They're being really transparent, and they're updating. They're updating a lot. I mean, my gosh, I'm looking at this. There was 4 updates in one day. 4. It's a lot. Okay. And then they apologize for too many updates, but it's because they're trying to make sure that you're kept informed. This is a lot of money. That's the whole point. So by June 26, 2020, if I see this right, and Lee and Kathy are both here, if I have this wrong, please don't hesitate to tell me. I'm assuming this started right around June 16th. Maybe I'm wrong. Did it start before then? That's a lot of money to get that quick. It's huge. That's a lot of money. Bill. Kathy on Uncle Bill. Bill needs to take some RX for that goiter. Bill's going, yep, that goiter. Need to come out. Take that Chucky medicine. So, okay, did it start on the 16th of June? Sorry. That's an incredible amount of money to come in like that. Over 10 grand? Wow. Holy cow. If that's the case, she's going to check. So we'll find out. Because again, transparency, this is what this is all about. We want you to feel safe with what you're doing with this money, because people that do this, they really, they deserve that, because this is your money you're giving to somebody else. Your money, your hard-earned, hard-saved money. And nobody wants you to feel threatened or feel that there's something that you have to worry about by giving that money here. So that's why I want to make sure on that. All right. So on the 2nd of July, Christine Peterson mentions that things don't look too good because grand jury going to be impaneled sometime by the end of August, okay? But then basically the other shoe drops. Looks like it's going to be in 2 counties, both in Williamson County and next door, Travis County. So that's tough. That's additional legal fees, okay? That's why things get so expensive quickly, because you have to file in 2 different jurisdictions. You've got different paperwork that could be needed, all kinds of things, right? Yeah, holy cow. So this started June 15th. Wow. I'm blown away. Really? I mean, that's amazing, because think about this. Okay, so as of the 2nd, they had, it says, they're at $10,730. Wow. Guys, that's a lot of money. That's amazing. What a miraculous thing God has done. That's a miracle. $10,700 in 2 weeks? I want that job. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying that's a tremendous amount of money. GoFundMe's, and keep in mind, with the current political climate, with police officers and all that stuff, this is going on in the background. That's what's happening. And yet all this money. I'm just blown away. That's fantastic. This is well done. The whole fundraiser is well done. If this was like a 1 through 5 star thing, this is a 5-star. Yes, it's a 5-star. Why? Because they're very clear on what they're doing. Their statement about the fundraiser is very concise. Sorry. Number 2, they're updating you. So when things change, even if they don't, they're updating you. They're letting you know, hey, no new updates. Good. That's good to know. So something that Zach's mom, Kathy, says here, our own DA wants to bring indictments for another case. Okay. Boy. Okay, so now Williamson and Travis County, so there's 2. So there's paperwork for both counties. You've got to petition 2 different clerks. You've got to deal with 2 different judges. There's a lot of work involved. There is a lot of work, a lot of filing. Okay. So they have to do a lot of stuff, a lot. And it is going to be expensive, especially if you throw a second jurisdiction in here, because a second jurisdiction doubles your fees, essentially doubles it right off the bat. You have travel time, you've got money for filing, you've got filing fees, you have all kinds of things. It's a very expensive proposition when you go through this. And what I don't understand is how people in this high risk of a position don't have this already covered. I mean, I spoke with, I don't want, I'm not comfortable saying who it is. I'm just not. And it's not right to. But I will say I did speak with another dear friend from Life PD, and he told me, he says, look, I can't believe they don't have insurance. I said, no, they did. They had coverage of some sort, but it just flaked on them. And he's like, oh no. So keep in mind, it's not that these guys were being irresponsible on the job in terms of not trying to protect themselves. Okay. They were being responsible, at least as far as I know. I could be wrong. I wasn't there. However, what I have seen, and what I'm reading here, more than ever, what I'm reading here says they were responsible. And here's why I'm saying this. This is really the reason why. Let me go back here to the original stuff back on the 16th of June. Okay, when all of this started, when BB starts posting. And when I say BB, it's because I feel weird saying blue-blooded. It just feels weird.
It feels strange.
Uncle Bill's greater. All right. June 16, 2020. The first update, okay, comes from blue-blooded. Blue-blooded. Deputy Zach Camden is being covered by TMPA. That's the insurance company for lawyers. Because of a lapse of coverage after the event and due to political positioning of TMPA, I'm looking at this, I'm going, wait, hold, stop. Let me reread that sentence because because of a lapse of coverage after the event. That's irrelevant. That should be totally irrelevant. The coverage at the event. If he was covered at the event, that's the way it's supposed to work. That's the way all insurance works at the time of the loss. If you had insurance, that is covered. Period. The end. Now, there might be some weirdo clause in this company that says you must keep your policy intact and not have any lapses. Otherwise, we will terminate and remove your benefits. If they have some kind of a clause like that, I guess it's possible. However, it's pretty crappy. I'll put it that way. That's pretty crappy. Even insurance companies, oh, this is true. Even insurance companies, if you, for example, you have a car insurance, okay? Your car insurance, let's say it's through ABC car insurance, right? And you get hit. No, wait, let me do this. You hit a car, just an example. You hit a car on the first day of June, just for giggles, okay? First day of June, you hit a car. You have coverage. You have insurance on June the 1st. But at the end of June, you haven't been working. The COVID virus thing has kept you home. You're not able to make your your car insurance. And you're stuck between making your house payment or your car insurance in your car payment. Pretty easy choice, right? You got to live somewhere. So, you're not going to drive without insurance, I hope. But the point is, it's when you take the city bus. That's what you should do. But this comment that's made by BB, which is my word for blue-blooded, because of a lapse of coverage after the event. No, that's wrong. Okay, so essentially what's happening is TMPA is, well, it sounds to me like they're trying to get out of something they're responsible for. Just my personal opinion, based on well, I won't say a ton, but quite a bit of experience in, you know, arbitrations, mediations, court cases that involve insurance companies. If you have coverage at the time of the loss, you were covered. Even if you drop coverage afterwards, you were covered at the time of the loss, period. End of statement. Next paragraph. However, I don't know what the policy looks like. I don't know. Maybe there's a clause in there that says if you drop or you lapse afterwards, then that's it. Doesn't make any sense. Then there'd be no reason to have a start date or an end date because no date matters, right? I mean, really all that matters is when you didn't make your payment. I don't get it. Anyway, so the point is they're being very transparent. That's the whole point. They're being very transparent. And they're telling you why they don't have it, okay? They're saying that in JJ's case, Deputy Johnson's still without counsel for the at time covered incident. Again, they say it twice because of a lapse of coverage after the event. That means at the event, he was covered. Then they follow back up a second time. Deputy Johnson is still without counsel for the at the time covered incident. Very important. So they were responsible, meaning they were responsible individuals that tried to protect themselves by having protection like this. You want that. You want to support people who are being responsible adults. They were being. Okay? They were being responsible adults. So that's good. That's another green flag. Okay? The only red flag I see in this whole thing, to be honest with you, Kathy and Lee, and whoever else watches this, is with TMPA. If you're covered at a certain time, you're covered. End of story. End of story. Whatever the policy language says for your coverage limits at that point is in effect, typically. But I don't know the contract. I don't know what else is in it. So on the 16th, 2020, a second update and then a third update. But see, here's something that comes in on the 16th that sorry, no, that's not it. Is that it? Hold on, let me look. 16th. Is that the one? No. Yes, you're right. There is an ethical responsibility. Absolutely. And I believe if it went to the insurance commissioner of the state of Texas, I believe they would find in favor of the guys. I do. I really do. No doubt. Because this is essentially it's a policy. It's an insurance coverage. It's kind of like having a, I don't know, car insurance in a way, or what's the other kind of insurance? You know, it's kind of weird. You don't use it very often. Like unemployment insurance for your car payment. You know, when you go and if you like have a credit union or whatever, and they try and sell you all the extra policies and stuff, they say, well, you know, if you're down and you get a cold and you have to be put in the hospital for a cold, you know, they'll cover your payment if you spend 3 days in the hospital, but it has to be 36 hours. I don't know. But the point is that it looks like this TMPA company is the one that really needs to get investigated, personally. Looks like that to me. But they are being very forthwith, meaning that they're being honest. The people who are running this fundraiser being very honest. So lots of green everywhere. Green, 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 green. Okay. But if you don't, and here we go. Good. Yeah, you said it. Good. Thank you for saying that, Kathy. How can any law enforcement officer feel safe with the very entity created to protect them? Right. Okay. What is tell me what the motivation is for somebody to go and have a career in law enforcement if they put on that gun and strap on that badge and then someone can sue them and then they're left with defense costs. It makes no sense. So both these young men were being responsible. That's important. They were covered. They and according to what this says, both were covered. At the time that this happened, both had coverage. The fact it lapsed, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, here's a good example. Okay, let's say, for example, you have ABC auto insurance and somebody sideswipes your car. Typical state issue, right? Okay, your car is parked on the sidewalk, by the sidewalk there on the curb, and some bozo goes by and he's kind of checking his cell phone. He's juggling in the car while he's playing with a slinky, and his kid in the back seat is pounding one of those little paddle boards against Dad's head and stuff. And Dad turns around and screams, "Junior, stop it!" Then the car gets smashed. Mirror flies off and everything on your car. And you had insurance on it, right? Okay. But he didn't. Okay, so Paddleball Dad doesn't have insurance. Typically, how it works is your insurance coverage, if you have uninsured motorist on your policy, even if you cancel, okay, let's say this happened July the 30th, and you cancel your insurance with that company and you go with DEF Auto Insurance starting July 1st. That claim belongs to ABC Auto Insurance, because even though you have DEF now, the fact was at the time of the loss, it was ABC. I'm just saying that's how it works in court. So this doesn't make any sense to me. I just wanted to ask that question because to me, this is just wacko. It's wacko. And I would definitely, I'd follow up on that. I would. But what's cool is that what they're saying is, and again, I want to read this again because this is really cool. Okay. On the 23rd, Christine writes on their GoFundMe page, okay, how much they appreciate what people have done, how much they genuinely appreciate. This is an honest, truthful feeling they're grateful for, right? So they're happy. They're grateful, honestly, truthfully grateful for what you're doing. It's a good thing. That's what you want. You want people to be happy that you've helped them. Just say thank you, like JJ did today, and like Kathy did. Same thing. So, that's a good thing. But then again, on the hang on, I just want to make sure I've got it right. Sorry, I'm reading this as fast as I can so I can just kind of go through it. Okay, I see. All right, I got it. What I would do, Kathy, I would look real carefully at that policy. I think you're a smart girl. You look at it carefully because lapsing of coverage, if it's after the incident, should be irrelevant. It should be totally irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what happened afterward. It happened the day of. Even if it happened at 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. Yep. Oh gosh, we're having some buffering. I'm sorry, Lee. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Lee, thanks for being there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lee Terry, bless your heart. Thanks for coming, girl. Thank you. That's definitely buffering. Hate that noise. That's like half applause. It's like people go, yay, yay, yay. You get it. Okay. So yeah, Kathy, I'd look into that because I don't understand. If you had coverage the day of, you should be covered for that day. Even if it was 11:59. However, I am not a licensed insurance agent in Texas, and I must give you that disclosure. Yeah. But I don't get it. It's weird. So, yeah, it's weird. But what I like about this is that the fact that they're giving an awful lot of information by Lee, and thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thanks, Lee. And thanks for being here, Kathy. You're awesome. Okay, so, and Kathy, for sure, goodness sakes, you can go to sleep if you need to. It's okay. I'll make it. I'm going to make it. By God's grace. Because you said what you said. Okay, I think we're clear on this. I think we're good. This is a safe fundraiser is what I'm trying to get to. I've looked at it really carefully from a person that is really a very cautious person with these things. I am. I'm just cautious because I mean, money's tight for everybody right now with coronavirus and with just life, right? That's the way it is. So please know that basically for what I see here, this looks really good. It looks very good. And that is a cool wrapped rig right there. That vehicle on this page is a cool wrapped rig. If you know what a wrap is, it's really a giant decal, and they put it on around a vehicle that's made for, and it looks really cool. It's like custom artwork, and they make it on a big decal. Sheriff Chody's got some cool stuff here. Nice. There's no pick or sound again. I want answers. Kathy, can you hear me okay? Kathy, do you hear me okay? Over. Shh. Kathy, do you hear me okay? Can you hear my audio okay? Am I having is something wrong? Please help me, because if it is, I need to know, because I don't know what I need to do with it. Everything looks good here. Okay, cool. Yeah, because it looks like everything's working from what I can see on the indicator lights here. Everything looks to be fine. Okay, cool. Lee, I'm so sorry. It must be something between us there. I'm sorry. I really am. But thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks, Lee. Appreciate you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Lee cares so much, Kathy, and I think you know that about Williamson County. She really has a heart for Williamson County, and I know she does. She cares very much, and yeah, she really does. So it's okay. So yes, it is cutting out, and you're not getting a picture or sound. Is that what you're saying? Because yes, it is. So I want to make sure we don't have a problem. That's what we need to make sure of. If we have a problem, because Lee says there's no picture or sound again, if that's the problem, then we need to see what's going on. I'll probably need to restart the stream, I guess. That's the only thing I think of. 19.4. Not sure what that means, because I don't know. Okay, so does that mean that you can hear and see me okay, Kathy? Is that seriously, you can hear and see me okay? Okay, you hear. Do you see okay with the screen? Is the screen jumping around and flickering? And do I need to put a card up that says, please stand by? Remember those? Please stand by. And have some guy, usually this really angry, like looking brainiac that knows electrical theory way too well, and the camera is like smoking on the ground. If your camera is smoking on the ground, you don't need that nerdy looking guy. You need a garbage can. Okay. Sorry. Yep, she sure is. Yeah, Lee's very passionate to help out with Williamson County. Bless her heart. She does. Better to have someone that cares than someone that doesn't. And it's hard. It's hard. So, all right. So yeah, I think that's yeah. I think that's how I mean, that's how I see it. It doesn't make any sense to me. This, if you have coverage the day of, you are covered for that day. In fact, if you were a good example, if you were to go from ABC insurance to DEF insurance the next day, okay, like the same example we used, okay, June 30th, excuse me, your policy with ABC expires and DEF starts on July the 1st, okay? If something happened the evening at 11:59 p.m. on your car, it is ABC's responsibility because it's still the 30th, okay? So, that's it. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good there. I think that clarifies things, and I think it what it does for me is it shows a clear pattern that the guys were responsible in protecting themselves, okay? That's important. And the second thing is it shows that the people who are covering their rear ends to protect them, who are their friends, have done a really good job on this fundraiser. And there's purchase protection even. So if they're, if TMPA gets their thumb out of their ear, they'll be able to, take care of these guys. Then the money goes back to everybody. That's all you'd want. I mean, what more would you want than that? So you have the peace of mind of giving to two guys that need help, that need help in law enforcement for doing their job. And then you have, this TMPA thing that does whatever they do. And, and here we are. I guess that's all I can think of. I don't know what to say. I even knocked the wire out of my headphones. I was so stunned. I just blew out my headphone. I just blew out my headphone because doggone, I was so upset with this whole doggone thing that I just said, that's it, doggone it.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Yep, I know. Okay. Next subject. Okay. So it's a good fundraiser. That's good. All right. One thing I want to talk about that was talked about in the last segment with Arizona Department of Public Safety's Trooper James Casey. It's equivalent to like CHP or, your state police. That's what Department of Public Safety is for Arizona. That's what he was. Okay. He was a trooper. He made a mention in that, and I'll never forget it, that he'd seen 3 no-hitters in his life. I looked carefully at just what the statistics are for for seeing a no-hitter. Okay, because I love baseball. Baseball is really, that is my passion. Okay.
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Okay. So anyway, he saw 3 no-hitters. Okay, do you realize no-hitters are really rare? They're not as rare as a perfect game, right? But they are rare. They average, since they started keeping statistics back in, was it 18? Well, the modern game was early 19th. Anyway, but let's go back to 1876, okay? 1876. And they, he's seen 3 of them, right? He sees 3 no-hitters. And it's like the average amount of no-hitters that has happened in the last 144 years really is 2 per year. This dude, he's seen 3 baseball games and, he's seen, 3 no-hitters.
Keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
Yeah. No-hitter. It's amazing. Wow. Talk about the guy you want to go with to a game. I've seen a ton of baseball in my life. I've never seen one. Now, interestingly enough, I did look at statistics because I'm a nerd that way. Okay, that's why. Where's that goiter? No. Look at this. This is very interesting. I think this is fascinating because I think when you look at statistics of this, which I think is fascinating because it tells you how rare stuff like that is in baseball after a certain time in the game, because baseball nerds love to check everything. Okay. Everything. They like to check everything. So because it's like, someone who does no hitters, okay, so how many no-hitters were blown in the first inning, right? Okay. It's like 75% of all no-hitters are busted up in the first inning. But if you make it to the 6th inning, the number goes literally almost to the floor. No joke. If you make it to the 6th with a no-no, you've got a really good chance to maybe see a no-hitter. Now, doesn't happen very often still, but the amount of games that are, blown up from a no-hitter in the sixth inning on gradually get smaller, but they're low numbers. Sixth inning on, very low. So only 303 have been thrown in MLB history since 1876. That's an average of about 2 per year, according to the fine folks at Wikipedia, which we know is always correct. Yeah. So there you go. I'm on. I'm on fire. No, sorry. Kidding. Never mind. I think that what was fascinating about what Trooper Casey talked about, though, during that, besides the fact he's seen 3 no-nos, which is mind-boggling to me, is that, he talked about the extent of his injuries and how, it took him 18 months to come back on the job, how they had to rebuild his nose and all this stuff. And he looks great for what he had to go through, for the full reconstruction he had to go through. That man looks fantastic. He really is. I mean, and that's just a testament to what medical science can do today. The back of the ear, creating the nose and all that stuff. Then it's phenomenal. He looks great. And, yeah. Most no-hitters in baseball history. Any idea? Think anybody idea? How many people are here?
We have two.
We have 2. Okay, so there are 2 people here, and
I keep pitching them and you keep missing them.
right, because it's a no-hitter. That's what it is, technically. Okay, 303 been thrown in MLB history since 1876, average about 2 per year. Yeah. Nolan Ryan leads with 7. 7. Wow. After like the 4th one, you just kind of go, eh. No, I saw his last game, though. I did see Nolan Ryan's last game. It was at the Kingdome in Seattle. That's where he blew his arm out. I remember it was eerily quiet. Everyone knew they had just seen the passing of a legend. They did. Everyone knew it. And they stood. It was a cool, it was not good to see the poor guy get hurt, because this is, kind of interesting story. That was his last road game in his career. It was the final time he was going to pitch on the road. His final game was going to be played at home. That's what the schedule looked like. And he just never got home. He couldn't quite make it. It was the game before they came back to the Arlington ballpark, I guess what they call it, the ballpark in Arlington. Why would they even need to replace that yet? That place is like brand new 30 years ago. 30. It's like 30 years ago. Well, okay. I mean, seriously. I mean, you got parks like Dodger Stadium, which we talked about with name escapes me. Please come to a white courtesy telephone. Name escapes me. My mind just literally, I think it's exploded. So, pardon me. I'm just looking here real quick at this because I am fascinated by this stuff. Okay, so what I was going to say is the oldest ballpark in baseball is Fenway Park. Okay, that's the oldest. Second oldest is Wrigley Field. Okay, third one, believe it or not, Dodger Stadium. It's unbelievable. It's like the 60s. It just can't believe it. Yeah. Yeah, Nolan Ryan was, gosh, he was phenomenal. He was like a rocket sled on wheels, that ball. Like, you couldn't even hardly see it. Just quick and a pop. Hard pop. Boom! Right into that glove. You can always tell. You know a guy's throwing hard because of the sound of the pitcher's glove. That's how you tell. Really. If it's a very loud thud, like a car door slamming, hard pitcher. If you don't hear that, not so hard pitcher. Pretty easy. Yeah. Don't steal signs. Don't bunt out of a no-hitter. Unwritten rules. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's bad. Bad. Okay. So we've got a very big show scheduled today with absolutely nothing. We have nothing. But we will have something come together. We will. You wait and see. We will. This is going to be an interesting day and a good day because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be spending some time getting to know a little more about both JJ and Zach. And we'll do everything we can to help because we want to make a difference. That's what we're here for. We're here to try and help make a difference. And if we can do that in a good way, then that means we've done something very good and noble. And what more do you want, right? It's a good thing. So, yeah, I would say that, Kathy, Amy, my thought on that thing is I would really contact somebody about that because something's wrong with this insurance thing, this TMPA. Something's weird here. I know you've already done that. Sorry. You've already done that. Yeah, Casey. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, these are the two guys that we're working for right here. These guys right here. We work for them right there. Those guys. That is on the left of your screen. That is the very handsome Zach Camden. Zach Camden. Good looking guy. Good looking guy. Reminds me a little of a younger Deputy Mark Peeney here, I'll show you. He really does. Look. Let me zoom over. Here. Or as a 5-year-old says, here. Just a second. Okay. Let me show you a picture of Mark Peeney. He does look like him a little bit. Young version of him. Here. Hold on, please. One moment, please. Hold on, please. Come on. Hang on. Sorry. Okay. Zoop. And off it goes. It's the part where I have to find it. Hold on. Sorry. Got like 9,000 things here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now we just got to find the mouse. Okay. There it is. Okay. So compare Zach. And I know, it's not going to be, I'm not saying it looks exactly, but there's resemblance. Look. See? Just kidding. I know that's the same picture. Just a second. Let's see. Yes. You're handsome men, no question. Let me find it. Now I'm frustrated. Now I want to find it because we should have it. Weird. I don't get it. Look. See if you can see it. Okay. See? Look. Okay. Not far. A little close. Now, of course, much stronger chin, no doubt. Okay. Nose, a little different. but I can see a lot of similarities. Okay, I'm going to have to be back. I'm going to put something on real quick, and I'll be right back, okay? With us here, 15 minutes of Jim Casey, the first part of the interview, right now.
Happy Saturday, everybody! Welcome to Live PD West Chat. This is the Leo's Coast to Coast Show, and we are live! You've waited a long time for this one. One of the most requested officers we've had. Live from Phoenix, Arizona, ladies and gentlemen, Trooper James Casey. Oh, it's a great day in my PD Nation. My goodness gracious, happy Saturday, everybody. We got some Motley Crue rolling in the background, and we've got Trooper James Casey on the phone. It don't get better than that, folks. It just don't. That's the way it goes. We're going to cut off the Motley Crue. We're going to go right to a picture of him. And Trooper Casey, how are you today, my friend?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. We're very glad that you're here, and we're thankful you took the time. I know that you're a busy man. Thank you very much for that. We're going to make sure that your picture stays on the screen here. Special thing from a person named Sick of People. Now, listen, not a bad person. It comes across bad, but she's a really cool person. She lives in Las Vegas, and she said special hello to Trooper Casey. She's really psyched to be able to be on with you here. Hey, my friend, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you. And the end of Police Week. How was your, it was National Police Week this past week. How did yours go?
It was pretty good. I was in training most of the week, so nothing real eventful this week for me.
Okay.
Just having to catch up on all the required training.
Okay. All right. Look, can you tell us a little bit, Jim, about your time in Arizona? How long have you been with the Department of Public Safety there?
Yeah, I have been here for over 10 years now.
Wow.
I got hired in January of 2008, and the first, for 5 years, I was down in the Casa Grande area in Municipal District 6, Highway Patrol. And then in 2013, I got moved up into the Phoenix metro area, so I've been there ever since. I believe it's October of 2013, I've been in Phoenix.
Wow. Wow, that's fantastic. And how do you...
I used to actually, kind of just a side note on that, I used to patrol the area that Fidel County, Deputy McElwain, that was my area. I don't patrol the area he does, San Tan Village, or San Tan Valley, I'm sorry. But I used to patrol in Fidel County, Casa Grande, Maricopa, Eloy, those areas.
I love it down there, man. We used to go down every year for spring training, and that was when all the snowbirds were down there, and that created a mess all its own. But, oh my gosh, man, the smell of the citrus, oh, man, you live in a beautiful area. You really do. I mean, I know there's water issues and stuff, but, you see, I'm old enough to remember Phoenix when it was about the size of Portland, and now it's like larger. It's a larger land area than New York City in terms of its size, how much it's sprawled out. It's huge, and people don't maybe realize if they've never been to Phoenix or Scottsdale or Tempe or Mesa or any of those suburbs. You're talking about 4 and 5 lane roads that are basically through roads. That's not the highways. Those are basically your normal throughways.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, did you come from a different department, James, or did any special schooling before you joined the Department of Public Safety?
Yeah. I was in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, Pittsfield Police Department for 8 years prior to coming to DPS.
Okay.
Yeah, I had prior experience before I came out here. I was a city cop there.
Okay. All right. And did you now? There's a picture, and I wanted to post it, but I thought, I'm not sure. Were you in the Air Force?
Yeah, I was. I was in the Air Force when I got out of high school.
I'm gonna go ahead and just bring that right over
I did a form
here.
of air traffic control.
I'm sorry. What's that?
I did a form of air traffic control.
No kidding. I could see you being very good at that. You're very good at directions and helping give directions. We have a picture right now online of your Air Force uniform. Very, very nice. My wife also served in the Air Force. Thank you for your service. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep, absolutely. Could you talk about what it's like, when you were on a live PD week, right? Okay, so that you got the camera crew, you got the guy that's the producer in the field. Tell us about what it's like to work with them versus your normal job without them.
So, okay, well, at first it's different because, especially, even as when I was in Pittsfield and as a city cop, and then when I came out to CPS, I've always ridden solo. Occasionally when we had like overtime details or something like that, or special enforcement details, they might double us up. More for the city than it was in DPS. I don't think I ever really got doubled up. So having somebody riding there with me was tough, or not tough, but it was different. And then my first, the first cameraman I had, Jonathan Burby, great guy. He actually did a lot of years on the First 48, the homicide show.
No kidding.
When I was a detective, when I was a detective in Pittsfield, I worked homicide cases. So, he had a lot more experience doing it than I did because, obviously that was his thing. But he and I could talk about the different things, different interview techniques, and it was really fun. It got to be really fun. And then, of course, we're joking, we're laughing. And the same with the crew in the back. Because the crew in the back was mainly there on the live nights. That was Friday and Saturdays.
Okay.
So usually it was just me and the camera guy that I had with me. And I think I had 3 total throughout the entire show. So.
Wow. So you had quite a bit of experience there with them. And you also went to New York as well, didn't you?
I did. I believe it was Mother's Day weekend last weekend. It was, I only got one show. I did Friday, and then if you remember, the Transformer Blue, because it was pouring rain on Saturday.
Yes, there was a blackout.
And the show got canceled.
It would happen to you. Of all people, it would happen to a guy from the East Coast, right? And the power would go out. I couldn't believe that because we were watching when that happened, and we were like looking at each other going, okay, it's going to come back. Yeah, it's going to come back. They're going to come back on. It's going to come back on. And after like an hour, it's like, they're not coming back,
Yeah. No, I know. That was pretty bizarre. Well, the thing that was interesting about it was I was doing, I don't remember, I might have been doing interviews on the live TV patrol, or I was doing an interview for something else. I don't remember, but I remember start smelling the smoke in the building, and I remember people were kind of like not running, but they were walking hurriedly towards the windows, and I was, and I was like, it didn't really faze me. Then I asked somebody when they passed by, and they're like, I don't know what's going on. We have another 9/11. That really dawned on me. I was like, oh my God, we're in New York City. That's correct.
And we're back. Thank you very much for giving me a break there for just a moment. It was important. Didn't want to just leave you like that and say, hey, see you later, guys. Here's Jim Casey. No. Okay, so back to what we were talking about a little bit. And you know what? I got him messed up. I was actually thinking of Nick Carmack. Sorry. Nick Carmack. A little bit like Nick. A little bit. Here we go. A little bit like Nick. Nick is a nice looking guy too. He is. See, there's Nick. There is Nick Carmack. See? You could see maybe a little older, older version. Nice looking guy. Anyway, yep, nice looking son too. He's gorgeous, man, for a guy. Not that I'm, but he's a good looking guy. You can say that. I am fully okay in my manhood by saying that. All right. So anyway, we are live today. We are now going into 36 hours, our 36th hour of being live doing this thing to help raise money for these two officers, these two deputies. Why? Because someone has to. Because the insurance company wants to drop it. That's the truth. I think because, obviously that's what's going on. So we're here not to debate that and not to debate who's right and wrong in the case, but to talk about the fact that they deserve, they deserve to have protection like anyone does. Okay. There was a comment made today, and I want to make sure it's clear. Okay. We're going to talk about this because not enough Americans, they kind of, I call it the Poxstitution. The Poxstitution. And it's like the pocket version of the Constitution. And no disrespect. Okay, maybe. Not really. Not really. I mean, at least someone understands a little bit of it and brings it up. I think that's good. So let's talk about this for a moment, okay? We talked about amendments, okay? The amendment to the Constitution. All right. And what he talked about was the Sixth Amendment. And this is really important. He talked about that they get their legal fees paid. Now, this is so important because people don't know their Constitution anymore. And that bothers me. It bugs me. In civil trial, you do not have your lawyer fees paid for. You don't. Not in civil court. You don't. In criminal court, you do. There's a difference. Civil means civilian court, meaning John Doe sues Mary Smith. Okay, civilian court. Criminal court is state of North New Hampshire against Mary, Texas. That's what it is. Okay, or Mary Dixon, whatever. Shouldn't put two states there. But that's really what it is. Okay, so just to give you an idea, the Sixth Amendment really talks about your rights to a speedy trial, and if you don't have, that you are basically, jury by your peers, right to a speedy trial, all those things. Okay, but that's again civil. Okay. Criminal. Pardon me. The Sixth Amendment has to do with the criminal law. If you go to the Seventh Amendment has to do with civil trials. There's the difference. 6 is criminal. 7th is civil. That's why I brought it up to him, because it's easy to remember. 6 and criminal. If it was 6 and civic, I'd remember it because what's it called? Algorithmically or whatever. Sounds similar. 6th civil. 6th civil. It's kind of like a soft C with the S sound, right? They both have the S sound. So you can put them together. Alliteration. There you go. See, I'm not too tired yet. I still have something left. So the alliteration of the sound brings me together. But I know the 6th is criminal, and that's how I remember it, because it's a hard C. It's S, hard C. So criminal is 6, civil is 7th. 7th means civil trial. You do not get your attorney fees paid. That's the difference. 10th Amendment, by the way, FYI. For anyone that still believes that it is the president's responsibility to take care of the crime issues in your major city, please see the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment, just so you understand, is states' rights. That's the 10th Amendment. What it means is essentially that your state has rights over the federal government. So, law and order, streets, sidewalks, water, power, all that stuff, local government. Okay, prisons, all local. Okay, that's why. Just a second. Whew. That door gets like almost closed. Oh, mama. We're like sweaty. So yeah, that's how you know. And so 10th Amendment eliminates the fact that like the president's fault is Atlanta, LA, and New York and all this stuff. Yeah. That's the local government. States' rights first. 10th Amendment. So, yeah. Just like the First Amendment, yes, you can protest, but you must protest peacefully. Yeah. Very important. That little word peaceably is in there. Got to remember that. All right. So we are past 2 o'clock. Hey, how about that? 2 o'clock in the Pacific time zone. That's 5:02 in the East. Hello and happy Sunday. Let's start that show.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hey everybody, happy Sunday. It is Sunday, July the 12th, 2020 in the United States of America. It's morning, 2:03 a.m., 5:02 or 5:03 or however you want to put it. We'll make it 5:03 both in the East and the West. How's that? No. Okay. Happy 5 o'clock in the morning for you in the East Coast. It's 2 o'clock in the West, and we are hitting coast to coast with a telethon to help 2 deputies who just got the shaft. That's the honest truth. We're here with Leo's Coast to Coast extended version, and we're going to be here as long as we can to make sure we get as much of these legal fees paid as possible, and I mean doggone all of them. Okay? We're going to try and see a miracle happen today by the grace of God. And what better thing can we do than to help out people who are so kind to help out other people, right? Yep. Happy Sunday, everybody. Let's make some miracles happen here today on Leo's Coast to Coast. From the West Coast of Oregon, this is Leo's Coast to Coast. I am Larry, and goodness sakes, happy Sunday. How are you? Good to see everybody. Hello. Happy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm so glad happy I didn't know what day it is. Happy Sunday, everybody. It's Sunday officially East and West now, and we are here to do a very special fundraiser for these 2 gentlemen. On the left is Deputy Zach Camden from Williamson County, Texas. On his right, on the right, I should say, is Deputy J.J. Johnson from Williamson County, Texas. Both guys came over to Williamson County at the same time. Yeah, from a rival sheriff's office. From a different sheriff's office. They came together, and they're best buddies. They're like brothers. And these 2 guys need some help because the legal firm group thing that they had just totally blew it. I'll put it that way. I think they blew it. And these guys deserved better. And so they already have a GoFundMe set up by the kindness of 3 wonderful people, BB and our good friend Christine and our good friend Jesse. Jesse made the shirt. See? Okay. So those three did a great GoFundMe job, and the money just came flying in. Okay. But all of a sudden, it just kind of, well, you know, things happen. A lot of things happened. Look at our country. You know, we do a show here called the YouTube with Friends show, and it's a lot of fun. We have a ball. We really do. It's just to encourage people to have fun. It's really fun. It's just mindless, silly, fun. Well, it's not really mindless. I guess it's formatted. It's formatted. It's good. It's fun. And it's encouraging. That's the beautiful part. It's encouraging. And I think the thing that really has been a blessing to me to watch that happen is the timing of it all. It's just been beautiful how God put it together. It really has been. And um to to do this here at this hour to me is just very weird because I say I would never do one of these again ever. And the reason why is because it's hard. It's really hard to do these things. They take you to shreds. They do. They just mess you up because you're awake and you stay awake and you stay awake and you stay awake, wake, 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 wake. And I want to thank Kathy Salazar for keeping me awake tonight because if it hadn't been for her kindness and saying 3 words, I would be in bed now. You know what the words were? I'm still sharing. And what she meant by that was she's still sharing that the show was live. Thanks. Thanks a lot. That's good. Okay, so we are live here to help these young men out because they need that. They do. And we want them to have the very best. I mean, like I said earlier today, okay, first of all, to reset this segment, this isn't about me. It's not about you follow me. It's not about me in any way, shape, or form. Please give glory to God. That's all I ask. I've been here now. We're cracking around to the 36th hour. And the whole purpose of this is because I had a chance to receive some information from the gentleman on the left, that's Sachs, his mom. And, you know, she's worried sick. She's worried sick. And I'm a parent. I understand it. But I just felt so bad for her because my heart broke because I know what it's like to worry. And so, you know, I wanted to be there to help her. I wanted to do something I could to encourage a mom that will do everything we can to help. And I talked with JJ, who is the deputy there on the right in this picture. And JJ was concerned because the fundraiser had slowed way down. Man, if I knew they gained like 10 grand in 2 weeks or so, I would have said, dude, just relax and put on a happy face. I mean, I've never seen a fundraiser take off that quickly. That's really fast. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of them that do take off very fast, but this one was very well done. Definitely well networked, no question. Whoever networked this and made sure people knew did a great job. Really great job. So that's the whole reason we came, was because between the mom of the young man here on the left and the man on the right, okay, both of them, thought, well, there's got to be something I can do. It has to be. And so this crazy thought of a telethon came in my head again. The thing I said I would never do again in my life. And here I am. But it's worth it. It's good. It's a good feeling. It's a good tired. You know that like good sore feeling you have when you do work around the house or you garden or you do something, you know, like you work out, whatever. It's a good sore, right? That's what you say, right? This is a good tired. It's a tired that is from, you know, just the way life is. And so I think that it's like I told my wife, I said, look, it's like they're going to give me sleeping medication before this surgery on Monday anyway. It's not like I ain't sleeping on Monday, dear. So, yeah. I have plenty of time to sleep Monday. So I think that the thing that's the most important thing to do. Okay, cool. Thanks, Kathy. Bless your heart. Yeah, thank you. That's very kind. You know, I do believe, I really do believe that if people in the Georgetown / Austin area knew about this, I think we'd be done. I do. Because people in Texas are people that have big hearts. Big hearts. They do, especially for their own. So, what the heck are we doing having all these Americans coming in here? Here's Republic of Texas. I'll fix them up bald. What they doing coming to our state doing that? Don't touch our deputies. I'm just playing. So, the point is that we're here for a good purpose. GoFundMe page is set up by 3 good friends of these two right here. GoFundMe is Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Williamson County is what Wilco means. And they need your help. They need your support. They need you to give to this GoFundMe so we can be done. Really. And guess what? If at the 11 and 1 millionth hour, the people from TCMP or CCP or whatever it is, sorry, if the people from TCMP, if they, Monday morning,
My goodness, it's a revelation. We done realized we owe this money to take care of these boys. Let's get them boys some legal counsel.
Okay, then the money is returned. Okay, that's how it works. They're going to do that. They already say so in the GoFundMe. So your money's safe. That's a good thing. And the other thing that's important is that, you're going to be able to know any updates are going to happen during this, right? So, you're going to be updated, and you know that they're going to refund your money if,
TMPA
does their thing, if they actually, how strange, to actually honor your commitment to somebody, just kind of thinking, I guess.
Keep pitching them and keep missing them.
Yep, like that. So if they were to, since they were covered on the day of, it seems awful weird. I don't know. It's like some guy sitting in some office, kind of like, twiddling his fingers and going,
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wile E. Coyote. Genius.
Yeah, like that. So, some guy literally sitting there doing that. He's like, let's see this policy. 2 of them, huh? Okay. Got it. 2 guys. Right, good. We got 2 men. Okay, got that. Men. Okay. And I see. Okay, and they're covered under the date of loss. Good. Okay. Yes, things look good so far. Yep. Let's see. Oh, I noticed that you dropped your coverage afterwards, however.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wile E. Coyote. Genius.
Just saying. Seems like it's really weird. I just don't think that's very right. Check in that, would you, Kathy? Seems really weird. Like there's some insecticide in the cashews. Anyway, okay, so don't put that in your cashews. We have GoFundMe page, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. The 2 Wilco deputies are, the one on the left is Zach Camden, the one on the right, J.J. Johnson. These 2 guys work for Williamson County, Texas Sheriff's Department, and they both are in a little bit of a hot mess. Now, here's the deal. We're not going to get into the hot mess stuff. No, we're not going there. Or as, who was it? Flanders. Nope, not going there. No, it'd be Bush. Nope, not going there. Not going to go there. Nope. Not going there. We're not going to, because that's not what we're here for. What we're here to do is make sure that they get legal representation. Now, here's the deal. This is not about me. It cannot be about me. It better never be about me, ever. It's about the Lord. The Lord gives. I have been blessed in this world brilliantly. I'm very thankful. I'm very much at peace. I'm very grateful. I don't need anything. I just want to help. Period. Good. Friends, excellent. Pinky swear? Good. Okay. So that's the whole purpose. So that's what this is about. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. I would normally think about going on to the Twitski or the Facebookly, but I don't think it's going to be Oakley Dokley right now. You know what I mean? I don't think that right now it probably would be a good idea. Do you know what I mean right now?
Oakley Dokley.
Okay. I don't think it would be Oakley Dokley. I think wait on it. I think you got to wait on that just a little bit, and then we'll be okay. All right? We'll go there. We will. We'll go back. We'll go back to Facebook and Twitter. But I think right now it's a little early still to do that. So what we're going to do here, I think we'll go like in 3 or 4 minutes, and then I'm going to take a break so I can walk because my left leg's starting to get really sore and start to get numb. And that's a sign that I have to move because otherwise I'm going to be really a miserable guy here. And you're not going to want that. So, nobody likes a cranky pants. So we're just going to get the heck out and walk a little bit, feel better, and come back because that's what we do. And to be quite honest with you, we're here all the way in Oregon to help with some wonderful guys all the way in Texas. And
Well, shut my mouth and call me compound if it ain't the little old South.
Okay, kind of. Texas is the West. We call it the West. They don't get it. They don't get Texas. No, they do not get Texas. They can have the Carolinas. Can't have Texas. Texas is the West. It belongs to us. Dividing the country. We have to. I mean, there's only so many places that some of us can live. Okay, so we're not going to make it about that type of program. So we want to help these two guys, okay? Please, if you can give, you're seeing this on replay, take a look online. Please make sure that you hit the GoFundMe page that's plural because there's 2 of them set up. One says deputy. That was the one that was first set up for JJ, but then found out that Zach needed help too. And JJ's one of them kind of guys that's like, no, we're brothers. You got to take care of both. We do both or we don't do it at all. And so deputies. But then GoFundMe is kind of weird because you can't get rid of a fundraiser once you start it. I've tried to do that. Doesn't work. No. It just doesn't work. So that's why you'll see 2. One with an S, one without it. Use the one with the S. That's important. Deputies. And then you can get behind the fundraiser. It's fantastic. Guys, I mean, these folks have done all the heavy lifting. I am so stunned at how much money they raised literally in 2 weeks. It just blows me away. And it makes me grateful to be a part of this because I see it and I'm actually blown away that this is something that I look at and I go, you know what? That is really cool. It's really cool that they did such a great job networking this because you have to network to get that kind of money that fast. And then the other thing they did really well was somebody had to have advertised pretty well somewhere. Somebody got advertising somewhere to do this, to get that kind of money because it's way too impossible to do it grassroots. Like, hey, let's throw up a GoFundMe for these here deputies and just make it happen. Ain't gonna work. You've got to have some organization to it to make it work like that. So they did a great job. Kathy, great job. Really. I know. Been involved with them. So, I mean, this is very good. And the other thing that's really important with this is that they will refund your money if TMPA, which is this group that kind of like law, peace officer, legal protection, best way to put it. Okay. Those people will, if they do come in and help and take care of these young men, then they've already said refunds. Perfect. Great. What's there to lose? It's perfect. Let's just, for fun, let's just try. Hi, Cowardly Coward. It's so nice to see you. Interesting name. Pretty cool. Okay. So that's the whole thing. So really the money's safe in that respect because the money is safeguarded. If you give and this company does what they do, then, meaning that they actually do stand behind the two guys, then your money will be refunded. If not, your money won't be. And again, we're not here to discuss the case. We're here to make sure these guys simply get legal counsel. That's it. That their money is raised for legal counsel. And that's what we're here to do. So we are here approaching our number 36 in a row, doing this telethon to help raise money for these two very special young men from Williamson County, Texas. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. Okay, let me try. We're going to try and go live onto the Twitterooski and see what's going there so that we can say hello. And we'll see what the results are. I don't think we're going to do very well with it this time of morning yet because, you've literally got two time zones. Well, you got one that's the bars is closing. You got the one that's staggering home, and you got two that are in bed. Sorry, was that too dry, too direct? Sorry. Well, it's a Saturday night, right? Okay. Let's do this. Okay, we'll go to Twitterama. We'll go to Twitterama. Let's see what we got. By the way, thanks for coming, Cowardly Coward. Bless your heart. That's a cool name, by the way. I like it. Somebody had to come in there with that name. Somebody to think of that. Creative. I like creatives. Creatives are cool. Because creatives are people that think outside the box and find things that don't exist. That's pretty cool. Okay. See, just so you see. I want you to see because it's cool. It's a neat name. Check it out. Cowardly Coward. Kind of looks a little bit like Paul McCartney. Young. With the same kind of collar. It's cool. Nice emoji. It's cool. Okay. Let me go live here real quick on Twitter and then we'll see what we can do. If anyone comes, we'll see. There might be a handful, maybe a few, 2, 3, 4, maybe. We'll see. All right. And then we'll probably going to take a break. We'll go to a recorded show and then we'll come back and we'll go into the full open and we'll really get going because that should be between 6:30 and 7 a.m. Eastern. So it's a Sunday though, we'll see. Church stuff. Okay, here we go. All right. Hello, everybody, wherever you may be, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. Middle of the night, it is 2:24 a.m. here in the West, and in the East, I know it is 5:24 a.m. You had to wait. It would have been more funny if it was closer to the moment. Okay. We're here to look like I've got a giant megaphone sticking inside my face. Just kidding. We're here to raise money for some really special guys. There are two deputies that are very brave. They're young. They have families, and they are in some trouble. They need legal defense. Not doing a problem of their own. They should have had legal defense, but the company that's in charge of defending them didn't do it. So, America, we are tasked with trying to help get two young deputies out of Texas a chance to be legally and competently defended. So, we have a GoFundMe page. It is called Legal Defense Fund, for Wilco Deputies. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies is located on this page. Scooch down a little bit. You'll see the link, GoFundMe page. Currently, as of 5:26 Eastern, that's 2:26 a.m. Pacific, is $13,015. Well done. Nice. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So, what we're asking you to do is come down the page, take a look at the GoFundMe link. Please click on it, share it with your friends today, and also, if you'd be kind enough, please give what you can. It's going to help these guys out, and quite honestly, they got kids. They're trying to live their lives as well, and they shouldn't have to worry about this kind of stuff. I mean, what law enforcement person has to worry about stuff like that? So please understand, we're here to try and make sure that they get legal representation, because they need $20,000 for the retainer. Please help if you can. It's at GoFundMe.com, and then the GoFundMe address, actually, for it is Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's what you find on GoFundMe. Thanks for watching, Twitteriskies. I love you guys. You know that. We're like the same people, man. So we'll talk soon, and we'll come back here, and we'll do it again, because I'm like a bad cold you can't get rid of. I love you guys. So we'll see you soon, and we'll see with updates regarding both Deputy Camden and Johnson and the fundraiser with GoFundMe. See you soon on Leo's Coast to Coast. You can come online, see us on YouTube with us, or just wait till we come back. Like I say, bad cold. See you soon, guys. God bless you. Happy Sunday. Okay. Happy Sunday to everybody here on YouTube as well. Howdy doody, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So we're going to take a break. We're just about now at 36 hours. I want to wait till we hit 36. Doggone it. You wait this long, you might as well wait the extra 2 minutes to hear the doggone triangle. And then you get that 36, and then you say, my goodness gracious, well, you know what? We've made it, and it's time to go. Yes.
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be a kaboom.
Okay, well, there you go. Maybe not. So we're going to wait till we hit it, because 36 hours we've been doing this. We've been doing the telethon for 36 hours to try and raise money for these guys. And in all honesty, it's been a joy. It really has. Made some new friends. That's always good. That's priceless. That's a priceless gift. And the whole goal is to try and help these two guys just have the ability to be protected in trial. That's it. We are not commenting, don't know, weren't there. We just believe that they should be entitled to their defense, but they can't afford it. Who could afford that? $22,000, please. Imagine that feeling. Yes, I'll be $22,000, please. Nope. And that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this, because these two guys need that money. So if you can give to the GoFundMe account, we would be so honored if you would. It is Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Please give what you can and share that GoFundMe with your friends, because they may share it or may have money to give too. And that is so important. Please, again, go to GoFundMe.com. Legal Defense Fund for Williamson. Wilco. Sorry. Let's do it again. Want to make sure there's no confusion. GoFundMe. Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. It is right now 2:30 in the morning Pacific. That's 5:30 a.m. in the East. That means we are at 36 hours now. Thank you, God. Thank you, Lord. And thank you, Kathy, for keeping me going. Thank you very much. All right. We are going to skedaddle because we need to. Not positive? Okay. I don't know what that means, but hit me up. We'll talk. So we'll see you guys in a second, a little bit. Okay, a little bit. I'm going to put one of our classic shows here in front of you. This is with Inspector Craig Soroka, one of the dear friends of mine. He's in East Providence, Rhode Island. Enjoy the show. It's from earlier this year, about 3 months ago.
the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be, from coast to coast and from sea to shining sea. Welcome to a special event of Leo's Coast to Coast. Yep, put together at the last minute, kind of like a last-minute get-together party time. Hello, Gallatin, Tennessee. Hello there, South Carolina. Middle Tennessee is in the house. Hello, Rhode Island. Ada, Oklahoma. Crossville, Tennessee. Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Upstate New York. Ohio, California. The house is packed at the last minute. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you at the last minute. Oh, man. Let me tell you a story. I reached out to a few people who are really good friends, and I asked them at the last minute, please. Now, you can't hear them or see them yet, but I asked them, please, because I know how much this means to y'all. You've had so much taken away from you. I've had so much taken away from me, too. I know. Something inside my heart said, today's show have to go on. It just has to go on. You know? It just had to. The incredible circus man, P.T. Barnum, used to say, the show must go on. And that's in good times and in bad. And today, I want to welcome not just somebody who is on Live PD, but I want to welcome a good friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Inspector Craig Soroka. Good to see you, brother.
It's a pleasure to be here.
We are so glad to see you. You know what? We're glad to see anything live right now.
It looks like I'm Officer Justin Hill.
You are. Well, your name has changed.
Justin Hill.
Your name has changed. You see, that's how fast this show came together today. I literally got a hold of Inspector Soroka, and I got a hold of a few others. And anyway, I got a hold of them, and I said, guys, really need the help. And this young man came in and said, I'm in. And I tried to kind of maybe, talk him out of it. I didn't want him to have to give up his Saturday because I know he has kids. And he was just so fine. He said, nope, Larry, I'm coming on. And bless his heart for doing so. There you go. Inspector Craig Soroka from East Providence, Rhode Island. There you go. And we're going to get rid of the officer part because that's a little bit redundant. There we go. All right. Now you're stuck with it. There you go. I was going to put Mickey Mouse, but I didn't think that worked too well. All right. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, stop. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Inspector Craig, look at this. Carrie 2970, she says, Inspector Craig is one of the best of the best. Now, folks, listen, we're blessed to have this opportunity, and I do mean blessed. This came together at the very last minute. I'd like you to please share this on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever you use. Whatever you use. Just share
it everywhere but people from Rhode Island.
Yeah, share everywhere but people from Rhode Island. Do not share with Rhode Island. Because, he's always worried someone's going to bust his balls with that. Yep. That's the whole thing, right? Your is going to bust you up from Rhode Island, right?
There's a way, there's a will. They'll find it.
That's our millennial laugh. Sorry. Not against millennials. Not all of you. Don't think you're all that way. Just stop licking food in grocery stores and coughing on people in line at a bank. Sorry. Okay, never mind. I'll stop it. Inspector Soroka, how are you, buddy?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm blessed. I'm very grateful to have you right now, man. Yep, very thankful. Tell me, how are things going for you in East Providence? Since the last time we had you on, things have changed.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been busy but quiet, and it's kind of a weird combination. we policing have changed. Policing has changed, and I think it's changed forever. Now, nobody expected this, so we've changed a lot of protocols. The lobby at the police station basically been closed off. As far as we're trying to avoid interaction with people, like the one-on-one. If you have to report an incident, call us over the phone, and we go that route now. If it's something we can deal over the phone, or if we have to go to your house, we will go there, but we'll ask you to meet outside. Because God forbid if we're carrying it, we don't know, but we don't want to bring it into your home. And if you're carrying it, we don't want to go into your home and then us getting it and then spreading it out. So unless it's a true emergency and you need us there, we'll act like this epidemic never happened, and we'll take care of business as usual. But it's changed policing. This is not something we learned in the academy, that's for sure. But now I think the academy protocol is also going to change, and we go from there.
Oh, you know, in many ways, I think life has changed. Same with medical care. I think we're going to see a lot more of those video calls to doctors or phone calls to doctors saying, "Hey, I got the sniffles," or whatever.
Yeah.
Karen White, love the stuffed dog there.
Yes. So this is the first time I've ever been on with you, Larry, at home. Other than that, I'm always at work.
Yeah.
We're outside doing yard work, so I'm in the basement. The kids are upstairs. This is this is Ella. She's here. She follows me everywhere, so she's awesome. Yeah. So this is the first time I've actually done this from home. And
we're honored. We're so honored. Man, thanks for catching my text. Thank you.
No problem.
It meant the world, you know, and it means the world to all these people. I mean, it's just, look at these. Carrie, Inspector Soroka, thank you for being there. Perry Pluff, hello, Officer Soroka. Brendan King, hello, Inspector Soroka. Carrie says, I'm from the Boston area. Boston. Judy Strew, hi, Inspector. Thank you for spending some time with us today. Always enjoy the time with you and your wonderful family. Happy Easter to you. Well done, Mary. Judy, well done, Judy.
And Larry, I want to share something really quick. The other day, we never feel helpless, especially me. I always want to be into the thick of things, so to speak. So we get a call last week for somebody that's unresponsive. It was an elderly gentleman, unresponsive. So we go to the house, and an officer already showed up before I did, and then a sergeant showed up. So I was the second, third car in, and they called code 4, which code 4 means everybody on scene is good, and we don't need any more cars. And I was already dispatched there, and I go to the house, and then I think twice, and I had to step back and go in my cruiser and wait out there. And this virus thing hits you mentally, which normally I would be there either talking to the wife, the mom, the sister, whoever whoever is in the house, and then assistant fire and rescue. But since this whole virus thing started, you have to step back and swallow your pride when it comes to helping out. And I almost felt helpless there, because you don't want to be there and just be another body. And people have, and especially officers, they're going to feel helpless at times, because you can't put extra bodies where their bodies don't need to be. And I felt so helpless, probably for the first time in my career, and I'm hitting 18 years, that I couldn't assist. I couldn't talk to people. I couldn't talk to they just somebody. And I couldn't help them out. I wasn't there for rescue to assist them because of this whole virus thing. So for the first time in 18 years, I was like, rolling my thumb and just sitting back and felt helpless. But then again, I was helping because they don't need extra bodies there. And that's something the law enforcement is going to have to think about. And it's sad, and it hit me. It really did.
Yeah. I could imagine it would. You know, you're a feeler. You're like I am. You know, you're a good man. You got a good feeling heart, and you care about others. You want to help. That's the prime motivator of you. You're a helper. And, I can imagine how helpless that must have felt. But you do. You have to take care of yourself so you can take the next call, you know?
Right. Right.
Inspector Soroka, badge number 56, 56 in Rhode Island. Now, originally I used to think that meant 56 police, 55 law enforcement personnel in East Providence were before him, but no, not how it works. It's your tenure there, right?
No, so when you get hired, you get a badge number. When I first started, you get any number that's given to you, and it changes yearly. So now they put a stop to that. The number you go in with, I'm 56, and normally the lower the number, the longer you've been out of the department. Chief of police usually is number 1, major 2, captain, so on and so forth. But they've changed that. So whatever number you go in with, you keep. Again, normally the lower the number in East Providence anyway means the longer you've been there. I started at 112. So I went all the way down to 56. So 56 is going to be my number until I retire. It always used to change, but 3 years ago they put a stop to that. So 56 is it. So if you get a complaint, or if you have a complaint about badge number 56, it's me.
That's why he's always worried about people from Rhode Island showing up. Folks, this is a great opportunity for you to call and say hello to him. You could do it live. Yep, today is your day, because I know live PD is quite different. The format has to be. It has to be, because we are sheltering in place, and New York City is the epicenter of the world for COVID-19 right now, not our country. Please understand, folks, it is the epicenter of the world. The most COVID-19 cases of any place in the world is in New York State, and then New York City has the most deaths of any city out there. But, yeah, we've tested more. Yeah, we've put the people out there with the multiple testing and having people call their doctors. We have the best healthcare system in the world here. At least we claim to. And so we've tested a lot of people. So, of course, the numbers are high. But New York State especially has been hit hard. So people have wondered, well, why can't they do the show? Why can't they do the show like they always have? New York City right now is a virtual, it's like the Wild West when no one was there. Yeah. I mean, it's like empty streets.
I was very lucky to go there early to guest host on the show, and it's crowded. And I can see why they're doing what they're doing from a home. And even when you're in the studios, it's your tight quarters, your elbow to elbow, and there's a lot of people in there. There's so many people. You'd be surprised on the amount of people it takes to put on the show, and they do an amazing job. And if you ever have an opportunity to go backstage, I believe they did some type of contest where actually got to go backstage. It's amazing. Your mind will be blown. And so many people are there, and it's a good thing that they did that. Like you said, it's ridiculous in New York, but I'm so glad they did a live night last night for an hour, and tonight's for 2 hours.
Yeah. And I think because the people have demanded it, they miss it. And I think the folks at Live PD are doing their very best to give the people what they've been missing, to try and return some normalcy. So A&E Network, this is for you. Well done.
And last week, we were lucky enough, my family was on it. And I was thanking God that the girls were good and riling. I was like, oh my goodness, please. God, anything can happen. Anything can happen. But
they're little kids, yeah.
And they did awesome. They stuck their tongue out. When I was younger, if I stuck my tongue out, God forbid, my parents would have me. But they saw themselves on the screen, and that's what they were sticking their tongue out at. It was in a band, and it was at themselves. So it was pretty cool. And
I thought it was awesome, and people loved it. People loved it. So well done. Mary Pluff, she asks, how long have you been in law enforcement? We talked briefly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit 18 years in June, and I don't have any family that's ever been in law enforcement. I'm the first one, and I love it. If my son or daughters want to be in law enforcement, I will 100% support them, because it's such a great and rewarding job, and it's a job there that you appreciate your family, your friends, because we deal with the worst of the worst, and also the best of the best. And it makes me, when I come home every day, it makes me appreciate what I have. Even it's not it's it just makes you appreciate what you have. And
Well, let me
brings
just say
things into
this. I got people saying, Karen White says, I love seeing you and your beautiful family last Friday. Right on top of that, Carrie W says, your kids were adorable on live PD last week. There you go. They didn't act like millennials. No, they were beautiful children. Okay? Stop it. Studio audience getting out of control. Okay. It was really fun, and I think what was neat about it was they were just being kids. We all knew that. And what a beautiful wife and a beautiful setting it was. You did great, man. You nailed it. You really did. You did a great job last weekend.
Yeah, it was good. Again, thank God they were well behaved. But then if they weren't well behaved, what are you gonna do? They're kids.
That's right. Yeah. So what was that like? You have a small group of people come into your house. Were you concerned at all about maybe, okay, what are they bringing in here?
Nobody came into the house. It's like what we're doing now.
It was just pure Skype.
Yeah, it was like literally I'm using my wife's laptop, and it was me and the kids. Nobody was in the house.
Well, that's doggone cool. Well, I wonder who started that tradition right there, huh? Who started that one? Okay.
Nope, nobody was here at all. Nope.
Very nice. Very nice. I wondered, okay, so they got like a camera person there? What are they doing? But it's cool they did it this way. I did see the little, they blocked out the S a couple times. They did give Skype credit a few times, which was cool. I liked that. But, I really like that. Now, Nicole Crum, listen to this. Still at work for a mandated extra shift, sneaking on during a quick break. Nicole, this one's for you. Good for you. And we do know a lot of people who have been terribly affected by this. One of our moderators, Carrie, her uncle passed away this last week, one day shy of the aunt and uncle's 70th wedding anniversary. He passed away the day before number 70. Auntie Audrey is 93. So you can imagine Uncle Orville, about the same age. And he passed away. Didn't pass away from COVID-19, but he did, pass away. No one could go to the funeral. They had to watch the funeral on videotape because it was the only way that they could do it was sheltering in place. So, wow. Carrie, we love you, and we really mean that. You did a great job, and by gosh, we're praying for you. Yeah. All right. Nicole Crum with a great comment. You'll like this. Soroka's kids had me rolling with laughter last week. It was a much-needed laugh during a tough time. I agree with that, Nicole. Yeah, absolutely. Jack Barra, great question. Do you guys still do traffic stops?
No, that's an awesome question. So no, unless they're a danger to the community, a danger on the roadway, if we know it's a drunk driver, no, we're trying to minimize it. But if you're going to act like you know what on the roadway, then we are definitely going to pull you over, and it's not going to be a pleasant interaction. If you're going to get pulled over during a traffic stop, you're going to get citations, if not a few. It's silly. There's no traffic out there. There's no reason for people to drive like maniacs. A lot of people have been taking advantage of it. But if it's to a point where you're a danger to the public, then you're going to get pulled over. But we are trying. I haven't pulled anybody over since this happened, and we haven't had a lot of traffic stops. People in East Providence are pretty good, but they could always be better.
There you go. Live with Inspector Craig Soroka from East Providence, Rhode Island. If you'd like to say hi to him, you can do that. And he'll say hi back. With his voice. You can say hi with your voice, like that. I don't mean just on the screen. For people on smartphones, it might be small to see, and I'm sorry for that. Phone number to call in and speak live with him is 503-420-4062. That's 503-420-4062. And you can speak live with Inspector Craig Soroka of East Providence, Rhode Island. Lee Terry from Middle Tennessee says, I like your wife's diaper invention. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, she's more goofy than I am.
Oh, no way. No way.
I'm on Snapchat, and so a lot of guys from work and my personal friends are on it, and I'll secretly record her and send it. She has no idea because she's not on Snapchat, but she would kill me if she knew the stuff that I send. And she goes, "Are you recording?" I'm like, "No, I'll pretend to be texting or something." Look, she's more than I am. Come here, I.
Yep, we want to see I as well. Come on. Here we go. Let's get Mrs. Soroka in here.
Oh, this is good old Ryland.
Oh, this is a little one. We get one of the little babies. Come on, bud.
I don't know how he snuck over here.
Oh, there we are.
This is Ryland.
Hi, Ryland. Good to see you, buddy. You look great. I love the Mickey Mouse shirt. Look at your Mickey Mouse shirt. Yes, sir. Yes. Right there. That is it. The salute. That right there was the moment of the show. Hold on a second. I'm going to get me on the screen so he doesn't think he's just talking to himself. That would be kind of weird. All right. Ryland. Hi, buddy. Hi. How are you? Hey, buddy. Hiya, buddy. How are you? You doing okay? Oh, lost you. I'll bring you back. Hold on, Ryland. Hold on. There you are. Now, here am I. Hi. Oh, you're sweet. I've seen you before, haven't I? We've talked before. And you are absolutely a sweetheart. You really are. Aw. Yeah. Cutie pie. That's cute. Hey, that is neat. Inspector Soroka, let me ask you and Ryland a question. Ryland, do you miss school?
Mm-hmm.
See? The kiddos are missing school as well, guys. Yep, the kiddos are also missing school, and they've had enough of this too, doggone it. So it's not just, the kiddos are like out of school and they're getting their time off of school and they're happy and everything. No, they're missing it. They're missing it.
He loves going to school, and some days I'll drop him off, and my wife drops him off the rest of the days, but he loves it. He does well in it, and he misses his friends. But other than that, he's been pretty good. We've been hanging out, and he's also doing an awesome job.
Very good. Very good. Okay, Ryland, I'm going to come back on the screen so I can see you. Okay? Hold on, little buddy. Here we go. Ready? That's for you. See what I'm doing? There you go. That one's for you, buddy. There you go. Give you a salute. Hold on. There you are. Give you a salute. Okay? Ryland, how old are you?
4.
4? You're getting big. You're getting big. Wow, a lot of people are very happy to see you today and saying hello. Wow. Well, you look very, very nice. Are you helping your mommy and your daddy? Oh, good. Good. Good.
Your sisters?
Your sisters?
You always tease.
Let me ask you a question, buddy. Do you watch a lot of cartoons?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gotta speak.
Can you tell me who this cartoon is?
I'm ready, ready.
Do you know who that was? Let's do it one more time. Listen carefully. Think about a bright yellow sponge who lives under the sea.
I'm ready, ready.
SpongeBob! Yeah, you got it, buddy. Well done. Nice job.
You watch his Paw Patrol. What else? Mickey Mouse Club.
Pals.
Oh, Mickey Mouse Pals.
Mickey Mouse Pals. Yeah, that's good stuff. Oh, what a joy it is to have you both. We've got lots of questions for you, Inspector Soroka. A question from Jill Bameyer, gold medal moderator. She asks, do you find an increase in domestic violence calls yet? Has there been any?
Yes.
Oh,
so, as you know, I'm the court officer. I'm the prosecution officer, so I go to court Monday through Friday. And even court has cut down. If it's not a capital offense, which means murders, first-degree sexual assaults, things that would hold you without bail, first-degree robberies, things of that nature, they don't want to hear it. So shoplifting, all the misdemeanors, suspended licenses, driving without licenses, they all can be put on a back burner.
That's good.
Except for domestic violence.
But not
if there's somebody that gets arrested for domestics, they're gonna get arrested. They're gonna get held. They're gonna get transported to court the next day. And because of the key thing is the no contact order needs to be issued. So, and the sad thing is when we deal with domestic violence, every time alcohol happens to be a big part of it. And you can tell people are starting to get sick of dealing with, they're staying home and all that stuff.
Yes.
But it's increased. Not dramatically, but it's domestic violence, alcohol, two things that don't go together.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been dealing with.
Well, yeah, and in a way, you're right. I mean, they do go together, really, because when you get drunk, you lose your mind, and then things get out of hand. And we've seen it a million times. East Providence, you guys seem to be a tougher police officer. I think tougher police department on those. You deal with it a lot, and you guys are in a tough spot of town. I mean, you got to deal with it quickly and stop it before it gets out of hand.
Larry, when it comes to domestics, we definitely don't mess around. It's black and white. It's either happen or did not happen. And we have to react. If we don't, God forbid, somebody gets hurt and it escalates. The last 5 deaths we had were all domestic related. So we take them very, very seriously. So the last 5 homicides we had, it's all domestics. And there was no contact orders issued. There was prior history of domestics. So we take it very seriously. If we get called there and there's probable cause that an incident happened where somebody was assaulted, you will get arrested. Domestics are no joke. You never know when it's somebody's last straw. So we take them extremely seriously.
Yep, as you should. You have
should.
to. Yeah. Inspector Craig Soroka live from East Providence, Rhode Island, from Live PD. In our hearts, always. This man, it's hard to describe East Providence because, folks, I mean, you have to be tough. You have to, because it's a tough place, and you've got to be strong, firm, direct, but also respectful. One of the things I love about Inspector Soroka, he's very, very much on respect. He wants to be respected, but he'll also respect you. He's not just about one-way respect. So keep in mind, this man has a tough job. He sees it all the time. And he has to go in court, and he has to plead the state's case.
And Larry, the thing with going to court is now I don't respond to a lot of these calls. I go when I'm in court, I present the case before the judge, and what I can go by is what the report says.
Yes, sure.
These defendants that get arrested, they think I was actually the arresting officer. So believe it or not, I get
Are you serious?
At court.
People think it's you?
By these individuals because they think I'm the one that arrests them, and they'll give me dirty looks, and it's crazy. Yeah. And they get arrested. They go to jail if they're a violator or it's a capital offense. They'll go to jail, and I'm the last face they remember.
That's crazy.
They literally think I'm the one that arrested them because they don't remember what happened, and what I'm reading, they think it's my words. And sometimes the judge will try to explain to them, hey, listen, the inspector is only going off of what he is reading. He wasn't there.
As he should do.
Been numerous times, but they don't know that. The defendants
a judge,
don't know that.
He or she should do that every time. They should say, this is not the arresting officer, so that there's nobody come looking for you down your street someday. I think that should be part of the deal because it's hard enough to be brave enough to sit there in that box. All right. Jill Bamai, if there's an increase in domestics, have you changed your approach to how you do them? Or is it the same? No, he already said they go outside. That's different.
That's very different.
Yep.
So when it comes to domestics, if it's a hot 911 call, we just go in as this coronavirus never happened because we don't know what's going on. But if we can talk about it over the phone, get somebody to meet us outside, then we will. So a lot has changed, and policing will forever change because of this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, we got Chief Ryland on the screen there from Nicole Crump. Chief Ryland already. We got you figured out for police chief someday. You got that? You got that? Look at that. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Let me ask you, we got so many questions, which is really, really cool. And Karen White, by the way, before we get to the question, love to see you cook. Next time you cook, can y'all deliver to Norwood? Carrie 2970 asks. Send that food north a little bit there into Massachusetts. There you go. All right. All right. So let me get to these questions. I see a lot of this. Nicole says, Pennsylvania. Bring it to Pennsylvania. I tip real well, Rylan. Yeah, that's what Nicole says. Bring the food. Okay, folks. We do know that the numbers are increasing in every state, but we are starting to see maybe a little bit of a slope off here. Maybe it's starting to not increase so quickly. It's starting to slow down. Doesn't mean we can stop social distancing. Doesn't mean we should get out of our house and go back to normal life. There's no place to go right now. Most places are closed or they take appointment only. That's important. The other thing to remember, guys and gals, it's going to take a while. We are going to beat this. We've never seen anything like this before in our lifetimes. I want to try and encourage you guys. This is the very honest truth. This is our generation's greatest challenge. This is our generation's greatest challenge, the coronavirus. What will be written about us in the history books many years from now will determine the decisions you make right now, okay? Inspector Soroka, can you give us any help with that in terms of the importance of social distancing, the importance of staying home even though you're bored senseless? Help us with that.
Yeah, and Larry, it bogs my mind when people say, "Oh, this is getting boring, staying home." Don't you wish that the nurses had a chance to be bored? I would love to be bored. The nurses would love to be bored.
Amen.
To be bored. And people are saying, "Oh, I'm bored at home." Okay, so be bored. How? I'm sure people would love to be bored. The first responders, the firefighters, the correctional officers, myself. Boredom is not a bad thing. And if that's the worst thing you can be is bored, is that really the bad? Being bored? There's always something that you can do.
Yes.
And boredom is not a bad thing. And one thing that we do with, which is kind of different and cool, is birthday parties. So luckily his birthday is not till September and the girls is not till September. So East Providence, I put it on Twitter and Facebook. East Providence, if you have a kid's birthday coming up, call us, send us an email, and we're gonna drive by and send you a little parade of 3, 4, 5 police cars, lights and sirens to wish you a happy birthday. Because no kid should miss their birthday, but you kind of have to. Social distance is huge. But
folks
we're
in
here to
East
help you out,
Providence,
but I
listen
hate
to what he
people
just said.
when they're saying to be bored. It's not a bad thing. We would love to be bored. And please, if you're gonna be bored, that's a good thing. Stay bored. Stay home. Stay bored. Stay home.
I like that. I think we should have new signs. Stay home, stay bored. You know, there are think about how many times you have said in your life, folks, gosh, I don't want to go to work today.
Right.
I don't want to go to work today. I'm so tired. You've got how many channels to watch on television, even terrestrial now. There's over 30 channels most likely in your area, unless you're in the middle of nowhere. But the point is, there's lots to watch on television. Make a list of the people you haven't talked to in a while. Make a phone call every day. What's that?
We haven't stopped. We have so much yard work to do. We haven't stopped.
Yes. You can hear my neighbor's lawnmower started up. He's been going at it for a while. First, it was pressure washing the sidewalk. Then it went to pressure washing his house. Then it went to weeding the garden. Then it went to mowing the lawn. And I'm waiting for him to start the addition very shortly. Yeah, so I think he's going through it. We all are. But together we can do it. And you guys, I can't say enough. What will be written about us many years from now about how we did this, how we handled this? Do you realize this is a very important milestone in not only American history, but world history? What we're facing right now will be talked to for centuries to come. How will they talk about us? Your decision helps make that choice right now. Lee Terry asks, Rylan, do you like feeding the dogs and cats?
Mm-hmm.
You do? Okay. All right. Rylan, which one do you like better, SpongeBob or Mickey Mouse or both?
Both.
Both. Okay. Well, I think the studio audience loves that. Good.
He butters both sides of his bread. I've taught him well.
Attaboy. Attaboy. That's good. You got a good papa there. Are you proud of your daddy? Rylan, are you proud of your daddy? Yes. Yep, that's pretty special stuff. Yep, little Rylan. What a good show. Inspector Soroka and Ryland. I love that. This is great. Thank you for that. Brandon asks, all the way from the state of Arizona, how often do you guys come into contact with the intoxicated guy who's, trying and failing to get in his mother's house that night? Do you deal with people very often? What's that?
We still do. We still deal with him. They have an awful relationship. Unfortunately, we dealt with the mom. She was always intoxicated. Now the son is the same way. So unfortunately, we still deal with them, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. He's still sleeping in his car in parking lots, and we find him. Yeah, it's sad, and we've tried getting them help, and he doesn't want to hear it. You can't help somebody that doesn't want the help.
Yes,
They have to
amen. I bless you for saying that. Yep, bless you for saying that. You're right.
You don't know what's your rock bottom will be different from my rock bottom.
Yep.
So you can't assume somebody's rock bottom. So unless they want the help, then there's nobody that really can help them.
There we are, live with Inspector Greg Soroka from East Providence, Rhode Island, or Inspector Daddy, or Daddy. I don't want to make it bad. People are now saying on the screen, got to tell you, it looks like Rylan is stealing the show, and I believe that's probably true. Yeah. He's just such a cutie pie. How can you not just love that little guy? Yep. Well, do you guys ever get into a situation where you say, no, I don't feel comfortable with this call. Can someone else take this call? Because of the coronavirus. Is there that going on at all?
No, not at all. No, if that's not fair to any officer. The only time where we would not go to a call, or we'd always go to a call. We would ask another officer to go to a call, is if you know that person and you don't get along for whatever reason. Or in 18 years, I've never heard an officer say, no, I'm not gonna. We don't have that luxury.
There you go.
If we get dispatched, we have to go.
No matter what, they're there.
Unless there's an underlying issue, then you gotta go. Nope, we don't have that.
Nicole Crum asks, Inspector, how many canines are at East Providence?
One. Officer Rainville. He hasn't been on the show yet, has he?
No.
Yeah,
but
Officer Rainville and Chico.
He will be. He will be. The question Jill then follows up with, she says, are you friends with Chico?
Nobody's friends with Chico. Chico's tough. He's tough.
Chico's unhinged.
One that's friends with Chico. Tough dog. But we've had canines before. But since I've been here, Chico's the first canine I've worked with, and he's awesome. He detects the cell phones, so he can sniff out electronics. He can sniff metals like wedding rings. He's a drug dog. He can sniff out suspects. Like he has everything covered. And when Officer Rainville comes on, I have questions to ask him. So I will definitely be tuned to make sure I ask him
hold on a second.
questions.
I believe now you did connect me with him. No, I think he has been on, actually. He's the one that kind of looks a little bit like Tom Cruise.
No, that's Rainville. That's Graves. That's also Kyle
That's
Graves.
That's right. Officer Graves. Yep. See, we can say that friendly between each other because he does kind of resemble a little bit Tom Cruise. He really does.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah. So we're going to be having him on in June. He'll be following, I believe it's the 13th. So, yeah, that's it.
Rainville would be awesome person to ask questions. He was a professional baseball player too.
Oh,
so
we got to talk a lot then. I got lots of questions already.
If you Google him, he comes up.
What's the one thing, this is Mary Pluff's question, what is one thing you like about your job and one thing you dislike about your job? Great question.
That is a good question. One thing I love about my job is like the dealing with people. I'm a people person, and I love being my own boss. You get in your cruiser, It's your own office. It's your own boss. You dictate what happens throughout the day. I love that. The one thing I don't like about my job is all the negativity that comes with it. Um, Everybody wraps us up in one big uniform. We are all individual officers, as everybody is an individual person.
Yeah.
But people don't see it. I can see why. I understand that, but it's still not right. So
No.
that's one thing I not like about it. Like everybody puts a blanket over law enforcement. We
Yeah.
treat it as a whole. So when one fails, we all fail.
Yep. And I was thinking there, you dirty, thieving cops. They see a story about an officer's taking money from somebody or whatever, and the cop's convicted of it. Now all the police are like that. It's just a generalization that doesn't apply. Brandon from Texas, from Arizona says, have you ever met Captain Burt or Officer Ross?
We talk all the time on cell phones. Captain Burt, I go back and forth. He's even talked to my dad. Just an awesome guy. But also Kingery and Bishop and myself, also Marshall, Ross, we're all in a group chat, and we consistently text one another, and we have the best conversations. Also Musket. And the thing is, when we text, we're all in different time zones. So you'll wake up to 50, 70, 100 text messages that you've missed because of the time zone you're in. So it is so cool. Lieutenant Kennedy, they're all on. Brown, everybody's on this group text, and so we're constantly talking about what happened on Live PD, busting
Good luck
each other's
with that.
balls
Oh my
on
gosh.
Twitter. Larry's joined in on some. So
Yep. I was going to say, I've seen that. It pings so much. It just pings almost 24 hours a day.
So yeah,
Yep.
it does. So it's to a point where if your phone's not on silent, you better remove yourself from that text group.
Yeah,
But
that's for
it's
sure.
so cool.
I'm a victim. I've done it to you. I'm sorry. Okay. So Jack Barrag, he's got some great questions. Jack says, our incidents, sorry, I didn't catch the first part of the question, Jack. You're asking about incidents with juveniles increasing maybe? And if so, how do you deal with that?
I don't deal with juveniles at all. We have a juvenile court and we have a juvenile officer. So he deals with all the juveniles. Our parks are closed, so there's no playing basketball, no football, no swing sets, nothing of that nature. So they can't even be in parks. And people have been pretty good about it. We haven't had any backlash, like people just telling us off about it. We're not telling you to do this. It's the mayor, it's the governor, and
that's it. Yep, you're right.
No,
you're right.
Yeah, they've been pretty good. Juveniles have been doing okay, even with the school being out.
Wow, good for them. Hey, for you guys, you children in Rhode Island, way to go, you guys.
Yeah.
Way to go. Way to go, Rhode Island kiddos. Carrie 2970th may be the funniest comment of the entire show. Guest Inspector Craig doesn't have to worry anymore about having people open doors now when he knocks. There you go. No, because he's making sure they come out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Lee Terry asks, are you all wearing PPEs on every call?
It's funny she says that. We weren't until up to this week. So now up to this week, we all wear the mask and gloves. If we're not wearing gloves, wash your hands.
Wow.
It's to a point where like our skin's cracking. But yes, we are wearing PPEs at every call. If you get out of the cruiser, you're wearing it. It's mandatory. If you don't, you will get reprimanded for it.
Yeah, well, you know what? And you guys, we want you to stay safe. Jeanette Sadler says, thank you for all you do. May God keep you safe. Amen to that. Yep. Amen to that. All right. Some of these comments are absolutely hilarious. Mary Pluff, yeah, he did talk about they do deal with a lot of the same people, a lot, repeat offenders, a lot. Yeah, it's one of those things.
We do.
And Carrie asks from up in Massachusetts to you, 5 things at work you can't live without, and 1 cannot be your weapon. Can you think of 5 things at work that you can't live without? I can tell you one of them, your honesty. That's one of them you can't live without. You'll always be honest up front with people.
Yeah, you have to be because people remember that.
Yep.
You definitely have to be. So I went to so I go to schools and I'll talk to kids at schools, and one kid asked if you can pick, what would you rather do, be strong or fast? And I was like, oh, that's an awesome question. So I'm a runner. I like to run a lot, and that's the one thing that I would love to be fast. I'm never gonna be the strongest person. It's not possible, but I work out a lot on my speed, so I'll run. Luckily, it hasn't been put to the test yet on live PD, and I hope it never does.
Yeah.
But
you
speed,
do fine.
I wear a belt for a reason because I'm not gonna be the strongest guy, so I have things to help me out on my belt: the pepper spray, my baton, my taser, God forbid, my gun. So if I'm not stronger than you, I can still fight it by using certain things on my belt. But I can't. There's nothing on my belt that's going to help me run faster. So therefore, your cardio is your best workout you can get. It's one thing that I love to do is well, I take that back. I don't love to do it. It stinks. But that's one thing I like to do is work on running because that's not going to help you. Nothing on your belt is going to help you run faster. But you can defeat the strongest person by the tools you carry on your belt.
Yes.
And the most important tool is your radio.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Jill Bamai, I think it's great how Live PD and Twitter has brought us all together, brought all of you guys together. I mean, brought all you guys together. Without it, you may not have ever met. And I agree with that. You know, I think social media has helped out a great deal. We live in a time where social media can be used very much for a good thing as well. And right now, I'm sure you guys are using it quite a bit just to keep each other encouraged.
No, social media is awesome. And sometimes I get caught up on it, unfortunately, as far as responding back. It's the silliest thing, and I have to catch myself. I hate negativity. And if somebody says something, I always have to respond and be like, this is why this happened. But then there's always that person that keeps egging you on. So that's one thing I have to catch myself is responding back to social media. But the majority of the people will be like, oh my God, Officer Soroka or Craig is actually responding back to
it's huge
something I had asked, and they're kind of shocked by it.
Yep.
Well, it's still all regular people.
This guy right here, I got a hold of him and two other Live PD people that I know pretty well and asked for help because they're just, in my heart, there needed to be a show today. We had to because of the way things have been this last week. And we are going to beat this, folks. We really are, but we just needed to come on to the show. And this man stopped his yard work and came on with us. Very, very grateful. Very grateful for that. Courtney Bradney from Ohio says, hey, Inspector Soroka, I have a question for you. Your videos with your kids, how do y'all take all the time to do that?
Ryan's going to answer that.
Go ahead, Ryan. You go ahead. It's great.
Kids are constantly doing funny stuff, so I just happen to record it, and it makes me laugh. They're so entertaining, and my wife, I swear, so I work Monday through Friday, Saturdays and Sundays I have off, and so especially lately, but I'll go in for overtime on Saturday morning, like I did today. I went in at 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. But when I'm not working, they eat constantly. I don't know how my wife does it. Monday through Sunday, she's here with the kids and she feeds them. She teaches them. It's just amazing. And they keep me laughing. They're very entertaining and they're well-behaved kids. Like if I say, stop smiling.
That's, you know, and I think that's what gives you an appreciation. Kind of like, you know, that's very cool right there. Folks, you see that? That was very cool. Inspector Soroka, you know, it gives us all a greater appreciation, especially for first responders, what they're doing right now, and for people who are stuck at home. They see what their spouse might do every day, and they're like, oh my gosh, you do this every day? How do you do it?
Yeah, she does awesome.
It's pretty cool. Awesome. Pretty cool. Well, my friend, I'm going to let you get back to what you got to do. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming on. Carrie 2970, we'll leave this with the last question. I love the video of your son doing yard work with the bricks and sticks.
He's a hard-working dude, and that's what we were doing about an hour ago.
There you go.
So check out and finish.
And he stopped just to come say hello to all you folks here. So I want to give him a chance to do that as soon as possible. Inspector Soroka, thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming on, man.
All right, it was my pleasure.
Give us a last bit of stuff here that you can talk to live PD fans about. Go and share your heart, whatever you want to. Go ahead, buddy.
The one thing I gotta say is just stay home. And again, I'm gonna reiterate: people complain about being bored, but think of these nurses, think of these doctors. They have it a lot worse than I do. At least I'm in a cruiser, and I only respond to people that need us. They are dealing with people with this virus. We are not necessarily dealing with people with it. We're just acting like we are, and some might be, but they are dealing with people with it. Just be bored. It's not the worst thing in the world. And in a couple weeks, we'll all go back to living lives like we did, hopefully. But
we'll
it's
be
going to be a
live
while,
in a
guys,
moment.
but we'll make it through is what he's saying.
Hang in there.
There you go. Hang in there. There we go. And that's the best way to end this program right there with a Riley salute right there. Ryland salute. Ryland. You looking? Here we go, buddy. All right. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. All right, folks. We're going to end the show right here. Thank you so much for watching. It has been Inspector Soroka, Ryland Soroka, and family with you on Leo's Coast to Coast. I want to thank Inspector Craig Soroka for his kindness. He's a genuinely good friend, and I thank you for heeding a call and getting out of yard work for just a few minutes to help us out today by meeting the people, okay? Next week, we'll be live with a very special live PD hero from a long time ago, but an important part of the legacy of live PD. Join us next Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern for Sergeant David Moreno, live from Utah Highway Patrol, folks.
Awesome.
Yep, we'll see you then. Until then, be good people. God bless you, folks. Inspector Soroka, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Yep, thank you. All right, everybody, be good people. God bless you. We'll see you soon. And thank you so much for watching the Leo's Coast to Coast show.
Bye now. Don't forget to ride.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be from coast to coast to sea to shining sea. It is Larry in the hidden bunker, all the way in the left coast, where it's still dark. However, we're here for a very special reason. Yes, we are. Making a difference for 2 deputies in the heart of Texas. Hello, everybody. It's Sunday, July the 12th. And we just hit 37 straight hours of this telethon. Hello. We have a little ways to go. We've covered a lot of ground. And today is going to be a day that, we'll get it done. We're going to get it done. So you hang in there, everybody. You hang in there. We got lots of stuff coming your way today on Leo's Coast to Coast, including miraculous things from God above and a chance for you to see it all happen in a front row seat. Leo's Coast to Coast, hour 37 of this incredible mayhem starts now. Hi, everybody. How are you? Welcome to the show. It's good to see you. We're here on behalf of these 2 gentlemen right here. The one on the left is Deputy Zach Camden from Williamson County, Texas. To his left, or the right in this picture, is Deputy J.J. Johnson from Williamson County, Texas. They are both in a little bit of a hot mess, and they need some help. So For some reason, the legal firm that they go through there isn't helping them. And so what we're doing is we're coming alongside to do our very best to help them with raising legal fees because they need it. I mean, that's the whole point. They need that money. And so by getting that money, what does that provide them? It provides them with competent legal counsel. And that's the whole point of this. We're not going to get involved in the conversation of right and wrong, what happened, and all that. That's not what this is about. This is really about that. I wasn't there. I don't know. One thing I don't want, this can't be about me. It cannot be about me. That doesn't work because I came because I wanted to make a difference. I had talked to Zach's mom. Well, not talked, we had conversed via written communication. Yeah. So, and she told me her concerns about her son and the worries that she has as a mother would have. And bless her heart, she came out and basically just told me, look, you know what? I'm worried. I'm really worried about my boy. And when a parent comes to you and you're a parent yourself and you know that feeling, you do whatever you can to help. If, some people do. I do. So I'm doing this not for me. It has nothing to do with me. This is really all been set up already by some very smart people who were well connected, who networked this very, very well on GoFundMe. That would be our friends BB as well as Jesse and Christine. They did a great job. They really did. 2 weeks, raised over 10 grand. That's a lot of money. Congratulations to them. Well done, you guys. Very well done. Seriously. Indeed. Yeah. That's good stuff. So they did very well, and congratulations to them. Okay. And so this leaves where we're at here. When we started this, literally Friday afternoon, Friday morning, we started publicizing what we were doing. And at that point, we were at 11,000. They were, I keep saying we, sorry. They were at $11,390. Now, the current total dollar amount as of 3:33 a.m. is $13,015. That's cool. All right, we'll take it. Thank you. Thank you very much for everybody who's donated. 161 donors, 4,800 plus shares. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, we're going to start today's show with something that is really important, and it's, again, this is really important to me that this does not become about me. It can't. This is God blessing something. Okay, I've been given a great gift to be able to do this thing, this weird thing, and I'm honored to be able to help. I said I would never ever do another one of these things, never another telethon, because they're hard. They're really hard, and the reason I did was because I had a chance to speak with Zach's mom, and I heard, the fear, and you could tell she's worried. So with really nothing prepared, planned, ready, or any of that, we just let it rip starting on Friday afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Pacific. So right now, we have just eclipsed into the 37th straight hour of this. By the grace of God. Yes, we have. And that's true. That's no joke. I mean that sincerely. This is by the grace of God, honestly. Okay. And I'm missing church today, where my pastor wanted me to do today's live stream of the service, which I had told him I would do. And I felt bad because, I don't want to let anybody down. No one ever wants to let anybody down. But I didn't know that this was the serious nature it was when I made that commitment. And so on one end, I'm weighing, okay, church would like to do live stream. Other end, I have surgery tomorrow on my back, and I'm not going to be able to do this. These guys need help yesterday with their legal fees, and they could face something really serious if they're not well protected and well represented in this case. So I made a tough choice. I'm here for my friends. Okay? And my pastor's my friend. Tough spot. Awkward spot. There's no winner, no loser there. So I'd like to start out with something that is very important. It's near and dear to my heart. We start every Leo's Coast to Coast show typically with a guest, and then we learn about that guest, and that's what it is. The other show we do here is called YouTube with Friends, which is about encouraging. So one meets law enforcement, one is about meeting people's encouragement needs. And we're going to put kind of two of them together right now. We're going to read a book that we do during YouTube with Friends, and we're going to start this show, which is the 3:30 hour here in the Pacific time zone, so 6:30 Eastern. And we'll start with a book that's written by a great Christian author. Her name is Sarah Young. She has a book called Jesus Calling. It's a great book. Every day of the year, it literally has a reading you can read, and it's good. It's good stuff. So today's reading for July 12th. Whenever you feel distant from me, whisper my name in loving trust. This simple prayer can restore your awareness of my presence. My name is consistently abused in this world, where people use it as a curse word. This verbal assault reaches all the way to heaven. Every word is heard and recorded. When you trustingly whisper my name, my aching ears are soothed. The grating rancor of the world's blasphemies cannot compete with the trusting child's utterance, Jesus. The power of my name to bless both you and me is beyond your understanding. Good stuff. Okay. And the scripture verses that go along with this one, Proverbs 18:10, the name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run to it and are safe. And then Acts 4:12, the Apostle Paul writes, salvation is found in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given to men by which we must be saved. And finally, John 16:24, until now you have not asked for anything in my name. Ask and you shall receive, and your joy will be complete. Now, there's a reason I start with that. That, by the way, is today's Jesus Calling. It's a book by Sarah Young. And the reason we started with that is because I want to start today with prayer. It's important. It's important. As a believer in Christ, I stand by what I believe, and I know it works. I do. 100% it works. Now, we didn't do it yesterday. See, you got to remember, today's Sunday, right? Hang on a sec. Water, please. Thank you, left hand. Okay. Water, please. Thank you, left hand. So, just a second, please. Thank you. I was hoping that would get rid of the little frog. So, we have done this since Friday afternoon, okay? Both Eastern and Pacific. Yesterday, we didn't begin with prayer. Today, we will. I believe today is going to be a very special day. I believe we're going to be, hopefully, able to finish this fundraiser and let these guys rest easy finally. I really do. I really do. I really do. I think we're going to finally get to a point where both these gentlemen are going to be in a position where neither one of them is going to have to worry about money over their heads, and both be able to take a deep breath and just realize that they have good representation and they are going to be fairly represented. That's what we all would hope for, right? Okay. So again, we're not going to be here to ask for followers, friends, subscribers, bell icons, any of that stuff. We're not here for that. We're here to help those two guys right there on the screen. Okay? And this isn't about yours truly. This is about yours truly having some spiritual gifts that I can share and help people. It's my way of giving back. Okay? Can we please leave it right there? That's really my wishes. It's what I would like. I'd like it to remain there. My reward comes from the Lord. Lastly, The people that do deserve the credit are BB, who stands for Blue Blooded. That's their handle here, okay, on the GoFundMe page. Blue Blooded, Jesse, and Christine. They're the ones who set up the GoFundMe and did a great job because the amount of networking that they did was phenomenal. It really was. It was phenomenal. When you look at the amount of work that went into this to get that much money in 2 weeks, over $10,000 at a time after George Floyd, is phenomenal. I mean, it was blessed. Okay. To give you a good idea, okay, we've been going nonstop since Friday at 2:30 in the Pacific time zone, which is 5:30 in the East. And I know maybe 3-4 hours there for Friday that are reasonable in the East. And then you got some time on Saturday, right? Okay, hold on. I tried it. I tried with the door closed a little bit. It gets too hot in here. Can't do it. So we tried it on Friday with having the ability to, do it starting at 5:30 in the East. And, we've been very, very blessed to get right about, let's see here, $1,625. There you go. Good. That's good. Still need more. And that's the whole point. We still need more money. The goal is $20,000 for the retainer fee. It's 20 grand to get these two a lawyer. That's all we're asking for, okay? So we have some ways to go, which roughly means $6,085. That's all we have to raise today. Because let's get the lawyer in place tomorrow. Let's get the lawyer funded. Let's get the lawyer started. Let's get the ball rolling so we can get these two guys protected so they can just worry about their families and their job. That's it, right? Wow. I mean, law enforcement has enough to worry about today anyway, right? Don't they have enough to worry about with everything else going on that they shouldn't have to worry about raising money for their own defense to defend themselves from doing their job? Makes no sense. So I really do want to ask you, please give right here on the page. We're in hour 37 right now of this telethon. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's what it's for, okay? So if you type this exactly as it appears in the red, okay? GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies, you'll find it. Yep, you'll find it. Make sure you go for the one that's plural, not singular. If you go for the plural one, you're going to be golden, perfect, rolling, good and good, okay? If you go for the one that's singular, you're not going to be, because that one was initially set up to just help JJ. That was what it was set up for. Then what happened was Zach, okay, that's the one on the left, needed help as well. So once that happened, you literally had an issue pop up where you had two brothers in blue that needed help. Okay. And JJ, I've known JJ a long time. No, not a long time. I've known him for a year, maybe a year and a half. JJ's the kind of guy that he puts other people before himself a lot. That's what he does. He's a good guy. Excuse me. You'll see me drinking a lot. I'm going to be drinking a lot today. Is it okay to drink like about, 25 rock stars? Is that okay? Can I do that? I don't know. We're going to find out.
So long, Screwy. See you in St. Louis.
Okay. Hope we're going to be okay. Yeah. So anyway, I've been talking for, a long time. Okay. And yeah, we play the shows, the old shows that we do here where we interview law enforcement because they should have a good voice in today. They should have a voice where people can see who they are, that they're good people. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. So Here is two of them right there on the screen. These two guys are so special that they put each other first. They're kind of like the Warner Brothers Gophers. If you're old enough to remember the Gophers, they were the guys who always said, "Oh, no, 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 after you. Oh, no, I insist, after you. Oh, no, 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 please." And they're both trying to, make sure the other one goes first. You get the point. What I'm trying to say here is that, excuse me, these two guys truthfully are good people. They are. Both of them are. They both have gentle spirits, kind hearts, and they look out for each other. I can tell you, Zach on the left has been on, he started in high school, FFA, really into FFA, and then he went into being a volunteer fireman at age 19. Then he went into work as a corrections officer. So he was corrections officer and still remained a volunteer fireman. Okay. Then, things the correction department just, wasn't for him. So he ended up going and applying at Williamson County, Texas with JJ. They both got hired, and the rest, as they say, is history. Okay? All right. JJ, the one on the right, great guy. JJ is the guy in their office, I think, that he's kind of, in a way, the glue. He is. He's the guy that makes sure that other people are encouraged and included and loved. He's a member of the SWAT team there. He does a lot of hard work to make sure other people who don't necessarily get in the photos and the stuff that happen in Williamson County get in there, because he takes those pictures of them. Oftentimes without himself even in the picture. He just takes pictures of them, and he makes sure it goes on to Twitter or Facebook or wherever, and that's it. He's happy. That's the kind of guy he is. He always thinks of other people first. That's JJ. Now, you're going to meet Kathy down the road. Kathy is Zach's and JJ's mom. Essentially, she claims them both as her kids, and that's cool. Everybody has a mom that claims you as theirs, right? That's cool. It's a sweet thing, right? And I think that, just a moment, please. Pardon me. Darn it. Talking a long time, guys. I think that the beautiful part about this is that you've got two guys with good hearts, a mom with a great heart that cares very much, and a very uncertain situation. Now, this GoFundMe account, the one that's right here, the GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Okay. That defense fund is something that was set up by three very special people. Okay. Christine Peterson, Jesse Sternett, and let me get his name or her name, I'm not sure. Blue Blooded. Okay. So those three got together, put this GoFundMe up, and did a lot of work. Okay. Taking a look at the numbers, Blue Blooded raised $4,080 from 49 donations. Okay. Jesse Sternett, $525 from 2 donations. Okay. Excuse me. Christine Peterson, $345. Pardon me, from 6 donations. Pretty cool. And overall, they currently have $13,015. So the amount in order to represent these two is $20,000. That's it. 20 grand. So look at how far they've come. They're $6,985 away. That's pretty cool. That's not bad, right? Hey, I mean, consider where they came from, right? 20 grand. Hey, I mean, which boat would you rather be riding on, right? The 20 grand boat or the one that needs $6,915? That's pretty easy. So what we're doing, we're asking people to do a couple of things here, okay? Actually, 3. Please, first of all, do the GoFundMe thing. Go to the website there, GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for William. Sorry, whoa. Let's start over. I don't want to mess this up, but keep in mind, I've been going for a long time. Be patient with me, if you would. Okay. The GoFundMe page is GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Okay. Pretty self-explanatory. GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Okay. That's it. And then what we'd like you to do as well is share it. Okay. So let's say you pop over to GoFundMe and you give them money and your buttons are bursting out in your jacket and you're all happy and you're like, Gabe, I helped them. And that's great. They should. And you should celebrate that. By gosh, everyone who has donated should celebrate, from the least to the most in terms of giving, should celebrate what you've done. No question. I am totally on board with that. It's a celebration. Truly. But we need to still share that GoFundMe. You see, that's important too. We need to share it, because by sharing that GoFundMe, you get it to other people's eyes who haven't shared it or who haven't had a chance to donate yet, right? And they see it, they go, oh, hey, I'd like to make a difference here. I'll do it. Count me in. And then they go right in and they put their money in the system, and there's more money for them, less money to worry about. So that's the whole point. We're trying to make sure they have less money to worry about. Less money to worry about is a big deal to a police officer, especially someone with a young baby like Zach does, the one on the left. So we're going to ask you to give at GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. And you're going to see me moving around a lot. I'm disabled. I'm permanently disabled due to a bad back. I also have allergies drive me crazy. I've also been talking for 37 hours and awake now here in 1 hour and 7 minutes. Wait, 2 hours and 7 minutes, sorry. That'll put me awake for 48 straight hours. But we've been going here for quite a while. And I just want you to know that we still have a little ways to go. And I haven't lost faith in this yet. I still believe we're going to be okay. I don't think I can go farther past today. I just don't. I mean, I've got surgery tomorrow, and quite honestly, I'd love to tell you I can go. But right now, I'm pretty pooped. I really am. Who wouldn't be, right? It's part of life. I'd like to ask you, please, to share this video, share this fundraiser, I should say, and give what you can. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies, okay? Now, I'm going to go on to Facebook here real quick so I can, make sure and ask the folks there if we can, do this. I'm not sure we'll be able to, but we'll try. Doesn't hurt to try. Everything's game. Right now, doggone, everything is game on the board as far as I'm concerned. Wouldn't you say so? Okay. So if everything's game, then let's pull all the stops out. Because Larry doesn't have a whole lot left to go another night. I just don't. And it's not about me anyway. It's how God's going to provide. So I shouldn't even have said that. My apologies. Okay? My apologies. Okay. So what we're going to try and do is be able to do our very best to just to help out quite a bit, right? And my hope is that you guys will also understand that, we're here for you to help out, and that we know that there is something very special that's going to be going on so that you can give as well. That's the whole point. Sorry again. Because, who wants to, be sniffling all the time, right? Nobody wants to sniffle. So I'm going to go on to Twitter first, live, so we can see if there's anyone there who can, give, and then we'll see how things go. Because that's what this is all about. Not just the hokey pokey. Get it? But I'm tired, but still trying to be funny after all these hours. It would be helpful, I will say, it would be very helpful if somebody within the media community in Georgetown picked this up. And the reason why is because Texas people are well known to be very, very proud of taking care of their own. They're good at it. Texas people are very good people. They're wonderful. They're well known for their hospitality. And I've seen it and been through it. I know. So what we'd like to do is try and get an opportunity here, if we can, to bypass all the other stuff and hopefully stay right here and get as much work as we can done, and hope that possibly one of the folks that are in the Georgetown area will pick this up and hopefully make the call to get a hold of us and say, look, you know what we'd like to be able to do? We'd love to be able to help you. Could you tell us about this? And I'm going to go right and point to them. And I'm going to point to Jesse and Blue Blood. I guess Blue Blood. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Blue Blood. And to Christine Peterson. That are the people who wrote the GoFundMe. Because at the end of the day, by doing that, I'm giving credit to the people who it's due for. And I'm able to be transparent. Right? And I sleep well at night. And that's a good thing. Okay. So let's go live first on on Twitter, since I've already got it up. Just one moment, please. Just gonna clear my throat here again. Sorry, it's really scratchy this morning. Not sure why, but just a little bit scratchy. Could be because of allergies. Just a second, please. Thank you. Okay. All right, so let's go. We're going to go live to, hello. Thank you. We're going to go live to Twitter now, to my Twitter account, which is Leo's Coast 2 and Coast. Leo's Coast to Coast. It's from our YouTube channel we do here called the Leo's Coast to Coast Show, which is technically what we're on right now. So we're doing it because we want to help. That's the most important part. We want to help out. So we're going to go live on Twitter. You're going to hear kind of a reset of all this, but hang in there because we're going to be okay. All right. Let me make sure my volume is good because I want to be able to hear, and I want to make sure that microphone on that camera hears as well as if. All right. I think we should be good. Hang on. Let me just turn this down in case we need to. We'll reset the scene. We'll start over again. It is, well, how about that? My goodness gracious. If we wait 1 minute, if we just wait 1 minute, we'll be right there at 4 a.m. exactly in the East. No, in the Pacific. We'll do it live right now because we'll just go right now to Twitter and do exactly that. Watch. It'll be fun. At the tone, the time will be 4 a.m. exactly.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be, from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. It is 4:01 Pacific, 7:01 in the East. Sunday, July the 12th. We are live to raise money for two very brave and special live PD heroes and Texas heroes. We're talking Deputy J.J. Johnson and Deputy Zach Camden from Williamson County, Texas. We've been going 37 and a half hours with this telethon. Now look, we've got $6,915. That's all out of 20 grand to raise. Let's get that done today on YouTube or on Twitter or on Facebook, wherever we need to do it. Let's go everywhere we can. Please share the fundraiser. Please give at the fundraiser. Please share with everyone you know, because I've got no more days after this. I literally am out of gas almost. Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday, July the 12th, 2020. Live from the hidden bunker here in this place where I live. I am telling you about two guys that are very special to me, Zach Camden and J.J. Johnson. Both are deputies from Williamson County, Texas, and they both need your help. How can you help them? Okay. On my page, if you search way down on Twitter now, probably by this point, because there's so many of these videos on there, look for their GoFundMe page. It is GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Wilco Deputies. So again, GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Pretty simple stuff. Wilco means Williamson County, Texas. Makes it simple. What we're asking for you to do is give whatever you can. That's it. And then share it. That's the two things we ask you to do. Just give and share. So literally you kind of like almost you're writing a check. You're kind of doing this thing and then you hand somebody the checkbook. Okay? Not yours. Don't hand yours. No. Stop. So please give at the GoFundMe page, then share it on your social media page. Share it with your family, your friends, live PD fans. Folks, do it, please, because it's so important. The more you share that, the more people are going to find out about it. The more they find out about it, the more the chance that somebody else is going to be like-minded like you and going to be trying to help. Overnight, we were blessed to crash that $13,000 mark. I personally think that's really cool. I really do, because 13,000 seemed like it was so hard to get to. Now we've got through 13,000. Now we've got 14,000, but it seems a long ways away. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So please give what you can. $5, $10, whatever you can give. Please do so on GoFundMe at the address Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Okay? Please give and then share that. Simple. You go up in your web browser, you copy it, and then you paste it, and you're good to go. You're all done. That's all you got to do. So please do what you can to give at GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Hello? Tired. Hey, come on. I've been awake. I've been doing this for 37 and a half hours. I'm tired. Really. That's no joke. We've been doing this telethon 37 and a half hours because we care. That's it. Now, don't do I don't want anything out of this. I don't want anything out of this. I want them to get legal representation. That's what I want. I want them to be able to get an attorney fee, retainer paid. It's 20 grand. We need $6,985. That's what we need left. $6,985. If you can give, please do so at GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. We'd be grateful if you did and shared it as well. Thank you for watching, my friends on Twitter. We will see you soon, and hopefully with some more good news about how things are going here in the fundraiser. And that hopefully this is the final stinking day. Not that it's a stinking fundraiser, but hey, we got other stuff to do, like sleep. So Please give as much as you can, and please share at GoFundMe. Thanks, guys, on Twitter. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, guys. Good morning. Have a good one. Okay. So essentially now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from there directly over to Facing Book. Facing Book. And I'm going to do my very best to take care of that and, be able to do what I need to do. Oops, hold on. Sorry. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Sorry. Give me a second. Hold on. There we go. Okay. And we're live. Perfect. Okay. Hold on. We'll go live. We're going to do the same exact thing one more time. Why? Because it sounds good that way. Looks good that way. Works good that way. Is good that way. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's the whole point. The whole point is it allows us to kind of stay consistent. We get to stay consistent that way. And it also allows us to share here as well. So if I can have your patience just for a few more minutes, we'll do this live on Facebook and we'll be right with you. Okay, hang on. Just a second. Good morning. At the tone, the time will be 4:07 a.m.
And now, broadcasting live by the light of a single swinging bow, deep in an underground bunker marked only by a nondescript entrance, somewhere in rural Oregon. Don't even try to find him. Don't even try. Here's Larry with this week's guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leo's Coast to Coast.
Hello, everybody, wherever you may be, from coast to coast to sea to shining sea. It is 4:08 on Sunday, July the 12th, 2020, and we have had a good night online trying to raise money for GoFundMe, J.J. Johnson, and Deputy Zach Camden. Yep, we have cracked $13,000. Yeah. So, we got work to do, and that involves you. We're going to ask if you would be good enough to donate at GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. Again, GoFundMe Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. And then, if you would share it, go onto your YouTube page, or your Twitter page, or your Instagram page, or your Snapchat page, or your whatever page, and share that GoFundMe. Because maybe somebody like-minded will give just like you. Yes, sir, we got ourselves some way to go. Not far. 20 grand we started with. We are at $6,915 left. Hello, everybody, wherever you may be. Good morning. All right, so we've got some serious business to go today because I'm not going to be able to go any further. I promise. This is going to be the end. It's a miracle I've made it through this night. Honest, okay? Thank you to Kathy, who is Zach's mom, who encouraged me to keep going last night. And I am exhausted, and I'm sore, and I need your help, okay? So here's the deal. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. That's where you need to go. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco Deputies. 2 deputies are in trouble. Literally, they're in trouble for doing their jobs. For some reason, the insurance that they have didn't cover them for this thing that happened when they were doing their job. And because of that, they're stuck holding the bag for 20 grand. 20 large because they did their job. Okay. These guys are civil servants. They can't afford to do, they can't pay 20 grand retainer fee plus be deputies. I mean, there's not enough money there. That's why we're doing this. And we're doing only a small part of it. I want to be very clear. Please understand, this is not about me. It cannot ever be about me because my reward comes from the Lord, period. That's the truth. This hard work was already done. It was done by Christine Peterson. It was done by someone whose name is Blue Blooded. Not really, but that's their handle. And then also by Jesse Sternett from Georgetown, Texas. So these three got together, these kind people, and they networked and they worked hard and they got it working. And they got over $10,000 within 2 weeks. And that is doing something in this economy. Seriously, that's amazing. So they did the heavy lifting, all right? But then the fundraiser stalled. About 10 days ago, it stalled, okay? Not surprisingly, during the George Floyd protests and while things were going up and having problems, everything stopped. And then we started this weekend because there was a lot of prayer involved with that. I spoke with Zach's mom and she's scared to death. And so I thought, well, I have to do something. I can't just sit here. So we started the telethon. I've been doing this, folks, since Friday at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. That means that we are now approaching 38 hours of doing this. 38 hours. Now, how much have we gotten in 38 hours? Well, we've done okay. We started, it was at 11,390. And right now we are at $13,015. So there's two ways you can look at a glass of water, right? Half full, half empty. I prefer to look at it half full. Okay. They needed $20,000 to do this retainer, 20 large to do the retainer. Well, they only need now $69.15. That's all they need, $69.15. Please give. If you support law enforcement, please give. Please, because I don't have another day left in me after today. I can't. I have back surgery tomorrow, and I won't be able to do this. This is the end of the line for me today. And we need help so bad. Their defense team needs to start working to protect them tomorrow morning when that legal office opens. So please give what you can. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. It's also on my Facebook page below this tweet. Just kind of search down, look for the police car lights. That's the link. Press it. You're good to go. Again, GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. And if you also do this, you also can have, if you give $100, I have a running offer throughout this telethon that we will do a show on YouTube with friends on your theme, okay? Your theme, your trivia. If you want to do trivia like movie trivia, TV trivia, music trivia, combination of that stuff, whatever. If you want to be live on Skype, you can host it. It will be your show. We'll give it to you for a $100 donation. How's that? Yeah, for $100. And we've had people who've done that. We've had people give $500. So please give at the GoFundMe address that you see on this page. Okay? So if you do that, we'd be very honored and grateful. Please also share that GoFundMe. It is so important for you to share it. If you can't give for whatever reason right now, maybe it's been tough for coronavirus. You've had kind of slow business or you've been laid off. We understand. And first of all, it's not okay. I'm sorry. I mean that with all my heart. I'm sorry if that's happened to you. That is not a good thing. But if you could share it, at least, that would be a good thing. So please do so. GoFundMe, Legal Defense Fund for Wilco deputies. Okay, Facebook. I have to go. God bless you. If you want to watch the telethon, it is live on YouTube right now. YouTube with us is the location. YouTube with us if you want to see the telethon live. I'll see you soon, hopefully, if I can stay awake longer. We're right now almost 38 hours into this telethon, and we desperately need you. Thanks, guys. All right, we'll see you soon. God bless y'all on Facebook. See ya. God bless you. Hi, Kimberly. Bless your heart. Good to see you. Good morning. Happy Sunday, my friend. Excuse me for that. Kim, so bad storms. Oh, not good. Yeah. Storms are interesting. There's a part of me that likes them because they're kind of cozy, kind of cozy. But the Midwest has storms like, yeah. No. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. Used to live in Minnesota, so I remember those storms. They were tough, especially when the tornado warnings would come in. You're like going, oh boy. And then you hear the siren fire up and the skies kind of turning green, and you're going, oh no. Literally. Hey, hold on. Is the sun coming up? No. Well, it was a good try. I think it might be. Just a sec. I have to look. Folks, I've been awake 2 straight nights. The sunlight right now means a lot to me to keep me going. Just a moment. Hey, buddy. Hey. The sun is starting to come up. It's a big deal to me right now. Look at my eyes. I'm so excited, folks. The sun is coming up. Wow.